This trick could only be used once. Lucas felt a bit regretful. Yeah, Tenor happily agreed. After a day of back and forth, he'd used many potions to keep up but was still energetic, ready to rest. Lucas's group sped up. Soon, near the forest exit, they met another group. "Lucas, we're done here," said dog-headed Aiden proudly, joining with orcs. The strongest and largest group was Lucas's. Their side went smoothly. They'd captured nearly half the mercenaries. Unfortunately, most were ordinary mercenaries. One captured squad leader had a fortune worth several others. "Well done, keep up." "Let's leave quickly," Lucas urged. "No time to ask about loot. Better to leave this trouble spot first." Soon, they exited Lillehammer Forest. At the exit appeared a familiar figure. Seeing Henry, Lucas smiled. One of their own. The rescue plan went well. Lord bless us. Before Lucas could ask, Henry approached, saying, "When we struck, many orcs caused disturbances. The 50 guarding easily handled it. Some orcs wanted to kill everyone, but I stopped them." "Kill everyone? Which tribe?" Lucas was surprised. "Fox orcs. They were caught on the way to sheep-headed territory for business. They hate humans. And after I stopped them, people died. If they took revenge on our kin, that'd be innocent casualties," Henry said seriously. "They'd learn to respect life in Hope Village, breaking old mindsets." Lucas raised an eyebrow. Did they want to leave? Of course. Especially the fox orcs. They wanted to leave alone, but I suppressed them. 1. They'd risk running into mercenaries again. 2. We can't risk them leaking our location. Delaying them a few days helps. Lucas smiled at Henry's talk. Dog-headed orcs really were clever. "How are the elders and cubs?" "All good. Young orcs help the elders. Cubs are carried. They move well. I told them to hide in a safe spot and wait for us." "Well done. You've earned credit," Lucas said. Henry beamed, hoping for praise. "Where did you put the captives?" "Knocked out and left by the roadside, ears plugged, eyes covered. They won't know our direction." Henry understood Lucas's meaning. "Good. Let's regroup and head home." Lucas raised his voice. The orcs cheered. Home. Home. They missed Hope Village, its food, environment, and people. Soon, the whole group crossed the road. After the rear guard erased their tracks, the captured mercenaries wouldn't guess their path anytime soon. While Lucas's group returned with full loot, Thor's group was halfway back. Just as they neared their destination, they encountered a huge pit. They thought it was a trap, but what they saw shocked them. The pit bottom was packed with mercenaries, all stripped down to underwear. "Where are the orcs?" Thor asked. "No idea. They dumped us here and ran." "Captain, come help. They took all our gear. These orcs are inhuman." Hearing this, Thor's unease deepened. Leaving the captives behind, Thor hurried out of the forest. At the exit, seeing the stripped mercenaries lying by the road, Thor was speechless. This wasn't a group of orcs, it was a band of bandits. Soon after, Thor and his group rescued the bound mercenaries. The mercenaries, relieved to be saved, showed expressions of survival against the odds, then began complaining. "Captain, you're finally back. Orcs came and took all the orcs away. They even stole all our stuff. Those who resisted got beaten badly. They hoped the captain would blame the orcs, not them. They couldn't afford the losses. Over 200 orcs, worth tens of thousands of gold coins, selling them wouldn't cover the loss. They never expected that a simple guard duty would turn into a death sentence. These 50 mercenaries were truly scared, many new recruits, unsure what fate awaited them after losing so many prey. Thor saw their fear and, recalling his own losses, understood he couldn't blame the rookies. He said, "This isn't your fault. Don't worry too much." They sighed in relief. "Thank you, Captain." Now, they had nothing else to say. "Can you tell me which direction the orcs went? Or did you hear anything behind you?" Thor asked. "We were blindfolded. They clearly didn't want us to know where they went." "We heard nothing except your arrival," they answered unanimously. Normally, blindfolded senses sharpen, and they listened carefully. But the first sound was the orcs' footsteps growing distant. They couldn't tell which way the orcs went and heard no other sounds. If there were, maybe the orcs deliberately moved quietly and far away. Hearing this, Thor knew he couldn't get useful info from them. But he had a strange suspicion. Where do you think they went after taking the orcs? Thor asked casually. They should be returning to the orc kingdom. Where else? A mercenary replied. Thor smiled. If they were going home, why hide their trail? Only one possibility remained. They were heading elsewhere. Thor's gaze shifted toward the human kingdom's border. Orcs going into human lands? The thought wouldn't leave his mind. At that moment, noise came from behind. Philip and Bridges returned with their troops, looking disheveled. Many were injured, but more striking were those dressed only in underwear, hair messy, faces dirty, clearly in trouble. Seeing Thor, Philip and Bridges stiffened, unsure what to say. They'd been beaten badly by orcs, caught nothing, and many lost all their gear. Though mercenaries rarely carried all their gold, potions and equipment were essential. Losing those was a huge blow. Worse, they'd urged Thor to chase the orcs, causing this disaster. Seeing the guards robbed and the 200-plus orcs vanished, they panicked. Was Thor furious? Back? Thor asked calmly. What happened? Philip and Bridges hesitated, then spoke. I fell for the orcs' trap. Many injured. Your gear disappeared early. I failed to protect it. We circled behind. Many orcs ambushed us, but they didn't want to kill us, just led us away, then robbed everything. Thor listened silently. Sorry, it was our fault. If not for us, losses wouldn't be so bad. They apologized, heads bowed. Not your fault. I agreed to this plan, Thor said after a pause. He was angry, but couldn't blame them entirely. No one expected these orcs to be so cunning, with unknown origins and endless tricks. Relieved by Thor's words, Philip and Bridges vowed, next time, we won't be fooled. Pride made them determined to catch the orcs, even if it cost all their savings. Next time? We probably won't see them for a long time, Thor said coldly. What do you mean? They were confused. Thor shared his suspicion. They likely entered the human kingdom, but we don't know which territory. Into human lands? Impossible. Who would harbor orcs? They're so wild and fierce, Bridges said. Maybe some territories do. They didn't attack us like other orcs. They had many chances to kill us, but didn't, maybe to avoid offending us or because they have ties with humans. Also, their traps and stealing gear show intelligence and purpose, probably learned from humans. The gear is definitely useful, especially human gear, Philip analyzed. Thor nodded, I agree. If they're in human lands, we should return to the city, gather forces, and chase them. We can catch them, Bridges said eagerly. He wanted to recover his lost gear. No time. With orc speed, by the time we gather, they'll be gone, Philip said. They looked at Thor, awaiting his response. Thor thought briefly, then said, return to the city. I'll find Master Signal to send summon beasts to track them. We don't need to catch them, just find out which territory they're in. Yes! If they escape, their territory won't, Philip and Bridges cheered. Master Signal was a high-level summoner, able to command many beasts. Tracking individuals was easy. With this plan, they headed toward Delicious City. On the way, recalling their failure, they cursed quietly. Delicious City. Thor's group hurried back. Outside the territory, many slave traders greeted them. They knew Thor's strength and expected a haul. But seeing Thor's dark face, they were surprised. Thor glanced at them, then rode off swiftly. A long line of troops rushed past, something urgent. What happened? Must be a problem catching orcs. Impossible. 3 squads. And they caught the weakest sheep-headed orcs. Anything's possible. The traders whispered. Soon, Thor's main force arrived, no orcs with them. The traders exchanged looks and quickly avoided them. No wonder Thor was angry, no catch. But strange, no orcs caught? Not their usual skill. Meanwhile, Thor and 2 others visited Master Signal's estate. Entering, they heard beasts' howls and screams. Though used to hunting beasts, the sounds were eerie. Master Signal was a high-level summoner and beast tamer, popular in Delicia. His tamed beasts performed tasks well. Soon, Thor met Master Signal. Siniel sat high, with a blazing flame tiger and thundercloud leopard at his feet. The beasts stared sharply, ready to attack if threatened. Thor envied their obedience. These were high-level beasts, intelligent and powerful, comparable to advanced professionals. We were robbed of captured orcs today. Master Siniel, please help locate their destination, Thor said bluntly. Sending beasts into orc territory isn't easy, Siniel smiled faintly, casually asking. They're not in orc lands, but in human territory. Someone dares rob you here? Siniel was incredulous. Thor's family was influential in Delicia, close to the Lord. Robbing them was bold. Robbers were orcs, but I suspect they entered human lands, Thor said. You mean a territory has accepted orcs? Siniel raised an eyebrow. Interesting. I'll help. He produced a giant magical scroll, waving hands to unfurl it in midair, showing various beast totems. As Siniel touched the totems, beasts appeared in the hall. Thor was both fearful and hopeful. These were fast beasts, able to catch up even if the orcs had a head start. Tracking them could reveal the orcs' origin. They'd recover their losses. Soon, Siniel selected many beasts, mostly mid-level. Chanting a spell, a dozen beasts dashed out like arrows. Their fierce appearance made Thor's heart skip. They suppressed the urge to flee. The beasts sniffed Thor and his companions. After recognizing the orc scent, they looked to Siniel, awaiting orders. Siniel asked, You only want to track their territory? Yes, Thor replied quickly. I'll command them, but can't guarantee their safety. Just track their last location, Thor said. Siniel nodded, chanting again. The beasts sped through the territory. People hurried aside. Such bold beasts usually had powerful masters, untouchable. Soon, the beasts left the territory, disappearing near the gate guards. Master Siniel's beasts are out. Someone's in trouble. Could it be related to Thor's mercenaries? Their captain rushed in, no orcs returned, and the troops looked beaten. They must have been robbed and are now searching. Who dares rob Captain Thor? Maybe bandits. They'll sell the orcs, but Thor won't let it go. Likely. Soldiers gossiped, killing time. The captain cleared his throat. Everyone stood at attention. Meanwhile, Lucas's group reunited with the earlier orcs. The rescued sheep-headed orcs were scared but relieved to see fellow orcs. Still uneasy. They wondered why tiger-headed and dog-headed orcs didn't return them to orc lands, but wandered human territory. Orc lands would be safer. Back. Everything okay? Tiger-headed Fork checked his son O'Neill. Great. We won big. O'Neill smiled. They were strong and rich from loot. Danger brings fortune, Lucas said. He wasted no time, keep moving. They won't give up easily. They probably don't know we're here. Best case. But if they think we're in human lands, the farther from the scene, the better, Lucas analyzed. Delicia is big. They might have tracking tricks. Use the time difference. Yes, others followed Lucas seriously. The sheep-headed orcs, timid by nature, obediently followed. Better with kin than captured. But the fox orcs caught with them were different. Knowing Lucas and O'Neill were leaders, they approached for answers. Sheep-headed leader Dean followed silently, wanting to know their destination and plans. Lucas calmly said, Any questions? Speak. Where are you going? Why not return to orc lands? Fox Orc Gran asked boldly. She'd asked before but got no answers. Now, a dog-headed orc led, tiger-headed orcs obeyed. Unbelievable. She suspected a stronger force behind them, possibly humans. That explained their path toward humans, not home. Lucas smiled. Exactly what you think. How do you know? Gran asked. Because I think you're smart like me, Lucas smiled. You really sided with humans? Gran asked. Silence fell. Nearby orcs and sheep-headed orcs listened closely. Going to human lands? Yes. We're bringing our families to seek refuge in human territory, Lucas admitted. Bringing families eased many orcs' fears. It didn't seem like a bad plan. Isn't the orc kingdom better? Why help humans? They're cruel. Gran was angry. We think human lands are better, Lucas said, smiling at her anger. If you don't want to come, leave now. No pressure. They saved them but wouldn't tolerate complaints. Typical ungratefulness. Sheep-headed orcs were more obedient. Lucas glanced at Dean, who shrank his head, unwilling to risk capture again. He trusted the tiger-headed and dog-headed orcs for safety. Though dog-headed orcs were mostly young, tiger-headed included elders and cubs. Tiger-headed orcs wouldn't be cruel enough to harm their own. Dean quietly rejoined his group. Lucas raised an eyebrow, smart move. Gran's face stiffened. She knew few fox orcs could safely return home. Seeing Lucas's casual expression, she said, "Sorry, I got emotional. We'll follow you." Able to accept and let go. Lucas assured, "Don't worry. We won't harm you or send kin to slavery." Gran was silent. Orcs in human lands, not slaves, but residents? Lucas still had unfinished business. After this, the new orcs obeyed quietly, focusing on the journey. Unbeknownst to them, the summoned beasts tracked their scent, closing in. Master Signal noticed. The magical scroll unfurled again, showing Lucas's group's image. Their movements were mirrored on the scroll. "That's them," Bridges shouted excitedly. They'd really tracked them into human lands. Signal was surprised. He guessed right. Thor breathed easier, fearing he was wrong. "Let's keep monitoring. See which territory they enter," Signal said to Thor. Understood. Thus, without Lucas's group knowing, their every move was watched. Hope Village. Tiger-headed orc Keto and dog-headed orc Arkir had both returned from their original territories to Hope Village. Their meeting place was the Beast God Temple, and upon returning, both felt a deep sense of finally being home. "Unconsciously, I've grown more accustomed to life here," Keto said to Arkir. "Same here," Arkir nodded. They exchanged knowing looks. Both felt the same. Then they headed together toward the Lord's manor. They were looking for Bear. Anyone who had stayed long in the territory knew it wasn't easy to find the Lord, or rather, the village chief, inside the manor. The best way was to inform Bear, who would then notify the Lord when they met. As they walked, they couldn't help but look around. Though they had only been away half a day, the territory seemed different. "Do you notice anything off?" Keto asked Arkir. Following his gaze, Arkir saw the denser clusters of buildings, especially around the factory area, and nodded. The territory's buildings have increased. Keto's expression was tinged with emotion. The territory changes day by day. "That's good, isn't it?" Arkir smiled. The better the territory developed, the more comfortable their lives would be. Such days were worth looking forward to. They smiled and entered the manor, soon finding Bear busy with official work. Seeing them return, Bear immediately paused. "How's the situation?" Keto spoke first. "When I left, I heard that Lord O'Neill and his group had already left the territory on the second day, taking their families. Though the territory sent people to pursue them, given their situation, it should be fine. They likely entered the human kingdom and are now returning." Arkir followed. Lord Lucas has also set out, probably to join O'Neill's group. He left the territory smoothly, bringing many strong warriors. Bear nodded. If the two groups unite, it should be no problem. Judging by the days past, they likely entered the human kingdom. If all goes well, they'll reach Hope Village in a few days, possibly returning before the territory war. Thinking this, Bear said to them, "You've worked hard. Rest today and rejoin tomorrow." Understood, Keto and Arkir nodded and left together. Bear recorded their report, planning to submit it to Lord Jobai later. At night, when Jobai returned, he saw the record. So long as nothing goes wrong, they should send word in a day or two, Jobai still worried. Normally, if all was well, they'd send someone back first. If not, it meant too many issues. Don't worry. With Lucas's intelligence and O'Neill's bravery, they can handle anything. They probably want to be safe before reporting, Bear reassured. With so many orcs, they shouldn't face major trouble in the human kingdom. All right, let's wait, Jobai nodded. At least they left safely, a good sign. He then flipped through other records. Most were positive. Population steadily increased, economies steadily rose. The only problem was the upcoming territory war. Thinking of it, Jobai flipped faster, reaching soldier-level info. Seeing the new registrations, he was surprised. Everyone leveled up so fast. His father Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting, the earliest captains, led at level 14, surpassing Zhou by himself. Other captains followed closely, many at level 13 and more at 12. A qualitative leap. Seeing Zhou Bai's surprise, Bear smiled. Everyone's working hard for the war. They hunt monsters by day to gain experience, train at night to improve fitness. Such results match their efforts. Yes, that's great. Zhou Bai was happy. New residents had a gap with old ones, but effort was closing it. Talent helped, but effort mattered more. All thanks to your leadership, Lord, Bear praised. Zhou Bai, always busy as village chief, inspired respect. Not just soldiers. Undead in Hope Village, once top level, didn't slack off. Their determination rivaled the living. If Zhou Bai weren't busy with territory affairs and his leveling wasn't mainly non-combat, he'd work hard too. Hearing Bear, Zhou Bai smiled. If competing helps, I'll keep at it. I'm off to the training camp. He prepared to leave. Meanwhile, after a day's travel, O'Neill, Lucas, and their group had covered a long distance. They were far from the Orc Kingdom and Human Kingdom border, and even far from Delicious City. At nightfall, they stopped rushing and rested in a forest. Forests were good for fresh food and hiding their trail. Though their numbers made them confident against human patrols, avoiding trouble was preferred. After choosing a spot, they camped. After days on the road, the orcs were skilled at gathering food. Soon, the aroma of cooking spread. Fox and sheep-headed orcs were tempted by the smell. After capture, they had eaten only rations, and after rescue, they ate on the move. They were amazed by the food the tiger-headed and dog-headed orcs carried. Now, smelling even better food, they were truly tempted. Though all orcs, their worlds seemed uneven. Lucas and O'Neill noticed their gazes, but had little food to share among 200+ extra orcs. They ignored it, knowing Hope Village awaited. O'Neill, a miser, ate heartily without guilt. After eating, Lucas checked their distance to Hope Village and discussed plans with O'Neill. Let's send someone back to inform the village chief. Settling 200+ orcs will take time. Good. Who should go? O'Neill asked. Henry, Lucas decided. Fine, O'Neill agreed. Henry was quickly tasked and left. His departure was noted by Master Siniel and his group. Only special buildings could make orcs vanish through summoning. They confirmed one thing. Behind these orcs was a human territory. But they didn't understand how a human territory could have such a building and still win orcs' loyalty, enough for them to bring families and seek refuge. How did this human territory do it? Master Siniel, have you ever heard of any territory hiring orcs as mercenaries? Thor couldn't help but ask. As a high-level summoner and beast tamer, Siniel often traveled among many territories and would surely know about such unusual territories. Unexpectedly, Siniel shook his head. No, none of the territories I've visited have such rumors. Maybe it's some newly established territories. The Human Kingdom had thousands of territories, large and small. Apart from the top and famous ones, it was impossible to remember them all. Thor realized this too. True. Recently, the entire Stan continent gained thousands of new territories. Many were watching these new territories closely. New territories often had better resources at the same level compared to older ones. Of course, for a large territory like Delicious City, these new territories were just drops in the ocean, barely causing ripples. So they didn't pay much attention. Thinking of this, Thor's expression shifted. After a territory is established, few focus on special summoning buildings. New territories tend to choose such special buildings and invest in them. But how could a new territory tame orcs? Without strength, summoning and harboring so many orcs would risk being overrun. Could it be that the orcs brought their families because they were controlled by the human territory? If so, that territory was not to be underestimated. Since they sent someone back early to report, their territory must be far away, Siniel continued. The farther, the weaker my control over the beasts. I might not be able to locate that territory. No problem. Even if we can't track their territory, we'll find out nearby eventually, Thor said confidently. Orcs can't hide easily in human lands. Especially that tiger-headed orc he fought, he would never forget. It was the first time Thor suffered such a big loss to an orc. Looks like it will take some time. You should head back first. I'll notify you if there's news, Siniel said. They had been here a while. No big changes were expected soon. He was tired of entertaining them. Understood, Thor nodded. As for payment, he would arrange it later. Hiring Master Siniel was costly, but Thor was prepared. Sometimes it was about pride. Thor then left with Bridges and Philip. Once outside, the two who had been silent finally spoke. Given their status in Delicia, without Thor's name, they might never have met Master Siniel. If we find the orcs' territory, what can we do? Can we make them return the orcs? Bridges asked. They knew it was unlikely. Their efforts seemed meaningless. If it were mercenary teams, maybe. But now the orcs had a territory backing them. A small territory. Even if they don't return the orcs, they owe us an explanation, Thor said without hesitation. Aren't you curious what kind of territory can make orcs do this? I don't believe these orcs acted on a whim. Thor had pieced together the whole process from the magical scroll. Maybe the orcs didn't plan to rob them initially, but when discovered and blocked on the way to human lands, they used the opportunity to seize their gear. Though reluctant to admit, the orcs' quick planning showed they were extraordinary. Bridges and Philip realized this too, feeling embarrassed. Still, they said, if we'd known their target was human lands, we wouldn't have been caught so easily. Finally, they sighed. All right, I admit I'm curious. So wait for news, Thor said. Besides, since they harbor orcs, we'll capture more orcs and send them to their territory. Let's see what they do. They nodded. After leaving Siniel's estate, they returned to their mercenary base. Mercenaries waited anxiously, especially those robbed of everything. Their losses were huge, feeling unable to recover quickly. What worried them more was the gossip from other mercenary teams. Other teams from different missions came to watch the spectacle after hearing about their massive defeat. Some had grudges against them. I thought it was fake news. Didn't expect they'd lose. Unbelievable. I heard they caught over 200 orcs. They swaggered through not long ago. Who caused them such a loss? No idea, but definitely not from our territory. Of course not. Who dares rob Thor? Maybe from another territory. Thor's already asked Master Siniel. His beasts are out. Finding them is just a matter of time. That team must be crazy. But Thor's team had hundreds. To be robbed means the enemy is formidable. Who could it be? The mercenaries listened silently. No one dared admit they were robbed by orcs. It was shameful. As gossip swirled, Thor and his two companions appeared. The crowd immediately dispersed. Watching and mocking was fine, but being targeted was not. Thor's mouth twitched. He knew he'd be the talk of the town for days unless something more explosive happened. Quickly, the three entered the building and closed the door. Inside, mercenaries snapped to attention, staring at Thor. What happened? Where did the orcs go? They did head to human lands, far from here. We can't pinpoint exactly where yet. I'll inform you when we know. Keep this secret. As for those lost mercenaries, I'll increase your mission chances and lend equipment until you can buy new ones. Any objections? Thor looked around. No one objected. Those robbed were glad for compensation. More missions meant more earnings. Most mercenaries only brought part of their wealth on missions, so it was acceptable. They all said, "Okay, we follow your lead, Captain." Satisfied, Thor nodded. It's settled. Rest today, missions resume tomorrow. Don't worry, we won't take this loss lightly. Those orcs, just wait and see. Elsewhere, O'Neill sneezed hard, rubbing his nose. Wonder who's thinking about me? Lucas was silent. The Hope Village residents' influence on them was deep. If anyone was thinking about them, it had to be those mercenary teams. Now, who knows what Paul will tell the Lord after rescuing a bunch of orcs? Hope Village. Night had fallen deep, and most professionals were gradually returning to the territory. Recently, residents came back later and later, all trying to accumulate their final contribution points for the day. After returning, most headed straight to the Lord's Manor to exchange their day's gains. Others, like the territory soldiers, after eating, rushed to the training camp. They knew well that besides the Lord's staff, many new local residents were eyeing the soldier positions. These locals had higher levels, many even mid-level professionals. In such a situation, the soldiers had to work hard to keep up and not be surpassed. Captains like Zhou Zhenping and Li Xingting thought the same. If their levels were too low, newcomers might outshine them in the future. More importantly, they were not yet official soldier captains. Without effort, they could be replaced. Those new mercenaries are too competitive lately, pressure's high. Li Xingting said to Zhou Zhenping on the road. Those coming from other territories were all top competitors. Li understood this feeling well. In their original territories, mercenaries often stayed mercenaries for life, with little chance to rise except moving to slightly bigger territories. But in Hope Village, effort could bring real gains. Though the territory was small now, it hid huge long-term rewards. Anyone would want to fight for it. Our levels have the advantage, but our contribution points are also high. If they surpass us, it means they're truly better and deserve it. Zhou Zhenping was more relaxed. He stood on a different ground. This territory belonged to his daughter. The more talented people, the better for the territory and for her. He naturally hoped for more such situations. Li glanced at Zhou. You have a point. After the last incident, he was sure someone in Zhou's family was the Lord. He never suspected before because they were too low-key. He thought if they wanted to hide their identity, they'd leave and return later without a trace. Only after Zhou Bai became village chief and accepted honors did he realize the truth. If no one investigated carefully, it would be hard to find out. Only the observant would notice and they wouldn't spread it. Locals thought even less about it. He didn't know the future but had one attitude, see through it but say nothing. Zhou Zhenping was practical. If they could be caught so easily, it was time to step down. Seeing Li's attitude, Zhou smiled. He knew many doubted now. He had discussed it with his daughter. In the end, they chose to live quietly. As Zhou Bai said, whether discovered or not, she wouldn't admit it unless necessary. As long as most saw her as village chief, no one would demand Lord's duties from her. No matter what, he supported her. But he would still level up and strengthen himself. So he could always be her strongest support. The two headed to the training camp. Inside, it was crowded. Both soldier and professional training camps had long queues. As one training ended, another queued up. Everyone was equal in line. While waiting, voices buzzed. Some praised Zhou Bai. Village chief is out. Impressive. How many times now? Third time I counted. True champion. She fights solo. I saw her take on a level 10 plus monster alone today, so easy. She even uses it to train skills. Her solo combat is strong and envy-worthy. She built it from level 5, always dueling monsters. Strong. Zhou Zhenping smiled. His daughter was amazing. He waved at her direction. Zhou Bai noticed and walked over. They hadn't talked much these days, too busy, often collapsing into sleep after returning home. Now, waiting for training, they had time to chat. Training tiring? Don't overdo it, Zhou Zhenping said. Not really, training's done for today, Zhou Bai replied. Her skill experience was near a threshold. She wanted to level up. Using skills repeatedly in training improved skill levels. That's why so many professionals loved training camps. Then rest well, Zhou Zhenping urged. You too, Dad. Don't train too long. Okay. As Zhou Bai prepared to leave, a frantic undead NPC rushed in. Village Chief, Lord Bear wants to see you, the NPC said urgently. What's up? Zhou Bai asked. She knew Bear well. Unless urgent, he wouldn't call her now. There's an orc back with news from the orc team, the NPC said. Bear's urgency meant big news. Zhou Bai nodded. Dad, I'm off. Go ahead. After she left, Li returned. What's the matter? Lucas and O'Neill brought news, Zhou Zhenping said. It's been days. Time for news. Hope it's good. Orcs fight well and motivate us. With their strength and Lucas, problems are unlikely. If any, it's others' fault. Zhou Zhenping was confident in their teamwork. We'll know soon. If no trouble, they'll return themselves. If not, soldier teams might be sent, Lee analyzed. Joe nodded. Meanwhile, Joe reached the Lord's manor. Inside, Bear and Paul waited. Seeing Paul's calm face, Joe felt reassured. Good news, probably. Once seated, Paul spoke. Lord Lucas asked me to report first. We've entered the human kingdom, all smooth, but one thing to explain, Paul said excitedly. Joe was curious. On the way back, we met a mercenary team escorting many orcs. They discovered us, so we used a trick to rescue over 200 orcs. Here's how Lucas planned and executed it. Paul detailed everything. Lucas is leading them back. I came early to prepare you. Should I send people to support them? Joe smiled. Over 200 orcs, even if not warriors, would have a place in Hope Village. There was still plenty of undeveloped land behind the village. Once they arrived, she'd put them to work in farming and animal husbandry. These were key industries for Hope Village: spices and dried meat. Lucas said if possible, send support. They lack food and might delay hunting. Support would speed their arrival, Paul urged. Tomorrow, I'll lead the team myself, Joe said firmly. She was confident fighting level 14 monsters and wanted to explore outside more, facing higher-level beasts. This trip was a good opportunity. Also, to update her territory map. Most importantly, the territory was well managed. Even if she was away, nothing major would happen. With the right timing, place, and people, this trip was set. Bear hesitated but didn't oppose. He knew the Lord's obsession with strength. A strong lord meant a strong territory. He only asked for guards to accompany her. He already planned to assign the strongest undead Heidi, Alec, and all capable orcs to protect her. I'll go with you, Paul said eagerly. Good, Joe agreed, then looked at Bear. Bear nodded. Leave the territory to us. We'll guard it well. Joe smiled. Thank you, Bear. Bear smiled back, because the Lord deserves it. With plans settled, the next day Joe gathered many and marched toward Lucas's location. Zhou Zheping and Li Xingting also joined. Zhou Zheping for his daughter. Li had other reasons. Li didn't expect orcs to be fine but still needed missions, just what he wanted to gain combat experience. Though their levels rose, they still lagged behind local professionals in combat. Meanwhile, after a night's rest, Lucas's group sensed something off in their surroundings. Have you noticed something strange about the number of magical beasts around today? Lucas asked sharply. No, fewer beasts means faster progress, isn't that good? O'Neill replied casually. Lucas explained carefully, with so many of us gathered, beasts should be drawn to us, even stronger ones like yesterday. But today, they've disappeared. Two possibilities. Either we scared them off, or someone else nearby dealt with them first. If it's the latter, it means an unknown enemy is close. O'Neill shivered at the thought. If Lucas was right, they were being watched. Looking around, O'Neill whispered, who could it be? Mercenaries? Bandits? What's their goal? They had over 500 orcs, who dared to follow them. Only the boldest. Lucas suspected it was related to Delicious City. As a large territory, it had people with special skills. Maybe they caught up yesterday without the orcs noticing. Delicious City? O'Neill's expression changed. Though victorious yesterday, it didn't mean they were stronger. Take Captain Thor, for example. If he hadn't chosen to stall and had no backup, he wouldn't have won. Individually and overall, Delicia was stronger. Compared to Delicia, Hope Village was insignificant. Those trailing them might be trying to trace Hope Village. If so, they'd become criminals of Hope Village. Lucas's mind raced, thinking how to confirm and counter this. O'Neill suppressed his urge to look around, waiting for Lucas's orders. At that moment, Tenor came to report. Lord Lucas, breakfast is done. Time to depart. Tenor had earned great merit during mercenary surveillance and was now Lucas's assistant. Lucas wanted all orcs to know, hard work meant a bright future. Lucas paused, then said, let's go. They still had a long way to Hope Village. On the road, many orcs sensed something odd. They were mainly fox orcs led by Gran. In the middle of the group, a few fox orcs whispered. Gran, do you think Delicious City sent someone after us? Thomas asked. Fox orcs were smart, but Gran was the smartest. They naturally asked her first. Yes. Likely mercenary teams hired Delicious high-level summoner and beast tamer. They sent magical beasts to track us. I smelled similar beasts before, probably from the same master, Gran said. They knew more about Delicia since they were caught spying. Many of their kin were captured. Clearly, mercenaries had found their resource points near Fox orc territory. When their numbers were low, they were vulnerable. Gran knew they couldn't return home now, so they had to follow these orcs for survival. For their future, they had to protect these orcs' interests. Maybe human lands offered better chances than rescue. They decided to gamble. The group's life seemed good, led by the smart dog-headed Lucas. If the human territory was good, why else bring so many orcs? What should we do? Tell them. Thomas whispered. Gran understood his meaning. She nodded. Yes, let's tell them. You go, Thomas said. Gran was the core of their group. No, we go together, Gran replied. Thomas agreed. They approached Lucas and O'Neill. Lucas's expression changed. He remembered these fox orcs had resisted following. He thought they'd accepted reality. Now, were they planning to leave? As he pondered how to handle them, Gran spoke immediately. I know who's secretly watching us. Lucas was stunned. How did she know? Many of our kin have disappeared. We came to investigate, but were unlucky to run into them, Gran said, eyes full of helplessness. People fear the strong and bully the weak. Fox orcs were smart but weak, like sheep orcs, and humans loved capturing them. It was their tragedy. Lucas sympathized, understanding why Gran wanted to return. He said, since you haven't gone back, your kin will be more cautious. As for those lost, we'll help when we return. He wasn't just sympathizing, he wanted to win their loyalty and gain info. Fox orcs were fast and perceptive, valuable in Hope Village. Gran was surprised and asked, really? Lucas nodded firmly. Our village chief will agree. Besides the territory, you can hire human professionals with money to gather info or rescue people. Lucas's words sounded almost too good to be true. It was unlike any human territory Gran knew, too dreamy. Wait and see, Lucas said, patting her shoulder gently. Gran almost stumbled from the light touch. Lucas awkwardly withdrew his hand. Now, about those magical beasts outside, Gran changed the subject. She knew her strengths and didn't dwell on weakness. You mean the beasts following us? Anything special? Lucas asked. They're controlled by a high-level professional from Delicious City. They can see through the beast's eyes, Gran said. We're likely monitored constantly. They might be tracking us to find your human territory and plan revenge. Her words confirmed Lucas's suspicions. He nodded. I suspected it, but didn't expect magical beasts. Their intelligence is limited. Do you want to deal with them? Gran asked cautiously. She believed in their strength. But what if they send more beasts? Kill one, kill two, kill as many as come. Let's see if their master can afford it, Lucas said without hesitation. Gran frowned. Don't you care about consequences? They defend powerful people. Even if Lucas was fine, what about the human territory backing him? Would they allow their orcs to provoke a large territory and high-level professionals? No, it's their fault. Why bear the blame? Lucas said firmly. Aren't you afraid of affecting your human territory? Gran asked bluntly. Lucas hesitated, then said, We're far away. It shouldn't matter. Our territory is only level 2 village. They're a level 2 city, can't directly trouble us. We're not afraid of equal-level territories. Besides, mercenaries and professionals can't rule a territory. Knowing they faced magical beasts, Lucas worried less. They could handle things on the road. He learned from Hope Village residents that when gains don't match effort, many give up. He was gambling now. Exactly. If they come alone, we'll show them why the flowers bloom. O'Neill added proudly. Gran's expression was complicated. Their human territory was just a level 2 village? What were these two thinking? Lucas glared at O'Neill. Don't worry. Our territory supports this. But to avoid trouble, help us clear all tracking beasts quietly. Don't let them find our territory. Hope Village needed to develop quietly. Better to keep a low profile against stronger foes. When strong enough or safe, then fight if you don't agree. Gran relaxed hearing this. At least someone reliable. Why only temporarily? Gran asked. Because they don't know our origin yet. Over time, our territory's reputation will reach them. How long that takes, who knows, Lucas explained. The longer, the stronger we get. Then those mercenaries, even with big backing, won't harm us. What's special about your territory? Gran was curious. What kind of territory gave Lucas and O'Neill such confidence? This human territory must be exceptional. You'll see. You'll like it, Lucas said confidently, oddly naive for a smart man. For some reason, Gran felt reassured. After a moment, she said, Lucas then began planning how to deal with the magical beasts. Fox orcs could locate them perfect. As the group moved on, they cooperated to reduce the number of tracking beasts. Whether more came or not, they'd kill the first batch once far enough. They hoped the high-level professional behind them wouldn't watch constantly. Master Signal, after watching the orcs all day yesterday without incident, had returned to beast training. He was training a mid-level berserk magic bear, a naturally aggressive beast. Normal training was useless. Signal had to scare it severely and use simple commands to control it. He also had restraints to prevent rebellion, ensuring the master's safety. After training, night fell. When Signal opened the magical scroll before sleep, the scene had vanished. His pupils shrank. Had his leading beasts died? He tried another spell, no scene. 2, 3, 4, even 7 or 8, still nothing. Only after summoning the 15th beast did a new scene appear. A huge tiger face flashed, then a scream, then the scene disappeared again. Tiger-headed orc. His beasts had been discovered and killed. Signal's chest tightened painfully. He kept summoning. Each beast died quickly, no chance to recall. When the last beast died at the orc's hands, Signal felt dizzy. Complete annihilation. He was stunned for a long time. Then someone reported, Master, Captain Thor and his group have arrived with payment. Signal was speechless. After a while, he gritted his teeth and coldly threw the scroll to the messenger. Give them the stuff, take the payment, and send them away. I don't want to see them for a while. Big loss. Really big loss. Yes, yes, the messenger bowed and left quickly. Signal was furious, no one dared provoke him now. Outside, Thor waited anxiously. After a while, a man hurried over, handing the scroll to Thor. Captain Thor, the master said keep the payment and leave. No time to see you now. Though polite, Thor understood. He took the scroll and coins, asking, what happened to Master Signal? The beasts and all had accidents, the man said, then left. Thor was stunned. He opened the scroll, showing the beast's tracking route cut off abruptly. Bridges and Philip came over, disbelief on their faces. Failed? So many beasts lost? Does that mean our losses are gone for good? Thor clenched the scroll. These orcs are tougher than we thought. We've offended Master Signal. Forget it for now. What about? We'll talk later. They can hide for a while, but not forever, Thor said darkly. Bridges and Philip said nothing, feeling miserable. They'd suffered losses they never imagined. Meanwhile, Lucas and his group, after confirming no beasts followed from Gran, happily quickened their pace. They'd traveled fast for 2 days. If someone came to meet them, they'd meet tomorrow or the day after. Back in the Orc Kingdom, human faces were hated. But thinking of Hope Village residents, they missed them dearly. They looked forward to reunion. Meanwhile, Zhou Bai was leading her team swiftly toward the rendezvous point. Compared to the troubles Lucas's group faced, Zhou Bai's journey was much smoother, allowing them to advance quickly while practicing speed-related skills. In short, they were pushing themselves to the limit. The magical beasts that tried to follow them mostly became their prey, barely slowing their progress. Many followers were inspired by this atmosphere. After all, what's more motivating than seeing someone stronger working even harder? Most importantly, everyone realized that through their efforts, they were beginning to establish a foothold in this world. How much farther? Zhou Bai asked Paul after resting briefly in a small forest. Paul pulled out a simple map showing the agreed meeting spot circled, a place chosen based on their speeds, where whoever arrived first would wait. At our current pace, 1 more day's travel and we'll be there, Paul said excitedly. Since this was a mission, everyone hoped to finish quickly. Paul had already been credited contribution points by the territory for guiding them. Such hopeful days were truly uplifting. Joe silently counted the time, knowing that after returning, they'd have time to prepare for the territory war. Everyone rest here tonight. We'll start early tomorrow, Joe said, assigning night watch shifts so all could rest well. Understood, the group stopped and began preparing food. Joe unpacked sleeping bags and set up her resting area. Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting immediately helped. Dad, I can manage, Joe said, a bit helpless. You can, but it doesn't conflict with me taking care of my daughter, Zhou Zhengping replied without hesitation. Busy with territory affairs, he rarely cared for his daughter, but now he wouldn't let her do everything alone. His wife had also reminded him to look after Zhou Bai. Zhou paused, then said, "All right, I'll get some food for you." "No, I'll do it," Li said quickly, starting a fire. "You should rest, you must be tired," Zhou Zhengping urged. Zhou glanced at her stamina and mana, long travel drained both. As a dual class, she mostly used one skill set to train and conserve energy for emergencies. This was the advantage of dual classing. Since there was nothing else to do, she rested. She set up tables and chairs from her ample backpack, wanting to enjoy life despite the hard work. As leader, she felt responsible for her team's comfort. Soon, snacks filled the tables, and torches lit the area brightly. "Night watchers can rest here," Zhou said. "Thank you, village chief," the team expressed gratitude. Now, knights had a place to pass time. Zhou sat down. Li soon returned with a simple but hearty bowl of instant noodles with meat. While the team feasted, a pair of eyes secretly watched them. After confirming they were just passing through, the watcher left quietly. The next morning at dawn, the group rose and resumed travel. After they left, someone came and quietly took the items they'd left behind. The theft was silent and unnoticed. After another day's travel, Zhou Bai's team reached the agreed meeting spot. They searched, but found no sign of Lucas and O'Neill's group. So they rested by a natural lake. After 2 days of travel, many couldn't resist washing up. Some bared their arms. Zhou Zhengping blocked Zhou Bai's view. "Don't look, dirty eyes." Zhou Bai silently withdrew her gaze. At that moment, those in the lake shouted, "Damn, it's so salty. Watch out. The stones are sharp." "I'm sure I got cut. Don't jump in yet, let's check." Someone dove again and surfaced with many shells. "This is a saltwater lake with lots of shell fragments, limestone," said Chang Xiangming, a novel fan who knew about cement, gunpowder, and glass recipes. Hope Village had even posted a notice seeking limestone for road construction. Locals didn't understand, but Blue Star residents did. Though coastal areas had shells, most human territories were inland or dragon-controlled, so shell resources were scarce. Now, they found shells here. Though fewer than the sea, the lake's area meant plenty for now and future use. Zhou Bai smiled, crossed to the lake, examined the shells, and said, "Let's all gather these shells." She added, "The territory buys shells at 10 copper coins per pound, 1 contribution point per 10 pounds. The team's eyes lit up. Though the rate seemed small, accumulated it was a big sum and free. Many who hadn't planned to enter the water jumped in eagerly. The bravest were the orcs, motivated by the thought of earning copper coins. Soon, the lake echoed with splashes. Zhou Bai watched amusedly. When Lucas and O'Neill arrived, they found the scene lively and were momentarily stunned. Sheepheaded and fox orcs following them were also surprised and a bit worried. Why meet people so suddenly? But Lucas and O'Neill respectfully greeted Zhou Bai, village chief. Hearing this, Dean and Gran realized this seemingly weak woman was the human leader. Lucas and O'Neill, stronger orcs, showed her great respect. Impressive. Dean and Gran observed Zhou Bai closely, especially Gran. In the Orc Kingdom, strength ruled regardless of gender. But natural differences made female orc leaders rare. Fox orcs relied on intelligence, so leadership depended on who could lead the territory to prosperity. Gran, smart from youth and valued by family, dreamed of revitalizing her territory. But strength often overshadowed ideals. Seeing Zhou, she thought this disaster might be her opportunity. Zhou stood tall in a human territory where strength spoke loudest, commanding respect from orcs like Lucas and O'Neill. Learning from her might benefit Gran for life. Though all races on Stan continent opposed humans, remembering humans once crushed others. Humans were the smartest race. Gran's eyes shone brightly, catching Zhou's attention. "They're the orcs you rescued?" Zhou asked. "Yes. This is Dean, leader of the sheep-headed orcs, and Gran, leader of the fox orcs," Lucas introduced. "Welcome to our territory," Zhou said directly, then looked at Dean. Though not a lord, a clan leader was crucial to rally sheep-headed orcs. Dean felt nervous but said, "Please take care of us, village chief." He realized it wasn't so hard to say. They hadn't faced malice on the journey. They just followed orders. Hopefully, they wouldn't be mistreated. Zhou thought of the obedient Beck and Aina in the territory. Sheep-headed orcs seemed quite lovable. "We have your kin here. You can find them. Since you like farming and husbandry, we've arranged housing near fields and farms," Zhou said. Dean was stunned. Their kin in a human territory? He felt much safer. Zhou looked at Gran. "You're welcome too." Gran nodded, calming her excitement. There were many opportunities in human lands. Lucas continued, "Gran and her fox orcs helped us deal with tracking magical beasts." He explained the whole story, emphasizing delicious cities' involvement. Gran felt her heart gripped tightly. Would the village chief blame them? "Good job," Zhou praised, surprising Gran. Lucas glanced at Gran, silently saying, "See? No blame here." Gran was silent, but felt a new emotion rising. Seeing their exchange, Zhou knew something was going on but didn't press, instead asking details to prepare the territory. Hope Village had already attracted many territories' attention. A few mercenary teams and high-level professionals were no big deal now. That concluded the report. O'Neill looked at the shell gatherers and asked, "What are they doing?" He saw orcs happily collecting shells, like picking up money. Money made orcs work happily. Zhou smiled. "Shells are important materials. The territory pays copper coins and contribution points." She added, "Go join them. After gathering, we'll head back." "All right." O'Neill agreed, gathering his family. Father, Laura, Ruth, Molly, Penny. "Willi, Enoch, Ford, Chad, follow me." He introduced them to Zhou. Zhou paused. "You have many wives?" O'Neill asked cautiously, "Village chief?" "What's wrong?" "Nothing, go ahead," Zhou said, respecting their customs. No wonder O'Neill valued money so much. Others had a few wives, he had dozens. O'Neill laughed and went off with his family to earn money. Others eagerly joined the lake. Even new sheep-headed and fox orcs, seeing Zhou's group welcome them, joined in. Strength in numbers. With 600 or 700 working, the lake was soon emptied of shells. Many got addicted, even collecting stones. Pebbles were also in demand in the territory. After gathering, everyone came to Zhou to settle accounts. Dean and the new orcs' hearts pounded with joy. They never expected to earn money from humans. This act won their loyalty instantly. No matter what others said, money from humans was real proof. It showed humans had rules and wouldn't bully them. After settling, Zhou organized the team to return. Compared to before, now under Zhou's leadership, the team shared meals together, including sheep-headed and fox orcs. They tasted the delicious food that had tempted them all along. "Gran, I think this human territory is really good," Fox Orc Thomas said after observing the team. Some unconscious behaviors revealed the truth. For example, human professionals treated sheep-headed orc cubs gently, even giving snacks and petting their heads. This showed genuine care. Gran nodded. After being praised by Zhou for reporting, she felt this human territory was different. But reason told her to observe more. Fox orcs felt this, She petted orcs even more so. At the rear, they were less resistant to joining the human territory. The team resumed their frantic pace. After a day, they returned to the small forest camp at nightfall. They noticed something odd. "Hey, our temporary overnight gear is gone." "Someone's been here," a professional said. "Mine too." "The hammock is missing." Jobai paused, then said, "Be more vigilant tonight." Someone taking their things meant others were active nearby. They were just passing through, so no need for conflict. Especially since Lucas's group had offended Delicia City. If others found their trail, it could reach Delicia. Enemies were best found late. Understood. Meanwhile, Gran led Fox Orc sniffing around and found a distinct scent. She told Jobai, village chief, "There's definitely a group living nearby." "It's human?" Jobai asked. "No, not human, not orc, not beast. I've never smelled anything like it." Jobai looked at Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting. "Dad, Uncle Li, shall we check it out?" All right, they agreed. Not knowing their purpose made them uneasy. Under cover of night, dressed in dark gear, they followed Gran to a nearby hill. From the top, they saw simple houses and many figures below. Jobai was stunned. The figures looked familiar. Not other races, but goblins. A goblin group had openly built a temporary settlement on human territory. Impressive. The location was excellent. Without Gran's nose, they might have missed it. Zhou Zheping whispered, "Should we bring them in?" Goblins were useful to Hope Village. For example, 2 goblins managed the iron mine, ensuring steady ore output and weapon materials. If they could recruit this goblin group, the territory might gain more resources. Goblins lived cautiously outside, less stable than in Hope Village. Jobai thought, then said, "Remember this place. We'll come back later. Now's not the time. Their kin here are best suited." They had goblins in the territory. Letting them find kin and hear about the good life was better. Deciding this, they left quietly. The next morning, they departed again. Though leaving, Jobai left many items behind. Soon after, goblins sneaked in, delighted by the gifts. Humans were so generous, freebies for them. But the goblin leader felt uneasy. He remembered the label on the items, Hope Village. Day 57 of the Apocalypse, Hope Village. The selection exams had ended with great fanfare the day before. Early this morning, many people were already waiting outside the Lord's Manor for the official announcement of the results. The results are coming out today. I'm so nervous. My heart was pounding the whole time during the exam yesterday, and now it's happening again. I can almost hear my own heartbeat. Same here. We've worked so hard for this day. I really hope I get in. By the way, which department did you apply for? What was your test like? I went for the finance office, since I used to be an accountant. The questions were all calculations. Mine were mostly theoretical analysis. We never studied that stuff, so I guess our chances are lower? Not at all. We've forgotten most of it anyway, and the questions were all about current problems in the territory. It's really about personal ability. Yeah, everyone has their strengths. You're way stronger than us physically. And you're smarter than us. Well, if it doesn't work out this time, there's always next time. As the territory grows, more staff will be needed, and every exam is more experience. Any tips? I don't think I'll make it this time, but maybe next time. I don't have any, but maybe someone will write a book about it soon. Their chatter helped calm everyone's nerves. It also made it clear that while the territory offered equal opportunity, you still needed real skills to stand out. Those hoping to get by with tricks realized that only genuine ability would get them through. The idea of taking shortcuts faded, and people began to take the exams seriously. The Blue Star residents didn't mind. They had some advantages over the locals, but most preferred to focus on combat skills, knowing that strength was the foundation for survival in this world. Interestingly, the locals seemed to enjoy working for the territory even more. Maybe, to them, it represented a special status. Rock was in the crowd, listening to the conversations, his heart racing. He'd felt good about his answers, but now he was nervous, worried he might not measure up to the original residents. Beth, seeing her husband's anxiety, comforted him. "Don't worry, you'll do great. You're as good as anyone in business." Her husband had built a trading company from nothing. She believed he'd excel anywhere. Rock smiled at her support. "Yeah." Just then, the announcement board inside the manor began to display the results. "The list is out. Quick, see if I made it." I got in." "Oh well, I didn't." The crowd erupted in excitement and disappointment. Everyone's joy and sorrow was their own. Beth grabbed Rock's hand and scanned the list. Soon, she spotted his name at the very top of the business management department. "Rock, you got in. You're first," she exclaimed, knowing the list was ranked by score. That meant Rock was number one. Yeah. Though he only said one word, Rock was deeply moved. He'd been confident, but seeing his name made it real. This was a new beginning in Hope Village. "Your kids will be so proud. Let's go celebrate with them. How about burgers and fried chicken?" Beth suggested, knowing it was their children's favorite treat, though they rarely let them have it. Beth felt much more at home in Hope Village than in Barnes Village. Life here was truly comfortable, and she was glad she'd followed her husband. "All right," Rock agreed, smiling. "Tonight, I'll treat the trading company brothers too. They helped me a lot. Without them, I wouldn't have earned so many contribution points." "Of course. Be generous when it's time to be generous," Beth said. They soon found their 3 sons and shared the good news. The family of 5 set off to celebrate, but just then, they ran into Hudson's group. Hudson noticed Rock's excitement and felt a pang. He'd seen Rock at the exam yesterday, writing furiously, and it made him uncomfortable. Back in Barnes Village, Hudson had always known Rock was smart, which was why he'd tried to squeeze him. His team always got more than others. Now, seeing Rock leave without hesitation and thrive, Hudson couldn't help but feel bitter. But he also knew Rock was no longer someone he could control. Rock noticed Hudson's complicated expression and smiled faintly. He was saying goodbye to the past and heading for a better future. The better he did, the more it would slap the faces of those who'd oppressed him. That felt truly satisfying. With that thought, Rock led his family past Hudson without a word. Hudson watched them go, listening to the children's excited voices, and let out a long sigh. "Captain, now that we've confirmed the selection process is real, should we leave?" one of his men asked nervously. The longer they stayed, the more their resolve wavered. All the former Barnes Village residents seemed happier and better off here. Seeing their bright smiles made his heart itch. Better to leave soon. "Yeah," Hudson nodded. They went to the manor to confirm the results. There were many original and new residents present. Of the 20-plus people hired, only a third were original Hope Village residents. Hope Village really was hiring fairly. Hudson felt a twinge of envy, but only a little. He'd always been favored in Barnes Village, and those who benefit from favoritism don't like fairness. "Let's pack up and head back," Hudson ordered. "Yes," the team replied, though many glanced at the list, their eyes flickering with thoughts only they knew. Hope Village's fairness wasn't just noticed by them. Merchants from other territories and new mercenary teams were all watching. The most interested were those from Benjala Town. Used to strict hierarchies, they doubted Hope Village's fairness, staying only for its potential. But this exam showed them something new, the fairness they'd always wanted. Now, Hope Village was even more worth staying in. In that moment, the spirit of fairness became deeply rooted in the hearts of countless residents, leaving a lasting impact. Maybe it wouldn't change things overnight, but over time, more and more people would be drawn to Hope Village. Because what Hope Village offered was something most territories could not. Bear, upon hearing the news, recalled Zhou Bai's words and smiled. The Lord's goal for the selection exam had been achieved. He thought, when the Lord returned, she'd be happy too. At that moment, Zhou Bai and her team were drawing closer to Hope Village. The nearer they got, the more visibly nervous the new orcs became. Would a human territory really welcome them? "We're finally back." Before dusk had even fallen, Zhou Bai's group entered the boundaries of Hope Village after a full day's journey. O'Neill couldn't help but exclaim with excitement. After so many days away, It felt like a real ordeal for him. Now, back in the territory, he could finally enjoy some comfort. Many of the orcs, though quieter than O'Neill, wore the same look of excitement on their faces. Dean and Gran both noticed this change and could genuinely feel how happy the orcs were to be returning. They could hardly imagine that orcs would ever consider a human territory their home. Compared to the returning orcs, Dean, Gran, and the other new arrivals felt increasingly anxious, quietly following along and glancing around nervously. As they continued, they began to encounter people on the main road. When they saw human professionals, the new orcs instinctively tensed up, ready to defend themselves. But to their surprise, these professionals didn't point weapons at them or run away. Instead, they greeted them warmly, or rather, greeted the people in their group. "Village Chief, you're back. How did the trip go? Anything interesting happen? O'Neill, did you bring all these orcs back? That's amazing. You really pulled it off. What an achievement. Impressive. Wow, sheep-headed orcs. How did you manage to bring so many back?" Many professionals greeted them with easy familiarity. This was common in Hope Village, especially among the Blue Star residents. To them, this world was all new, and all species were equally unfamiliar, so their attitude was naturally open and casual. Gradually, their attitude influenced some of the local professionals who had come to Hope Village to survive. As a result, having undead or orcs as part of the territory became normal. Some even thought the more, the better, since it strengthened the territory. They'd also noticed the benefits of other races. The undead, for example, now ran the tailoring, blacksmithing, and iron mining operations. Without them, the territory wouldn't be nearly as self-sufficient in weapons and equipment. The orcs, with their strength, were the vanguard against high-level magical beasts, and the sheep-headed orcs supported half of the territory's production. In short, any race, placed in the right position, could shine. Conflicts with other races were always about interests, but the territory's interests came first. Of course, most of those bold enough to chat so freely were still Blue Star residents. The local residents needed more time to become as outgoing. So, when Dean and Gran saw these professionals chatting so naturally with O'Neill, they were shocked. It was nothing like what they'd imagined or experienced before. Ever since they'd been rescued by these orcs, everything had changed. Now, they could feel the curious gazes on them, full of interest, but not a trace of malice. Maybe this was why orcs like Lucas and O'Neill were willing to bring their families to Hope Village, because the territory truly treated them well. It went pretty well. At least we all made it back, and we gained a lot, O'Neill boasted, showing off a little. Lucas, knowing O'Neill's personality, quickly coughed to remind him. Robbery wasn't something to talk about openly. No matter what, that had to stay low-key. O'Neill caught the hint and shut up. Anyway, we got a lot out of it. The others understood. They'd clearly had some good fortune. No one pried into their gains and moved on to ask about Dean and the others. When Dean and his group were mentioned, they looked a bit self-conscious. We met them on the way back. They had nowhere to go, but heard Hope Village was good, so they came with us, Lucas explained. The less said about the mercenary team from Delicious City and the robbery, the better. With so many merchants and mercenaries coming and going, it was best to keep things quiet. Good choice. You won't regret coming to Hope Village. We'll treat you just like our own. Just look at Lucas and O'Neill. Warm, welcoming eyes fell on Dean, Gran, and the new orcs. The professionals could see their nervousness. That wouldn't do. Now that they were here, they were part of Hope Village. Only by making them feel at home would they work hard for the territory. Dean, Gran, and the others could sense the genuine goodwill. They were a bit dazed. There was no rejection, only welcome. If these humans could always be like this, maybe life here wouldn't be so bad. No one stepped forward to say much, since they didn't know what to say yet. But that didn't stop the professionals from chatting away. It's okay, you're just shy. We get it. You're new here, but you'll get used to us soon. If you ever need anything, just ask us for help. And so, the whole way back was filled with cheerful chatter. More and more people joined in, and the earlier professionals kindly answered questions and shared information about Hope Village. Joe Bai and the others didn't interrupt. They knew that kindness from others would help the new orcs integrate and ease their worries. And it worked. The constant greetings soon made Dean, Gran, and the others forget their anxiety, focusing instead on all the things they were learning about Hope Village. Finally, they reached the village gates. Looking up at the town-sized gates, Dean, Gran, and the new orcs finally felt it for real. They had arrived in a human territory. From now on, they would begin a new life here. What would this new life hold for them? After returning to the territory, the professionals who had traveled with Joe Bai immediately scattered in all directions, as if fish returning to water, completely at ease. Joe Bai looked at the professionals who had journeyed with her and said to Zhou Zhengping, "Dad, you all go rest first. The mission is complete, and the territory will handle the rewards. I'll take care of arranging the new residence." "All right," Zhou Zhengping agreed. After 3 days on the road, everyone was indeed tired. As the village chief, Joe Bai took on the responsibility of settling the new residents, especially since they were of other races. Once the others left, only the orcs remained. Having chosen to become residents, they were amazed by the lively atmosphere of the territory. In their old lands, there was little entertainment. Once night fell, everyone went home, and life was simple and primitive. They'd heard that human territories were lively at night, but seeing it for themselves was a shock. Some of the young orcs were wide-eyed with wonder. So bright, so lively, so many people. I didn't know there could be so many out at night. Human territories are so nice. It smells so good. Compared to the reserved adults, the young orcs were fearless and full of curiosity. At first, they'd been scared of humans, but after being treated kindly and given good food during the journey, their fear faded and their true nature showed. Seeing the excited children, the adult orcs snapped out of their daze and instinctively looked to Zhou Bai for guidance. She was the village chief, after all, and her attitude mattered most. Zhou Bai understood and spoke up immediately. "Would you like to eat first, or see your new homes?" "Let's find our homes first," Dean answered without hesitation. "I agree," Gran added. Only after settling in could they truly relax. "All right. We'll take you to your homes and register your identities along the way," Zhou Bai said, then turned to Lucas and his group. "You all come with me for registration. After that, you can arrange your people as you see fit." She glanced at O'Neill's large family and added, "If you brought a big family, you can have a separate house or several, depending on your needs. The territory has enough buildings, and you can buy or rent according to the rules." "Got it," Lucas replied quickly. O'Neill looked delighted and told his father, wives, and children, "I'll buy each of you a house." That way, his wives wouldn't fight as much. He was just too popular. "Thank you, O'Neill. You're amazing. Father, you're incredible." O'Neill's wives and children showered him with praise, making him even prouder. Other tiger-headed orcs looked on with envy. O'Neill really had more savings than them, though they weren't doing badly either. "I'll buy a 2-story stone house for my family." "Me too, I've got the money ready." "Haha, I didn't have enough before, but now I can buy 2. For orcs, as for any race, a house meant belonging. Old Tigerhead Fawk nodded quietly, feeling emotional. He'd never imagined that, at his age, he'd get to live in a human house. He used to envy the prosperity of human lands when they fought them. He just hoped this place would be as reliable as his son said, so he could enjoy his old age. The sheep-headed and fox orcs, seeing the others talk so confidently, began to hope they too could have their own homes here. The group headed toward the Lord's manor, curiously observing everything and feeling the stares of others. Many orcs felt uneasy, especially the sheep-headed ones, but their recent experiences and the kindness of the professionals helped ease their fears. The fox orcs, bolder by nature, carefully observed Hope Village, looking for a place to fit in. After all, now that they were here, survival was what mattered. The kobolds and tigerheads who came with Lucas and O'Neill were even more relaxed, chatting away and asking their kin about life in Hope Village. "What's in those shops? Smells so good. Is it the jerky and instant noodles you sold in our land?" "No, that was just for travel. Here, there's plenty of fresh, delicious food." There's so much, I can't even list it all. Once you're settled, you'll see you'll never run out of things to eat. Is it expensive? With your skills, you can afford it. But to really fill up, it's a bit pricey, so I suggest eating at the restaurants. The food there is amazing. What about work? When you register at the manor, check the job postings. If you see something that fits, just sign up. As the orcs explained, a whole new world opened up for the newcomers, and their faces lit up with hope. If things were really as described, this would be their ideal home. Joe noticed the conversations and was touched. She hadn't given the orcs any special treatment, just treated them as residents, and yet they were so grateful. It made her even clearer about the territory's future. In Hope Village, anyone who became a resident, regardless of race, would be protected as one of their own. Soon, they reached the Lord's Manor. Passing by the school, Joe noticed it was finally finished, thanks to the new architect NPC TURs. With his help, construction had sped up dramatically. The school, a 6-story building with 5 blocks, was now the most impressive structure in the village. The orcs were stunned. Joe saw the many children among them and explained, "This is the school, where children study. Once they're 6, they can enroll. Tuition isn't expensive, and if you want, you can send your kids here." The orcs were dizzy with excitement. School. Learning. They'd heard that human academies produced elites. If their children could have that chance. Thinking of their children becoming stronger than themselves, they were thrilled. "We want to. When does school start? How much does it cost?" Joe smiled. "After the territory war, school will officially open. Some teachers are already hired, and all requirements will be announced soon. Just wait." The orcs were excited, but also noticed the mention of the territory war. They'd heard it was a time to get rich, and were determined to participate. O'Neill's children, already 6, declared, "Village chief, will beat any invaders in the territory war." Joe smiled. With so many orcs, most of them mid-level warriors, the territory's strength had grown. She was no longer worried about the war. They wouldn't lose. A sheep-headed orc whispered to Dean, "Can our kids go too?" His face was full of hope. "Of course. If she says everyone can, we can too," Dean replied happily. "Great." That was the heartfelt wish of all the sheep-headed orcs. A fox orc said to Gran, "This human territory really is good. Maybe our misfortune turned out to be a blessing." Gran pursed her lips, looking around, and silently agreed. Who would have thought? The group entered the manor to register. The staff were ready, and soon everyone had their IDs. After leaving, the orcs split into 2 groups. Sheepheads and foxes followed Joe to the farmlands, while tigerheads and kobolds went with Lucas and O'Neill. At the farmlands, Beck and Aina were waiting. When Dean saw Beck, he was stunned. "Beck. Grandpa." Beck was just as shocked. He'd planned to visit his grandfather soon, but never expected to see him here. Dean hugged his long-lost grandson and wept. Joe hadn't expected such a touching reunion. Once emotions calmed, she said, "Beck, Aina, help your kin settle in. If anyone can't afford rent, they can apply to the territory and pay it off over time." Joe never intended to give special treatment. Everyone followed the same rules. "Don't worry, village chief, I'll handle it," Beck promised. After living in Hope Village, he learned a lot and could easily help his kin. Joe left them to it, giving them space. "Grandpa, let's get you settled first." "We'll talk tonight," Beck said. Though he wanted to know what had happened, settling everyone came first. "All right," Dean agreed. With family in Hope Village, he felt at ease, especially since his grandson was here. Everything went smoothly. Joe decided to check on Lucas and O'Neill's group, though she doubted there'd be any problems, especially with Lucas around. To her surprise, she found them in the trading district, hawking their wares. Instead of settling in, they were selling off the loot from Delicious City. After all, settling families required money, and they needed to cash out and split the spoils. High-grade potions, special sale. Gold equipment, cheap. Lots of purple gear, defense, offense, you name it. Don't miss out. Their shouts drew a crowd of professionals. High-grade potions, gold gear, purple gear, these were rare in the territory. Of course, people wondered where the orcs got all this. Jobai paused, curiosity piqued, and squeezed into the crowd to see for herself. Jobai hadn't known what Lucas and the others had gained, nor had he planned to ask. After all, those were their own spoils. But judging from what he'd just overheard, their haul was quite substantial, and the items were far from cheap. When he finally saw what they'd laid out, Jobai was honestly dazzled. At that moment, he finally understood why that mercenary captain, after leaving, had still hired a beastmaster to send magical beasts to track them down. That grudge was definitely deep. Luckily, those mercenary captains hadn't been robbed themselves. Otherwise, with the treasures they carried, it would have been a fight to the death. Jobai's arrival was immediately noticed by O'Neill. "Village chief, you're here. If you see anything you like, I'll give you a good price." O'Neill hurriedly called out. If he could, he'd rather just give it to Jobai. But he knew the other party wouldn't accept that, so a cheap sale would have to do. "All right," Jobai replied, starting to browse the dazzling array of goods. After all, who would ever complain about having too much good equipment? Right now, Jobai was most interested in defensive gear. After searching for a bit, he found exactly what he needed. A golden cloak. The name was simple, but its effects were anything but. When used, it temporarily increased defense by 200 and vitality by 1000, and even boosted damage within a certain range. When facing magical beasts of a higher level, Jobai could hold out in a drawn-out fight, but since the beasts' attacks were stronger, he always had to be extra careful. With this high-bonus equipment, he could clearly fight more freely. "I'll take this one," Jobai said. "Village chief, just 2. 1 gold coin is fine," O'Neill quickly replied. "Isn't that a bit too cheap?" Jobai couldn't help but laugh. A piece of golden equipment for 1 gold coin was basically giving it away. It's enough, O'Neill insisted. "Let's make it 10 gold coins. That way I'm taking advantage of you," Jobai said, handing O'Neill 10 gold coins on the spot. O'Neill was stunned, and before he could protest, Jobai had already taken the equipment and left. Watching her leave, O'Neill pursed his lips. Lucas, noticing the scene, said, "That's just how the village chief is. The best way we can help is by working hard." With a leader like this, they felt even more confident that life in Hope Village would only get better. O'Neill nodded. At that moment, a few professionals who had witnessed the scene thickened their skin and said, "O'Neill, if you want to sell cheap, sell to me. Name your price, I won't haggle. Get lost, don't try to take advantage of me." It wasn't easy for us to get this equipment, O'Neill quickly waved them off. "How'd you get it? Where'd you get it?" someone asked, suddenly interested. "Is that something you should be asking?" O'Neill deflected. "Are you buying or not? If not, move aside." All right, I won't ask. But you guys really struck it rich." They figured this group of beastmen must have taken it from some team, and judging by the quality, the victims weren't people they could mess with. Soon, the scene turned into a lively bargaining session, and when rare items appeared, even bidding wars broke out. The wealthy in the territory truly weren't lacking in money. As a result, the equipment and magical items in their hands were being sold off at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, Baker and Aina had already assigned houses to their families. Fortunately, the mercenaries had been in such a rush to capture them that they hadn't confiscated their supplies or copper coins, so most of the Go folk could afford the rent. Their bigger worry was what life in Hope Village would be like. So, after settling in, Dean led the Go folk to ask Baker about Hope Village, with Gran and the Fox folk tagging along. They all knew that what came from Baker's mouth would be more genuine. Or rather, they needed someone credible to vouch for Hope Village, to dispel their last doubts. "How have you been here?" Dean asked Baker. "I was summoned while gathering seeds outside. Since the contract could be dissolved at any time, I agreed. Later, I found life here pretty good, so I..." Baker scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "Grandpa, you don't have to worry. This place is really great. I've even taken on a lot of apprentices. Most of these farmlands are my responsibility, and the village chief even invited me to be a teacher at the school. Baker understood his grandfather and clansmen's concerns. He didn't know what else to say, so he just spoke from his own experience, the most honest answer. Dean listened and felt reassured. He trusted his grandson wouldn't lie to him. He continued, "Can we really find work in the territory?" "Yes. Even if you can't find work here, you can join teams to hunt magical beasts. While we're weaker than other beastmen, here our strength isn't considered weak. I suggest the elders stay in the territory, and the younger ones go out to improve themselves," Baker said seriously. "The tiger folk and dog folk seem to have a special status here?" Gran interjected. "They were summoned earlier and, because of their strength, became soldiers right away. Later, as the territory grew stronger, summoning became rare, unless you have special skills," Baker explained. "Now, new tiger folk and dog folk can't become soldiers immediately unless they earn enough contribution points." "How do you earn contribution points?" Gran asked eagerly. After becoming a resident, she noticed a new contribution stat on her panel and wanted to know how to earn it quickly. Baker glanced at Gran and replied gently, "First, by exchanging resources with the territory. The rarer the resource, the more points you get. Quantity helps too. You can also earn points by contributing to the territory, like performing well in territory wars or completing missions. The fastest way right now is probably the upcoming territory war. There are only a few days left. If we fight for the territory, they won't use us beastmen as cannon fodder, will they?" Gran speculated. After all, the territory had suddenly taken in so many beastmen right before the war. Everyone knew beastmen were fierce fighters. Baker's usually gentle face showed a flash of anger. "Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Last time we fought another beastman territory, a lot of their beastmen died, but not a single one of ours did." Gran hadn't expected Baker to get so angry, but the information he revealed was reassuring. She quickly apologized. "I just didn't know how things worked here and was worried. Before this, we were captured by humans and almost sold as slaves." At the word slaves, Baker's anger faded. It was understandable. He said, "Forget it, you didn't know before. Now you do, so be careful what you say." Gran nodded. She could see it now. The beastmen here really cared about the territory. Dean, too, realized that his grandson already saw himself as part of a human territory. That was good. It meant the beastmen were truly happy here. The other Go folk continued to ask all sorts of questions, and Baker patiently answered them all. With each answer, the goat folks' hearts gradually settled. Gurgle, gurgle, at that moment, many stomachs started to rumble. They were all a bit hungry. Seeing this, Baker smiled and said, "I've told you all about the situation. Now you can go explore the territory. There's plenty of food here. And by walking around, you'll get to know the place faster." Hearing this, the Go folk looked at each other, then left in small groups. With over 200 of them, it wasn't practical to go out all together. Splitting up was better. Once most had left, Baker turned to Dean. "Grandpa, let me take you to get something to eat." "All right," Dean nodded. At that moment, Gran asked, "Can I come with you?" Baker looked at her, hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Compared to the Go folk, the Fox folk were few in number, so it was normal for them to feel insecure. Letting them get to know Hope Village better would help them see what a great place it was. After Baker agreed, Gran told the other Fox folk to explore on their own. She believed that with their cleverness, they'd pick up on the details of Hope Village quickly. Then, Gran followed Baker and Dean. Soon, they reached the main street. The street was brightly lit, bustling with prosperity, dazzling to the eyes, and filled with a different kind of energy. They quickly spotted some of their clansmen, happily eating in various shops, looking completely satisfied. These Go folk had barely arrived at the commercial street before being pulled into shops by enthusiastic vendors, and, being soft-hearted, they couldn't refuse such warmth. This very trait actually helped them blend in more smoothly. And once they tasted the food, almost no one could resist its allure. Dean watched the scene and couldn't help but look at Baker. "You knew this would happen?" "Yeah, I've seen it a lot." Actually, whether beastmen or humans, most people who come to Hope Village end up loving it, the environment, the food. Baker nodded. Grandpa, I'm really glad to have met you here. Now I don't have to choose between my old territory and this one. Dean was silent for a moment. He'd come here by force, and as a newcomer, he couldn't have Baker's feelings for the place. But Grandpa respects your choice. From now on, let's live well here, Dean replied. Maybe Go folk were better off living in someone else's territory, where the whole tribe could be safer. As long as Hope Village could shelter them, wasn't that enough? Baker nodded firmly. Then he prepared to take Dean to the canteen for a meal. Only the canteen served rice porridge this late. At his grandfather's age, it was better to eat something easy to digest. That was a human custom, but it made sense. On their way to the restaurant, they saw a crowd gathered around O'Neill's stall. Dean listened to the shouts and felt a twinge of envy. He knew the tiger folk and dog folk had robbed the mercenary team from Darisha City. Compared to them, the Go folk were really lacking. Sensing Dean's thoughts, Baker comforted him. Don't worry, Grandpa. Hope Village isn't a place where only the strong thrive, it's a place for the hardworking. As long as you work hard, you can live a good life. Gran heard this too. Watching O'Neill and the others grinning as they made money, she secretly resolved to make the most of her time in Hope Village. She realized that coming here was truly a stroke of luck. And so, under the guidance of the old beastmen and enthusiastic residents, the new arrivals quickly began to integrate into Hope Village. Their arrival brought new business opportunities for many merchants. For outsiders from other territories, watching Hope Village grow busier and stronger brought mixed feelings. These things must have been taken from at least mid-level professionals, said a mercenary beside Wendell. They'd stayed in Hope Village after spotting its business potential. Day by day, they watched Hope Village transform and grow stronger, and couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Wendell, the mercenary captain, listened and said, "It's not just the goods. Those extra Go folk, they must have been taken too. I don't believe they'd bring back so many weaklings to the Beastman territory." Taken? From where? There's a territory on the border between the Beastman Kingdom and the human kingdom called Darisha City. They've long been in the slave trade, with beastmen as a core commodity. Most beastman slaves in the human kingdom come from there. O'Neill and his group probably not only took equipment from there, but also freed these beastmen, Wendell analyzed, eyes narrowing. The people from Darisha City must have suffered a huge loss. Not just a loss, they must hate them. We're talking hundreds, maybe thousands of gold coins, another mercenary gasped. I wonder if the Hope Village chief knows about this. She knows. She just doesn't care, doesn't ask, and all the spoils still belong to the beastmen, Wendell said, with a hint of admiration. Hope Village's attitude toward other races was truly unusual. Think about it, if they'd gotten so many good things elsewhere, could they have kept them for themselves? No way. But in Hope Village, even beastmen were no exception. No wonder the beastmen were so loyal. Even he, after staying here for a while, was tempted to settle down. Aren't they afraid? Darisha City is a level 2 city, a giant on the Stan continent. With so many beastmen, word will get out and trouble will come knocking. Will the chief and village leader just let them do as they please? The mercenary asked in disbelief. That's probably because Hope Village is confident. Among territories of the same level, it has nothing to fear. As for Darisha City, no matter how powerful, it can't really go to war with them. And a mercenary team can't compare to a territory, Wendell replied, echoing Joe Bai's thoughts. I wouldn't dare. Wendell smiled. It was precisely because most people wouldn't dare that Hope Village was so special. Captain, when are we going back to Benjala Town? In a few days, Hope Village will have its territory war and might face a raiding territory. Staying here could be risky. Although Hope Village was getting stronger, its enemies were formidable. Who knew what the captain was planning? Wendell nodded. Exactly because the territory war is coming, they're desperate for supplies. We should make as much as we can now and leave the day before their immunity period starts. Even if we're late, it's fine. He wasn't worried about Hope Village's safety. With its current wealth and military strength, it could definitely withstand attacks from other territories, even raiding ones. Still, he didn't want to take risks. But leaving was fine. By the time the territory war ended, Viscount Charlotte should be back in the capital, and besides this team, there were other mercenary teams heading to various territories. Once Hope Village's products hit the market, they'd probably become all the rage in the human kingdom. Hope Village would experience explosive growth. If it could hold on to its gains, it would surely become a major territory in the future. Let's see what happens then. If it survives, he'd be willing to give up everything in Benjala Town and start over in Hope Village, taking another big gamble. Yes, the mercenary replied. He was a bit surprised at how much his captain trusted Hope Village. He glanced at the bustling scene around him and thought to himself, he was starting to believe in Hope Village's strength too. Day 58 of the apocalypse. The territory war was drawing closer, and the entire territory had entered a state of full preparation. Stone, a crucial material for the territory's defenses, had become a top priority for many professionals heading out to gather resources. Although the profit from collecting stone was low, most professionals were still willing to contribute to the territory's construction. So, early in the morning, teams of professionals were already gathering in front of the Lord's Manor. Teams with fixed members set out as soon as everyone arrived, while more flexible teams stayed behind to recruit more people. Baker, together with his chieftain grandfather Dean, had also selected some of the best warriors from the Go folk. When they arrived, they looked serious on the outside, but their hearts were pounding. Baker had already told them, no matter how nervous you feel, don't let it show. Thanks to Baker and Aina, the goat folk's gentle and cute reputation had already taken root in the hearts of Hope Village's residents. Several team leaders saw Baker bringing his people over and immediately gathered around. Baker, these are your clansmen, right? Are they planning to go out on missions? Yes, Baker nodded. Is your team open to new members? Of course. We're short-handed. You can assign a few of your clansmen to me. My team won't go too far. Just hunting some magical beasts near the rocky forest and gathering stone. It's relatively safe, and I guarantee I'll bring your people back safely. My team is also open, though we'll be going a bit farther. But safety is still guaranteed, so don't worry. The team leaders all chimed in. Go folk were obedient and not weak, making them great additions to any team. Plus, it helped them integrate into Hope Village faster, a win-win. Baker listened and quickly assigned his clansmen to the various teams. After making arrangements and watching them leave, Baker returned to the farmland. By now, the elders, women, and children of the tribe were already working in the fields and livestock pens. Their tribe had a natural talent for farming and animal husbandry. As the territory built their houses, it also expanded the farmland and livestock areas, making it easy for them to get started. The pay for this work was a bit low for most residents, but for the Go folk, it was a good fit. Dean, the Go folk chieftain, was tending to magical beasts. One of his skills was magical beast husbandry, which could boost the beast's stats and, if they were pregnant, increase their offspring. He'd become chieftain thanks to this talent. As soon as Baker returned, Dean noticed and hurried over. Did everything go smoothly? They all went out with the territory's professional teams, Baker replied. Will they be safe? Dean couldn't help but ask, and the nearby Go folk pricked up their ears. Don't worry, Grandpa. There are rarely any casualties on these outings, and even if there are, the territory has a hospital. Everyone's young and tough. If we work hard now, we'll have a good life later, Baker said earnestly. Dean looked Baker up and down, then said with satisfaction, Baker, you've grown up. You really know how to talk now. Baker scratched his head sheepishly. I learned it all from the other residents. They're amazing. I've learned so much from them. Dean felt a bit emotional. We were lucky this time to end up in a human territory that treats beast folk as people. Otherwise, just thinking about almost being sold as slaves and oppressed for life made Dean shudder. They were truly fortunate. We'll live well here in Hope Village. Things will only get better, Baker reassured him. And then, seeing everything they'd been told come true, Dean finally felt at ease. The other Go folk, too, gradually lost their fear of the new territory and began to look forward to the future. Life here was stable, prices were low, and there was all kinds of delicious food, much better than before. With hope, everyone worked harder. While the Go folk were settling in smoothly, the Fox folk went straight to the Tiger folk and Dog folk. "You want to join us?" Lucas asked, a bit surprised. "Yes, we want to establish ourselves in the territory as soon as possible." "The Goat folk's way doesn't suit me," Gran said bluntly. She still had the responsibility of rescuing her captured clansmen. Seeing the power O'Neill and Lucas had in Hope Village, she wanted that too. As long as she became strong, she could also go and rescue her people. Lucas looked at the determined Gran and, thinking of why she'd been captured, understood her intentions. He nodded, "All right. You can go with our people to hunt magical beasts farther out. How much you gain depends on your own ability." "Okay," Gran agreed immediately. She knew that with her current lack of strength, she'd have to rely on her wits to achieve anything. She would work hard. And so, the new beast folk quietly adapted to the rhythm of life in Hope Village. The operation of Hope Village wasn't affected by the arrival of these new beast folk. After all, the population had already surpassed 5,000. A few hundred more didn't make much difference. So, as village chief, Jobai simply checked the new resident numbers registered by the staff and got a sense of the beast folks' abilities. Of course, Jobai also reviewed the number and levels of Hope Village's professionals. She had to admit, the new charts made everything clear at a glance, and she could see everyone's hard work. They're working so hard. Jobai couldn't help but sigh. It's all for the territory. That territory that invaded a Birdivi village is like a hidden landmine. Everyone says we can beat them, but there's still some nervousness. The best way to deal with it is to keep improving, Bayer explained, standing by Joubai's side. The unity of Hope Village's residents was the strongest he'd ever seen. Everyone was willing to fight for the territory. "Well, getting stronger is good for them too," Joubai said with a smile. "So, what's your plan next, Chief?" "I noticed there are a lot more shells in the warehouse," Bayer asked. Shells are an important material. When ground into powder, they can be used for roadwork, construction, and more. They're very tough. Future development will need them. Joubai's eyes lit up at the mention of shells. "Just shells?" Bayer was curious at Joubai's excitement. Shells were rare, but not unheard of on the Stan continent. If they were really that useful, they could always have merchant caravans look for more. Now that Hope Village's goods sold well, if the village needed something, the merchants would find a way to get it. "We also need other materials, like iron ore, but our territory has those. I'm planning to start production right away. If there are any unused factories, I'll requisition them," Joubai replied. Cement was just too useful. It would be a huge benefit to start producing it now. "There are some," Bayer nodded. "With architects, construction is much faster. There are some factories not yet in use. If the territory needs them, they'll be prioritized." "Good, sort them out and start recruiting workers," Joubai said. "Okay," Bayer nodded. As for other things, there's one more matter. Joubai mentioned the goblins they'd encountered on the road. "You want to bring in that group of goblins?" Bayer immediately understood her intention. "Yes, they're technical talent, hard to come by. The territory's future development will need all kinds of ores. If goblins are caught by other territories, they'll be treated as slaves and exploited. But in Hope Village, it's different. At least we'll treat them as people." "It's a kind of rescue," Joubai said, her mind already working. Bayer couldn't help but ask, but the territory war is just a few days away. Won't taking on so much affect the territory? There are still 5 days. If we go find them, it'll only take 2 or 3 days if all goes well. We've been preparing for the war for a while. Stone reserves are high, and with over 5,000 people, more than 4,000 of them professionals, we're ready. There's no need to let others slow our own progress," Joubai said seriously. "All right," Bayer nodded. "Who will you send on this mission?" "Send the soldiers. There are a lot of mercenary teams around, so it's best to avoid unnecessary trouble. I'll post it as a mission. Also, bring the 2 goblins from our territory along," Joubai said. With their clansmen there, the chances of success will be higher. Then I'll leave it to you, Chief Bear said. Okay, Jobai nodded. She immediately drafted the mission. Goblin sighting. Please invite this group of goblins to settle in Hope Village. Type, temporary. Just first come, first served. The 2 goblins were directly assigned. After editing, Jobai sent out the mission. Soon, many soldiers doing daily tasks saw the new mission. The moment they saw the 100 contribution point reward, they signed up without hesitation. Normally, it would take a day or 2 to earn that much contribution. With such quick responses, the 100 slots were filled in no time, and the list of the top 100 was posted, along with the assembly location. Those who made the list hurried to the meeting point. Meanwhile, Dunlop and Victor, who were mining iron ore in the caves, also received the mission. They were stunned when they saw it. Victor, do you think these are the clansmen I know? Dunlop was shocked. He hadn't found a chance to tell the chief about this, and now the news had suddenly appeared. Victor paused, then calmly said, let's go see. Whether they're the ones or not, we'll check at the meeting point. If not, we can still see how they're doing in Hope Village, and it'll be easier to invite your group in the future. In Hope Village, the 2 goblins lived peaceful lives, but they knew many of their people were still hiding, or had become mining slaves for other races with no freedom. They hoped their clansmen could join them. The more, the better. With enough numbers, their tribe could become a force in Hope Village, and maybe even rescue more of their people under its protection. Victor nodded. The 2 of them dropped what they were doing and headed out. After a few steps, they remembered something, stopped, and turned back to Yuziming, who was working hard. We've got a territory mission, and we'll be gone for a few days. The mine is up to you guys, don't slack off. We'll check your output when we get back. Yuziming, okay? With that, the 2 left excitedly. As for Yuziming and the others, one of them sidled up to him. What kind of mission could they have? Did they find a new mine? Doesn't matter. We just need to do our own work, Yuziming replied. Sigh, when will days like this end? We're so far behind everyone else. The longer this goes on, the bigger the gap gets, the other complained. They'd been stuck in the mine for too long. Outside, few teams wanted to work with them because of their past. Soon, the territory war is coming, Yuziming said, a glint in his eye. The territory war would be their chance to earn enough contribution points and become soldiers, a trial by fire. No matter how hard it was, it didn't matter. Only by becoming soldiers could they leave their past mistakes behind and catch up to everyone else. This time, we'll give it everything we've got. The others understood Yuziming's meaning, their eyes shining. Then, they all went back to mining. Mining was tough, but it improved their mining skills, which was a kind of expertise. Plus, a certain amount of ore could be exchanged for contribution points. Their current points were all earned this way. As for Dunlop and Victor, they had no idea what Yuziming and the others were thinking. They excitedly rushed to the meeting point, bought supplies for the journey, and set off for the goblin settlement. Clansmen, we're coming. At the same time, in the goblin settlement, the goblins were celebrating, not for any special reason, but simply because they'd managed to get a lot of good things from a passing group. These pots are so nice. I can't believe they just left them behind. They must be filthy rich. And some of the food they left behind is delicious. I've never tasted anything so good. The racks are great too. Just throw some straw on them, and they make decent houses. If all human groups passing by were like this, it'd be great if more came our way. The goblins gathered together, their faces full of longing. Life was so hard for them that even the smallest things brought them immense satisfaction. Listening to these conversations, the goblin chieftain, Mills, felt a deep ache in his heart. He couldn't understand why, with the vastness of the Stan continent, there was no place for the goblin race. Their ugly appearance, short stature, and weak strength, these many shortcomings made it impossible for them to find a foothold in this world. Even their one advantage, their talent for finding minerals, only made them targets for other races. He'd led his people to hide and wander, and after a long journey, they'd finally settled on this spot. There weren't many resources nearby, and the environment was harsh, but at least they'd managed to establish a small settlement. Even so, they often went hungry. This recent windfall was a rare bit of good luck. Thinking of this, Mills coughed lightly. This time we were lucky, but we can't count on luck every time. You all need to be careful and not go out exploring recklessly. If you run into a human mercenary team, they won't show you any mercy. They might even follow you back here, and that would be a disaster for us. The goblins who'd been celebrating quickly sobered up. We understand. We won't go out unless we have to. Mills was satisfied with their attitude. He wasn't being harsh, he was thinking of the whole tribe. After sorting through their haul, the goblins split up. Some headed deeper into the mountains to tend their hidden food plots, which were their main food source and well concealed to avoid discovery. Others went to look for lone magical beasts, their main source of meat. Mills also sent a team to keep watch on the spot where Joe Bai's group had camped the previous day. He was worried that the appearance of a human team wasn't a one-off. If it happened too often, this settlement wouldn't be safe anymore. The small settlement was busy from top to bottom. Everyone was working hard just to survive. Unbeknownst to them, Victor and Dunlop's group was rushing toward them at full speed, barely stopping along the way. The accompanying soldiers understood their urgency and followed quietly. They only stopped when Victor and Dunlop were too exhausted to continue. At that point, Victor realized he'd been too anxious and had neglected the others. Sorry, I didn't consider how you all felt, he apologized sincerely to the soldiers. The temporary squad leader, Quan Ziqiang, waved it off. No worries. We understand why you're in a hurry. We can handle it. For these well-trained soldiers, this journey was nothing, especially after all their recent training. They were no longer the weaklings they'd been when they first arrived in this world. We haven't seen our people in so long, Victor sighed. How did you die? Quan Ziqiang asked, a bit curious. These two goblins were always working in the mines, rarely seen, and kept to themselves. No one wanted to pry into their past, let alone their wounds. Mine collapse, Victor answered without hiding anything, a trace of sadness on his face. My whole tribe was enslaved in that mine, digging day and night. They never treated us as people, never cared for the mine's safety, so it collapsed. After I was killed, I woke up in the undead kingdom. I don't know how many survived or what their situation is now. That territory was far away. Now, he just hoped to save up enough money to one day hire mercenaries to find out what happened. I got separated from my tribe, and while escaping from capture, I fell off a cliff and died, Dunlop added. From their brief stories, it was clear how hard life was for goblins. Don't goblins have their own territory? Quan Ziqiang asked. He'd rarely heard other NPCs mention goblins. They seemed almost invisible. Victor sighed. We used to have a goblin kingdom, built on mineral resources. We sold minerals and the kingdom was prosperous. But then war broke out between the races. They couldn't stand us controlling all the mines, so they joined forces and carved up our kingdom. The goblin kingdom was destroyed. That was their former glory. Many goblins wanted to restore it, but they couldn't even gather their people together anymore. Now, just having more goblins alive and free was enough. No point in thinking too much. The more you thought, the more it hurt. Quan Ziqiang listened and couldn't help but sigh. If you fall behind, you get beaten. Without the strength to protect yourself, you're at everyone's mercy. Victor was surprised by Quan Ziqiang's words. He seemed to speak from experience. Our old territory was the same. We fell behind, got invaded, lost everything, and our people were slaughtered. Back then, no one cared about us or our rights, and then, after generations of hard work, our territory grew strong again. Now, no one dares bully us. Quan Ziqiang said, pride in his voice. So now that you're here, what about your old territory? Hearing how they'd grown strong was inspiring, but the thought of more trouble made him uneasy. The people of Hope Village had treated him well. He wanted them to be safe. Quan Ziqiang paused, then said, We're just a small part of the population. Even without us, others will protect the territory. The best thing we can do now is live well and find our place here. We will, Victor said earnestly. Quan Ziqiang looked at Victor, who, despite his own hardships, still worried about others. His fondness for Victor grew. Before, he hadn't understood him, but now he did, and he hoped they could interact more in the future. After a short rest, everyone ate, drank, and continued on their way. They traveled in fits and starts, occasionally fighting off magical beasts, and soon reached their previous campsite. Quan Ziqiang took out a map, which showed the route to the goblin settlement. If we all show up, they might get scared and run. Why don't just you two go? Is that okay? He asked Victor and Dunlop. The village chief had probably sent the 2 goblin NPCs for this very reason. It would be much easier to persuade the goblins to come willingly. Otherwise, staying out here too long would be dangerous. Even on their way out of Hope Village, they'd run into merchant and mercenary teams from nearby territories. Hope Village's goods were selling like hotcakes, and word of its good treatment of residents was spreading, drawing more people to settle there. The area around Hope Village was visibly getting busier. And with more activity came more complicated forces. The longer they stayed in this world and the more they interacted with the locals, the more they realized how unstable things were. Not only were there big conflicts between humans and other races, but even among humans, things weren't peaceful. Blue Star didn't have as many countries as the Stan continent, and even then, things were chaotic. The hidden struggles on the Stan continent must be even deeper. So, for Hope Village, slow and steady development was the best path. The goblins' talents made them a target. In Hope Village, they could be protected, but outside, who knew what mercenary teams might do? As long as they stayed hidden, they'd be safe. All right, Victor and Dunlop agreed immediately. They would do their best to persuade their people to come to Hope Village. Soon, the 2 of them took the map and headed up the mountain. In fact, as soon as they started climbing, Mills already knew. He'd sent people to keep watch, after all. Hearing that more humans had appeared, he was deeply worried. It had been so hard to find a suitable settlement. If they had to move again, he couldn't guarantee he'd find a better place. The humans didn't come up the mountain, but 2 of our own did. But, the scout reported. What's wrong? Mill's heart skipped a beat. Their purpose was so clear, he figured the humans had already found their settlement. That night, they must have been discovered. Mills was anxious, but forced himself to stay calm. They're undead now. Dead clansmen. Mills was stunned. The undead were the most mysterious race on the Stan continent. No one knew who would become undead after death, and many sought ways to make the transformation. After all, even living as undead was still living who wanted to disappear forever. But even so, the undead were isolated from the world, rarely appearing on the continent itself. How could there be undead goblins? Should we stop them and get everyone ready to run? One goblin asked anxiously. The appearance of humans made them nervous, and their first instinct was to flee. It had become second nature. The humans aren't moving at the foot of the mountain, right? Mills asked. Right, said Harley, a bit puzzled, but maybe it was all part of a human plan. Humans were always cunning. Let them come up. I'll meet them and see what they want, Mills said, now calm. If it really was the same group from the other night, they'd had a chance to attack but hadn't. Now, after 2 days, they'd sent goblins instead. Maybe they weren't here to harm them. So he'd meet them first. After all, if it came to a fight, even with more numbers, they might not be able to beat the humans. Besides their endless equipment and weapons, the real problem was that the goblins had nowhere else to go. Those 4 words summed up all their sorrow. Still, Mills trusted his people. Even as undead, they were still goblins at heart. All right, the goblin said, and went to meet the newcomers. Mills called over another goblin. Lap, get everyone ready to move. If things go badly, we'll evacuate. I'll cover the retreat. Chief, you should go. We'll cover the rear. We can't do without you, Lap protested. Do as I say. I can't trust anyone else with this, Mills insisted. Yes, Lap said, seeing Mills' determination, and went to carry out his orders. With his command, the whole settlement began to pack up in a panic, everyone's face full of fear. The young goblins, raised to understand their difficult situation, couldn't help but speak up. Are we moving again? Where will we go this time? Will our fathers leave us like the other uncles did? Hearing this, the older goblins couldn't help but cry. Why was life so hard for goblins? Mills felt the same sorrow, but left the settlement, leading a group of goblin warriors to wait for the undead goblins in a clearing. Victor and Dunlop, led by Harley and the others, soon arrived before Mills. The whole time, they could feel Harley's resentful gaze. They understood. If they'd been in the same position, seeing their own people show up with humans at the tribe's hideout, they'd have thought them traitors too. What are you doing here with those humans? Mills asked coldly as soon as he saw them. No matter what, showing up with humans at the settlement was a fact that couldn't be changed. He couldn't be friendly to such goblins. Victor took a deep breath, met Mills' gaze, and said seriously, "Chief, we're here to invite you to join a human territory. Not as slaves, but as residents." Mills was stunned. Had he misheard, or had these two gone mad? How could they say something like that? Seeing the disbelief on Mills' face, Victor continued, "Chief, I mean what I say. I was summoned to Hope Village by a special building, and my time there has been the easiest days of my life." Victor began to recount his past and his experiences in Hope Village in the simplest, most sincere words. Every word struck a chord in Mills' heart. Could a human territory really be as good as Victor described? In fact, the leader of that group the other day was our village chief. They already knew where you were, but they were afraid that showing up suddenly would scare you, so they chose to leave first. Before leaving, they even left a lot of supplies for you. Victor had learned this from the soldiers who came with him this time. Of course, they told him so he could reassure Mills and show the goodwill of their village chief. Mills listened, his expression stiffening. Not only had the humans found their base, but the things they'd received were actually left on purpose. If those humans had had any ill intent, or tampered with the supplies, the entire goblin group could have been wiped out. Emotionally, he didn't want to trust them, but rationally, he had to admit that these humans might not mean them harm. After all, they already knew the goblins' location. With the strength of that group, they could have easily taken them out that night, or sent hundreds of professionals later. But they didn't. Instead, they sent 2 of their own people to persuade them. Still, to take his people to live in a human territory, wasn't that putting their fate in someone else's hands? He didn't want that. With this in mind, Mills said, "Even if Hope Village is great, it's not our home. If you really mean us no harm, just pretend you never saw us." Of course, once they left, he'd immediately find a new settlement. He wouldn't let the humans find a single trace. Victor quickly realized what Mills was planning. After a moment of silence, he looked steadily at Mills and said, "Chief, do you really want to spend your whole life leading our people in hiding, never able to show our faces?" Mills, he had to admit, that question hit him right in his weakest spot. Most of his life had been spent running and hiding, always ready to flee at the slightest sign of trouble, just to protect his people. But the pain and hardship of that life couldn't be avoided. The confused, helpless looks of the young goblins flashed through his mind, and his heart ached. Sensing Mills wavering, Victor pressed on, "This human territory really is different. Like I said, we're not going there as slaves, but as residents. The people there don't look down on us. They even treat us as friends and praise us. They're just different. Chief, I've been through what you've been through. With enough points, I can become an official member of the territory. There are lots of beastmen in Hope Village, you saw them the other day. So many beastmen have chosen to join Hope Village. Beastmen are strong, but they don't have much status in the human kingdom. If they're willing to live in a human territory, that says a lot about Hope Village." Victor spoke earnestly. "The reason I'm so eager to invite you is because I hope our people can gather strength in Hope Village. With that strength, we can shelter more suffering goblins and finally have a safe home. Aren't you worried it's a trick? They win our trust, gather us together, and then sell us all for a good price. Then we'd really be at their mercy." Mills pressed on, still thinking Victor had been brainwashed. Humans couldn't possibly be that good. Victor fell silent. Mill's concerns were valid, so valid that he didn't know how to refute them for a moment. The atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, the usually quiet Dunlop spoke up. Hope Village wouldn't bother with the little money from selling goblins. If goblins can find minerals for the territory, the rewards are much greater. Chief, what you're worried about is almost impossible. His last words were firm and decisive. Victor looked at Dunlop with approval. That argument really hit the mark. He quickly added, yes, Hope Village is only a level 2 village, and it's only been around for less than 2 months. It's never done anything against goblins, and it doesn't make a living from the slave trade. From a profit perspective, treating us well is much more valuable. As long as we have value, we'll live well in a human territory like Hope Village. Mills remained unmoved. If it's all about profit, what happens when Hope Village no longer needs us? These two youngsters really had been blinded by humans. He was set in his ways. Humans couldn't be trusted. Victor and Dunlop hadn't expected the Goblin Chief to be so stubborn. After thinking for a while, Victor decided to try another angle, recalling Mill's sadness about their wandering life. Hope Village would never burn bridges like that. There aren't just goblins there. There are beastmen and undead too, and they're all valued. If Hope Village ever betrayed us, the other races wouldn't stay loyal, especially the beastmen. There are over 400 of them now. Once we're in Hope Village, we can unite with them and form our own force, taking our fate into our own hands. Victor continued, besides, you've already been discovered. Even if you move now, can you guarantee you'll never be found again? If another human territory or a mercenary team finds you, will you have any say in your fate? Do you know where the 200 beastmen our chief rescued the other day came from? They were saved from a human mercenary team, 600 strong, backed by the big city of Darasha. Chief, if you fell into their hands, what could you do? Victor was pulling out all the stops. Mills was silent for a long time. He had to admit, Victor's words echoed his own deepest fears. He also noticed something else: Victor and Dunlop's genuine praise for Hope Village. Both had been summoned by a special building, a contract that was mutual. If they didn't want to, Hope Village couldn't force them. Yet they were so eager to work for Hope Village. That could only mean one thing: Hope Village had truly won their hearts. Maybe it really was as good as they said. But could he do it? Could he really entrust the freedom of hundreds of his people to a human territory? Just as Mills was wavering, Victor added, Chief, don't you want our people to stand tall and proud on the Stan continent? Those words struck Mills hard again. After a long pause, Mills finally said, it's not impossible for us to go to Hope Village. Can we sign a contract? Yes, Mills had thought of that too. With a contract, he'd feel much more secure. Victor replied, the village chief will agree. But we have a lot of people, and lately there are more mercenary and merchant teams in the area. It's best if you come with us now. If anything happens, Hope Village won't be able to help. Victor was being honest. On the way here, they'd avoided several teams thanks to advanced scouting. That's not much reassurance, Mills said, still hesitant. You're even less safe here. Humans have all sorts of tricks. How do you think Darash's mercenaries caught the beastmen? They invented equipment to track them. If they can track beastmen, who's to say they can't track goblins? Victor pressed, hoping to settle the matter once and for all. Mills saw that Victor had an answer for everything, and his respect for him grew. With things at this point, he'd take a gamble. I'll go get everyone. Can you two wait here? Mills asked. Victor was surprised. Just the two of us? Yes, Mills said firmly. Victor looked him in the eye, then nodded. All right, we'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain. If all he'd said still couldn't convince Mills, then maybe they just weren't meant for Hope Village. The village chief had said, if you try your best and they still refuse, don't force it, just come back. Mills was a bit surprised. If they went down the mountain, and the goblins decided to run, the humans would never catch up. Were they really that trusting? Or did it mean that even if the goblins ran, the humans wouldn't care? Realizing this, Mills' heart grew heavy. He watched Victor and Dunlop head down the mountain, then turned to return to the settlement. On the way, Mills asked Harley, what do you think of what they said? Harley was still a bit dazed, but after a moment replied, "If Hope Village is really as they say, it's a good place. Chief, they really did leave us all those supplies. Even if they had some motive, they still acted differently from other humans. That alone was worth a bit of trust. But the most important thing is your decision, Chief. Whatever you choose, we'll follow you," Harley added. They all knew that their survival was thanks to the chief. Their lives were poor, but they were free. Compared to their kin lost in human lands, they were lucky. Hearing Harley's words of trust, Mills gave a soft reply. Soon, they returned to the settlement. Lap had already organized everyone, ready to flee into the mountains at a moment's notice. But after a long wait, they finally saw Mills return. Lap was overjoyed to see the chief safe. "Chief, you're back. Should we leave now? What about the humans?" Lap asked anxiously. The other goblins grew restless at his words. Many young goblins clung to their parents' legs. Even the adults looked frightened. The word human was like a nightmare to them. "We are leaving, but not to hide in the mountains. We're going to a human territory," Mills announced. He'd already made up his mind, especially after seeing his people's fear. His words left the goblins stunned. How could they go to a human territory? "Chief, what did they say?" Lap quickly asked, realizing the chief had been persuaded and wanting him to explain for everyone's peace of mind. Mills understood and began to explain about Hope Village. "In Hope Village, we'll live as residents, work for the territory, and be protected in return. We can finally settle down and stop running." "Really? Can we trust humans? What if they trick us and sell us?" "But if the chief says so, I believe him." "I don't doubt the chief, I just fear humans are too cunning." The goblins began to argue, clearly struggling to accept the idea. Mills let them vent their feelings. After a long time, when they'd finished, they looked back at Mills, now calm. "Chief, we trust you. We'll follow you." "Yes, we trust you." The chief had always done his best for them. They trusted his choice. Mills' eyes grew red, and his voice choked up. "Thank you all for trusting me. I hope I can lead you to a good life. To be able to walk openly in the sunlight." He was willing to take this one gamble. If Hope Village betrayed them, he wouldn't let it off easy. Since everyone was already packed to run, it didn't take long for the group to head down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Quan Ziqiang and the others had been waiting for a while. When there was still no sign of the goblins, Quan Ziqiang grew impatient. Did they run off? It was possible. He hadn't expected Victor to leave the decision entirely in the goblins' hands. Maybe the village chief had instructed him to do so. After all, if they weren't willing, it wouldn't be right to force them. Victor pursed his lips. "I've said all I can." If they gave up, it just meant they weren't meant to have this blessing. Just then, the scout returned. "They're coming." Sure enough, a moment later, Mills and the goblins appeared. Quan Ziqiang looked over and saw their ragged clothes. Many were barely covered with animal skins. His expression changed slightly. These goblins really had it rough. Victor noticed too, feeling a pang of sadness. But he quickly composed himself. Once they reached Hope Village, everything would be different. The soldiers, seeing the goblin state, felt a surge of sympathy. Quan Ziqiang cleared his throat, rummaged through his inventory, and pulled out some low-level clothes. "These aren't worth much, but you can have them." They were just drops from killing magical beasts, not worth selling, so he'd kept them. Now he could finally clear out some junk. The other soldiers followed suit, offering their spare clothes. Victor quickly thanked them. "Thank you. It's nothing, just some worthless stuff. Besides, you'll all be Hope Village residents soon." "We should look out for each other," Quan Ziqiang said. If these goblins were going to be part of the village, it was only right to help them out. If Hope Village prospered, so would they. Victor handed the clothes to Mills. Mills looked at the new clothes, then at the soldiers' sympathetic faces, and felt a complicated mix of emotions. His instinctive reaction couldn't be faked. The human soldiers of Hope Village really did seem different. He couldn't bring himself to refuse, so he distributed the clothes. Everyone happily put on their new outfits. After washing up, the goblins no longer looked so much like refugees. Once everything was ready, Kwon Zicheong said, "It's still early. Let's head back to the territory as soon as possible. The sooner we get back, the safer we'll be." "All right," Victor nodded. Soon, the soldiers and the goblins set off for Hope Village. Mills walked in the middle of the group, glancing back at their old settlement. He could only hope that his choice was the right one. Hope Village. After sending out the team to welcome the goblins, Jobai was already considering where they would live. She was thinking ahead because she happened to be handling several administrative matters submitted by various departments of the territory. With the population constantly increasing, any new houses built were immediately snapped up, so there was still a significant housing shortage. Naturally, the number of houses to be built had to be calculated based on the population. Besides residential housing, the shops on the commercial street were even more popular. Anyone who opened a shop in the territory was making a fortune. Many people were envious. Given this, Jobai had to keep adding batches of new shops. Even as prices kept rising, demand still far outstripped supply. Just from collecting rent, Jobai could recoup most of the construction costs, and the rest would come back over time in various ways. She truly felt the windfall of real estate. The more people there were, the more prosperous her landlady business became. So, even though she had to spend a lot on construction each time, Jobai was happy to do it. Now, as she happily added new residential and commercial buildings on the Lord's panel, she also set aside a plot for the Goblin tribe. After some thought, Jobai decided to open up a small residential area for them right next to the Beastman district. Goblins had a special status on the Stan continent. Almost every race coveted their unique talents. After all, minerals were essential for weapons, and no one wanted to let such an important resource fall into goblin hands. The goblins' difficult situation wasn't just because they were weak, but because all the other races didn't want such a vital resource controlled by goblins, so they all made the same choice. So, the appearance of goblins in Hope Village would definitely attract a lot of attention. Now, Hope Village's population had surpassed 5,000. Most were native residents. Even though the earliest batch had been influenced by Blue Star residents and thought differently, the influx of new locals made it hard to expect everyone to have the same open-mindedness. The undead and beastmen were strong and had the territory support, so no one dared mess with them. But goblins were different. To avoid conflict, placing them next to the Beastman district was the best choice. That area was mainly public buildings and factories, busy during the day, quiet at night. Perfect for the goblins. Plus, with powerful beastmen nearby, no one would dare bully the goblins. With that in mind, Jobai quickly built a new housing complex. This complex would function as a small neighborhood. The main residential area already had over 1,000 buildings and was still growing. Without proper planning, things would get chaotic. So Jobai decided to borrow the modern concept of neighborhoods, dividing areas into distinct zones. She'd have the construction team build walls around each neighborhood. Once everything was set, Jobai put the plan into action. Residences completed. Shops completed. Looking at the system notifications, Jobai felt a deep sense of satisfaction at the neat, orderly city layout. Everything was square and tidy, so pleasing to the eye. Clapping her hands, Jobai headed toward the factories. Meanwhile, buildings were springing up all over the territory, rising rapidly before everyone's eyes. The residents were already used to this sight. Lately, it happened every day or two. With the population constantly growing, it was no surprise. Most residents were delighted. More people meant faster development, greater strength, and more potential. As part of this, how could they not be happy? Many residents couldn't help but chat privately. They're building even more. There's less and less open space. Yeah, so many new people have arrived lately. Who would have thought, just over a month ago, this place was so run down? Forget houses and shops, even the number of inns has increased. Lots of outside merchants are staying here now. As our products get more famous, even more people will come. We'll be a level 3 village in no time. I heard we're just waiting for the territory war to end. After that, if all goes well, we'll be upgraded. When we reach level 3, there'll be a beast tide challenge. I was weak the first 2 times, but now I'm a level 13 professional. I'll finally redeem myself. Haha, you just want to get rich off the beast tide. Heh, you see through me, but don't call me out. But the most important thing is the upcoming territory war. Only if we win can we keep growing. If we lose and get plundered, it'll take time to recover. I was worried a few days ago, but now there's nothing to fear. Exactly. We have over 5,000 people, more than 4,000 professionals, and hundreds of beastmen, each one as strong as 10. We won't lose the territory war. Still, just to be safe, let's gather more stone. The more stone, the stronger our defenses. Right, let's go. Not only was the territory changing, but the growth of Hope Village's residents was obvious to all. Whether it was the territory war or the beast tide, they no longer felt powerless. They believed both the territory and themselves could handle it, and even planned to use the opportunity to grow stronger. Zhou Bai, hearing the residents' confidence, couldn't help but walk with a lighter step. Indeed, in just a few days, the territory war that had once worried her, especially since the enemy was a raiding territory, no longer seemed so threatening. With all their preparations, victory was almost certain. Now, she was thinking more about Hope Village's future. After the war, the territory would likely be upgraded, and its ranking would rise. At that point, Hope Village would attract even more attention, not just from local territories, but from other Blue Star territories that had established themselves on the Stan continent. Thinking of other territories, Zhou Bai couldn't help but recall Charlotte, Morrison, and the others who had left. Unlike the merchant and mercenary teams coming and going from nearby territories, they represented the capital and the cities, able to spread Hope Village's fame even further. Zhou Bai was counting on them to make Hope Village famous in the human kingdom. What Zhou Bai didn't know was that Morrison had just arrived back at his own territory, Lovisa City, and would soon be spreading Hope Village's name there, bringing even more merchant caravans. But that's a story for another time. Zhou Bai was confident in Hope Village's products. Besides those 2 long-distance teams, the nearby merchant caravans had already made several trips, and some residents from other territories had even chosen to stay in Hope Village, while others were just visiting. She knew these tourists were waiting to see Hope Village prove its strength in the upcoming war. Once they saw Hope Village could protect itself, they'd make up their minds. Zhou Bai had no fear about that. As she thought, she arrived at the construction team. Another factory had just been completed. The construction team was getting better and better at building factories. Especially Bijiamu, who had just received a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the architect profession. Congratulations, host. You are now a junior architect. Note, under level 20, you can only have 2 professions. Friendly reminder. Focusing on one is better. Thank you, TURs. I've become an architect, Bijiyama said, feeling lucky that he'd chosen mage over physical classes when his aptitude was tested. Now he could return to his old trade and felt much more at ease. This is your own ability. Even without me, you would have made it eventually, TURs replied, a bit envious. Bijiyama had a strong foundation. They'd helped each other a lot. Let's work hard together and make the territory shine, Bijiyama said, full of hope. Now that he was an architect, he could try to recreate modern Blue Star buildings. If he could pull it off, they'd be far more functional than the local ones. Zhou Bai arrived just in time to hear this, her eyes lighting up with delight. You became an architect? Zhou Bai asked. Yes, Bijiamu replied happily. Great. Build more public buildings and I'll apply to give you a share of the profits, Zhou Bai said, dangling a carrot in front of him. Rather than waiting for upgrades to unlock new buildings, Zhou Bai preferred to have plenty of buildings as the territory developed. All right. Bijiamu knew the territory's daily income was huge, all thanks to the population. Public buildings would bring in plenty of profit. Amusement parks, stadiums, theaters, malls, he had endless ideas. He'd work hard and quietly amaze everyone. TURs listening looked a bit envious. Zhou Bai noticed and promised, you too. Yes, Turs replied quickly. Did you come to give us a new mission? Vijiamu asked, snapping out of his daydream. Everyone knew their village chief was a workaholic. Unless there was something urgent, she'd be out fighting for her life. I do have a task for you, Jobai nodded. I just built a lot of new houses and want to organize them into neighborhoods. Take a team and build walls around them. Got it, I'll take care of it right away. Vijiamu was full of hope for the future and more motivated than ever. He told the others to keep working on the factories, then took Turs and another person to get started. He couldn't wait to try the one-click wall building feature. They started by measuring and mapping the undead, beastman, and goblin neighborhoods, then prepared materials for the walls. After giving instructions, Jobai left the territory to grind elsewhere. By nightfall, all the residential areas had been walled off according to their zones. Many residents returning home were surprised by the new walls. What are these walls for? They're for the neighborhoods. Now each area can have its own name. Seems like a good idea, feels more private. Walls used to be just for noble estates. The territory must have planned this all along. I used to think those wide road between houses were a waste, but now looks so much neater. What should we name ours? Hope Neighborhood 1. We were the first batch of houses. Then we're Neighborhood 2. The residents chatted, fascinated by the new neighborhoods. As for the undead and beastmen, after hearing the talk, they hurried back to their own areas and saw the new undead, beastman, and goblin neighborhoods. They were happy to be treated equally. But goblins living with them? The goblins they were talking about, after a day's journey, arrived at the edge of Hope Village territory with Quan Ziqiang's team just before noon the next day. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of many merchant and mercenary teams nearby. One group after another subtly surrounded them. In no time, they were encircled. Mills looked at the people closing in, his pupils contracting sharply, and mercenary teams nearby. One group after another subtly surrounded them. In no time, they were encircled. Mills looked at the people closing in, his pupils contracting sharply. Mills and the other goblins instantly tensed up. Their eyes instinctively turned to Victor and Dunlop. Mills was now worried that this was all a trap. In just a short moment, he'd imagined every possible tragic outcome for his people. A wave of regret rose in his heart. He shouldn't have risked the entire tribe for a little bit of benefit. But right after came a surge of defiance. If anyone dared attack them, they would rather die than surrender. Sensing Mills' wary, almost hostile gaze, Victor quickly explained, "This isn't our doing. They're probably here to do business with Hope Village. Don't worry, we're already within Hope Village's territory. They wouldn't dare do anything to us here." Victor's tone was soothing, and he truly understood how Mills felt. After all, arriving in a human territory only to be immediately surrounded by professionals, anyone would suspect a trap. At this moment, Quan Ziqiang stepped forward to greet the surrounding teams. "We're the Hope Village soldiers. And you are." They'd been traveling low-key and weren't wearing their uniforms, so he had to reveal their identity. Hearing they were Hope Village soldiers, the leaders of the mercenary teams paused and exchanged glances. Soon, one of them spoke up, "So you're from Hope Village's soldier team. Where are you coming from?" As he spoke, his eyes kept darting to Mills and the goblins, clearly more interested in where these goblins had come from. Quan Ziqiang understood their intentions and replied coldly, "That's classified information for our territory. We can't disclose it. Also, you seem to be blocking our way. Would you mind moving aside?" The speaker, Andres, noticed Quan Ziqiang's attitude and looked a bit displeased, but still replied politely, "Since it's classified, we won't ask. But are you selling these goblins? We're willing to pay a high price." The atmosphere instantly froze. Many goblins began to tremble, while others glared at. "Their freedom belongs to them, not even our territory has the right to sell them. And we hope that in the future, you'll respect our residents while in our territory." Everyone was stunned by Quan Ziqiang's words. For Mills and the other goblins, a feeling they couldn't describe welled up inside, and their eyes stung with emotion. For the first time, someone had said such words to them. This was a recognition they'd never received before. In that moment, they felt the sincerity of Hope Village. The mercenaries, on the other hand, found it laughable. Treating goblins as residents? Was this some new trick to catch goblins? Thinking this, several of them burst out laughing. The laughter sounded harsh to Quan Ziqiang and his team. In an instant, Quan Ziqiang's temper flared. What's so funny? If you don't understand plain language, then don't listen. Move aside, he snapped, his tone now openly angry as he drew his sword and pointed it forward. If they didn't respect him, there was no need to be polite. The other soldiers felt the same. They knew how hard life was for goblins in this world, so they'd been willing to explain and show their stance when the goblins misunderstood. But when their explanation was treated as a joke and not respected at all, what was the point of further discussion? None. Besides, these teams had blocked their way with obvious ulterior motives. If they backed down, they'd only be bullied more. The soldiers behind Quan Ziqiang all drew their weapons, making their stance clear. There was a real sense that if the mercenaries didn't move, a fight would break out. The mercenaries' laughter faded. Andres looked at Quan Ziqiang in disbelief. Are you serious? Even with Quan Ziqiang's stern tone, their view of goblins hadn't changed at all. What do you think? Quan Ziqiang shot back, his voice rising. Are you going to let us return to our territory, or do you want to fight right here? Truth be told, they'd never actually fought local residents before. They'd sparred plenty in the training camp, often against stronger opponents, and were more than ready for a real fight. Some of the more battle-hungry soldiers were itching to put their training to use. Fine, let's fight. You think we're scared? We outnumber you by a lot. Can you really beat us? The mercenaries weren't all mild-tempered either. Provoked, they drew their weapons and started shouting threats. We'll finish this quickly, grab the goblins and run. If we sell them, we'll be rich in no time, whispered Hashim, one of the mercenary leaders, to Andres. They'd heard about Hope Village's reputation from other teams, but had never seen its good stuff for themselves. Still, they figured a level 2 village couldn't offer more profit than a group of goblins. If they struck fast, they could escape before anyone noticed and come back later when things cooled down. Andres was tempted, but he remembered they were inside Hope Village's territory. Everyone knew that fighting inside a territory was a direct challenge to its authority, and the Lord had every right to punish them. Even the smallest territory was still a territory, and its Lord was a natural noble. After weighing the risks, Andres shook his head. Forget it, I'm out. He could sense that the Hope Village team's levels were lower than his own, but their confidence was suspicious. There had to be a catch. Better safe than sorry. Besides, he and Hashim's teams barely knew each other. If things went south, who knew who would betray whom? With that, Andres led his team aside, clearing a path. Hashim, seeing Andres back out, exchanged a glance with another mercenary leader, then signaled his men to fill the gap Andres' team had left. Quan Ziqiang immediately noticed the shift. His eyes narrowed. He'd only been bluffing before, but now the other side was serious. Could they avoid a fight? No. They were still within their own territory, and patrols would arrive soon. Victory was certain. After weighing the pros and cons, Quan Ziqiang decided to strike first. Attack. At his command, all the soldiers sprang into action. Swordsmen drew their blades, mercenaries readied their weapons and shields, mages raised their staffs, archers knocked arrows. In an instant, their team formed a tight offensive and defensive formation. A barrage of attacks caught the mercenaries off guard. Those who'd expected a close-quarters brawl were shocked when, after the initial sword and spear strikes, a wave of magic attacks followed, leaving them defenseless. Quan Ziqiang targeted Hashim, the mercenary leader, wielding both sword and staff. In a single exchange, he sent Hashim flying, leaving a sword wound on his arm. TSK, so weak. Quan Ziqiang muttered, not giving his opponent a chance to recover as he pressed the attack. If the enemy fought back, he'd cut them down. Hashim, a level 16 mercenary, was being completely overpowered by Quan Ziqiang, a level 13 swordsman mage. The rest of the Hope Village team was doing the same, one-on-one, one-on-many. They were suppressing the mercenaries and picking them off. Especially the mages, who, protected by defenders, unleashed wide-area attacks, anchoring the Hope Village team's formation. "So strong," a mercenary beside Andres exclaimed in disbelief. "Most of them are dual-class and all mages. Since when were mages so common?" Mages required talent. On the Stan continent, anyone with magical talent was highly sought after and would usually focus solely on becoming a mage, since higher-level mages were incredibly powerful. Most mercenaries were physical fighters. If they'd had magical talent, they'd never have become mercenaries. Back to reality. Every one of these soldiers was a mage. What a luxury. Andres paused, finally understanding where their confidence came from. He added, "What's rare isn't just that they're dual-class, but that they've mastered both sets of skills and can switch seamlessly. Their combat power isn't just 1+1, it's much more." Right now, Hashim's team only had a numbers advantage, so the fight couldn't be decided quickly. If this were outside, Hashim's team could drag things out and win by numbers. But this was Hope Village on their own turf. Hashim's team was in trouble. At that moment, Andres was truly glad he'd been cautious. Meanwhile, the goblins were stunned by the Hope Village soldiers' strength. On the way back, they'd encountered plenty of monsters, but the soldiers had dispatched them easily, barely breaking a sweat. Only now did they realize the soldiers' true power. Mills finally understood. If Hope Village had meant them harm, they could have crushed them by force. Where could they have run? "Are all Hope Village soldiers this strong?" Mills asked Victor. Victor, eyes wide as he watched Quan Ziqiang's team, replied, "I don't know their exact strength, but I know they work hard. They do all kinds of tasks by day, then train in the camp at night to improve their skills." Mills, he exhaled. "Let's help too." He'd worried they'd be a burden, but now he saw they could at least distract the enemy. At the very least, they couldn't lose in numbers. "All right," Victor agreed. Next, under Mills' command, all goblin warriors drew their signature weapons, crossbows. They aimed at the mercenaries and fired at their vital points. Some mercenaries were caught off guard, the sharp arrows piercing flesh and drawing screams. Clearly, the goblins' arrows were specially made, causing wide wounds on entry and tearing out chunks of flesh when pulled out. With the goblins' support, the tide turned even more against the mercenaries. Hashim noticed and was shaken. He'd miscalculated badly. Seeing Quan Ziqiang's fierce attacks, Hashim began to beg for mercy. "We surrender." "Too late," Quan Ziqiang replied coldly. "These people only bullied the weak. If the roles were reversed, would they show mercy? They had to pay the price." At that moment, the Hope Village patrol arrived, drawn by the commotion. Fighting within the territory? Wasn't there a rule about fines for that? That meant money. O'Neill, the leader, eagerly rushed toward the fight. When he saw that Quan Ziqiang's team was involved, his expression changed. "How dare you bully our people in our territory? Brothers, get them." At his command, the tiger folk in the team charged into the fray. Their massive bodies shook the ground as they ran. Hashim, feeling the tremors, glanced over and froze. "Beastmen? Hope Village has beastmen?" Sensing Hashim's disbelief, Quan Ziqiang snorted, "There are soldiers too. Our own people. If you dare bully us in our territory, you'll pay for it." Hashim, he was wrong, so very wrong. Andres, watching from the side, paused. A thought crossed his mind. Hope Village might not be so easy to mess with. Here is a natural, fluent English translation of your provided text. Mills and the other goblins instantly tensed up. At the same time, their eyes instinctively turned to Victor and Dunlop. Mills was now worried that this was all a trap. In just a short moment, he'd imagined every possible tragic outcome for his people. A wave of regret rose in his heart. He shouldn't have risked the entire tribe for a little bit of benefit. But right after came a surge of defiance. If anyone dared attack them, they would rather die than surrender. Sensing Mills' worry, almost hostile gaze, Victor quickly explained, "This isn't our doing. They're probably here to do business with Hope Village. Don't worry, we're already within Hope Village's territory. They wouldn't dare do anything to us here." Victor's tone was soothing, and he truly understood how Mills felt. After all, arriving in a human territory only to be immediately surrounded by professionals, anyone would suspect a trap. At this moment, Quan Ziqiang stepped forward to greet the surrounding teams. "We're the Hope Village soldiers. And you are." They'd been traveling low-key and weren't wearing their uniforms, so he had to reveal their identity. Hearing they were Hope Village soldiers, the leaders of the mercenary teams paused and exchanged glances. Soon, one of them spoke up, "So you're from Hope Village's soldier team. Where are you coming from?" As he spoke, his eyes kept darting to Mills and the goblins, clearly more interested in where these goblins had come from. Quan Ziqiang understood their intentions and replied coldly, "That's classified information for our territory. We can't disclose it. Also, you seem to be blocking our way. Would you mind moving aside?" The speaker, Andres, noticed Quan Ziqiang's attitude and looked a bit displeased, but still replied politely, "Since it's classified, we won't ask. But are you selling these goblins? We're willing to pay a high price." The atmosphere instantly froze. Many goblins began to tremble, while others glared at Andres, wishing they could fight him on the spot. Victor and Dunlop were no different. Quan Ziqiang replied bluntly, "Sorry, these goblins are residents we invited to our territory. Their freedom belongs to them, not even our territory has the right to sell them. And we hope that in the future, you'll respect our residents while in our territory." Everyone was stunned by Quan Ziqiang's words. For Mills and the other goblins, a feeling they couldn't describe welled up inside, and their eyes stung with emotion. For the first time, someone had said such words to them. This was a recognition they'd never received before. In that moment, they felt the sincerity of Hope Village. The mercenaries, on the other hand, found it laughable. Treating goblins as residents? Was this some new trick to catch goblins? Thinking this, several of them burst out laughing. The laughter sounded harsh to Quan Ziqiang and his team. In an instant, Quan Ziqiang's temper flared. "Laughing? What's so funny? If you can't understand plain language, then don't listen. Move aside." Quan Ziqiang's voice was cold, completely different from his earlier politeness. Now, there was a clear edge of anger as he drew his sword and pointed it forward. "If you don't appreciate respect, then you don't deserve it." And it wasn't just Quan Ziqiang, every other soldier felt the same. They knew how hard life was for goblins in this world, so when the goblins misunderstood, they saw it as natural and were willing to explain, to show their stance. But when their explanation was treated as a joke, with not a shred of respect, was there any point in further discussion? None. From the start, these teams had ulterior motives, blocking their way. It was obvious they were up to something. If they backed down now, they'd only be bullied more. The soldiers behind Quan Ziqiang all drew their weapons, making their stance clear. There was a real sense that if the mercenaries didn't move, a fight would break out. The atmosphere instantly froze. The mercenaries, who had been laughing, quickly wiped the smiles off their faces. Andres looked at Quan Ziqiang in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Even with Quan Ziqiang's stern tone, their view of goblins hadn't changed at all. "What do you think?" Quan Ziqiang shot back, his voice rising. "Are you going to let us return to our territory, or do you want to fight right here?" Truth be told, they'd never actually fought local residents before. They'd sparred plenty in the training camp, often against stronger opponents, and were more than ready for a real fight. Some of the more battle-hungry soldiers were itching to put their training to use. "Fine, let's fight. You think we're scared? We outnumber you by a lot. Can you really beat us?" The mercenaries weren't all mild-tempered either. Provoked, they drew their weapons and started shouting threats. "We'll finish this quickly, grab the goblins and run. If we sell them, we'll be rich in no time," whispered Hashim, one of the mercenary leaders, to Andres. They'd heard about Hope Village's reputation from other teams, but had never seen its good stuff for themselves. Still, they figured a level 2 village couldn't offer more profit than a group of goblins. If they struck fast, they could escape before anyone noticed and come back later when things cooled down. Andres was tempted, but he remembered they were inside Hope Village's territory. Everyone knew that fighting inside a territory was a direct challenge to its authority, and the Lord had every right to punish them. Even the smallest territory was still a territory, and its lord was a natural noble. After weighing the risks, Andres shook his head. Forget it, I'm out. He could sense that the Hope Village team's levels were lower than his own, but their confidence was suspicious. There had to be a catch. Better safe than sorry. Besides, he and Hashim's teams barely knew each other. If things went south, who knew who would betray whom? With that, Andres led his team aside, clearing a path. Hashim, seeing Andres back out, exchanged a glance with another mercenary leader, then signaled his men to fill the gap Andres' team had left. Quan Ziqiang immediately noticed the shift. His eyes narrowed. He'd only been bluffing before, but now the other side was serious. Could they avoid a fight? No. They were still within their own territory, and patrols would arrive soon. Victory was certain. After weighing the pros and cons, Quan Ziqiang decided to strike first. Attack. At his command, all the soldiers sprang into action. Swordsmen drew their blades, mercenaries readied their weapons and shields, mages raised their staffs, archers nocked arrows. In an instant, their team formed a tight offensive and defensive formation. A barrage of attacks caught the mercenaries off guard. Those who'd expected a close-quarters brawl were shocked when, after the initial sword and spear strikes, a wave of magic attacks followed, leaving them defenseless. Quan Ziqiang targeted Hashim, the mercenary leader, wielding both sword and staff. In a single exchange, he sent Hashim flying, leaving a sword wound on his arm. TSK, so weak. Quan Ziqiang muttered, not giving his opponent a chance to recover as he pressed the attack. If the enemy fought back, he'd cut them down. Hashim, a level 16 mercenary, was being completely overpowered by Quan Ziqiang, a level 13 swordsman mage. The rest of the Hope Village team was doing the same. One-on-one, one-on-many, they were suppressing the mercenaries and picking them off. Especially the mages, who, protected by defenders, unleashed wide-area attacks, anchoring the Hope Village team's formation. So strong, a mercenary beside Andres exclaimed in disbelief. Most of them are dual-class and all mages. Since when were mages so common? Mages required talent. On the Stan continent, anyone with magical talent was highly sought after and would usually focus solely on becoming a mage, since higher-level mages were incredibly powerful. Most mercenaries were physical fighters. If they'd had magical talent, they'd never have become mercenaries. Back to reality. Every one of these soldiers was a mage. What a luxury. Andres paused, finally understanding where their confidence came from. He added, what's rare isn't just that they're dual-class, but that they've mastered both sets of skills and can switch seamlessly. Their combat power isn't just 1+1, it's much more. Right now, Hashim's team only had a numbers advantage, so the fight couldn't be decided quickly. If this were outside, Hashim's team could drag things out and win by numbers. But this was Hope Village on their own turf. Hashim's team was in trouble. At that moment, Andres was truly glad he'd been cautious. Meanwhile, the goblins were stunned by the Hope Village soldiers' strength. On the way back, they'd encountered plenty of monsters, but the soldiers had dispatched them easily, barely breaking a sweat. Only now did they realize the soldiers' true power. Mills finally understood, if Hope Village had meant them harm, they could have crushed them by force. Where could they have run? Are all Hope Village soldiers this strong? Mills asked Victor. Victor, eyes wide as he watched Quan Ziqiang's team, replied, I don't know their exact strength, but I know they work hard. They do all kinds of tasks by day, then train in the camp at night to improve their skills. Mills, he exhaled. Let's help too. He'd worried they'd be a burden, but now he saw they could at least distract the enemy. At the very least, they couldn't lose in numbers. All right, Victor agreed. Next, under Mills' command, all goblin warriors drew their signature weapons. Crossbows. They aimed at the mercenaries and fired at their vital points. Some mercenaries were caught off guard, the sharp arrows piercing flesh and drawing screams. Clearly, the goblins' arrows were specially made, causing wide wounds on entry and tearing out chunks of flesh when pulled out. With the goblins' support, the tide turned even more against the mercenaries. Hashim noticed and was shaken. He'd miscalculated badly. Seeing Quan Ziqiang's fierce attacks, Hashim began to beg for mercy. "We surrender." Too late, Quan Ziqiang replied coldly. These people only bullied the weak. If the roles were reversed, would they show mercy? They had to pay the price. At that moment, the Hope Village patrol arrived, drawn by the commotion. Fighting within the territory? Wasn't there a rule about fines for that? That meant money. O'Neill, the leader, eagerly rushed toward the fight. When he saw that Quan Ziqiang's team was involved, his expression changed. "How dare you bully our people in our territory? Brothers, get them." At his command, the tiger folk in the team charged into the fray. Their massive bodies shook the ground as they ran. Hashim, feeling the tremors, glanced over and froze. "Beastmen? Hope Village has beastmen?" Sensing Hashim's disbelief, Quan Ziqiang snorted, "There are soldiers too. Our own people. If you dare bully us in our territory, you'll pay for it." Hashim, he was wrong, so very wrong. Andres, watching from the side, paused. A thought crossed his mind. Hope Village might not be so easy to mess with. With the addition of the powerful beastmen, the battle quickly became one-sided. A single swipe from a tigerfolk's paw could flatten a mercenary. One hit, one down. The mercenaries had no way to resist the tigerfolk, especially Hashim. Already being beaten down by Quan Ziqiang, and when O'Neill arrived, he was lifted straight into the air and then slammed hard into the ground. With a loud crash, Hashim felt as if all his bones had shattered, a muffled groan escaping his throat. It hurt so much. But before the pain could even subside, he saw a massive foot coming down toward him. It's over. That was the only thought left in Hashim's mind. Everyone knew how strong beastmen were. With their powerful bodies, a single stomp could easily send his already injured self straight to death's door. O'Neill's movement was so fast, Hashim didn't even have a chance to dodge. He instinctively closed his eyes, waiting for the end. But the next second, something unexpected happened. "Wait." Quan Ziqiang quickly called out to O'Neill, "Don't kill him." Although he'd fought hard just now, he hadn't aimed for any vital spots. The same was true for the others. They fought fiercely, but didn't go for the kill. This showed that everyone was still holding back. After all, killing someone within Hope Village's territory would not be a good thing. If word got out, how would Hope Village do business in the future? O'Neill snapped back to his senses. They were in human territory, and there were rules. Unless it was a matter of personal safety, killing within the territory would bring serious punishment. And that punishment was no joke. He'd heard of residents who'd been jailed for over a month for robbery, falling far behind others in strength, and now could only work in the mines, short hours, low pay, and exhausting labor. Having been educated by the Lord herself, O'Neill immediately stopped his foot, instead grabbing Hashim by the collar and lifting him up. Other beastmen followed O'Neill's lead, picking up the subdued mercenaries. Some beastmen could easily carry 2 at a time. Andres was stunned by the sight. These beastmen were just too strong. But what was even more shocking was that these beastmen actually listened to humans. Unbelievable. In his experience, the stronger the beastman, the more they looked down on the frailty of humans. Tigerfolk were the elite among beastmen. Yet O'Neill, the tigerfolk leader, actually listened to a junior human mage like Quan Ziqiang. Hashim, now captured, looked around in terror. Now that he'd fallen into beastmen hands, who knew what price he'd have to pay? He wanted to say something, but could only cough weakly. His injuries were too severe, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. O'Neill hefted Hashim and asked Quan Ziqiang, "Why were you fighting? Why did they bully you?" "Hashim, who's bullying who here?" "They probably wanted to rob us," Quan Ziqiang replied. "Robbery? O'Neill's eyes lit up. So we can return the favor? Or call it tit for tat? Kwon Zicheong paused. This guy was learning fast. And seeing that greedy look, he was sure of one thing. The equipment and weapons O'Neill's beastmen had recently acquired definitely came from robbing other humans. They'd gotten a taste for counter-robbery, otherwise he wouldn't look so eager. No way. This happened inside the territory, so the village chief has to handle it. Kwon Zicheong refused. Rules were rules. Hearing that it would be up to Zhou Bai, O'Neill dropped the subject. So what do we do with them? Take them back and let the chief decide. They tried to rob our residence, Kwon Zicheong said. All right. O'Neill put Hashim down and told the Beastman soldiers, take them all away. Yes! The Beastmen efficiently tied up the mercenaries, clearly experienced at this sort of thing. Once tied, the mercenaries were strung together in a line. Hashim, at the front, felt the sting of social death. Especially when he met Andres' gaze, he just wanted to hide. Andres looked at their predicament, felt another wave of relief, and quietly looked away. The beastmen led the captives toward the territory. Hashim, judging from Kwon Zicheong's attitude that they wouldn't be killed, didn't resist. Those who had tried got beaten even more. O'Neill came over to Kwon Zicheong, glanced at Mills and the goblins, and asked, "Are you all right?" "We're fine." "They couldn't handle us," Kwon Zicheong replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Their experiment had succeeded. They now had the strength to stand up to the world's entry-level professionals. Their hard work had paid off. O'Neill, remembering how they'd started out, looked at them with genuine admiration. The beastmen had always respected the strong. He'd watched these soldiers grow from weaklings to their current strength, and it meant a lot. He gave Kwon Zicheong and his team a thumbs up. "You guys are impressive." Kwon Zicheong raised an eyebrow and grinned. "Let's keep it low-key." Then he turned to the quiet Mills. "Chief Mills, thank you for your help just now." He hadn't expected the goblins to step in, and their help had really made a difference. It was worth being grateful for. "You were helping us, too," Chief Mills replied, a little embarrassed. Everything that had just happened made him truly feel their sincerity. They really did treat the goblins as people. "You're residents of our territory, you're our people. If we don't protect you, who will?" Kwon Zicheong said naturally. Hearing this, Chief Mills felt his nose sting. The other goblins felt the same, a sense of belonging and a new recognition of Hope Village. Kwon Zicheong understood their situation and their feelings and smiled. "Chief Mills, let's go. Let's go home." Home. They had a home now. "Everyone, let's go." Mills called to his people, his voice trembling a little. So the goblins lined up neatly and followed Kwon Zicheong deeper into the territory. Andres, watching all this, couldn't help but fall into thought. This Hope Village wasn't just tough, it was special. Special in a way that was truly different. At this moment, Zhou Bai also noticed this group of people in the territory. At first, she didn't pay much attention, especially since, in the past 2 days, the mercenary teams from Benjala town had all returned from various territories to restock, bringing with them quite a few merchant caravans from other territories. As a result, the flow of people in and out of Hope Village was huge. She could no longer judge how many people had arrived in the territory just by looking at the green dots on the map. So when she saw a large cluster of green dots lingering at the edge of the territory, she just glanced at it and went back to her work. But after a while, she noticed that this group of green dots hadn't moved at all. She immediately sensed something was up. On her way to the scene, Zhou Bai ran right into the whole group. When she saw O'Neill and the others dragging a string of people behind them, she was stunned. "What happened?" Zhou Bai asked O'Neill, her gaze sweeping over Kwon Zicheong, Mills, and the others. She had already guessed it must have something to do with this group of goblins. "Village Chief." O'Neill quickly greeted her. With his lead, the others followed suit, their respect for Zhou Bai as the village chief obvious. Hearing those words, those who didn't know Zhou Bai's identity all turned to look at her. So this was the village chief Victor and Dunlop had mentioned, the one in charge of all of Hope Village. Mills couldn't help but feel nervous. How would this village chief treat their goblin tribe? Although Quan Zixiang's attitude had already given him some reassurance, Mills, who had always been treated differently by the races of Stan Continent, couldn't help but be cautious with others' kindness, hoping for more acceptance. Inferiority and sensitivity, this was the norm for goblins. O'Neill couldn't wait to explain everything. I ran into them while on patrol. This mercenary team actually dared to commit robbery in our territory, and they tried to rob our residents. He rattled off the whole story, and Zhou Bai instantly understood. At this point, the captured Hashim looked at Zhou Bai and couldn't help but speak up. "Village chief, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please give us another chance. I'm willing to offer you a rare treasure." There was no hope of getting the beastmen to let them go, so his only hope was to appeal to Zhou Bai. His last sentence was a blatant bribe. Of course, this was common in most territories of the human kingdom. Sometimes, money could buy you anything. In many territories, you could use money to buy special privileges. Now, he hoped to use Zhou Bai's authority to save himself. Zhou Bai listened, the corners of her mouth curling into a subtle smile. What rare treasure? Hashim, seeing Zhou Bai's directness, glanced at O'Neill, Quan Zixiang, and the others. This village chief didn't care what her subordinates thought and was willing to do business so openly. After his initial shock, Hashim was delighted. This usually meant one thing: Zhou Bai had absolute control over Hope Village and didn't need to worry about her subordinates' opinions. Hashim immediately said, "I have a building blueprint, something I got by chance." For ordinary professionals, building blueprints weren't very useful. Their only value was as gifts to a territory's lord or high-ranking officials in exchange for protection. He'd originally planned to give this blueprint to his own territory's lord. But before he could return, this happened. Afraid he'd be skinned alive in Hope Village, he had to offer up the blueprint to curry favor with Zhou Bai. "Let me see it." Zhou Bai hadn't planned to accept a bribe, but when she heard it was a building blueprint, she perked up. For the territory, you could never have too many blueprints. Unfortunately, the drop rate for blueprints was just too low. Hashim hesitated for a moment, then handed it over. Just like that, the blueprint ended up in Zhou Bai's hands. The moment she saw it, her eyes lit up. Item: Arrow Tower Blueprint. Description: Offensive Building Blueprint. Can launch large-scale attacks. The higher the level, the greater the attack range. Note: reusable. So far, Hope Village's defenses had relied mainly on the city walls, plus a few ballistae acquired from other territories. Ballistae were large weapons. Powerful, but mostly useful against enemy main forces, not for wide-area attacks. But arrow towers were different. With arrow towers, Hope Village could turn defense into offense and greatly strengthen its defenses. Though they were expensive, Hope Village wasn't short on money these days. Even when funds were tight, Zhou Bai was willing to spend for the village's safety, let alone now, with income pouring in. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she said to Hashim, "This blueprint is very useful." "Thank you, Hashim, and that's it?" Seeing Hashim's hopeful little eyes, Zhou Bai suddenly understood and handed him 5 gold coins. "This is payment for the blueprint. As for the rest, you broke the rules in Hope Village, so you'll be dealt with according to our laws. I can't help you there. But don't worry, since it was only attempted robbery, the punishment won't be too harsh." Hashim: "Gee, thanks." He looked at the 5 gold coins in his hand. Compared to the blueprint's value, it was a good price, but what he really wanted was freedom. "I also have," Hashim tried to bargain. He had a feeling Zhou Bai's idea of punishment was not something he wanted. "If you have more blueprints, I'm happy to trade," Zhou Bai said, emphasizing the word trade. It was clear, no matter what Hashim offered, Hope Village's stance wouldn't change. Realizing this, Hashim's lips moved, but he finally fell silent. Every territory had its rules. They'd been caught, there was nothing more to say. Zhou Bai turned to O'Neill. "Take them away. Find Bear, he'll know what to do." With the influx of outsiders lately, things had been a bit chaotic inside and outside the territory. It was the perfect time to make an example. Hashim and his group would be the chicken to warn the monkeys. Bai was sure Bear wouldn't waste the opportunity. Understood. O'Neill called the Beastman warriors and led Hashim's group away. Andres, watching, tensed up. Noticing his nervousness, Bai looked over at his team. Village Chief, we're a mercenary team from Guayaval Village, Andres said, putting on his best manners. Welcome to Hope Village. I hope you enjoy your stay, Bai nodded politely. Thank you. Andres was genuinely surprised by Bai's friendly attitude. He could tell Bai didn't have the usual arrogance of a leader. He had to admit, it was refreshing. Tough on the malicious, kind to the friendly. Hope Village really was an interesting place, more exciting than the rumors. He was truly curious now. Glancing at Quan Ziqiang and the goblins, then at the departing Hashim, Andres wisely said, "We won't disturb you any longer. We'll be on our way." He'd only stuck around to see what would happen to Hashim. Now that they were gone, there was no reason to stay and risk being unwelcome. With that, he led his mercenary team away. Once they'd left, Bai turned to Mills and the others. Quan Ziqiang quickly introduced Mills. "This is Mills, their chief." Mills, meeting Bai's gaze, grew nervous. Bai smiled kindly. "I'm so glad you decided to come. Now Victor and Dunlop will have company in Hope Village." Mills was stunned by her casual, friendly tone. It instantly closed the distance between them. He glanced at Victor and Dunlop, who both smiled at Bai's words. It was in the little details. Their lives in Hope Village must really be good, for them to feel like coming back was coming home. Noticing Mills' dazed look, Bai continued to Victor and Dunlop. "You used to live with Bear and the others. Now that your people are here, you can choose a new place." "What new place?" Victor asked curiously. "The Goblin District," Bai replied. "I've divided your housing into 3 neighborhoods. The Undead District, the Beastman District, and the Goblin District. Each district will be home to your own people, so you'll feel more comfortable. The prices for buying or renting are the same as for everyone else. You can pick whatever suits your tribe best." "Thank you, Village Chief." Victor was genuinely moved. Having a place of their own in the territory, what a blessing. Mills, too, felt a surge of anticipation. From top to bottom, everyone in Hope Village seemed to be doing their best to ease the goblins' worries, helping them open their hearts and accept the small kindness the world had to offer. To avoid any more trouble, Bai walked with them. The whole group headed step by step toward Hope Village. As they got closer, they encountered more and more people and teams. Many eyes were instantly drawn to them. Goblins. So many goblins. At that moment, Bai also noticed that, among the teams waiting to enter the village, there were goblins as well. But these goblins had ropes around their necks, tied together. They were slaves. The sight was so sudden that Bai's group stopped in their tracks, stunned. At this moment, the mercenary team leading the goblin slaves also noticed Bai's group. When they saw Mills and his group of goblins, their brows furrowed. They had brought these goblins here because they knew goblins were in high demand in many new territories. After all, new territories needed mineral resources, and goblins were experts at finding them. So, they had already decided to sell their goblins in Hope Village for a high price. But now, seeing so many goblins already in Hope Village, would their plans still work? Probably not. With that thought, the leader, Wilson, looked at Bai's group with a sour expression. There were very few merchant teams with the strength to trade in goblins. In his memory, he had no impression of Bai and her people. His gaze swept over Victor and Dunlop. There were even goblin undead among them. Impressive. Just then, a mercenary beside Wilson recognized Bai and quickly whispered in his ear, "That's the village chief of Hope Village. The people with her aren't mercenaries, they're Hope Village's soldiers." Hearing this, Wilson paused, then immediately put away his displeasure and greeted them. "Village Chief, I'm Wilson, captain of the St. Law mercenary team." Bai noticed the change in his attitude, but didn't react much. This was just the norm in this world. She was used to it by now. All she could do was keep strengthening her territory, fighting for more say for herself and her residents. Joe glanced at the ragged goblins behind Wilson and asked directly, "Did you bring these goblins for our territory?" It was a tactful way to ask, considering she had over 200 goblins standing behind her. Since she recognized them as residents, she had to show them respect. Mills noticed this, a wave of emotion flickering in his eyes. Looking at the other goblins, his heart grew heavy. The goblin race's status on the Stan continent was still precarious. They had been saved, but countless goblins were still suffering. When would their people's fate finally change? As Mills stared at the other goblins, those goblins were also looking at Mills and his group. After all, they were all goblins. Seeing so many of their own kind, the goblin slave's eyes brightened. So many kin. Looking at Mills' group, a flash of envy and then happiness appeared in their eyes. Their kin were clearly living much better lives. Seeing others do well was at least some comfort. Yes, they're all excellent miners, and some are especially good at finding ore. With them, your territory will never have to worry about minerals again, Wilson said, instinctively touting the benefits of goblin labor. Then, realizing Joe already had so many goblins, he added, "But since you already have so many, I guess I'll have to find another territory to sell to." Although it was a waste of time, selling elsewhere for a higher price would be worth it. Besides, Hope Village's goods sold so well, he could buy some and sell them in other territories for a profit. At these words, Mills instinctively looked at Joe Village Chief, but after those two words, he didn't know what else to say. Should he ask Joe to buy the goblins? That would be a big investment. Thinking of this, Mills added, "We can trade ore for them. Please save them." Yes, they had collected a lot of ore. It might not mean much to them, but humans needed it. He was willing to use ore to ask for Joe's help. Joe heard Mills' quiet plea and agreed immediately, all right. Even if Mills hadn't asked, she would have done it anyway. She'd originally planned to let them repay her in other ways so they could feel more at home in Hope Village. But now, with ore, they'd be able to settle and even faster. Wilson noticed their interaction and was a bit confused. "Village Chief, aren't you being a little too nice to these goblins?" Goblins daring to negotiate with humans who gave them the nerve. Joe replied, "They're not my slaves. They're residents of our territory." Residents? Wilson stared at Joe in shock. Why? Given the goblins' status on the Stan continent, this was far too generous. There were plenty of ways to get goblins to work for a territory. Making them residents and giving them so much, wasn't it a loss? No reason. "I want to, and so does my territory," Joe said bluntly. "I have just one question. Are you willing to sell these goblins to me?" The goblins behind Wilson heard this and looked at Joe then at Mills, disbelief and hope rising in their hearts. Could they really become residents and shed their slave status? Seeing Joe was serious, Wilson, though still incredulous, replied, "If the village chief wants them, of course I'm willing. But the price, surely you won't make me take a loss? I heard Hope Village's goods are in high demand. If I could get my order faster, I'd even give you a discount." If he could get the goods right away, he'd have more time to sell them elsewhere and make more money. That was worth more than these slaves. There are always some goods reserved for special customers. "I can give you this batch," Joe agreed without hesitation. As Lord and Village Chief, she could make that call. Wilson took the rope from his teammate and handed it to Joe. "Just pay me the market price, Village Chief, 50 gold coins, a real bargain." 50 gold coins for more than 20 goblins, about 2 gold coins each. Most of them looked old, weak, or sick. Joe was surprised at the price. She'd known goblins were valuable, but not this much. No wonder the goblin trade was so rampant on the Stan continent. If they were easy to catch, it was definitely more profitable than hunting monsters. She handed the gold coins to Wilson. Wilson smiled. "Thank you, Village Chief. I'll be waiting for your good news." "Someone will contact you soon," Joe nodded. "Great." Wilson didn't expect Joe to negotiate with a small-time mercenary like him. After the deal, he led his team into the territory. Other teams watching nearby whispered among themselves. Joe ignored the stares, handed the rope to Mills, and said, "You untie them." Once they're free, bring them into the territory. What about the Mills, moved by the rescue, asked quickly. She'd paid a price, so he had to keep his promise. Sort it out after you're settled. I don't think you'll run off on this debt. Joe smiled kindly. Come on, let's get them inside. Mills looked at Joe, deeply moved. He'd never imagined he'd be touched by a human. Thank you, he said solemnly, then turned to untie the goblins. The newly freed goblins were stunned. Had they really been saved? Very quickly, Mills had the ropes binding the goblins untied. After gaining their freedom, the group of goblins actually seemed a bit uneasy, not knowing what to do with their hands and feet. They weren't sure what would happen to them now that they'd been rescued. In the end, they could only instinctively move closer to Mills and the other rescuer goblins. Come join our group. Just follow behind us, Mills said, looking at his confused and lost kin, sighing deeply in his heart. They themselves had suffered enough, yet still couldn't bear to see others suffer. In the past, even if they wanted to help, they were powerless. Protecting their closest kin was all they could do. But now, with Joe, the village chief of Hope Village, on their side, he'd taken a gamble. He hadn't expected her to actually agree. At this moment, he felt a faint glimmer of hope for the goblin race. As long as the territory they lived in was willing to shelter them, they could still stand freely in the sunlight. Even if they still relied on others and the relationship was fragile, it was better than always hiding in the shadows. And maybe, just maybe, they could deepen that relationship. Thinking this, Mill's heart pounded and his gaze grew determined. Even if it was just a little hope, they had to seize it. At that moment, Mills glanced at Victor and Dunlop, finally understanding why they had worked so hard to persuade him. They just wanted to find a place for goblins to stand tall. Hearing Mill's words, the rescued goblins timidly joined his group, heads down, not daring to look up. Watching this, Joe paused, gaining a deeper understanding of the goblin race. Beyond their coveted special abilities, what stood out even more was how, after years of oppression by other races, it was nearly impossible for them to build self-confidence as a people. The more they were bullied, the more obvious this became. Mills and his group, having their own territory, still had some fighting spirit left. But these goblins, enslaved for so long, were completely different. In them, Joe saw the necessity of strength. The weak are always bullied. The goblin's plight was a matter between races. Her own struggles were between territories. Rather than letting fate be dictated by others, relying on the whims of outsiders, she would rather take control herself. With that, Joe said nothing more and led the group forward. Soon, as they stepped through the city gates, all the goblins received a system notification. Dear refugee, welcome to Hope Village. You may now choose your status. Visitor, 10 copper coins/day. Or resident, 10 silver coins/permanent. Seeing this message, they were all stunned. In their world, entering a human territory had never come with any choice. Because for them, hard work didn't mean human rights. But now, they had a choice. Mills instinctively looked at Victor. Told you so, Victor said with a smile. All the explanations in the world couldn't compare to experiencing this moment for themselves. Mills paused, then immediately chose resident. When he paid the 10 silver coins and saw his status change to resident, Mills felt tears welling up in his eyes. And it wasn't just Mills, every goblin was experiencing the same thing. No matter what the future held, in this moment, they were overwhelmed with emotion. They were finally no longer slaves, but residents. The goblins who had just been sold also paid the resident fee with the help of their kin, agreeing to repay it through work later. Their blood seemed to boil with excitement. Their feelings were even more intense than Mills and his groups. They had thought being sold to a new territory would mean even harsher suffering, but fate had taken a dramatic turn. In that moment, it was as if a crack had opened in their dark world, letting in a sliver of light. This change brought a new energy to them. They no longer looked so lifeless. Though they still followed the other goblins cautiously, their eyes now darted curiously around Hope Village. As soon as they entered the territory, They were hit by a sense of bustling life they hadn't felt in ages. In the past, such liveliness had nothing to do with them. Now, they were part of it, and the feeling was hard to describe. As they entered, many people gathered around out of curiosity. "Village Chief, you're back. Are these all future residents of our territory? Was your journey safe? When will there be jobs suitable for ordinary professionals like us? We want to do those tasks too." Haha, the territory is really getting stronger. When will the territory level up? The local professionals greeted them enthusiastically, their eyes full of curiosity as they looked at the goblins. Mills noticed these glances and felt a bit uneasy at first, but as he tried to get used to it, he started observing the crowd in return. He was stunned to realize that there was no contempt in their eyes, just pure curiosity. He could sense it so clearly because he'd seen too much disdain from humans before. Even a little kindness was easy to spot. Victor had been right. This place really was different. What kind of territory was this? Joe understood the curiosity of the crowd and answered, "Territory jobs are posted as needed, so I can't say for sure. But as the territory grows, there will be more and more. As for these goblins, they're now residents of our territory. They're new here, so please help them settle in. Not all goblins are miners, after all." As Lord and Village Chief, she could see their information as soon as they became residents. Most had mining skills, but that wasn't their only talent. She didn't want the goblins to think their only value in Hope Village was mining. They could live their own lives here. This wasn't about anything but respecting the lives of a sentient race. Life in this world was fragile. So, in this world, you had to unite every force you could. The goblin race, together, was a force to be reckoned with. With Joe Bai's words, the professionals became even more welcoming. "Those of you good at fighting, come with us. If you don't know what to do yet, just stick with us for now. Hope Village residents are the friendliest. Of course, there are a few who aren't, just ignore them. Most importantly, welcome to Hope Village." Hearing that last welcome, many goblins who had been holding back their emotions couldn't help themselves. They lowered their heads, quietly wiping away tears. No one had ever treated them like this before. The scorn and insults in their memories were suddenly replaced by these warm, welcoming faces. They realized that there was a place for them in this world after all. Many people noticed their reactions, and their eyes showed a bit of sympathy. All they could think was, an innocent man gets into trouble just for having something valuable. Once they're settled, help them out, Joe Bai said. "I'll take them to register and get settled now." If it were other residents, she'd let someone else handle it, but for these goblins, she wanted to do it herself, to show the original residents her attitude and help them let go of old prejudices. She didn't want to control how people thought, just hoped they'd be in sync with Hope Village's values. "All right, Village Chief, you go ahead," everyone replied. With that, Joe Bai and Quan Ziqiang escorted the goblins down the main road of Hope Village. Along the way, Joe Bai and the others introduced the village to the goblins. Victor was especially good at this, chattering away. "That's the commercial street, mostly food. There's so much good stuff here. Burgers, fried chicken, fries, beef noodles, shredded pork noodles, jjiang noodles, all kinds of cakes and pastries, and tons of drinks. The second row of shops has magic items and potions, support stuff. Over there are the public buildings. That's the Hall of Heroes. I came here through that. I was so lucky to end up in such a good territory. That's the Lord's Mansion. You'll probably come here every day. If you don't have money but have ore, make sure to exchange some, you'll need it here." With Victor's detailed introduction, everyone's impression of Hope Village deepened. As they became more familiar, their fear faded, and they began to see themselves as part of it. With Joe Bai leading the way, they quickly finished registration at the Lord's Mansion. After getting their ID cards, they started selling the ore they'd brought. "Your warehouse has purchased 10 units of bronze ore. Your warehouse has purchased 10 units of red copper ore. Your warehouse has purchased 10 units of refined iron ore." All kinds of ore flowed into Hope Village's warehouse. Joe Bai was pleasantly surprised. She knew goblins had special skills for finding ore, but she hadn't expected them to have so much stockpiled. Even if they didn't go mining right away, this would be enough for Hope Village for a while. Ore was a vital resource for any race or territory. This was a real windfall for the territory. By contrast, the newly arrived goblins were in a tough spot. They had no freedom, no coins, and no ore. They were penniless. Seeing their kin use ore to secure their future in Hope Village, they felt a twinge of envy. But that envy quickly turned into determination. They would work hard to find and mine ore too. Sensing their feelings, Mills, the goblin chief, stepped forward. "We'll lend you some money to get started. You can pay it back later." "Thank you," the goblins replied, embarrassed. They realized just how much they owed their kin. "This is all we can do. From now on, let's look out for each other in the territory," Mills said, seizing the moment to unite everyone. Hope Village needed them, so they would work hard to make the goblin race valuable, so valuable that no one would want to give them up. Bai watched all this without interfering. She'd set up separate districts for the undead, beastmen, and goblins so they could manage themselves. All she needed to do was keep the leaders in line. Once the ore was sorted, Bai led them to the district prepared for them. When they saw it, Victor got emotional, pointing to the sign at the entrance. "Those 4 characters say Goblin District. This is our very own neighborhood, just for goblins, managed by goblins." Of course, it's not free, you can rent or buy, but it's affordable. With Victor's introduction, all the goblins looked at the district with awe. They knew this would be their base in Hope Village, a place just for them. It felt completely different. Before, they'd only had a foothold in human territory. Now, they had a home. It was almost too good to be true. Some goblins even pinched themselves, and when they felt the pain, they couldn't help but laugh. Even Mills, the chief, couldn't help himself. He pinched his own hand, then the hand of a goblin next to him. "Chief, why'd you pinch me?" "That hurt." Mills just smiled. "If it hurts, it's real. If it hurt, it meant this wasn't a dream." Bai and the others saw their little gestures and smiled indulgently. Now that they were here, she wanted them to enjoy their freedom. "Victor, I'll leave things here to you and Chief Mills," Bai said. "Don't worry, Village Chief." Victor replied quickly. "Village Chief, I'll take care of our people." "We won't cause you any trouble," Mills said, a bit awkward but very earnest. Bai nodded and left with her group. Once they were gone and only goblins remained, the atmosphere changed. "Chief, this place is amazing." "Chief, is this all real?" "Chief, can we really buy a house here?" "Chief, if we buy a house, it's really ours?" "No one will take it away." "Chief." Mill's ears were filled with the word chief and all sorts of questions. It was noisy and chaotic, but Mills didn't mind at all. He and Victor answered every question. One by one, the goblins' questions were answered, and they began to step into their new homes. The goblin district's houses quickly filled up. Some chose to buy, others to rent. But at this moment, they all gained the same thing: a sense of belonging. As the goblins began their new lives, their arrival drew attention from many in the territory, especially the original residents and visiting merchants and mercenaries. The fact that so many goblins had become residents of Hope Village sparked heated discussion. Many speculated about the village's motives, wondering if there was some special benefit to be gained. No one believed a territory would take in goblins just to do a good deed. At the Lord's mansion, in the personnel office, the staff were busy registering new residents based on the information from the registration desk. They were already very familiar with this process. The only difference today was that most of the new registrants were goblins, not humans. The staff from Blue Star didn't think much of it, but the local hires who had joined after passing the exam were a bit curious. I could understand when the undead and beastmen became residents. After all, their presence greatly increased the territory's strength. But these goblins, taking them in as residents is eye-catching, and the only real benefit seems to be in mining. But for that, you could just buy them outright with a bit of gold. "Why is the territory doing this?" one of them asked, glancing at Jiayu. Jiayu was a veteran in the personnel office and came from the same place as the village chief, so she was the right person to ask. When she heard the question, Jiayu paused. She knew the question wasn't malicious, just a lack of understanding. But having been educated in the modern world, she understood exactly why the territory was doing this. Probably because our territory doesn't like the idea of slavery. A lot of things can be accomplished through employment. Why insist on making someone a slave? If the goblins become residents, they'll be grateful for our kindness and work hard to help us find ore. Isn't that better? But when they were slaves, they had to mine too. If they didn't, they'd be beaten, so the slave owner always got plenty of ore. The other person hesitated. He'd seen goblin slaves in a small town before. If they didn't meet their quota, they'd be beaten, so the master always got a lot of ore. From the territory's perspective, isn't it better to pay less for more? Rao Jiayu was momentarily speechless. The territory's interests are decided by the territory, not by individuals. Overthinking it is pointless. The other person nodded. I understand. He'd known all along that this territory was different from others. That's why ordinary people like them had a chance to work here. Since they enjoyed the benefits, they had to accept the territory's unique requirements. He steadied himself. Others nearby, who had been listening in, also understood. That included Luck. Since joining the commercial management office, he'd worked hard and was now getting the hang of things. He was living a regular, respectable life, and he was very satisfied. So even if the goblin situation was different from what he was used to, he would follow the territory's policies. He couldn't do much, but he could at least encourage his family and former teammates to be friendly to goblins. At the magic equipment shop. The days of overwhelming demand were over, but business was still steady. Wendell was satisfied with his shop's performance. More importantly, his main income didn't come from the shop, but from trading goods between Benjala Town and Hope Village. His exclusive contract with Hope Village gave him the rights to sell Hope Village goods in all of Benjala Town. He bought at Hope Village's reasonable prices and sold for double in Benjala Town. He wanted to charge even more, but since the two places were so close, if his prices were too high, he'd lose the market. So he settled for a reasonable markup. Even so, he was making a fortune. And it wasn't just him. Other merchant teams with Hope Village contracts were also making big profits in various territories. Hope Village was becoming famous in these lands. Soon, the lords of other territories would take notice, and Hope Village would face new opportunities and challenges. He planned to see what advantages he could gain from this. That's why he hadn't left with his team. He wanted to observe and better understand Hope Village, to see where all these new ideas and innovations came from. Captain, the village chief, just returned with the soldier team. Do you know what they were doing? They want to bring back a group of goblins. A team member rushed in to report. Goblins? Is Hope Village planning to mine next? Makes sense. If they want to upgrade, they'll need more iron ore, Wendell speculated. Where did they get so many goblins? It's not easy to buy goblins in such numbers. Did Hope Village have some hidden backer? They didn't buy them. Apparently, they picked them up in the wild, convinced by those two undead goblins from before. Didn't cost a thing, the team member said, looking a bit puzzled. So these goblins aren't slaves in Hope Village, they're residents. Not just the undead and beastmen, but now goblins too. Hope Village is really open-minded. While it's true that you see other races in the big human territories, it's rare for them to be accepted as residents. If they're not our kind, their hearts must be different. The bigger the territory, the less likely they'd take the risk. Some territories had suffered for it in the past. But now, this little territory dared to do it. And so far, it was working. The undead and beastmen were loyal to Hope Village, and now the goblins would probably be just as devoted. It was rare indeed. Wendell was stunned. Residents? Yes, and not just the ones they brought back. Divided into different neighborhoods, with only goblins living there, alongside the undead and beastmen. The team member explained, still in disbelief. Wendell thought for a moment, then said, there must be something about goblins that Hope Village wants. Maybe it's the ore. Keep an eye on them and see if we can get some benefit out of it. Yes, the team member replied, thinking his captain was always sharp. After a pause, he asked, if it's really just for the ore, will Hope Village keep treating the goblins this well after they get what they want? That depends on Hope Village, Wendell said calmly. From an outsider's perspective, he thought Hope Village was a bit too idealistic. After all, Hope Village would have to face countless other territories in the future. Would they really be allowed to build this pure land? Whether they could stick to it, or if things would change, was still unknown. It was too early to say. He didn't believe that, when their own interests were at stake, Hope Village would still protect the goblins. Let's wait and see. So how should we treat the goblins? Just treat them normally. As long as we can make money, why not? Just keep an eye on them. Maybe we can learn something about Hope Village's plans, Wendell instructed, staying calm. Yes. Next door, at the potion shop, Maria and her team were also discussing the matter. Unlike Wendell, Maria's group was more trusting. Maybe Hope Village can accept so many races because it always follows a principle of fairness for all residents, regardless of race. That's what makes Hope Village so attractive, Maria said, her confidence shining. Her days in Hope Village had brought a new light to her eyes. Yeah, Hope Village is the best territory I've seen for ordinary residents, Henry agreed. I just didn't expect them to treat goblins so well. For goblins, this place must be really special. If they treat goblins this well, they'll treat us humans even better. As long as we follow Hope Village's lead, we can't go wrong, Maria said. She'd already seen the benefits of living here and fully supported all of Hope Village's policies. So we treat goblins just like any other resident? Henry asked. Yes. If they come to our shop, we treat them kindly. It's good for the territory's unity, Maria decided. Henry nodded. And so, even though people had different feelings about the goblins' arrival, in the face of Hope Village's policy of treating goblins well, everyone chose to follow the territory's principles and made a mental note to treat goblins kindly. Sometimes, changes in thinking happen in these small moments until they take root in people's minds. Goblin District. With the arrangements made by Mills and Victor, the goblins had basically all chosen their own homes. As the chief, Mills had some savings, and after selling a good amount of ore, he bought a 2-story stone house outright. The stone house was still empty, but Mills felt nothing but joy. He truly loved this home because it meant stability and peace, no more constant worry about his situation. Just then, Victor and Dunlop came over. They too had used their savings to buy houses in the district. Renting was an option, but owning a home gave them a stronger sense of belonging. Seeing the look on Mills' face, Victor smiled. Chief, are you planning to decorate yourself or hire a professional team? What's the difference? Mills snapped out of his thoughts and asked. If you do it yourself, you buy furniture and fittings from the carpentry shop as you need. If you hire a team, they'll plan the layout and provide everything, but it's more expensive and looks better, Victor explained. I'm planning to hire a team. Let's go take a look first, Mills said, tempted but also worried that buying a house and hiring decorators might be too extravagant for newcomers like them. Maybe they should keep a low profile. Victor nodded, understanding Mills' concerns, but he believed Hope Village would gradually help his people let go of their worries. Let's check on the others first, Dunlop suggested. The three of them walked around the district. The goblins were looking at their new homes, their eyes shining with a light they'd never had before. When they saw Mills, they smiled. Chief, how are you all settling in? Mills asked. It's great, the house is big. No more worrying about wind or rain. Most importantly, we don't have to fear being snatched away anymore. And our children can finally live a stable life, not dying young from wandering and hardship. One after another, the goblins spoke. Their needs were simple, and what they had now already made them feel content. Listening to them, Mills sighed deeply. The world had always been so unkind to goblins. But now they'd found a place like Hope Village, a chance at stability. He wondered if it would last. A trace of worry flashed through his heart, but then his gaze grew determined. To make this stability last, he had to lead the goblins to become indispensable to Hope Village. As long as they had value, Hope Village would never abandon them. With that in mind, Mills said, do you want to go out into the territory? Maybe buy some daily necessities. He saw that most goblins were just staying inside the district, afraid to venture out. He knew their fears, but also knew that only by going out could they truly integrate. At his suggestion, the goblins hesitated. Can we? What if people don't like us being out there? What if they drive us away? Maybe you and Victor should just buy things for us. We're fine staying here. Hearing this, Mills felt a pang of sadness and glanced at Victor. Victor understood and said, "Don't worry. Let's go out, eat something, and shop. The merchants will be happy to have our business, not dislike us." Really? Of course. You'll see for yourselves. You have to get used to it. I can help you once or twice, but not forever. Besides, aren't you hungry? The food in Hope Village is best eaten fresh. As Victor finished, several goblins' stomachs rumbled. Victor laughed. Let me recommend some places. The canteen has all kinds of dishes, sweet and sour ribs, pork chops, tomato and egg stir-fry, and more. The commercial street is full of snacks, all delicious. The goblins couldn't help but swallow. Let's go try it. Sounds so good. Dad, I want to eat. All right, I'll take you. Some of the little goblins started begging their parents. With this encouragement, more goblins gathered. Of course, some still preferred to stay hidden in the district, but Victor and Mills didn't force them. They knew that once some goblins went out and came back with good stories, the rest would follow. When the day came that all goblins could walk freely in Hope Village, that would be true integration. Soon, Victor and Mills led a group of goblins out toward the commercial street. Those who stayed behind watched with envy. Especially the former slave goblins. Jerry, do you think they'll really be treated kindly by humans? One asked. Jerry, the highest ranked among them and nearly a mid-level miner, was the de facto leader. He looked at the curious faces around him and said, I don't know if everyone will accept us, but some definitely will, especially the village chief. After all, we're officially residents now, and that's better than anything. Then why don't we go too? All the money we have was lent by Chief Mills. We're not in a position to go out yet. Let's rest and get healthy, then earn our own money, Jerry replied. Hope Village was a world they'd never known. Of course they wanted to go out, but they just didn't have the confidence yet. But there was hope. Hearing this, the skinny goblins smiled for the first time in ages. Yes, let's earn money first. Meanwhile, Victor and Mills led the goblins into the bustling commercial street, filled with the aroma of food. Mills felt nervous, and the goblins behind him even more so. People, so many humans. They'd always avoided crowds, but now they had to try to fit in. Even Mills, despite all his mental preparation, felt a bit timid. He looked to Victor for help. Victor smiled and said, Wait here. He knew that no amount of talk could compare to real experience. He dashed into several shops, and soon, shopkeepers came out to greet the goblins. Need renovations? Come see our shop, we have all kinds of plans. Need furniture or kitchenware? We have everything, and we deliver and install. Want a tour of the territory? I can show you around for a good price. Cheaper with more people. The shopkeepers were all eager. Mills paused, then said, I'd like to see the renovation options. Come with me, the shopkeeper said quickly. With the chief taking the lead, the other goblins found the courage to speak up about their needs. In no time, the group was split up among the shops, becoming a unique sight in the territory. Victor returned to Mill's side, knowing that the chief was key to the goblins' integration, and stayed with him to help him learn about the territory. They soon arrived at the renovation shop. Inside, many people were looking at blueprints and models. Mills immediately noticed the models in the center. What kind of house did you buy? The clerk asked. A level 3 residence. A 2-story stone house. Come to Area C. These are the most popular level 3 designs. The clerk enthusiastically introduced the options, drawing Mills and the other goblins in. At that moment, Wilson entered with his team. He glanced at the goblins, his professional habit as a slave trader kicking in. He'd seen goblins wandering freely outside, and now saw them shopping. This really wasn't a typical human territory. Goblins shopping for homes meant they'd settled here. Hope Village really did give goblins the same rights as other residents. It was surprising. But as a slave trader, he had other concerns. If he brought more goblins from elsewhere, would Hope Village want them? Would the goblins here want them? He went over to Mills and Victor. "You're the goblin chief, right?" Wilson greeted them. Mills tensed up. He hadn't forgotten Wilson was a slave trader. "No need to be nervous. I'm just here to talk business." Wilson grinned. "I've bought all the goods I want from Hope Village, and am heading back to my own territory. We still have a lot of goblin slaves there. Do you want them?" Goblin slaves sold well, but supply was unstable. If the goblins here wanted them, he could set up a regular trade route. He could focus on just 2 territories and make more profit with less effort. Mills was stunned, then replied without hesitation, "Yes." "How many do you want?" Wilson asked. Mills wanted to say as many as possible, but thought of his limited funds and asked, "How many can you bring at once?" "About the same as this time, 20 or so. Any more is too risky." "About every 7 or 8 days," Wilson said. If it worked out, he'd make over 100 gold coins a month. Not much after costs, but it was easy money. "All right," Mills agreed. "Cash on delivery. If you don't have enough gold." "We'll be ready," Mills said seriously, feeling the weight of responsibility. Besides, what other income could goblins have? "All right." Wilson nodded and turned to look at the house models, another business opportunity. After he left, Mills asked Victor, "Are there jobs for us in Hope Village?" "Besides mining, I can't think of anything, but we can ask the village chief," Victor replied, knowing how important this was. This was a huge opportunity for the goblins. The more goblins there were, the stronger their community, and maybe, one day, they could resist being at the mercy of others. "Let's go find the village chief," Mills said immediately. He had no interest in house models now. He agreed to the deal because he could see Zhou Bai truly wanted to accept the goblins. As village chief, she should have plans for them. They didn't need rest, they needed work. "Let's go," Victor said, leading Mills toward the Lord's mansion. The village chief's whereabouts were unpredictable, but the mansion was the best place to find her. At that moment, Zhou Bai was at the newly opened cement factory. She was there because cement had finally been developed. Many mad scientist types in the territory had signed up to work on the formula, and once someone succeeded, the product was recognized by the system. "Congratulations, host, you have created a building material. Please name it." She named it cement, and it now had its own description. Item, cement, description, a brand new building material. Effects to be verified. "Village chief, I did it," Song Winley said excitedly. A die-hard novel fan, she'd always dreamed of transmigrating and had studied cement and glass formulas. As an engineering student, she remembered them well. After coming to this world, she'd wanted to use those formulas, but lacked the materials. She'd ended up as a mage, but was weak in combat and had little to show for it. When the territory called for someone to make cement, it was like a dream come true. Now, having succeeded, she was thrilled. "Well done." Zhou Bai's eyes lit up, giving her a thumbs up. "Hee," Song Wenli scratched her head, grinning. "Since you were the first to make it, you'll be in charge of the cement factory. I'm appointing you as factory director." "Any problem with that?" Zhou Bai said. "That easy?" "It's not easy. You made cement so quickly, I should be thanking you," Zhou Bai said. "I'll give you 500 contribution points and 5 gold coins, and we'll sign a contract." "Any issues?" Getting the right cement mix would have happened eventually, but for the territory, sooner was much better. "No problem," Song Wenli replied, eyes shining. The others looked on with envy, but also admiration. She'd been the first, after all. "Get production organized right away," Zhou Bai said. "I'll need a lot of cement in the coming days, and I'll send people to help. You'll be in charge of the team. Assign jobs as you see fit." She wanted to see what effect cement would have on the city walls. She had a feeling it would greatly boost their defenses, crucial for the upcoming territory war. "Yes," Song Wenli replied, already planning with her team. She was sure the others, mostly weak in combat, would be happy to have a good job in the territory. Sure enough, everyone agreed. They started discussing plans right in front of Zhou Bai. Seeing this, Zhou Bai left the factory. As she stepped out, she saw Bayer leading Victor and Mills over. Looking for me? What's up? Joe Bai asked. We wanted to ask if there's any work for goblins. We'd like to start right away. You just sold a batch of ore and have money, why the rush? Joe Bai was surprised. There's a reason, Victor quickly explained, telling her about the deal with Wilson. After hearing it, Joe Bai finally understood and felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't considered this. But even now, she couldn't offer much help. Is there a problem? Victor asked, noticing her expression. In 3 days, Hope Village will face a territory war. Everyone's focused on preparing, so we can't spare people to arrange jobs for you. Even if we could, the pay wouldn't be enough for you to buy your kin back long-term, Joe Bai said honestly. We have enough ore to last a while. Just arrange work for us when you can, Mills said quickly. No matter what the job, we'll do our best, just give us a chance. Joe Bai sensed their urgency and, after a pause, said, there is one job. We're reinforcing the city walls and need labor. The pay isn't high, but you can start right away. Is that okay? Yes, Mills replied immediately. Then wait for the notice, Joe Bai said. Seeing how easily satisfied they were, she added, after the territory war, if you want to earn a lot of money, the best way is to find mineral deposits. The territory will reward you handsomely. Given the goblin's talent, she had to mention it. Mills listened, looking into Joe Bai's clear eyes, and breathed a sigh of relief. We'll do our best. Their fate had always been tied to minerals, once a curse, now a blessing. If Hope Village needed it, they'd work even harder, turning misfortune into fortune. Seeing their expressions, Joe Bai's mind turned, and she said, there's a material we need. If you have it or know where to find it, the territory will pay well. Goblins knew all about minerals, maybe they'd seen limestone before. Last time, they'd only gathered a few shells. For the city walls, they'd need more, and for future roads, a substitute would be needed. Relying on other teams to find shells was too limited. What kind of material? A white, blocky stone. If it has impurities, it's pale yellow or gray. It's often found near the sea, but sometimes inland too, Joe Bai described, recalling her geography lessons. Mills frowned, thinking hard. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Is it a stone that's a lot like shells? He remembered seeing such a stone in large quantities, but it had no energy, so he dismissed it as useless. Now, hearing Joe Bai's description, the memory came back. He even knew a nearby source. If it was the right stone, they could make a lot of money. Yes, the composition is almost the same, Joe Bai said, her eyes brightening. So there was news? Then we know where to find it, Mills said excitedly. Joe Bai's heart skipped a beat. Is it far? Not far, Mills started, but Joe Bai stopped him. Just take us there when the time comes. We'll discuss the details first. The goblins had suffered enough. She didn't want to take advantage of them. And this was crucial for Hope Village's future. She owed them thanks. Mills was stunned by Joe Bai's genuine goodwill. Thank you, village chief, he said sincerely. I should be thanking you. You're a blessing to our territory. Joe Bai replied with a smile. Limestone, so important. Mills was stunned again. A blessing? What a wonderful thing to be called. He never imagined the goblins would see a day like this. Hope Village really was different. The people were different. The village chief was different. At that moment, all of Mills' lingering worries vanished. He no longer believed that a place like Hope Village or a chief like Joe Bai would ever use the goblins for anything bad. Because so far, what they'd given the goblins far exceeded what the goblins could give in return. At this moment, after the discussion ended, Song Winley spoke up. The cement factory will need a lot of workers soon. Chief Mills, you can pick some of your people to come work. They can start right away. Song Winley wasn't foolish. She could see the territory was figuring out how to settle the new goblin residents. Before, she didn't have the authority to get involved, but now she needed laborers, and these goblins were the perfect fit. Mills hadn't expected a job opportunity to come so quickly. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, "What kind of work is it?" "It's simple manual labor. As long as they have some strength and patience, that's enough," Song Winley explained. "No problem, we can do that." How many people do you need? Mills asked. With the current materials, we can start with 30, Song Wenli replied. Absolutely, that's no problem. Mills couldn't help but smile. There were over 200 goblins, but only about 100 were able to work. Solving employment for a quarter of them at once was a big deal. Not to mention the city wall construction job as well. This would be enough to help many of his people settle down. Victor, seeing that some of their people's livelihoods were already secured, was delighted. As expected, going to the Lord was the right move. Jobai noticed the light in Mill's eyes and realized that the chief's wariness toward Hope Village was probably gone, or at least, he had already accepted the village. The goblins' demands were really so easy to satisfy. She just hoped they could live peaceful lives here. With that in mind, Jobai said, the rest of your able-bodied goblins can go help with the city wall. The construction team will take you to set up scaffolding soon. All of them? Isn't that too many? Mills asked instinctively. You don't have to go out of your way for us. No, the territory war is in a few days, and the wall must be reinforced before then, Jobai replied. This is very important for us, so we need as many hands as possible. Honestly, we could use even more. Don't worry. We'll work hard. Mills promised. Go on, let your people know, Jobai urged. All right. Mills replied happily, then left with Victor and Dunlop, heading back toward the district. Although they were closer to the Goblin district, they first needed to gather the goblins who were wandering around the territory and announce the good news to everyone. At first, the three walked slowly, but as they realized what had happened, their steps grew lighter and more joyful. Everyone who saw them couldn't help but smile. The goblins really were quite endearing. Only Hope Village could let them live such simple lives, Bear said to Jobai. Everyone knew the goblins' status on the Stan continent. In all the territories he knew, none treated goblins so well, not only taking them in, but also arranging jobs for them. It was surprising, but it made him look up to Hope Village. They're intelligent beings and deserve to be treated this way. In the future, Hope Village won't be the only one, Jobai said honestly. There were many territories established by people from Blue Star in this world, and she believed more would accept goblins. After nearly 2 months here, after all she'd experienced, Jobai had a vague sense that there was a reason they'd come to this world, a reason that involved all the races. Of course, that was just her guess. The real reason would only become clear with time. Bear thought of what Jobai had said before. There were many others like her, with the same education and ideals, building territories like Hope Village. For some reason, he felt hopeful. He looked forward to these people changing the human kingdoms, the Stan continent, and even the world. When Hope Village's reputation spreads, those territories will come looking for you. Then, village chief, you'll meet many like-minded allies, Bear said, seeing Jobai's hopes for her people. Jobai smiled. After this territory war, maybe there really will be more. First, because so many merchant teams traveled between Hope Village and other territories, word would spread. Second, because of the territory rankings, Hope Village was now second among Blue Star territories and close to first on the Stan continent. Even though Hope Village was expanding rapidly, it still hadn't surpassed the top spot. She had a feeling that if she survived this territory war, she'd become #1. She understood people's desire to follow the strong. If Blue Star people were dissatisfied with their current territories, they'd want to move, and the top territory would be their first choice. Even though Blue Star people would never outnumber the locals, she still hoped more would join her territory. For these reasons, Hope Village might really welcome many newcomers in the future. Bear understood her meaning and said firmly, "We'll win this territory war." While they talked, Mills, Victor, and Dunlop had already returned to the commercial street. They saw many goblins wandering between shops, holding all kinds of food and smiling with satisfaction. Some were chatting with humans, laughing together. Seeing this, Mills felt his heart was cleansed. Hope Village really was wonderful. He quickly gathered some goblins and announced, "Back to the district for a meeting, there's news for everyone." Some goblins were reluctant to leave the bustling street, but they listened and headed back. Along the way, they called out to others who were alone. Soon, a group of goblins had returned to the district. Those who'd stayed behind came out to greet them. Was it lively outside? Why are you back so soon? What's that you're holding? Smells so good. How did the humans treat you? One question after another, their eyes full of curiosity. It was lively, really lively, and there was so much good food we couldn't even try it all. The humans were friendly, chatted with us, and told us about Shiwang Village. As for why we're back so soon, the chief called us he is news, one goblin replied, passing the topic to Mills. Everyone looked at Mills. He was ready. I have good news. We just went out and found jobs for everyone. If you want to work and earn money, come register with me. You can start right away and get paid. The goblins stared in disbelief. Jobs? So soon? What kind of jobs? One is at the cement factory. They need 30 people, and it should be long-term and stable. The other is temporary, helping build the city wall. No. Sign me up. The scene instantly became lively, everyone scrambling to register. Soon, except for the little ones and those unable to work, everyone had signed up. After assigning everyone based on their abilities, the goblins set out in 2 grand groups, one to the cement factory, the other to the city wall. With the addition of the goblins, the cement factory began large-scale production, and all sorts of wooden scaffolding started to appear on the city wall. This commotion quickly attracted the attention of both the territory's residents and visiting teams. Wilson was one of them. Because the goblins had sold themselves to Zhou Bai, he got a backdoor opportunity and managed to get some goods earlier than other teams. This gave him a chance to stroll around Hope Village and enjoy the local food. During his stroll, he also noticed the goblins' big operation. He was genuinely surprised that Hope Village not only hired goblins, but also paid them wages. Hope Village actually hired so many goblins to work, and they're even doing something fancy with the city wall. For a village, this wall is already sturdy enough. Are they just doing this to give the goblins jobs? A mercenary in Wilson's team grumbled in his ear. Soon, the rest of the team chimed in. That's probably it. Isn't Hope Village putting too much effort into these goblins? Yeah. The goblins are treated pretty well here. They even have their own residential area. I originally thought Hope Village just gave them the title of resident, but I didn't expect them to actually treat them seriously. Their current job pays 100 copper coins a day, not much, but they get 3 free meals at the restaurant. Even if it only lasts a few days, that's enough for them to settle down in Hope Village. Honestly, Hope Village is a pretty nice place. If they treat goblins this well, ordinary residents can definitely have a good life here. I can see the villagers are all pretty satisfied with their lives. It's just that the village's level is still too low. Who knows if it can survive the development phase and become a town? If it does, it'd be a great place to live. What started as complaints gradually turned into admiration for Hope Village's people-friendly policies. Compared to other territories, Hope Village really does treat its residents well. Of course, the most important thing is that Hope Village has lots of novel and delicious food, and it's not expensive. Living here is truly a pleasure. Listening to these discussions, Wilson paused thoughtfully. After observing, he agreed that Hope Village was indeed a good place. But his business and family were in another territory, so he couldn't just give up everything. Still, if you like it here, you can bring your families to visit next time. When our team delivers goods, we can bring them along, Wilson said directly. The mercenaries' eyes lit up instantly. Right? How could they have forgotten about that? They didn't plan to settle here, but that didn't mean they couldn't bring their families for a visit. They believed their families would love this place, and a trip wouldn't be expensive. After all, they worked so hard out here just to give their families a better life. Now that the captain was willing to let their families join the group, their biggest worry was solved. Immediately, the way they looked at Wilson changed. Thank you, Captain. We'll work even harder. A few mercenaries immediately started flattering Wilson. Wilson just chuckled. Winning over his subordinates' hearts would only make them work harder for the team. After this was settled, Everyone's attention returned to the city wall. So, is this wall really just to give the goblins jobs? Wilson looked at the layers of scaffolding and said, "We'll know once it's done. I think Hope Village definitely has its own plans. Judging by Hope Village's current development, it's not a place without foresight. But aren't we leaving in a couple of days? I heard Hope Village is about to enter the territory war period." A mercenary said hesitantly, then shared a rumor. "I heard Hope Village might have been targeted by a raider-type territory." Wilson frowned. He'd heard the same rumor, but it was just speculation. Regardless of whether it was true, they wouldn't stay. Their team had no reason to take such a risk. "All right, this doesn't concern us much. No need to discuss it. We'll leave before the territory war starts," Wilson said directly. Yes, the other mercenaries nodded quickly. They just hoped the territory would still exist after the war. Otherwise, it'd be a shame to lose all the good things here. There were quite a few teams in Hope Village thinking the same way as Wilson's. Aside from those planning to settle, many merchant and mercenary teams had already started packing up, preparing to leave before the territory war began. In the following days, no matter what others speculated, Hope Village continued reinforcing the city wall. Thanks to the goblins' efforts, the wooden scaffolding and external frames were completed, making the wall several times thicker. The gaps between the two were filled with dense iron mesh. On the day it was finished, the cement produced by the factory was mixed and poured in bit by bit. The flowing cement made onlookers mutter to themselves, "Is this stuff really better than stone? It doesn't look as good as stone. At least stone is hard, this stuff is all soft and mushy. What's the point? I was looking forward to this for nothing. I really don't get what Hope Village is thinking. Yeah, they've made the once mighty city wall look so weird." Listening to these comments, the Blue Star residents secretly smiled to themselves. The locals had no idea about the power of cement. Many Blue Star residents kept their achievements hidden, just waiting to see the locals' jaws drop. While others doubted, Mills, the goblin chief, was also a bit nervous. After all, this was the goblins' first job in Hope Village. They hoped to finish it perfectly and lay a foundation for integrating into the village. He'd also heard rumors from some villagers these days, saying the goblins were dragging Hope Village down. As the goblins waited nervously and the locals watched for entertainment, overnight, the city wall underwent a dramatic transformation. Both the visiting mercenary teams and the territory's residents were stunned by the newly formed wall. How could this be possible? Yes, it was truly unbelievable. The once soft and mushy mud wall had become so solid, like a massive boulder, making the already imposing city wall even more intimidating and oppressive. Heavens! The wall is now 3 times thicker than before, right? It looks so magnificent. I've only ever seen city walls like this in big cities. No, even city walls in cities might not be this sturdy. With a wall like this, the sense of security is overwhelming. I feel a bit embarrassed now. I thought they were just messing around before, but now I realize how ignorant I was. What exactly is this cement? It looked so soft, but in just one day, it's become so hard. Whatever the case, this is a good result. With a wall like this, how safe will our territory be? I used to worry that the territory wouldn't last, but now I'm not afraid anymore. This territory has developed so much in such a short time, the future looks bright. On site, many people were discussing and couldn't help but reach out to touch the exposed wall. With a bit of force, they felt a slight pain, which was enough to prove how solid the wall was. After experiencing it, the residents all wore excited smiles. They were genuinely happy for the strength of their territory. Soon, they found some Blue Star residents they knew, who were already in on the secret. "You guys knew about this all along, didn't you? Now I finally understand the look on your faces yesterday. It was pride." "Exactly. We knew from the first glance yesterday. We've seen it before. We didn't say anything because we figured you wouldn't believe us anyway. Cement really is a great invention. How is it made? We've never seen it before. It requires a special formula, of course. Do you know it? Even if we do, we're not telling. This is definitely another trump card for our territory, something that will bring in revenue. Don't tell us. The Blue Star residents looked at the locals' evasive expressions and couldn't help but smile. They really didn't say anything more about the formula. In fact, they knew a bit about the raw materials, but to actually make it, the proportions were probably crucial. They'd only recently learned that Hope Village had brought back a lot of shells, and to be able to produce cement in such a short time, well, their territory was truly impressive. There really were a lot of talented people among the Blue Star residents. They were happy too. They didn't know how other territories were doing, but what they did know was that Hope Village was getting better and better before their eyes, and that gave them a deep sense of accomplishment. As they chatted, whether Blue Star residents or locals, as long as they were residents of Hope Village, they were all excited and happy about the territory's transformation. But for outsiders like Wendell, Wilson, and the other merchant and mercenary teams, it was different. Looking at the thick city wall, their feelings were complicated. Yesterday, they were still skeptical about Hope Village's approach, and deep down, they didn't really believe it would work. But it actually did, and in a way they'd never seen before. Once again, they witnessed the uniqueness of Hope Village. Just how many good things does Hope Village have up its sleeve? Every new thing they introduce challenges my understanding. Yeah, the variety of novel foods and all these unique ideas. I really want to know what their world was like before. If their original world was so great, why did they come here? Suddenly, this place seems really nice, perfect for our families. The mercenaries' discussions reached Wendell and Wilson's ears, and both felt a bit different inside. Hope Village always managed to surprise people when they least expected it. Of course, while they were amazed, they didn't speak as openly as their teammates. The two met at the city gate, and since they were close, they immediately noticed each other. Wilson had bought things from Wendell's shop during his days in Hope Village, so he recognized him. He also knew that Wendell wasn't a resident of Hope Village, but had chosen to do business here. After thinking for a moment, he walked over. "Mr. Wendell, how do you feel now?" Wilson asked. "Are you thinking about developing your future in Hope Village?" Wilson knew that many of the mercenary teams who came with him had basically moved their entire. Some joined Hope Village's hunting and gathering teams, some found jobs, some started their own businesses, and life was thriving. Clearly, they were doing better than before. Especially that mercenary team called Maria, their potion business in Hope Village, with its complete range, had become a unique enterprise. He didn't believe Wendell hadn't noticed all this. Wendell frowned at Wilson's question. "What's it to you? And don't tell me you're willing to settle in Hope Village." Not settling down always meant there was something you couldn't let go of. For him, it was all the years he'd invested in Benjala Town. Seeing Wendell's slightly annoyed look, Wilson explained, "I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that some people in my team seem to be tempted. In fact, he'd already told them he'd bring their families here for vacations, which had reassured them. But today's events in Hope Village had a big impact on them." From what he knew, as long as Hope Village's safety was guaranteed, and with the way it treated its residents, it was enough to tempt most people. After experiencing a territory like this, who would want to go back to a life of oppression? No one. Even if that oppression was only in status. Of course, for someone like Wilson, who was part of the ruling class, this kind of environment wasn't so friendly. That's why he wanted to ask Wendell's opinion. After listening to Wilson, Wendell paused. "As long as you come to Hope Village, you'll have to get used to this happening." There was a mercenary captain who originally planned to join Benjala Town, but after a short stay in Hope Village, almost all his people wanted to leave him. In the end, he had to stay in Hope Village just to keep his team together. Wendell was just telling the truth. Hope Village's allure was simply too great. All you can do is make your people feel that life under you is better than in Hope Village. "Then they won't leave," Wendell said, adding, "That's what I do. Plus, since the two territories are close, my people can still enjoy Hope Village's goods. It's acceptable. There are a few territories near Hope Village that treat their residents well, so there's not much difference. But for those that don't treat their residents well, people are coming here every day. Over time, if they don't change, they might get emptied out." Maybe out of sympathy, Wendell gave a thorough explanation. Wilson fell silent. Just then, a team came out of Hope Village. "Captain, now you really don't have to worry. With the city wall so thick, the defense must be high. There's no way it'll be breached like a Birdovie village." Heh, good thing we settled in Hope Village early. Life is already stable now. Feels like I have more motivation to work. The mercenaries in the team spoke excitedly, while what looked a bit embarrassed. Seeing Wilson staring at the team, Wendell whispered, "That's the team I told you about." Wilson listened and looked them up and down. He understood. He'd better work hard to avoid becoming the next big loser. It was just too hard to train a loyal subordinate these days. What, feeling Wilson's gaze, thought it was a bit odd, but casually looked away and led his people off to work. In fact, he had already adapted to life in Hope Village. He had to admit, life in Hope Village was really quite good. After chatting with Wendell, Wilson quickly left with his team, already considering how to treat his people better. On site, more and more people were gathering inside and outside the city wall. Its appearance meant that Hope Village had entered a new stage. At the same time, Jobai received a system notification about the city wall. "Congratulations, host. After using the new building material, cement, your territory city wall has received a defense bonus. Defense increased by 400%. Current city wall defense, 400,000. When Jobai saw this message, she was overjoyed. Although she had expected the city wall's defense to improve after using cement, she never imagined it would increase fivefold. From what she knew, even the city walls of many first-tier cities only had a defense rating of a little over 200,000. Hope Village's city wall defense had already far surpassed that of a first-tier city. With this level of strength, it was almost certain that no matter what territory came to attack, it would be nearly impossible to breach the wall within 24 hours. Not to mention, Hope Village itself was well prepared for war. With such a strong defense, this round of the territory war was already in the bag for Hope Village. "How is it?" Bear couldn't help but ask. This new material had never appeared on the Stan continent before. Although the Lord had boldly used it on the city wall, people were still worried about the results. It worked. "The city wall has been upgraded. Defense is now 400,000, Jobai said quickly, seeing Bayer's anxious expression. Even though Bayer had mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked by the number. But that shock was quickly replaced by delight. The territory had grown even stronger. What a feeling! Who could understand it? "So, will these materials become one of our territory's specialty products?" With all the recent trade, Bayer was well aware of the benefits commerce brought. Even if many goods weren't expensive, small profits add up to big numbers. He was starting to understand what the Lord meant by a distribution center. Those merchant caravans were essentially making money for Hope Village. Now, cement was the same. With results like this, it would definitely be in high demand among other territories. And since the supply was limited, they could set their own prices and sell for a good profit. "We can, but not yet. At the very least, we need a stable source of raw materials. Only when we control the raw materials can we truly control the product," Jobai nodded. "But that problem is basically solved now." It wasn't just the Blue Star residents of Hope Village who knew the cement formula. Other territories would surely find out too. The only difference was the raw materials. Shells were found near the sea, which was dragon territory and hard to access. Fortunately, the goblins had discovered a source of limestone, giving them an alternative. As long as other territories didn't find out, this market would belong to Hope Village. A monopoly was truly profitable. "The goblins really saved us," Bayer couldn't help but sigh, understanding Jobai's meaning. He had never imagined that putting goblins in the right place could bring out so much value. "They've all worked really hard," Jobai agreed, thinking of the goblins' diligence over the past few days. She had a feeling that the goblins might become a core force in the territory's future. "It's also because you gave them a chance," village chief Bear said, now believing that good people are rewarded. Jobai paused. In this world, even ordinary actions could seem extraordinary. She changed the subject. "Let's go take a look at the city wall." And then Bear nodded. He was eager to see what a city wall with 400,000 defense looked like. The two of them headed from the Lord's manor toward the city gate. Along the way, everyone they met was hurrying toward the city wall, their faces full of excitement. Our territory is amazing. They even managed to make cement. Now the city wall is like a fortress of copper and iron. Haha, now we really don't have to worry about the territory war. I'm so excited. Our territory's future will definitely be a blend of fantasy and technology. Hearing these words, Jobai couldn't help but smile. What could be better than seeing your territory grow stronger and become a dream place to live in the eyes of others? Bear also felt a sense of pride. By now, many people had noticed Jobai and Bear. As Hope Village grew, Jobai and Bear had become local celebrities. Everyone knew that they handled most of the territory's affairs and were largely responsible for its current success. Most residents respected and admired them. Unlike the locals, who kept a respectful distance, the Blue Star residents quickly gathered around Jobai to ask questions. How did you make cement? It seemed to appear out of nowhere. Will there be more? Jobai replied directly, when we went to pick up the goblins, we found a lake with shells in it, so we brought some back. Most of it was used on the city wall, but if we get more, we'll use it for road construction. Cement roads would definitely be the fastest way to travel in this world, aside from magic. They'd try it first in Glasgow Village. As she answered, Jobai was also making plans in her mind. So you mean there's still some left? Hearing that roads would be built, everyone perked up. They understood Jobai's hint. Hope Village's cement stockpile was limited, but there was still a fair amount. After all, if they could pave roads, there must be plenty. Just imagining the territory's roads connecting to the outside world as cement roads, they could already picture how prosperous Hope Village would become. Among the crowd, many locals were also delighted. Even if they didn't understand all the details, they could tell that Hope Village still had plenty of this powerful material and would keep using it for construction. How wonderful! The group continued walking, their attention shifting to the city wall. The closer they got, the more they felt the wall's imposing presence. The people gathered around the wall seemed tiny in comparison. The goblins were among them, their bodies trembling. Their feelings ran even deeper than the humans. Did we really build this? One goblin asked, almost looking up in awe at the new city wall. Yes, we built it, Mills replied, his voice trembling with emotion. Hearing this confirmation, the goblins silently bowed their heads, tears streaming down their faces. So their value wasn't just in mining, they could contribute in other ways too. Their reaction drew the attention of those nearby. Seeing their pitiful appearance, several Blue Star residents quickly spoke up. You guys are amazing. Thank you for giving us such a magnificent city wall. Awesome job. I never thought you little guys could be so good at hard labor. Hearing these compliments, the goblins' eyes widened in disbelief. Were they really that impressive? Some locals, who hadn't thought much of it before, now found themselves agreeing. I used to think goblins could only mine, but they really did a great job with this. I thought the village chief just made up a project to keep the goblins busy, but I was wrong. The village chief is here. As they whispered, they noticed Jobai's presence and quickly greeted her. She was the true creator of the new city wall. In an instant, the thousands of people present all turned to look at Jobai. Facing all those eyes, Jobai walked over to Chief Mills. Chief Mills, thank you and your people for your hard work in building this city wall. I just received news. Our city wall's defense has reached 400,000. Such good news had to be shared widely. It was vital for boosting the residents' confidence. Sure enough, the crowd fell silent for several seconds. Then, cheers erupted. 400,000? Did I hear that right? No, you heard right. I heard it too. Isn't that even better than a first-tier city? Yeah, first-tier cities only have a little over 200,000. This is at least on par with a second-tier city's defense, though that's just the defense. Cities also have magic defenses and powerful attacks. Of course, but our Hope Village is a level 2 village. Exactly. For a level 2 village to achieve this, if I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it. This is a miracle, better than a massive defensive magic array. Everyone was chattering excitedly, their faces full of pride. Their sense of security had reached its peak. Before, the wall just looked safe, now it truly was. As everyone was celebrating, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted in surprise. Whoa, our territory ranking just went up. We were second in the region a moment ago, now we're first. He just glanced at the rankings and saw his territory's number change from an ordinary 2 to a bright red one. Hearing this, Bai's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively checked the territory panel and saw the numbers had indeed changed. Current ranking, Stand Continent ranking, 6012 regional ranking, 1 real-time data. Sure enough, the regional ranking had jumped from second to first, and the Stand Continent ranking had leapt to just over 6,000. That leap left Bai a little stunned. Did a city wall's defense really have that much impact on a territory's strength? She'd thought they'd have to wait until after the territory war to advance, but this new cement discovery had let them reach their goal ahead of schedule, an unexpected bonus. It seemed that territory rankings really did reflect a territory's overall strength. Hope Village's breakthrough was because, in the system's eyes, its defense was enough to make up for its lower level. Turning the territory into an impregnable fortress had just happened by chance. And it wasn't just Bai, many others noticed too, and their faces quickly showed excitement. Of course it was great for their territory to be number 1. Most importantly, a level 2 village ranking over 6,000 on the entire Stand continent was absolutely explosive. And as all the residents celebrated the territory's rise in the rankings, Hope Village's sudden jump was drawing attention from countless other territories. Ningxian Village. Damn. Hope Village actually surpassed our territory and became number 1 in the region, and it's only a level 2 village. How did that happen? A level 2 village becoming number 1. Does that mean they're stronger than us? I thought our territory was already doing pretty well. Exactly. We're right next to Wenxia Village, sharing resources and developing quickly. If Hope Village is going it alone, I can't imagine how they managed to surpass us. They're impressive, but it looks like our territory isn't number 1 anymore. Yeah, we've always been number 1, so suddenly dropping down does sting a bit. But honestly, that territory is really something. To surpass us at just level 2, they must be really strong. And since we're all from the same place, it's a good thing for all of us if they're powerful. Right, and their ranking on the entire Stand continent is over 6,000, which really boosts our reputation. If we ever find out where they are, we should go take a look and maybe look for our own families while we're at it. Yeah, if there's a chance. After noticing the change in territory rankings, the residents of Ningxian Village couldn't help but start talking about it. To be honest, most of them felt a bit uncomfortable. As residents of Ningxian Village, of course they wanted their own territory to be the best. But then, remembering that they all came from Blue Star and would have to face the nearby territories in the future, that discomfort faded away. Their territory had risen quickly, but after truly joining Stand Continent, the neighboring territories hadn't exactly been friendly. Lately, there had been a lot more professional raiders robbing their territory, and everyone knew it was the work of those nearby territories, just no proof. So lately, they could only be extra careful. All they could hope for was that all Blue Star territories would grow stronger so they could help each other in the future and not have to fight alone. While the residents were thinking about this, the two brothers Jin Jingshan, Lord of Ningxian Village, and Jin Jingxia, Lord of Wenxia Village, were also discussing the matter. I didn't expect Hope Village to develop so quickly. Now I'm really curious about it. If I knew where it was, I'd definitely go and learn from them, Jin Jingxia couldn't help but say. Their two territories relied on each other, but sometimes they still felt stretched thin in some areas. But Hope Village? Most likely, it had gotten this far on its own, and that alone was enough to earn his respect. With such rapid development, they must have their own unique industry. Sooner or later, we'll find out where they are, and then it won't be too late to visit, Jin Jingshan said from the side. You could tell how much the surrounding territories cared about them. He didn't believe a territory rising in the rankings so quickly would stay unknown for long. Just wait. Yeah, Jean Jinxia nodded. Next, we keep absorbing new residents and strengthening the territory, Jean Jingshan said, always clear about his goal, to make the territory stronger. He didn't care about the other territories, he just wanted his own to have a foothold in this world. So, once you have enough people, when will your territory upgrade to a level 1 town? Jean Jinxia asked. Only after becoming a town would they truly have a foothold in this world, and their ranking would be in the top 1,000. It's not that easy. We have to be absolutely sure. Otherwise, upgrading to a town is just asking to be carved up, Jean Jingshan replied. Territory wars were unavoidable for every territory. They were supposed to promote development, but he felt they were really just a form of plundering. It was easy to upgrade to a town, but surviving among so many wolves was another story. He didn't want his hard-built territory to become someone else's meal. Yeah, Jean Jinxia nodded. He believed that once their territories developed, they'd definitely be able to connect. After this period of development, he also agreed with his brother. Blue Star territories shouldn't waste energy fighting each other. Yushi Village. Hope Village is seriously awesome. Bei Wukong looked at their ranking, then at his own, and instantly felt down. At first, he was jealous, but now he was just full of admiration. After all, their development was so far ahead, he couldn't catch up even if he tried. If he could just learn a little from them, he could still compete with other territories. These next couple of days would probably be Hope Village's territory war. After that, he planned to go and see for himself and learn a thing or two. Just then, a few team leaders from the territory's professional teams came to find him. What's up? Bei Wukong was no longer as arrogant as before and was much kinder to the people in the territory, especially the professionals. This attitude paid off. The residents' approval of Yushi Village had gone up, and he'd recruited quite a few strong professionals as soldiers, paying them high wages. With this, the territory was developing better and better, and fewer residents wanted to leave. We want to go check out Hope Village in a few days. Is that okay? Asked Lai Gaoyang, the leader of one of the professional teams, cautiously. They'd only thought of this after seeing Hope Village's ranking. If Hope Village could rise so fast, it must have something special, and probably lots of opportunities. Yushi Village was doing well, but they wanted even better prospects. Of course, they came to Bei Wukong first to keep things open. If things didn't work out in Hope Village, they could always come back. Bei Wukong's face stiffened when he heard this. Bad news. A lot of people had already left before, and things had only just stabilized. Now that Hope Village was famous, another batch would probably leave. Even though they said they were just going to take a look, after seeing Hope Village's prosperity, there was a good chance they'd stay. But it was only natural for people to seek better opportunities, so he couldn't really stop them. Thinking this, Bei Wukong spoke up, even kindly saying, sure. The territory will send a team over too, so everyone can travel together for safety. He also planned to bring back more goods from Hope Village. Even if they couldn't produce them, at least the residents of Yushi Village could enjoy some of Hope Village's benefits, which might help keep them around. Besides that, he wanted to establish stable cooperation with Hope Village. Thinking this way, he didn't feel so bad about people wanting to leave. Lai Gaoyang watched Bei Wukong's expression change. He'd thought Bei Wukong would refuse, but after hearing his response, his eyes went wide. He wasn't angry, and was even willing to send a team with them. The Lord had really grown up without anyone noticing. When did this change start? Was it after visiting Hope Village? Suddenly, Lai Gaoyang became even more curious about Hope Village. What kind of place could make the once arrogant Bei Wukong become so down-to-earth? All right. Then we'll trouble you, Lord, Lai Gaoyang said, and the other team leaders thanked him as well. After they left, Bei Wukong cheered himself up by looking at his population numbers. The advantage he had over Hope Village was his good location. After every territory war, a steady stream of natives from the homeland would come over. So even if more residents left for Hope Village, as long as enough people kept coming in, he'd be fine. Of course, the most important thing was to keep up with Hope Village's development. Even if there was a gap, it couldn't be so big that it became ridiculous. Otherwise, his territory would just become a transit point for others. In short, look up to Hope Village. Qinghe Village. It had been over a month since Bayer and the others had come here, and things in Qinghe Village were getting worse and worse. At first, they only had to hand over half their harvest, but then it became 60%, and now it was 70%. The copper coins and resources they earned were barely enough for their own expenses. If they got hurt, they'd have to dip into their savings. They wanted to leave Qinghe Village. But the outside world was dangerous, and it was impossible for just 1 or 2 people to leave safely. Worse, as if afraid the residents would escape, Qinghe Village had sent soldiers to patrol. If anyone was caught, they'd get beaten up and have their belongings taken. If you had nothing left and tried to leave, it was basically suicide. In this situation, leaving became nearly impossible. Many people were enduring, but also gathering their strength, and had even chosen their destination. That was Hope Village, which had once sent people to their territory. So lately, they'd been as obedient as possible. Today, after seeing Hope Village's ranking, they couldn't hold back their feelings anymore. They had to leave immediately and head for Hope Village. A group of like-minded people quickly gathered to discuss. When do we leave? Yes. There's a gap at 2 a.m. That's our best chance to escape. Then spread the word. We leave at 2 a.m. sharp outside the territory. Tell everyone, if you're late, we won't wait. Got it. As soon as they finished planning, the news spread quickly among those who cared, and their eyes shone with hope. Hope Village, here they come. At this moment, Blue Star territories scattered across different parts of the human kingdom on Stan continent were also paying attention to the newly crowned number 1, Hope Village. Some had already found their footing, some were still working hard, and some were still struggling. Their situations were different, but one thing was the same. Every time they saw a Blue Star territory they knew developing well and striving upwards, they felt hopeful for the future. Many professionals who had left their original territories to make a living in native territories also started asking about Hope Village. They all wanted to see what the best developed Blue Star territory was like. And it wasn't just Blue Star territories and residents paying attention to Hope Village. Many native territories were also starting to take these new rising territories seriously. Because they realized these territories were developing way too fast, beyond their imagination. Benjala Town. Hope Village's ranking has gone up. What did they do this time? I just came from there a couple of days ago and didn't notice anything special. Could it be because they won the territory war? No way, I just checked the timing. They haven't had their territory war yet. I left before it started. If that's the case, they must have discovered something amazing again. Hope Village really never runs out of good things. I wish I could go check it out right now. Let's go together when the time comes. As trade between Benjala Town and Hope Village became more frequent, Hope Village had become a very familiar presence to the residents of Benjala Town. Especially since they could often buy delicious food and cheap goods from Hope Village, which greatly improved the lives of ordinary people. Of course, quite a few ordinary residents of Benjala Town had followed teams to Hope Village, and some observant people noticed that most who went there ended up staying. Even those who returned often left again, this time taking their families with them. With this happening, more and more Benjala residents grew curious about Hope Village. If it weren't for the upcoming territory war making things dangerous, they'd definitely go check it out themselves. Now, with Hope Village making such a high-profile leap in the rankings, it was even more of a hot topic. Benjala Town's mayor, Simmons, listened to everyone's discussions, especially those saying they wanted to go visit, and couldn't help but purse his lips into a straight line. He looked at Marvin, the representative Wendell had sent back. Your captain isn't planning to come back, is he? Just thinking about it made him angry. Of the mercenary team sent to Hope Village, only a couple returned. The rest stayed and even helped Hope Village open up new markets. Not to mention, quite a few ordinary residents had run off as well. Fortunately, Benjala Town was the strongest territory in the area, with a steady population inflow, so this loss could be ignored for now. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain it to the Lord when he returned. Of course, he'd have to report Hope Village's rise to the Lord. Generally, when a territory rises, it inevitably affects the surrounding territories. Hope Village's rise had already started to influence Benjala Town without anyone realizing it. Especially the way Hope Village favored its residents, measures Simmons found almost unbelievable. But undeniably tempting. Now he was worried that Wendell would run off too. After all, Wendell was his carefully cultivated money bag. If he left, Simmons would suffer a huge loss. Marvin quickly replied, "The captain doesn't mean to leave. He's staying in Hope Village to gather information for Benjala Town." So, has he found out anything? And why did Hope Village suddenly jump so many ranks this time? Simmons' expression softened, and he pressed for more details. He just hoped for more information to report to the Lord when he returned. Marvin quickly relayed everything Wendell had told him, especially about Hope Village hiring and sheltering many goblins. Before we left, Hope Village was hiring goblins to build the city wall, using a new building material called cement to reinforce it. We didn't know if it would work, but if Hope Village suddenly ranked up, that must be it. Simmons' eyes lit up at this and he instructed, "Tell your captain to gather more information in Hope Village, especially about this cement. If it really could strengthen the territory, it would be worth a fortune." Yes, but the captain still needs a lot of goods. Our shop can't keep up with the demand. Give me the list of what you need, and I'll arrange it. As for payment, the usual rules. Simmons shot him a look. Of course, Marvin nodded, secretly wiping the sweat from his brow. At least he'd handled the captain's business. As for the information about Hope Village, well, when it came to personal interests, even Hope Village would have to give way. Lavisa City. Morrison's team had been back in their territory for 2 days. In just those 2 days, Morrison's status in the territory had changed dramatically. The goods they brought back became wildly popular, sought after by everyone, and even with prices 10 times higher, people still scrambled to buy them. Naturally, Morrison became even more in demand, with merchant and mercenary teams seeking him out daily. Most of all, people wanted to know about Hope Village, hoping to get a piece of the action. After all, Hope Village's products were visibly popular. It was all about real quality. Especially the food, it was a whole new experience for their taste buds. After trying it once, they couldn't let it go. And this territory's ranking was way down in the thousands, and it was one of those that had suddenly appeared. So everyone could only ask Morrison for information. One day, another merchant team came to see Morrison. This team was quite prestigious, belonging to Marquis Boyer of Lavisa City, and basically controlled half the city's business. The team leader was Theodore, one of the Marquis's sons, though the son of a favored concubine, not the main heir, but still given a good position. Given all this, Morrison couldn't just turn him away. Theodore himself wasn't arrogant or unreasonable. To become the team leader among so many brothers, it wasn't just because his mother was favored. He was capable, good to his subordinates, and skilled in social dealings, earning his father's respect. Lord Theodore, Morrison greeted respectfully. Theodore didn't deny the title, then got straight to the point. "Captain Morrison, you probably know why I'm here. Hope Village, right?" Morrison replied frankly. "Yes. I heard Hope Village suddenly jumped over 1,000 ranks. You just came back from there, do you know why?" Theodore didn't ask about the new products first, but about Hope Village's situation. After all, a territory's strength determined whether it could keep its goods. He'd originally planned to visit himself to see if there was profit to be made, but such a sudden leap in ranking meant Hope Village was no ordinary place. If it wasn't ordinary, it would be harder to take advantage. Morrison understood his intentions immediately. Many merchant teams had the same idea these days. But for his own reasons, he didn't say much, only that it was a promising territory with great potential. The merchant teams didn't fully believe him and were already planning to organize a trip to Hope Village with him. He didn't refuse. Lavisa City's market was huge, and there were many surrounding territories. He couldn't take it all for himself. Of course, he wanted the biggest share, so finding a partner was crucial. Theodore was his ideal choice, a big player he could team up with. With this in mind, Morrison made up his mind and replied, "I've been gone for a while, so I don't know why the ranking jumped. But the territory is strong, and the Lord is clever. As long as nothing goes wrong, it will definitely become a city in the future." "Oh? You rate it that highly? Tell me more." Theodore was intrigued and looked at Morrison meaningfully. Morrison didn't hesitate to share everything he'd seen and heard in Hope Village, finally saying, "I feel like they have a complete knowledge system behind them, totally different from our world, and that means untold wealth. Most importantly, their way of thinking is so unique, but most residents love it." As Morrison described it, Theodore felt a unique territory unfolding before him, his eyes full of interest. When Morrison finished, Theodore asked, "So, do you think other new territories like Hope Village also have these recipes? If so, it would be easy to target those territories, especially since many were only level 1. Hope Village might be hard to deal with, but those small territories would be easy." Unexpectedly, Morrison shook his head. "Food recipes are easy, many residents know them, but that's not enough. The key is the cook's skill and the special ingredients. Hope Village keeps those ingredients close. What we buy are finished products, and I've had people study them. Except for a few substitutes, most are unknown. There must be unique methods. If other new territories could do it, they'd have done so by now. Instead of chasing their recipes, it's better to seize the market while Hope Village still has the advantage and profit early." After realizing that many of the methods could be copied, Morrison gave up on hiding things. Now, knowing Theodore's intentions, he offered this advice. Most importantly, he had a feeling that doing otherwise wouldn't benefit him. Theodore listened, frowned, then said, "You seem pretty friendly to Hope Village. And you haven't responded to other merchant teams, but you're telling me all this. What are you planning?" Since they'd gotten this far, he didn't beat around the bush. Morrison, seeing Theodore's frankness, straightened up. "I signed an exclusive sales agreement for Lovisa City with Hope Village. I can't protect it alone." Theodore's eyes flashed. "How many people has Hope Village signed such agreements with?" "At least dozens of merchant and mercenary teams, covering all sorts of territories. There's even a knighted team from the capital. The Barren signed a contract with Hope Village too." Morrison thought for a moment and decided to share this. So that's how it was. Theodore now understood why Morrison was being so open. It was all about his own interests. With so many territories involved, and even nobles from the capital, it was indeed complicated. Sensing Theodore's thoughts, Morrison added, "You should go see Hope Village for yourself. I have my own plans, but I'm telling you the truth. If you go and have other ideas, just treat what I said as nothing. Whatever you decide, I'll follow your lead." With this, Morrison was pledging loyalty and leaving the initiative to Theodore. He wasn't worried. Compared to the still-developing Hope Village, Theodore, as the head of a major merchant team backed by Lovisa City, was a powerful ally. And he believed that anyone with sense, after visiting Hope Village, wouldn't overlook his value. Theodore, seeing how confident Morrison was, grew even more curious and agreed to his proposal. But as soon as he left, he sent several of his smaller merchant teams to nearby territories to do business and gather information on other new territories like Hope Village. Even if he trusted Morrison's 70%, it didn't stop him from making backup plans. Ambition, how could he not have it? The capital, St. Sebastian City. Arriving at a city near the capital, Charlotte led his team to use the teleportation array. If he hadn't been carrying Hope Village's goods, he wouldn't have spent the money, since teleporting so many people was expensive. But now, with valuable goods, he wanted to get back quickly and turn them into real profit. As the teleportation array flashed, Charlotte's knighted team returned to the capital. As soon as they appeared, the gate guards noticed them. After all, it was rare for teams returning from missions to use the teleportation array. Teleportation was convenient, but it consumed a lot of magical energy. The farther the distance and the more people, the greater the cost. To prevent targeted attacks on the capital, the teleportation array only connected to distant locations, maximizing the cost for any would-be attackers. So, returning by teleportation was expensive. When the guards saw it was Charlotte, one of them was stunned. Barren. It's you. He'd never heard of Baron Charlotte being so extravagant. And everyone knew that missions were a great way to make money. Not only did Baron Charlotte not take the land route for subsidies, he even came back early. Where did he make his fortune? He wondered, but didn't show it, remaining respectful. And then, Charlotte noticed the looks, but just nodded and led his people toward the knight's quarters. Watching them leave, the guards felt envious. They were all soldiers, but the knights were the king's personal troops, while they were just territory soldiers. How could it be the same? Would they have a chance to join in the next selection? Charlotte soon arrived at the knight's camp. Even though he was in a hurry, he had to report his mission first. At that moment, not only Charlotte but all his knights walked with a spring in their step. They knew that once the mission was reported, they could start selling the products they'd bought from Hope Village at 10 or even dozens of times the price, and there would be plenty of buyers in the capital. They had full confidence in Hope Village's products. Soon, they reached the camp. The official in charge of missions, Harrington, was surprised to see them. He remembered this team had gone to a remote territory, and by normal travel time, they shouldn't be back yet. Did he remember wrong? He quickly checked the records and soon found the entry. Seeing Hope Village's name, his expression changed. Oh, Hope Village, the territory the management office mentioned today, the one that suddenly shot up in the rankings. But it was just a small territory, so he hadn't paid much attention. He didn't expect to see it again so soon. You're back from Hope Village? Was there something special that made you return so quickly? Harrington asked out of curiosity. Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask? Was Hope Village really that famous now? Had news of Hope Village already reached the capital? Who was spreading it so fast? In that instant, Charlotte thought of many things, even starting to make contingency plans. Harrington explained, you probably didn't know, but today, Hope Village's ranking suddenly jumped by over 1,000, surpassing many long-established level 3 villages. People are wondering if they found some treasure. Charlotte. Even he was shocked. Over 1,000 places. Hope Village's products were novel, but the territory's development was only slightly above average. Yet after he left, it suddenly leapt so far up the rankings. He had to admit, he was curious too. I just heard about it, and then saw you'd come back from Hope Village, so I asked. No other reason, Harrington added. Charlotte came back to his senses and replied, when I was there, Hope Village's infrastructure wasn't anything special. Just a bit better than other territories of the same level. The only real difference was the food, lots of delicious and novel things. Delicious? Novel? Harrington raised an eyebrow. Charlotte took out various flavors of jerky and dried fruit and placed them in front of Harrington. Harrington tasted a bit, then quickly finished everything Charlotte had offered. Afterward, he looked at Charlotte. Any more? I want to buy some. Seeing his reaction, Charlotte was very satisfied. Sure enough, no one could resist Hope Village's food, even the snacks. I'll soon open a shop in the territory selling all kinds of delicacies. You're welcome to visit, sir, Charlotte said with a reserved smile. Are there other kinds? Harrington's eyes lit up. He was a lifelong foodie. The jerky wasn't the best he'd ever had, but it was unique and definitely counted as a delicacy. These are just snacks. There are plenty of main dishes too. Charlotte grinned. You'll see when the shop opens. You're keeping me in suspense. But I can tell you made a fortune this time, Harrington said enviously. Knights took risks on missions, but the rewards were greater. Charlotte had really hit the jackpot. If he were just an ordinary knight, he might not have kept his gains, but as a baron with family backing, he could not only keep them but also boost his family's status, a win-win. It was a lucky break. But mainly, Hope Village is a special place, Charlotte agreed. He'd felt from the start that Hope Village's development would be impressive. Now, it was clear. To make such a leap in just a few days, the future was limitless. With praise like that from you, it must be something. Maybe with your food, Hope Village will soon be famous in our territory, Harrington said. I look forward to your Hope Village delicacies. Charlotte nodded. He quickly finished his report, collected his mission bonus, and hurried off with his people. Although the shop was still being prepared, Charlotte decided to start with a soft launch, having his men rent a stall to start selling right away. He himself began renovating his own shops. The tavern would keep selling wine, but now added barbecue. The fruit shop would keep selling fruit, but now also offered all kinds of dried fruit and preserves. The general store kept its usual goods, but added many affordable, convenient items. The restaurant was closed and converted into a hot and sour noodle shop, specializing in just one dish, hot and sour noodles. With noodles, vinegar, chili, and all the ingredients, anyone could make it. As Charlotte's shops were being revamped, his night stalls quickly attracted attention. After all, knights were always seen as high and mighty, and now they were running street stalls and calling out to customers. How could that not draw a crowd? And once people tried the food, they couldn't stop. This is delicious. It's spicy. At first, I wasn't used to it, but the more I eat, the better it tastes. I've never had anything like this before. I didn't know jerky could be made like this. This dried fruit is so sweet. I'll take one. Me too. No, I want 10. Heavens, how is it all gone already? As word spread, more and more people gathered at the stalls, and the goods sold out faster and faster. Seeing the opportunity, the knights eagerly promoted their wares. These are exclusive delicacies from Hope Village. Today is just a trial run. Soon we'll be open for business in our shop. If you missed out, come to the shop next time. Remember the name, Hope Village. These are just snacks. Hope Village's 2 most famous hot dishes will be available soon. As they promoted, some residents couldn't help but ask, what are the hot dishes? Are they good? Barbecue and hot and sour noodles. The taste is amazing. The knight couldn't help but swallow as he spoke. His reaction instantly drew even more attention. If something could make a well-traveled knight drool, it had to be good. Hope Village, right? I'll remember that. Me too. Just for this jerky and dried fruit, I'll definitely visit. And so, with just a bit of simple promotion, Hope Village's food made a stunning debut. The name Hope Village began to spread throughout the capital, laying the foundation for its future fame. Meanwhile, Hope Village itself was completely unaware of this chain reaction. After the city wall was completed, they confidently welcomed their 3rd territory war. Day 63 of the Apocalypse game. Early in the morning, Joe Bai received a system notification. Dear host, your territory Hope Village's protection period has ended. Please prepare for your 3rd territory war as soon as possible. Dear host, Phaser Village has initiated a territory war against Hope Village. An attack may come at any time. As the challenged party, please prepare to defend your city. Note: village-level territory war. Duration: 24 hours. Seeing that it really was Phaser Village, Joe Bai paused. They had guessed right after all. This aggressive territory always acted on a whim. Back when they ran into Hope Village people in Abadovi Village, they just randomly picked Hope Village as their target. How arrogant. But unlike last time, when a bunch of territories ganged up on them, this time there was only one challenger. Most likely, it was because Stamlo Village's defeat last time made other territories realize Hope Village wasn't easy prey, and also because of Hope Village's rising rank. Thinking this, Joe Bai calmly issued a notification. Main quest: Territory War. Type: timed mission. Description: human territory Phaser Village has challenged Hope Village. Please defend our territory. Reward: unknown. Participants: all residents. After sending the notice, Joe Bai headed straight for the barracks, the heart of the entire territory. At the same time, Hope Village's residents sprang into action as soon as they saw the notice. At the Lord's Mansion, everyone except those on duty go to the city gates to maintain order, quick. With Bayer's command, all the office staff moved out. They'd been emphasizing and drilling these procedures for days, so everyone knew exactly what to do. In small groups, they quickly found their posts throughout Hope Village. At the adjacent blacksmith and tailor shops, Harrison and Diana, along with their apprentices and volunteers, were ready at all times to repair damaged equipment and weapons. The blacksmith volunteers were mostly goblins. Their combat ability was lacking, but their hands-on skills were top-notch, especially when it came to understanding and processing ores. They were the best in Hope Village. After the city wall was completed, aside from the 30 goblins working overtime at the cement factory, the rest found odd jobs around the territory, barely making ends meet. Seeing the whole village preparing for war, they wanted to contribute too, and eventually found work processing ores. The tailor shop volunteers were mostly women from the territory, including many natives. Unlike before, when they lived hard lives relying on their husbands and manual labor, here in Hope Village they found their own value. Not only had their lives improved, but their status at home had risen, and their happiness soared. They all knew it was Hope Village that brought them this life. To keep living this good life, they sincerely hoped Hope Village would only get better. So, when they were needed, how could they not help? At the warehouse, Ding Chiro was inside, mentally reviewing the inventory, especially stone materials. Even though they had plenty stored, she'd heard this time the enemy was different, so she had to be extra careful. If stone supplies ran low, she'd have to quickly find ways to restock, or alert Joe Bai and the others to prepare. On Commercial Street, the food shops were already busy preparing, ensuring logistics for the territory. Hurry, package these loaves of bread so they're ready to grab and go. These prepared noodles, put them in backpacks, make sure there's enough. Same with the burgers, portion them out for self-service later. Announce that all products are 20% off today. Get drinks and water ready too. Where are the bamboo tubes? Bring over the ones we prepared. The whole street was bustling with preparations, making even the second-row shops nervous. What about us? What should we do? Henry asked Maria. Back in Benjala Town, during territory wars, they mostly watched from the sidelines and only picked up scraps at the end. This was their first territory war since joining Hope Village. They'd planned to participate as professionals and sell potions on the side, but seeing so many shops preparing, they were swept up in the atmosphere and asked Maria for her opinion. He knew Maria planned to go to the battlefield to earn contribution points. The others looked at Maria expectantly. We've stocked up plenty of potions these days, so supply shouldn't be a problem. But just in case, I'll make more before the war starts. If we don't use them all, they'll sell out later anyway, Maria decided after a moment. No need to delay either side. She looked at the others. You guys go wait at the city gate. Territory war is a rare opportunity for you. They'd been following her for a while, and she didn't want to hold them back. Henry immediately said, No rush, I'll help you prep materials. The others said, We'll take potions to the gate to sell, makes things easier. All right, Maria nodded. So the group split up. Maria and Henry stayed in the back room, working overtime to make more potions. Wendell's shop was right next door, and he noticed their activity. He cared a lot about how Maria's mercenary team was doing in Hope Village. He'd calculated that Maria's basic potions now dominated Hope Village's market. With a full range and good effects, professionals all bought from her. In Benjala Town, even though Maria sold potions privately, she couldn't match Hope Village's volume. Because in Benjala, she wasn't the only one. In Hope Village, she was. Plus, as long as shops paid taxes, there were no extra fees. The territory officials, led by the village chief, didn't extort or charge protection money, giving businesses plenty of room and freedom. Even his own shop, which was technically a Benjala Town business under Hope Village's name, wasn't targeted. Hope Village's approach was truly above board. Now he understood why Maria chose to settle here without hesitation. Actually, it wasn't just Maria, but everyone in the territory. One territory war, and their hearts were all tied together. Captain, are we going to join the territory war? A teammate asked. After the mission notice, a bunch of professionals had already rushed to the gate. They wanted to see the action too. Especially with Hope Village's new city wall. Could this so-called aggressive territory really break through? Up to you. I'm going to take a look. Leave someone to watch the shop. Wendell snapped out of it and headed out. He wanted to see Hope Village's strength for himself. He felt Hope Village would give him a huge surprise. After a few steps, he stopped and said, "Put all our gear on 20% off too. Just to join the fun." With these two shops leading, the others followed suit with discounts. Everyone likes to go with the flow. At the barracks, team leaders like Zhou Zhangping, Li Xingting, Heidi, Lucas, O'Neill, Fry, Ling Mingji, and Qiao Jingshan immediately began gathering their people. There were humans, undead, and others of different races, but at this moment, they all had one identity: territory soldiers. Once they'd assembled, Zhou Bai and Bayer arrived one after the other. It was Bayer's suggestion for Zhou Bai, the village chief, to give the orders. Normally, Zhou Bai's presence wasn't strong, but for something as crucial as a territory war, he had to step up. This would help establish his personal authority. Zhou Bai agreed. When he arrived and saw the neat rows of troops, he couldn't help but feel moved. It hadn't been easy for Hope Village to get this far. Looking at Zhou Bai, the people below had mixed feelings. But many looked at Zhou Bai with a hint of respect. It hadn't been easy for the territory to get here, and if anyone deserved credit, it was Zhou Bai, the behind-the-scenes lord. Even if they didn't know Zhou Bai's true identity, seeing him lead the territory, they couldn't help but admire him. For the undead and beastmen, Zhou Bai had given them a new life. To them, he was the master they'd devote the rest of their lives to. No one spoke for a long time, as if reflecting on everything they'd been through. After a moment, Zhou Bai looked around, took a deep breath, and said simply, "Let's go. Move out." No more words needed. The battlefield would speak for itself. The group followed Zhou Bai toward the city wall. Even in that short walk, they drew the attention of many residents. Seeing their imposing presence, many people's eyes shone with excitement. This was the backbone of their territory. Seeing so many soldiers, everyone felt a surge of security. Of course, some looked on with longing, especially the newly arrived beastmen. Since coming to Hope Village, their strength had let them thrive, and when they went out with the professional teams, they fought hard and reaped the most rewards. With Hope Village's low prices, they were living better than ever before. But beastmen were born to fight, especially the tiger-headed ones. Seeing O'Neill and the others so impressive, they naturally wanted to join and rise higher. "When will I have enough contribution points to become a soldier? I want to lead a whole team like O'Neill. So cool. If we work hard in this war, we might make it." "Yeah, I'll give it my all." "Me too. Anyone who comes to attack our territory won't leave alive. Being a soldier is great. The territory provides equipment, there's a steady salary, a share of the loot, and even regular holidays. Maybe after this, we'll make it. Yeah, let's try to take out as many enemies as we can." The beastmen spoke with fierce determination, exuding a strong fighting spirit. Hearing them, someone nearby quietly interjected, "Actually, you don't have to kill them all. Capturing them alive is good too." Even though fighting was normal in this world, seeing such ferocious beastmen, he felt the need to remind them. "Why's that?" All the beastmen turned to look at him. "Because sometimes, live prisoners are more valuable than dead ones. Aren't we about to build a road to Glasgow Village? We'll need labor. If we use captured enemies, we can save the territory some money," he explained quickly. "Will that work?" "It will. Last time, a group of people worked as laborers for a while without pay. Of course, they'd broken the rules." He referenced Yu Ziming and the others who'd once robbed the territory. Coincidentally, Yu Ziming and his group were nearby. Hearing this, they tensed up, but soon relaxed. They'd already served their punishment, and after working hard, had leveled up. If they could earn 500 contribution points in this war and become soldiers, their shameful past would be wiped away. With that in mind, Yu Ziming and his group's eyes grew determined. As for the new professionals from other territories, like Watt's group, they were surprised by what they heard. There was such a thing? Hope Village really kept refreshing their worldview. But after staying here a while, they got used to it. Even Watt, who'd stayed only because he was afraid his people would leave, was getting used to Hope Village's pace and environment. Most importantly, they now had confidence in Hope Village's strength. Phaser Village, which had destroyed their old territory, didn't seem so scary anymore. In fact, this time, they might even get revenge for past bullying. The Beastmen, having gotten a clear answer, nodded. Got it, thanks. But just saying, when it comes to your own safety, don't hold back. Otherwise, you'll be the ones in danger, the man reminded them, seeing their excitement. Don't risk yourselves just to catch a few prisoners. We won't. Don't worry, we can handle it. As long as it's not a mid-level professional in our hands, they're like mud. The man fell silent at the word mud. It was true, but still, he was human too. Realizing he'd said something wrong, the beast man scratched his head. I didn't mean you. Yeah, I know. The man smiled. Let's go. Even though it hasn't started yet, we can follow them to the gate and wait. Let's go. So, after the soldiers, another group of professionals and beastmen followed. Soon, they reached the city gate, and the soldiers quickly took their positions by type, each with a determined look. Their training had transformed them. Now, they needed a real battle to test their progress. In this way, the entire territory was running smoothly from top to bottom. Everything was ready, they were just waiting for Phaser Village's team to arrive. Meanwhile, in Phaser Village. After choosing Hope Village as their target, Lord Wolf immediately gathered most of the territory's people. This was their usual tactic. Only by doing this could they maximize their chances of victory. The resources spent on mobilizing so many people were nothing compared to the spoils from conquering a territory. Lord, should we set out now? Aiden asked eagerly. Actually, Hope Village was chosen as their target largely because of him. Back in Abadovi Village, they'd seized a lot of Hope Village goods, and the taste was amazing. They'd long since run out and were craving more. This time, they planned to eat their fill. Of course, the most important thing was to get the recipes for those goods. That was the real prize. Let's go. What Aiden was thinking was exactly what Wolf wanted. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes as he began the operation. With his actions, a circle of white light appeared on the ground. He stepped in first, and the soldiers and professionals followed. Many of them were forced in. These were captives from previous conquests, now being used as cannon fodder. When the light faded, Wolf and his people had arrived at Hope Village. Without hesitation, they headed straight for the city gate. To them, dealing with a mere level 2 territory like Hope Village didn't require any sneaking around. In short, just attack. Because they made no effort to hide, Hope Village's scouts quickly spotted them. Village Chief, Lord Bear, Phaser Village's people are here. Joe Bai responded calmly, looking in their direction and alerting the territory. Meanwhile, Wolf's group sped up, quickly passing through a dense forest in front of Hope Village. Once out of the woods, the view opened up and Wolf finally saw Hope Village in full. But at that moment, he was stunned. Hope Village's city wall was unlike any he'd ever seen. But judging by its strange height and thickness, it was clearly formidable. Aiden, check the wall's defense, Wolf said seriously. Yes, Aiden replied, pulling out his golden equipment, a detector. He aimed it at the wall. Luckily, the wall was big enough to target from a distance. Beep beep beep, as the detector worked, the sound kept going. The longer it took, the more anxious Aiden felt. Because the longer the detector took, the more valuable the item usually was. What's the value of a city wall? Its defense, of course. This was golden equipment, and it was taking so long, meaning the wall's defense was far higher than they'd imagined. Wolf noticed too, his gaze deepening. When he first saw Hope Village jump over 1,000 ranks, he hadn't cared much. After all, even if they advanced, they were still behind his territory, and he was confident he could take them. But now, things were different. He suspected Hope Village's huge rank jump was all thanks to this wall's defense. If that was the case, Hope Village would be tough to crack. While Wolf pondered, Aiden's detector finally finished. Soon, the wall's data appeared before them. Scan target? Wall? Scan data. Wall defense equals 400,000. 400,000. Seeing this number, Wolf and Aiden's faces changed again. Absurd. Completely off the charts. How is this even possible? Impossible. This is impossible. How could a level 2 village's city wall possibly have? Aiden's voice grew louder and louder, and he almost blurted out the number 400,000. But Wolf shot him a sharp look, forcing him to swallow the words. On the Stan continent, city wall defense values were basically public knowledge. A defense of 400,000 was on par with a level 2 city. If word got out, it would only shake the army's morale. Sure enough, many people turned to look at Aiden because of his sharp tone, their eyes full of suspicion. Steadying himself, Aiden put away his detector. He lowered his voice and said to Wolf, "Lord, Hope Village's city wall defense is way too high. Even if they don't resist, it'll be extremely difficult for us to break through in 24 hours. What should we do?" This battle was not going to be easy. As expected, any territory that could suddenly rise in rank had something special about it. Wolf's mood soured as he listened. In this kind of invasion war, it was all about attrition, and the city wall was the core. If you couldn't break through the first line of defense, how could you talk about conquest? But now that they were here, and with all the tempting things Hope Village had, Wolf was unwilling to give up. Since that was the case, he could only use extraordinary means. He pursed his lips, and soon a magic scroll appeared in his hand. The scroll glowed faintly, clearly no ordinary item. Aiden looked on in confusion. He'd never seen the Lord use the scroll before, so it must be a treasured trump card. Instantly, Aiden's eyes lit up. If the Lord was willing to use this, he must have some confidence. Seeing Aiden's thoughts, Wolf said calmly, "This scroll contains the beast horde that a level 3 village faces when advancing to a town." Aiden's eyes widened in shock. The beast horde from a territory's advancement? That meant a beast tide. After the surprise, excitement followed. Hope Village was only a level 2 village. A beast tide meant for a town advancement would definitely cause them huge trouble. The Lord really did have some powerful backing. He could even control a beast tide from an advancement event. That meant the original level 3 village must have had an easy time becoming a town. Seeing Aiden's thoughts, Wolf said meaningfully, "After that territory's beast tide was sealed in the scroll, they did become a town, but not long after, they were conquered by another town. Sometimes, a territory that faces no challenges ends up being the weakest." A beast tide was both a challenge and an opportunity for a territory. Professionals could gain a lot from it: experience, money, equipment. Without those, it definitely made a difference. Yes, you're right, my lord," Aiden quickly agreed. Now he understood why, every time a beast tide came, even though the Lord had many tricks, he still made everyone prepare and offered high rewards to motivate them. "So, my lord, should we send the beasts to wear down their defenses now? Should we coordinate our attack?" Aiden asked. "Let's wait and see. I want to observe their combat strength. If we can draw out some of their forces, it'll be easier to catch them off guard when we attack," Wolf said coldly. He had plenty of backup plans. Now it was just a matter of seeing how long this territory could hold out. Either way, he was determined to take this territory. "Move out," Wolf ordered loudly. The previously halted troops began to advance again, though many felt uneasy. What had just happened? Even if everyone had their suspicions, no one doubted their own territory's strength. The soldiers and professionals were full of fighting spirit. As for the cannon fodder in the front, every step they took was filled with dread. Some of them had survived multiple cannon fodder missions. Every time they were sent forward, they were haunted by the shadow of death. It was a terrible feeling, but they were powerless. All they could do was watch themselves march closer and closer to death. As they drew nearer, Joe Bai and the others had already spotted their movements. In an instant, everyone's weapons were ready, just waiting for them to enter attack range. Especially the beastmen, who fought mainly with their bodies, they looked like they were ready to leap into battle at any moment. "Something's off," Bayer whispered to Joe Bai. "Why do you say that?" Joe Bai replied. "I just sensed 2 strong magical fluctuations. They definitely used some kind of magical item, but nothing happened on the field." "They're definitely up to something," Bayer said with certainty. He never underestimated these aggressive territories. After all, any territory bold enough to invade like this had powerful backing. So you mean we should keep watching for now? Jobai asked. Yes, let's see what they do first, Bear nodded. All right, have everyone outside the walls withdraw into the territory. Wait for my order to attack, Jobai instructed. Yes, Bear nodded, immediately passing on the order. Zhou Jumping and the others leading the front lines withdrew as soon as they got the command. They knew there must be a reason for the order. Even the beastmen, though itching for a fight, held back. In Hope Village, they'd always been told to follow the rules. They didn't want to be laughed at. So as Wolf's army drew closer to Hope Village's defensive range, they saw that not only did no one come out to attack, but even the soldiers on the wall were called back. They're very cautious, Aiden said regretfully. If those soldiers had stayed, the beast horde would have torn them apart the moment it was released. After all, the beast horde included mid-level magical beasts, and a group of level 10 or so professionals would be nothing to them. Wolf looked at the massive city wall. A lord who can build a territory like this is no fool. Let's wait a bit longer. If they still don't act, I'll make my move. Understood, Aiden nodded. By now, the cannon fodder at the front had entered Hope Village's attack range. The archers on the wall tightened their grips on their bows. The ballistae were also aimed at the crowd. If they fired, they'd hit a huge swath of people. The vanguard trembled with fear. Charge, the soldiers behind them ordered. Gritting their teeth, the vanguard drew their weapons and charged at the wall, shouting. Joe Bai's eyes darkened at the sight. So Faisal Village was using suicide attacks too. They really didn't care about human life. But on the battlefield, pitying the enemy was harming your own people. The choice was clear. Joe Bai was about to order the archers to fire. But just then, what formerly of a Birdavi village rushed over, shouting, "Village chief, wait. I have something important to report." What had just realized that many of the people charging at the front were familiar faces, former residents of a Birdavi village. Seeing his old neighbors used as tools to attack a territory, he felt awful. All he could do was see Joe Bai and hope to change her mind. "Let him through," Joe Bai said, waving aside the blocking soldiers. As soon as what arrived, he spoke up, "The people attacking at the front are former residents of a Birdavi village. After the last territory war, they became Faisal Village's spoils. Clearly, they weren't treated well. They're being used as siege fodder." He trailed off, unsure what to say. Should he ask Joe Bai not to attack? What about the risk to the territory? What about the residents inside? Was he being too selfish? He bit his lip, then said, "I just wanted to let you know, Chief. How you handle it is up to you." With that, he saluted and waited quietly in a corner. In that moment, the vanguard had already started attacking Hope Village's wall. Of course, their attacks were nothing to the wall, so the system didn't even bother to notify Joe Bai. Meanwhile, because Hope Village hadn't attacked yet, the Faisal Village soldiers and professionals behind the vanguard hesitated. They'd expected Hope Village to attack the vanguard. That way, they could take advantage of the chaos. But now, with no action from Hope Village, they didn't dare move either. Several squad leaders and professional team captains looked to Wolf and Aiden. Clearly, Wolf hadn't expected Hope Village to be so patient. "Do you think they know what we're planning?" Aiden whispered. "No way. Last time at a Birdavi village, I never used this equipment. They can't know what I'm up to. Then why aren't they attacking? Do they know those people are just cannon fodder to wear them down? Are they getting soft?" Aiden sneered. He said it, but he didn't really believe it. But Wolf's eyes flickered. In fact, he had planted people among the cannon fodder. Sometimes a soft-hearted lord would take in the cannon fodder, and that's when his spies would go to work. If Hope Village really was soft-hearted, he'd make sure they paid for it. He kept his face calm. Forget it. But he wasn't just saying it, he was ready to attack. Time was short, and he didn't want to waste it. Hope Village's wall defense was a real problem. The magic scroll appeared in his hand again. This time, because of the distance, Joe Bai could clearly sense a powerful magical fluctuation. "This feels even stronger than before," Bear said. "If it were just gold-grade equipment, it wouldn't be this intense." "That must be platinum or higher." I can't be sure, but it's very strong. Even Bayer's voice was strained. Platinum was far beyond their current reach, let alone anything above that. One thing was certain, this was no ordinary item. I feel it too, Jobai said, her heart pounding. Every time she thought she was prepared enough, reality reminded her that there was always a higher mountain in this world. Never underestimate anything. Just then, a huge commotion erupted below the wall, along with the roars of magical beasts. With all the trade Hope Village had, there were plenty of magical beasts around. And magical beasts were highly sensitive to danger. They could sense it. Or maybe the item Wolf had taken out was directly related to magical beasts. As soon as Jobai had this thought, the item in Wolf's hand burst with a blinding light. When the glare faded, the open ground was filled with a dense horde of magical beasts. As soon as they appeared, the beasts charged straight for Hope Village like an unstoppable tide. Rumble. The ground shook violently from the concentrated, close-range beast horde. Jobai and the others watched as the endless waves of magical beasts kept coming, their faces darkening. Attack! Jobai ordered as soon as the first wave entered range. Instantly, all kinds of attacks rained down from every direction, striking the beasts. The first wave fell, but the second surged forward, wave after wave, rolling onward as far as the eye could see. Everyone, including Jobai, felt a shadow fall over their hearts. In truth, Jobai and the others were so shocked at this moment because everything happening now had far exceeded their expectations, catching them completely off guard. But when they thought about their sturdy city walls and their previous experience dealing with beast tides, everyone gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, the ones truly in despair were the group of cannon fodder being used as the vanguard. Wolf hadn't considered their safety at all. They had already given up on attacking Hope Village and were now huddled against the wall, trembling in fear. If the magical beasts charged over and hit Hope Village first, they would absolutely be torn to pieces. At this moment, someone among them suddenly looked up and cried out desperately to Jobai and the others on the wall. "We surrender. Help us. We're innocent. We were victims too. If we didn't do what they said, they would have killed us. Please let us in. Save us." Once one person spoke up, others followed, all rushing to the city gate. But the soldiers guarding the gate wouldn't let them in. Without orders from above, they wouldn't budge. No matter how pitiful these people looked, the soldiers hadn't forgotten that they had just attacked their city wall. They were still enemies. The commotion below naturally didn't escape Jobai and the others on the wall. Bayer's expression was cold as he said, "Village chief, I'm worried there might be spies among them. It's happened before, even with our own residents. If we can't trust our own people, we definitely can't trust outsiders. And right now, things are dangerous. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on." The scale of this beast tide was clearly not simple. Even with strong defenses, holding out would come at a cost. He didn't want to take any more risks. Jobai looked down at the men and women below. Some were professionals, some ordinary people, some were sobbing, some were cold and calculating. She knew there was a good chance there were spies among them, but could she really ignore the lives of the innocent just because of a few spies? Jobai felt she couldn't do that. More importantly, she believed she had a way to control the situation. She looked at Bear and said, "Did you forget we have a prison? Just send them all there. Whether they're innocent or not, they'll have to work for us for free until they've paid off the damage they caused. Free labor, who wouldn't want that? And if there were spies, well, at least they'd be put to use." Once the territory war was over, would spies even matter anymore? Bear was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood. He'd let his experience limit his thinking, forgetting that Hope Village was different from other territories. "But I'm just worried they might be carrying something we can't control," Bear said hesitantly. "If they had high-level equipment, it might be hard to guard against." "I thought of that too. But they probably didn't expect our walls to be so strong, so they wouldn't have wasted good equipment on this," Jobai replied. "Have the beastmen escort them to prison. With their strength, even if these people have tricks, they won't be able to use them." Understood. Bear now felt reassured. With that settled, Jobai turned her attention to the oncoming magical beasts. Even with their firepower, the beast horde was advancing quickly. The closer they got, the more oppressive it felt. But she knew that fear was useless. Her mind raced as she told Bear, "We're going to use a lot of mana and arrows. Send someone to the warehouse for potion materials and have Daniel focus on making potions. Summon all the territory's healers. Also, send people to make more arrows, do whatever it takes to keep supplies up." As she spoke, Jobai glanced at the territory's account and warehouse. Seeing 5-digit gold coins and a full warehouse, she felt secure. Especially with stone, thanks to everyone's efforts, there was plenty in reserve. If this lasted for days, she might worry, but for just 24 hours, she was confident they could hold out. Even if her assets took a big hit, she didn't care. Bear listened and took note of every instruction, mentally checking for any issues. When Jobai finished, he hesitated. Should we let the soldiers fight outside? Especially the physical fighters, they can't attack the beasts from a distance, and many are asking to go out. We don't know the full scale of the beast tide yet, and based on past experience, the beasts get stronger as time goes on. The ones charging now are just low level. I suspect this tide is even bigger than a normal level 2 villages. There might be mid-level beasts later. They can go out, but only in groups, and they must be able to retreat in time. Tell them, safety first. Understood. Bear nodded. He'd always known Jobai valued life, and that was why everyone followed her so loyally. He went off to handle these tasks. Once Bear left, Jobai stood on the wall, took out her magic staff, and began casting spells without hesitation. This was a great chance to gain experience. Most importantly, if she could reach level 15 during this beast tide, she'd make sure the enemy tasted their own medicine. Once upgraded, a beast tide would attack at night, and the Phaser village people hiding behind the beasts would have to face it head-on. She wasn't about to let them hide behind the beast tide and wear down her forces. Of course, whether this worked depended on how strong this beast tide was. Congratulations, host. You killed a LV-15 demon wolf, gained 30 beast meat, 2 wolf pelts, 30 wolf fangs, 300 XP, 300 copper coins, and 1 wolf club blueprint. Congratulations, host. You killed a LV-16 demon wolf, gained 32 beast meat, 2 wolf pelts, 32 wolf fangs, 320 XP, 320 copper coins, 1 iron ore, and 1 wolf claw equipment. Congratulations, host. With her wide area attacks, system notifications kept popping up, and her experience steadily increased. Compared to fighting alone, this battlefield felt like picking up scraps. At this rate, she was sure she'd reach level 15 by nightfall. And it wasn't just Jobai, everyone else was also reaping the benefits of this beast tide. All around the wall, spells and arrows filled the air, and everyone had just one thought: kill. Fear? What's that? It was long gone. With the wall's protection, these magical beasts felt more like free resources. Who wouldn't love free loot? While the battle raged on the wall, Bear arrived at the city gate. There, the cannon fodder from Phaser village huddled together, fighting off the beasts with their backs to the gate. Even with Hope Village's archers and mages helping from above, some beasts still broke through. If they didn't fight back, they'd die for sure. But as time passed, more and more beasts broke through, and they were reaching their limit. With a scream, someone was slashed by a demon wolf. His armor, battered by repeated attacks, could no longer protect him. There were many in the state. No one outside was unscathed, it all depended on their skills. But after so long, their gear was worn out, and they knew if they didn't get into Hope Village soon, death awaited. Seeing the wounded man, the others' nerves snapped. "Let us in. We really didn't mean it. Please, I don't want to die." When Bear arrived, these were the cries he heard, along with the sight of their injuries. Seeing their wounds and dangerously low health, his eyes flickered. Injured, they were much less of a threat. Lord Bayer. The gate guards greeted him, knowing he must have decided what to do. Seeing the pitiful people and the ferocious beasts nearby, the guards felt bad too. The sooner this was resolved, the better. Lord Bear, can we go out now? O'Neill, unconcerned with the outsider's plight, immediately asked when he saw Bear. He was eager to get out and kill beasts. If not for these people blocking the gate, they could have been out there already. Most importantly, they could make money. They couldn't wait to kill beasts for loot and coins. Bear looked at the eager beastmen and twitched his lips. Then he said, "The village chief has a task for you." "What task?" O'Neill asked excitedly. Was it to go out and fight? They were ready. "You can let these people in, but each of you must control one and escort them to prison. Once you're done, you can join the battle, but only within the territory's attack range. Don't get reckless. That goes for all the beastmen you bring too. If anyone causes trouble, I'll hold you two responsible." He wasn't worried about the others, but beastmen could get carried away with their strength. O'Neill's mood went up and down, but he was happy with the result, especially since it was the village chief's order. "Leave it to us." O'Neill patted his chest. Lucas added, "We understand. We'll lead the beastmen in battle." After all, humans and beastmen fought differently, so it was better for them to manage their own. And since the Lord had given these instructions, it was probably because today's battle would be complicated. He had to make sure his people didn't die from recklessness. With Lucas's answer, Bear was truly reassured. The soldiers heard Bear's orders and immediately let the outsiders in as instructed. Soon, with cooperation on both sides, the people entered one by one. As soon as they were inside, the beastmen took control, no chance to resist. But for most of them, even this was better than dying outside. Most looked relieved, except for two who seemed uneasy, though they quickly hid it. Lucas noticed and planned to put them in the same cell. Once they left, the remaining beasts surged toward the gate, only to be blocked outside. Now, the soldiers and professionals at the gate looked at the beasts with eager eyes. Their turn had come. Immediately, the soldiers charged out in teams, setting up defensive lines in front of the gate. Once they were ready, the archers and mages on the wall deliberately let some beasts through, moving the battle line back. Suddenly, more beasts entered Hope Village's defensive zone. Soon, the professionals and their teams joined in. Most of these professionals were physical fighters. The mages had already been casting from the wall, making whatever gains they could. Now, seeing the action below, they came down in an orderly fashion. At this point, the native teams noticed something important. "Captain, have you noticed? Most of Hope Village's soldiers are dual-trained in magic and physical skills. Even if they have two classes, one is always a mage. That's an amazing talent." "Yeah, I'm so jealous. I heard they didn't even register when they arrived in this world, and in just 2 months, they're already over level 10. That's so fast. I wonder what their secret is." They discussed and speculated. What listened then said, "It's because they have magical talent, so it's easier for them to become professionals. But after that, they still have to level up step by step. That's why they work so hard. Now focus on the fight." Having magical talent made it easier to become a professional on Stan Continent, but for all of Hope Village's people to have it was remarkable. But now that they were part of Hope Village, they wanted it to thrive. With so many talented people, once they grew into high-level mages or even higher, Hope Village would be a force no one could ignore. He used to worry if Hope Village could survive each crisis. Now he didn't worry at all. He felt a sense of belonging and wanted it to get even better. "Yeah." The others, reminded by what, snapped out of their speculation and focused on the battle. Many teams felt the same, but kept it to themselves. A territory's potential for growth and combat was crucial, and Hope Village had both. How could they not be motivated? With this confidence, even in tougher situations, they could charge ahead. The battle grew more intense. Though the beasts kept coming, with controlled numbers and rotating fighters, Hope Village managed to keep the rhythm, for now. Yes, for now. Both sides knew that the beasts were endless, and unlike humans, who needed rest, the beasts never tired. When the humans needed a break, the beasts could threaten the defenses. But for now, they didn't think about that. They believed the territory could hold. With the wall's defense and plenty of stone, they felt secure. Elsewhere, Wolf was still pouring magical beasts out of his magic scroll. There were a lot of beasts in the tide, and as a mid-level mage, using the scroll at this level was exhausting. He'd thought the pace was about right, but seeing Hope Village force a gap in the beast tide with sheer firepower, he realized they were stronger than he'd thought. That meant he hadn't managed to damage their defenses. He might even be giving them free resources. He felt a sting of embarrassment. Thinking of this, Wolf's face turned fierce. He pulled out a potion. Seeing this, Aiden, who'd been watching, said, "Lord, that barrier-breaking potion will boost your power, but the side effects are huge. I've already used the scroll. If I can't take Hope Village, I'll lose big. The person behind me won't let me off." So, this battle could only end in victory. He could handle a few side effects. He drank the potion. As soon as he did, his mana surged. With the surge, the magic scroll glowed even brighter. After a flash of light, the remaining beasts in the scroll all poured out. This time, they weren't just level 10 or so. There were countless mid-level beasts all over level 20. Low-level beasts were already huge, but mid-level ones were twice as big. As soon as they appeared, they became the center of attention. The soldiers and professionals with Wolf looked on with fanaticism. This was their lord. So powerful. This was why they followed him into battle. Worship of the strong. They hoped to become such powerful figures themselves one day. The new beasts roared, and the horde parted to let them through. The mid-level beasts charged straight for the front lines. Seeing this, Wolf sneered. Mid-level beasts were much harder to deal with than low-level ones. Let's see how Hope Village keeps control now. Stalling for time? Impossible. He wouldn't allow it. With these mid-level beasts, this time, he was sure of victory. Here's a faithful and natural English translation of your provided text. At the same time, inside Hope Village, Bear had already relayed Joe Bai's 2 orders. As soon as the orders went out, they were met with enthusiastic responses. At the hospital, I used to apprentice with a doctor. I can handle processing materials. I was a doctor's apprentice too. I can help. I just chose the doctor profession. I can definitely assist. I'm a pharmacist. I'm not a doctor or a pharmacist, but I know all about potion ingredients and how to process them. One by one, people in line spoke up about their skills, eager to contribute to the territory. Most of them weren't professionals. Usually, they'd go out with professional teams to gather resources and occasionally join in a fight, but on the battlefield, they'd just be cannon fodder. Knowing their limits, they could only hide in the territory and wait for the war to end. It was a tormenting feeling. Now that they had a way to help, they were more than happy to do their part. Daniel accepted everyone with relevant experience and immediately assigned them to the appropriate steps, forming an assembly line. Processing materials, refining them, mixing solutions. After these 3 steps, Daniel and the other pharmacists would combine the potions in a large cauldron according to a set ratio. Once finished, others would handle bottling. This way, the time it took to make a single potion could now produce 100 or more, as long as there was enough magic power. It was Daniel's first time realizing there was such a simple method. It was like opening the door to a new world. After assigning them to another workspace, Daniel returned to his own, just in time to see Maria making recovery potions and instructing Shamingji. Shamingji had chosen the doctor path among the soldiers, and after Daniel appeared, he often followed him to learn. He just recently advanced to doctor and was now learning potion making. Pharmacist was a profession focused on potion research. Doctors, on the other hand, needed to master basic potions. Just add the ingredients according to the ratio. Stir left 7 times, right 3 times, and infuse magic as you stir. Don't go too fast. Wait, how fast is not too fast? Shamingji asked, pen and paper in hand. I can't really say, I just go by feel. You'll get it after a few tries, Maria said helplessly. She could always get a new potion right after a few tries, and once she did, she never forgot the feeling. But teaching others was much harder. I understand. Shamingji finally managed to say. It was like cooking a pinch to taste, all based on experience and feel. He'd just have to practice. Maria started her process, and soon the potion in the cauldron was bubbling and turning red. Done. As soon as the color was right, Maria stopped. A whole cauldron of potion was finished. Shamingji quickly covered the cauldron, carried it to the next room for bottling, and returned. Maria gave him a thumbs up. That's a great idea. If I had to make 100 potions before, I'd have to repeat the process 100 times, using 100 times the magic. Now, making 100 at once only uses 60 or 70 times the magic. It saves magic and is so much faster. I never thought of this before. In potion making, everyone was always extra careful, especially with rare, high-quality ingredients. We used to make a lot of things on assembly lines, saves time and effort, Shamingji said. If potions are this valuable, maybe we can mass-produce them. If we could find a way to make potions without magic, even better. Is that possible? Maria asked. We have to try. Look, you're already mass-producing now, Shamingji replied. But for now, it only works with basic potions we're familiar with. For intermediate or higher, even making one can fail, let alone a big batch. The loss would be huge, Daniel reminded them, though he was tempted. Then let's just do what we can for now, Shamingji said. We can suggest to the chief that we open a potion factory and sell wholesale to merchant teams, Daniel said, glancing at Maria. Only Maria and Daniel could make these large batch potions. Daniel belonged to the territory, but Maria was independent. Would she join? Maria sensed his look and felt a bit awkward. She wanted to try, but didn't know the territory's stance. If they didn't want her to do it, what then? Competing with the territory as an individual didn't seem wise. She hesitated, then said, I don't plan to do that. Shamingji realized she misunderstood and quickly said, No, we're asking if you want to join us. She really hadn't expected to be included. In Benjala town, good things like this never came her way. She just wasn't used to it. She remembered that Hope Village was always different from other territories in this regard. No worries, it's settled then. We'll discuss details after the war. For now, let's get to work, Daniel said. Business was tempting, but the war came first. Maria and Shamingji agreed and got back to work. At the blacksmith's. If even delicate potion making could be done assembly line style, why not arrows? When Harrison first heard about it, he was furious. For dwarves, making weapons and equipment was sacred. Every dwarf took pride in every item they made, no matter how simple. A master craftsman was made through years of careful practice. So when he heard about assembly line production, he was livid. But when told it's for the good of the territory, he swallowed his words and gave it a try. And it worked. The efficiency of arrow production soared. He barely had to do anything himself, just give instructions. Step 1. Cut wood into uniform pieces. Step 2. Sand the wood into identical shafts. Step 3. Refine iron ore. Step 4. Make arrowhead molds. Step 5. Pour molten iron into molds and let it cool. Step 6. Sharpen the cooled arrowheads. Step 7. Attach arrowheads to shafts. Step 8. Add beast hair to the end. In no time, a batch of arrows was ready. Then, someone would test them, pack them, and store them in the warehouse. Harrison watched every step, deep in thought. If segmented production was this efficient, could it work for other weapons too? Though each step was complex, practice made perfect. Early arrows were rough, but now each batch was better than the last. Of course, individual skills still mattered. Harrison had always known goblins were good at mining, but he hadn't realized how skilled they were with their hands. With training, they'd be great weapon makers. If Hope Village stayed this big, his apprentices would be enough, but with the village growing and more people buying weapons, he was getting overwhelmed. Now, he thought, maybe the goblins could join the blacksmith shop. With them, production would reach a new level. Maybe they could even build a military weapons base for Hope Village. Dwarves survived territory wars by making endless offensive and defensive weapons. For any other territory, Harrison wouldn't work so hard. But for Hope Village, he'd make an exception. He found Mills, the goblin chief, who was just there to check on his people. Since they were helping, Mills wanted them to do well. When Harrison approached, Mills was nervous. Did they do something wrong? Mills asked anxiously. They're doing great. I want to hire some of them after this to work here, Harrison said. Really? Mills' eyes lit up. Really? They're good with their hands. If they learn here, they'll pick up real skills, Harrison said seriously. That was high praise from him. Then whoever you pick can work here, no problem, Mills said humbly. This was a chance to learn a trade. Once trained, the goblins wouldn't just be miners anymore. Harrison was even more pleased with Mills' attitude. After Harrison left, Mills watched his hard-working goblins, said nothing, and quietly slipped away. There'd be time to talk about this later, now let them work. As he left, the goblin chief's eyes were a little red. And so, in these two places, new methods kept supplying the territory with potions and weapons. Receiving these supplies, Dingchiro felt her nerves settle. She managed the territory's resources, so she wasn't in danger, but her husband and daughter were on the front lines. Knowing how hard they fought, seeing the supplies made her feel more at ease. As soon as the supplies were stored, she arranged for them to be sent to the front. The reason for logging everything was to keep track of resources and spot any issues early. Making Dingchiro the warehouse manager put the territory's resources in safe hands. Even if no one would steal, it was best to prevent problems from the start. Managing the warehouse gave Dingchiro a new sense of purpose. She didn't mind at all, she was good at it, and in her free time, she'd stroll around the territory. Life here, though less advanced than her old world, was fulfilling. All she wanted was for her family to be safe. As for the fighting, she knew her daughter now carried the fate of thousands, not just their family. Hurry and deliver these, don't delay, she said after counting the supplies. Don't worry. These are just in case. We haven't even needed them yet. The beasts haven't really gotten close to the wall, the runner said confidently. Dingchiro smiled. She knew the stone reserves in the warehouse were only slowly decreasing. That meant some beasts had reached the wall, but the damage was minimal. Still, the runner hurried off with the supplies. Dingchiro watched him go, then started planning what materials to restock. But suddenly, she saw the stone reserves dropping rapidly. Her heart skipped a beat. Major damage to the wall would cause that. Weren't the beasts supposed to be kept away from the wall? What happened? Was something wrong? Could Xiaobai handle it? Countless worries flooded her mind. She wanted to go to the gate, but remembered her duty and forced herself to stay. She kept telling herself, they'd prepared so much, everything would be fine. Meanwhile, at the gate, Xiaobai remained calm as the wall was battered. A wave of mid-level beasts had caused trouble, since most soldiers and professionals had no experience fighting them. Many beasts broke through and hit the wall. It was clear Wolf's main goal was to wear down the wall's defense. The beasts' attacks on people were just instinct. Seeing the professionals adapt, with only a few caught off guard, Xiaobai didn't order a retreat. She trusted her people to judge for themselves. If they couldn't handle it, they'd fall back. Otherwise, if they ran at the first sign of danger, how would they face greater challenges in the future? Besides, she needed to drag out the fight to buy time. Bear joined her. Seeing the wounded below, he realized something had changed. When he saw so many mid-level beasts, his heart skipped a beat. Wolf really had used his best equipment. Faisal Village truly was a predatory territory, willing to use such powerful items against a small village. They must have set their sights on Hope Village's resources. He worried that Wolf might have even better equipment. Still, seeing everyone holding their own, he was comforted. Everyone was growing. They could now handle things on their own. You're just in time. I'm heading down, Xiaobai said, seeing Bear arrive. Chief, you shouldn't risk it, Bear said, worried. Don't worry. If I can't handle it, I'll retreat. I have to go, I'm about to reach level 15. Also, soon we won't need to repair the wall as much. They probably have a way to know our defense stats. With that, Xiaobai jumped off the wall. She suspected the enemy had a device to read their wall's defense, since they'd launched such a big beast tide without much probing. To lower their guard, she needed the wall's defense to visibly drop. She wanted to strike when they least expected it. And she didn't want her mom to worry, seeing the stone reserves drop so fast. She'd have Bear explain things to her. That's what a caring daughter should do. Bear watched Jobai use wind magic to land safely on the battlefield. Her control of magic was already at a masterful level, even as a beginner mage. All those solo battles had made her grow in ways no team training could. When she grew up, she'd be an incredible mage. Then Bear remembered Jobai mentioning level 15 and realized, was she planning to advance? Now, during the battle? He glanced at the Faisal village crowd watching from afar and raised an eyebrow. Not a bad idea. Instead of letting them leave empty-handed after 24 hours, why not let them taste their own medicine right here? That would be fair. With that, Bear wasn't worried about Jobai anymore and took over command. Despite the mid-level beasts, more professionals joined the fight, a sign of their confidence in Hope Village. Hope Village was truly different now. Meanwhile, O'Neill and the Beastmen, having returned from escorting the cannon fodder, saw the battle and were fired up. "It's our time to shine, brothers, charge!" O'Neill shouted, leading the charge against the mid-level beasts. The Beastmen all followed, eager for the most valuable prey. Jobai noticed their arrival. Having the Beastmen on the field made everyone's burden lighter. They loved fighting mid-level beasts and could each handle 2 or more at once. As Jobai was thinking, a beast lunged at her. She was ready, sword in hand, but someone beat her to it. It was Zhou Zheping, her father. She smiled wryly. He'd moved his team to her side to protect her. She didn't need protection, but was still touched by his care. After finishing off the beast, Zhou Zheping said, "Join our team. We won't get in your way, just fight together." Okay, Jobai agreed. Her father never tried to shield her from everything. He just wanted to watch over her as she fought. It was hard not to be moved by such love. They fought side by side. "Congratulations, host." The familiar notification sounded as Jobai's experience steadily climbed. She was just waiting. Waiting to reach level 15, waiting for nightfall. As Hope Village fought as one, Wolf and the others were pleased to see mid-level beasts reach the wall. But Wolf was still dissatisfied. These Hope Village people are really stubborn. Even with so many mid-level beasts, they're not retreating inside. He'd rather see them hide behind the wall, letting the beasts wear down its defense. Only then could they break in. No worries, at least we're draining their magic. "Victory will be ours," Aiden said, flattering Wolf. He believed that once Hope Village's professionals were exhausted, the village would be theirs. They had plenty of time. Wolf was pleased by Aiden's words. He already considered Hope Village half his. Watching the battle, he was just waiting for the right moment. His attitude affected the soldiers and professionals below. They'd come to attack Hope Village full of fighting spirit, but after seeing their lord unleash such a massive beast tide, their bloodlust faded. So, as Wolf waited, so did they, watching the fight like a show. How long do you think Hope Village's people can hold out? There are so many beasts, even with thousands of people, they can't last long. Let's just enjoy the show. Soon it'll be our turn. I'm getting hungry. It's almost noon, of course you're hungry. Let's eat something. Yeah, let's eat. Hope Village is tough, but they'll only last until afternoon at best. As they chatted, some teams sat down to eat, watching the battle like a spectacle. Hope Village's sentries saw this and reported it to Bear. Bear wasn't surprised. With the enemy's resources, a level 2 village was nothing to them. Their arrogance was uncomfortable, but it gave Hope Village an opportunity. Remembering Jobai's instructions, Bear contacted Ding Chiro. "So, the wall is using a lot of stone for repairs, but everything's under the chief's control?" Ding Chiro asked. Yes, the messenger confirmed. Ding Chiro was completely reassured and smiled. "I'll handle it, just follow orders." Heh, her daughter must have told Bear to reassure her. What a thoughtful child. With inside and outside working together, the battle became a war of attrition. Some professionals couldn't hold out and quietly withdrew, replaced by fresh fighters. People rotated in and out. No one had time to check their gains, only battle filled their minds. Including Jobai. Her stamina and magic were at their limits. When the system warned her, she quickly drank 2 potions. Her stamina and magic recovered to 80%. It wasn't that the potions were weak, she'd just used too many, so they couldn't restore her fully. And she was mentally exhausted. She should have rested. Bye. Zhou Zhiping called, unable to hold back. I'll rest after I kill this one, Zhou Bai replied. Once she killed this beast, she'd reach level 15 and upgrade the territory. Just this one, okay? Zhou Zhiping said. Zhou Bai nodded. Zhou Zhiping coordinated the team to support her, making sure she could fight without worry. Zhou Bai appreciated it and went all out against the last mid-level beast. Attack boost, flash strike, blade storm, defense boost, a flurry of skills. Her combat technique was so sharp that she finished off the beast in no time. Everyone around was stunned. Dad, I'm heading back, Zhou Bai said, then used her skills to vanish from the battlefield. Chief is amazing. So strong. So clean and efficient. She killed a mid-level beast so fast. No wonder they call her the Queen of Grinding, she's on another level. She earned her skills fighting solo, one beast at a time. No one can copy that. Maybe we should try solo fighting too, to gain more experience. Worth a try, but solo is riskier. More injuries, but more experience. Zhou Zhiping felt proud and a little pained, but said nothing, he just kept fighting. Meanwhile, Zhou Bai returned to the territory. As she walked toward the wall, she finally checked her level-up info. Congratulations, host, for killing LV-21 Shadow Panther. Obtained, Panther Hide X21, Beast Meat X63, EXP X630, Copper X630. Congratulations, host, you have reached LV-15. She instinctively checked her stats. Name, Zhou Bai. Race, human level, EV-15, 50012/60,000. Identity, Hope Village Lord, Chief, Resident Profession, Mage, Beginner, Swordsman, Beginner, HP, 1500 a Stamina, 1500 a MP, 1500 attributes, Constitution, 2020, Intelligence, 16/20, Agility, 2020, Defense, 19/20, Talent, Leadership Contribution, 7,238, Exchangeable, all correct. She checked the territory panel. Condition 1, Population 5,000 plus, met. Condition 2, 12 buildings, met. Condition 3, Lord reaches LV-15, met. All upgrade conditions met. Territory can be upgraded. Dear host, would you like to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 village? Zhou Bai paused, not choosing yes right away. She needed to wait for the right moment. She returned to the wall. Bear greeted her. How is it? He asked, meaning the territory upgrade. It's ready, anytime, Zhou Bai replied, giving him an approving look. He really was her right-hand man. Wait until night? Bear asked. Then it's time to have the soldiers withdraw, Bear said. The soldiers hadn't rotated at all, they weren't as strong as Zhou Bai, and though they could still hold out, it was getting tough. Okay, Zhou Bai nodded. It's time for some losses, for greater gains later. Bear immediately had the retreat signal blown. The soldiers recognized the pattern from training. It meant retreat to the city. What's going on? Are we retreating? We were doing fine. Why retreat? If we leave, won't the beasts damage the wall? Whatever, let's follow orders. They must have a plan. Let's go. Though confused, everyone obeyed, retreating while fighting, including Zhou Zhiping and Li Xingting. Zhou Zhiping guessed it was related to Zhou Bai's rush to kill the beast. Last time she was in a hurry, it was for a territory upgrade. Territory upgrade? He got it. As the soldiers withdrew, the professional teams did too. Following the soldiers' lead was always safe. The gate guards shouted orders. Soon, the front line shrank inward. Man, I'm not done fighting. O'Neill grumbled to Lucas as he retreated. Unlike the professionals who needed to rotate, the beastmen were still full of energy. But they didn't want to disobey orders. Just then, Jobai called from the wall, "O'Neill, if you can guarantee your safety, you can keep fighting." "Chief, you get us." O'Neill cheered, and the beastmen kept fighting around the gate. But everywhere else, the beasts quickly took over. City wall is being damaged. Defense remaining, 99.999%. City wall is being damaged. Defense remaining, 99.989%. City wall is being damaged. With no one stopping them, the wall's defense dropped, and no repairs were made. Wolf and his team noticed the change. Wolf narrowed his eyes. "They can't hold out, they're retreating?" he said, a bit surprised at how quickly it happened. Though archers and ballistas still fired, Wolf saw it as mere defense, not a real counterattack. Aiden checked his detector. He'd been monitoring Hope Village's defense the whole time. He saw the wall was damaged, but repaired quickly, though repairs slowed over time. "Now, they've stopped repairing the wall," Aiden said excitedly. "By nightfall, we'll be able to break in." Wolf was pleased. He'd used his trump card for this moment. Still, he wondered, do they have any tricks left? Their biggest trick is the wall. At best, their soldiers and professionals will rest and defend one more time, but their defeat is certain, Aiden said confidently. A level 2 village couldn't have many tricks, especially one that had only existed for 2 months. Aiden's thoughts matched Wolf's, but Wolf still wondered, "I'm just curious how they got the wall's defense up to 400,000. Probably lucked into some special equipment. Once we break in, we'll get the secret from them. In your hands, it'll be even more valuable," Aiden said. Wolf agreed. The white layer on Hope Village's wall was new to him, probably something they'd found. He hated it now, but if it were his, it'd be great. He grew more eager. "Keep monitoring. When it drops below 100,000, we attack," Wolf said. He had a siege weapon that could deal 10,000 damage per attack. After all this, he doubted Hope Village had much stone left. When they ran out, it would be time. "Yes. Have everyone rest up. We attack at night. If we don't take Hope Village, I won't be merciful." Wolf barked. "Yes," Aiden replied, tense. "I'm going to rest. Wake me when it's time, or if anything happens." And then, Wolf really did go rest. The after effects of his potions were kicking in, and he needed to recover before the final assault. Aiden stayed alert, constantly checking the defense. He noticed the defense sometimes rose and fell, but always returned to normal. He was sure Hope Village was trying to save itself, but was at the end of its rope. He admired Hope Village. They'd lasted longer than most. But before they could grow, they'd met Faisal Village. Everything they had would soon belong to him. He relished the thrill of plunder. As night fell, the defense dropped to the tens of thousands. Aiden woke Wolf. Wolf drank a potion and felt refreshed. "How's it going?" he asked. "Defense is about to drop below 100,000. They came out twice to slow it down and resupplied stone 4 or 5 times, but each time was slower and less. They must be running out of resources," Aiden reported. Wolf didn't reply right away, just stared at Hope Village, thinking. After a while, he said, "I don't know why, but I have a strange feeling." "What kind of feeling?" "Everything's going too smoothly," Wolf said. "But hasn't it always gone smoothly for us?" Aiden replied. Their territory had won every war, thriving on plunder. They were a level 3 village, but ranked like a town. They'd always bullied the weak. Hope Village was strong, but not as strong as Faisal Village. It was only natural they'd be conquered. Thinking of the spoils, Wolf's eyes burned with greed. "This is it, 100,000. Aiden said, seeing the new reading. Wolf stopped thinking and got ready. He waited all day for this. "Prepare to attack," Wolf shouted. Aiden relayed the order. At once, the horn sounded. Faisal Village's soldiers and professionals geared up for battle. After a day's rest, they were full of fighting spirit. Wolf picked up his magic scroll, ready to recall the remaining beasts. But just then, Jobai, hearing the attack signal, didn't hesitate to choose upgrade. "Congratulations, host. Your territory has advanced from level 2 to level 3. Territory area doubled. Plus 2 buildings unlocked. 200,000 copper awarded. As the notification sounded, Hope Village's walls began to expand outward. Wolf and his team noticed immediately. Every territory upgrade felt like a space magic effect with a magical wave. As a mage, Wolf sensed it at once. "What is Hope Village doing?" Wolf said sharply. "Huh?" Aiden was confused. He sensed nothing. Wolf didn't expect an answer from Aiden. He checked his own panel. When he saw the details, his pupils shrank. Hope Village was upgrading. How could they upgrade during a territory war? And at night, no less. He realized with horror, after a territory upgrade, there would be a beast tide. Beast tide? Just as Wolf thought this, screams erupted behind him. Hope Village's upgrade beast tide had arrived. And now, it was their army that had to face it? A surge of rage welled up inside Wolf. The screams of their companions finally snapped the Phaser Village soldiers and professionals back to their senses. They immediately turned around and started fighting the magical beasts coming from behind. But everyone looked a bit bewildered. What's going on? Why are there magical beasts coming from behind us? Did the Lord release them in the wrong place? No way. Even if he made a mistake, they wouldn't be behind us. Something must have changed. It must be something on Hope Village's side. Hope Village? For so many magical beasts to suddenly appear at night, there's only one explanation. They used this chance to upgrade, and now the upgrade beast tide is coming for us. Hope Village is so cunning. They must have planned this from the start. So, what do we do about Hope Village now? Let's see what the Lord decides. Hope Village just went through the beast tide our Lord created. They probably can't hold out much longer. When I break into Hope Village, I'm definitely going to make them pay. Yeah, me too. The chatter spread through the crowd, most of it filled with resentment toward Hope Village. After all, everyone knew about the rule that upgrading triggered a beast tide, so once they realized what was happening, many quickly figured it out. But even if they understood, no matter how frustrated they were, they could only focus on fighting the magical beasts for now. Deep down, though, they still had faith in their Lord. What they didn't know was that Wolf was also in a tough spot. When he realized Hope Village was using the upgrade beast tide against them, Wolf immediately gave up on trying to recall the magical beasts. Instead, he kept them attacking Hope Village and abandoned his original plan, pulling out his siege weapon, the battering ram. The battering ram could quickly find a weak point in a territory's wall and attack it. Once it struck, that spot would become a vulnerability. If the territory's defenses didn't recover in time, the ram could deliver a devastating blow and shatter the wall's defenses. That's why it had to be used at a critical moment. And now was that moment. As soon as the battering ram appeared, it turned into a streak of light and shot straight at Hope Village's wall. In no time, it was deeply embedded in the wall. After doing all this, Wolf turned to Aiden. Check Hope Village's current wall defense. Yes. Aiden snapped out of his shock and hurriedly pulled out his detector, feeling a growing sense of dread. If Hope Village could use the upgrade beast tide against them at night, could this all have been a trap from the start? A trap to lure them in? He glanced nervously at Wolf. Did the Lord realize this? And if things didn't go as planned, how would he react? As he was thinking, the detector beeped, and Hope Village's latest wall defense value appeared. Defense, 400,000. When he saw the number, Aiden nearly burst into tears. After struggling all day, Hope Village was still perfectly fine? Unbelievable. This was just too much. At this moment, Aiden was actually a little intimidated as he looked at Wolf, because he didn't know how to break such a cruel reality to him. Wolf had already sensed something was wrong. Seeing Aiden's shifting expression, his face grew colder. Speak. What's the number now? 400,000. Hope Village repaired the wall again, and did it in a short time. That means they have plenty of stone stockpiled. They were just luring us in before. Aiden closed his eyes and spoke the truth. The worst part was, they really had fallen for it. Even though Wolf had mentally prepared himself, hearing this, he was so furious he couldn't speak. At that moment, he heard the soldiers around him expressing their unwavering confidence in him, which only made things worse. Pfft, he actually coughed up a mouthful of blood from sheer anger. It was understandable. He'd used a magic scroll even more valuable than platinum gear, a powerful potion with huge side effects, and a siege hammer. He'd played all his trump cards. If he'd managed to break Hope Village's wall, it would have been worth it. But now, not only was the village unscathed, but the expensive soldiers and professionals he'd brought were now stuck helping Hope Village fend off the beast tide. He'd become the biggest sucker of all. Since becoming the lord of Faisal Village, Wolf had always been unstoppable, crushing all opposition. This was the first time he'd suffered such a huge loss. How could he not be furious? My lord. Aiden hurried forward, worried. Wolf had literally coughed up blood from anger. This was bad for his health. Aiden quickly took out a recovery potion. He knew that besides the anger, the side effects of the earlier potion were also kicking in. Right now, Wolf was their backbone. If he collapsed, what would they do? Wolf took the potion and downed it in one go, feeling a bit better, but his gaze toward Hope Village was still dark and menacing, as if he wanted to swallow it whole. My lord, what should we do now? Aiden asked cautiously. They were truly stuck between a rock and a hard place. If they pressed on, they'd have to deal with Hope Village's monsters first. But even if they managed that, there was no way they could break through the village by morning. They'd lose, and a good chunk of their earlier gains would go to Hope Village. They'd basically be working for their enemy. If they retreated, they'd be admitting defeat with the same result. At least if they tried again, it might help them vent some of their anger. Now it was up to Wolf to decide. Wolf pressed his lips into a thin line. He'd thought of everything Aiden had. Rationally, he knew cutting his losses was the best choice. But emotionally, he just couldn't let Hope Village go. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. Sensing his thoughts, Aiden added, there will be other chances. While our people are still mostly intact, let's leave for now. I'm worried Hope Village has more tricks up their sleeve. And it's not just brute force. We can always send people to investigate, learn more about them, and strike later. Aiden thought back to the whole night. They hadn't gained a thing from Hope Village. In this situation, leaving was the only way to minimize their losses. And honestly, that was the real reason they lost. They didn't know enough about Hope Village. This place was nothing like a typical level 2 village. Wolf listened, considering Aiden's suggestion. Then he remembered what he'd thought when he unleashed the beast tide. Let's kill their monsters first, then retreat. He had to take something with him. Aiden's mouth twitched. Even now, Wolf was still greedy for more. Didn't he realize his own summoned monsters were worth more? Especially the mid-level ones, those had become Hope Village's main targets. The Beastmen, in particular, were hunting mid-level monsters. When the Beastmen first appeared, they'd been surprised, but then realized it made sense. Using Beastmen as cannon fodder was just like using prisoners. After all, if the Beastmen weren't meant to be expendable, why were they always the ones charging while everyone else stayed safe inside? Back to the point. The Beastmen had killed a lot of mid-level monsters, and occasionally some professionals would join in. Aiden knew Hope Village's people valued killing mid-level monsters more. He kept these thoughts to himself. Wolf was still fuming, and he didn't want to be the target of his anger. Just then, the previously quiet Hope Village suddenly surged with people. The soldiers and professionals who'd been resting inside all afternoon were now back, full of energy. They fought the monsters with renewed vigor, spells flying everywhere, and quickly pushed the battle line away from the wall. You could see the excitement and confidence on their faces as they faced the monster horde. At this moment, it was like they were finally unleashed. With no more threat of the wall being breached, the monsters were just a windfall for them. And now, that windfall was courtesy of Faisal Village. Wolf, Aiden. After a while, Aiden couldn't help but say, "My lord, maybe we should just let it go. The monsters in your magic scroll are worth more than what they're getting." Wolf pursed his lips, said nothing, but the magic scroll in his hand showed his decision. He unfurled the scroll again. As the same light flashed, the monsters that had been attacking Hope Village turned and ran back into the scroll. In no time, the battlefield was empty of monsters. With the monsters gone, Hope Village's people were revealed. Across the open ground, the two sides stared at each other, as if locked in a fateful showdown. On Hope Village's side, Bai looked a little regretful. With the triple experience from mid-level monsters, leveling up was so much faster. Even as a level 3 village, there wouldn't be many mid-level monsters nearby in the future, so she wanted to make the most of this chance. She'd already killed several mid-level monsters, her experience bar shooting up. She was already nearly halfway to level 16. But before she could keep grinding, the enemy had recalled all the monsters. Still, she knew this probably meant the enemy was about to retreat. As expected of a big territory, knowing when to cut their losses. But this time, they'd really made an enemy. This ambush had worked, but who knew if they'd get another chance like this? As she thought, Bai's gaze met Wolf's sharp eyes. In the crowd, Wolf had instinctively locked onto Bai. Of course, it wasn't just instinct. He'd noticed that even though Bai fought alone, the soldiers subtly protected her, and the professional teams avoided her area, not wanting to steal her kills. Someone like that had to be important in Hope Village. Maybe even the Lord. Bai met Wolf's gaze, paused, then calmly looked back, even giving a slight smile. Wolf saw her smile, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Good. She even dares to provoke me. He'd remember Hope Village. And he'd remember this woman. He was cutting his losses this time, but next time, he definitely wouldn't let them off so easily. Though, that next time might be a long way off. This defeat had cost him a major trump card. His superior wouldn't let this go easily. Thinking of this, Wolf felt like his heart was burning with frustration. He'd never imagined his greatest defeat would come at Hope Village. Finally, he squeezed out 2 words, retreat. Aiden quickly relayed the order. Moments later, the horn sounded again. The Phasal Village soldiers and professionals, who'd been fighting monsters, were stunned. Why the sudden retreat? But orders were orders, and Wolf's authority was absolute. Most teams immediately began to withdraw while fighting. Soon, they'd all gathered around Wolf, with only a few on the outskirts still dealing with monsters. Even in the face of the beast tide, they handled it with ease, 1 strike, 1 kill, always using the most efficient methods. They were clearly a well-trained, battle-hardened force. Bai and the others saw this clearly. For the first time, they realized just how big the gap was in individual strength. Looks like we'll need to step up our training. Individual training needs to be a priority. We're not afraid of them in a group fight, but one-on-one, we might not win. Yeah, their people are killers. Our environment is just too peaceful. This time, the territory protected us, spending a fortune on the wall so we didn't have to face the brunt of the attack. That's why we could witness our victory in safety. Yeah, I heard the wall repairs alone cost hundreds of thousands of units of stone. Worth dozens of gold coins, not to mention all the other expenses. That's why this territory is great. They value people over money. Living here is so reassuring. Yeah, we built this place together, and I can't wait to see it grow into what I hope for. I really love this territory. Me too. The native professionals felt even more deeply. They'd never seen a territory that valued human life so much. Being part of it gave them a real sense of security. Of course, the deepest feeling was a sense of belonging. They couldn't say "I love it" as easily as the original residents, but deep down, they agreed. They loved this territory too. At this moment, every resident, whether from Blue Star or the local world, felt a sense of belonging to Hope Village like never before. Standing in the crowd, Bai couldn't help but smile as she listened to everyone's words. No matter what, she'd never forget her original intention in founding the territory. That was to protect her family. And now, that protection had grown to include all the residents. If she could protect without sacrificing lives, why not? As the saying goes, if money can solve a problem, it's not really a problem. She decided to do just that. Work hard, earn money, and build her territory into a safe fortress. As for the residents' strength, with daily beast tides, there'd be no shortage of training opportunities. She never wanted a territory built on piles of corpses. Let's head back to the city. She glanced at the Phasal village people, who still hadn't left, and decided to speak up. Retreating into the territory would show the enemy they only wanted to survive, and maybe convince them to leave willingly. Yes, Jobai could see their reluctance. But so what? No matter what tricks they had, a win was a win. The enemy could either keep waiting or leave. There was no other choice. Sometimes, being on defense is an advantage. Jobai had decided, from now on, unless absolutely necessary, she'd always play defense. After Jobai gave the order, everyone in Hope Village, including the beastmen, retreated, leaving Wolf and his people with nothing but an empty field and a solid wall. The struggling Wolf looked at his control panel and, for the first time in his life, chose the surrender option. As soon as he did, his entire team vanished from the field. With them gone, the monsters they'd been blocking surged toward Hope Village. When Jobai got the system notification, she finally relaxed. This time, they'd truly won the territory war. Sometimes, just hanging on is enough to win. Dear host, the territory war has ended. Congratulations, your territory has successfully defended and achieved victory. Dear host, in this territory war, as the defending side, you suffered 0 resident deaths, a perfect victory. Rewards doubled. The system will randomly select resources from Phaser Village as your reward. System is randomly selecting 1. Acquired building, Alchemy Workshop, Advanced, 2. Half of the warehouse resources, your settlement rewards are complete. At this moment, Jobai was looking over the spoils from this territory war. Maybe because the other side surrendered, the post-war rewards came especially quickly. An advanced alchemy workshop alone was enough to make Jobai happy, not to mention half of the other side's warehouse resources. When she opened up the resources, Jobai felt almost dizzy. There were all kinds of ores, magical weapons, magical equipment, and even magic scrolls. There were countless silver-grade items, quite a few gold-grade ones, and even several platinum-grade items, though those were rare. She knew that even as a lord, she'd never had such a huge stockpile. Most of her own warehouse was filled with silver equipment, and her personal backpack was mostly stuff she'd bought from Wendell. Hope Village itself didn't have people who could make this kind of gear. It all came from Benjala Town. The contrast between what she'd just gained and what she already had was stark. At this moment, only 2 words filled Jobai's mind: I'm rich. She really had struck it rich this time. Now she understood why so many territories in this world cared so much about territory wars. Because if you win, the resources you get are way more than what you could save up through hard work. War profits. If every war brought this much, a territory could rise up in no time. The thought flashed by, but Jobai quickly suppressed it. Greed destroys reason. Compared to plundering, the things you earn through your own hard work are always the sweetest. Of course, if someone else delivers it to your door, she wouldn't say no. Just like this time. After quietly admiring her haul for a while, Jobai forced herself to look away. She still had to deal with the beast tide brought on by the territory upgrade. On the battlefield, after Wolf and his people disappeared, many eyes turned to Jobai, as if waiting for her final confirmation. As soon as Jobai snapped back to attention, she met their expectant gazes. The Lord of Phaser Village has surrendered. They've left, Jobai announced simply. As soon as she finished, the crowd erupted in cheers. We won. We won. We did it. This is great. Not only did we win, but our territory leveled up too. We're a level 3 village now. That was fast. Our territory is amazing. After level 3, we're just one step away from becoming a town. I wonder when we'll make it. The atmosphere grew even more lively, everyone full of hope for the future. Seeing everyone so excited, Jobai cleared her throat and said, the upgrade beast tide isn't over yet. Get moving. With that reminder, everyone snapped back to reality. Just now, Phaser Village's people had been blocking the beast tide for them, but now that they were gone, it was up to Hope Village to face it. But no one was reluctant. They all knew that, at this point, the beast tide wasn't a challenge, but an opportunity. Charge. Kill. Everyone, let's go. In an instant, people rushed out in groups, beating back the oncoming magical beasts with ease. They'd been itching for action all afternoon. Most importantly, after all this development, Hope Village's strength was already far beyond a normal level 2 village, so the level 3 beast tide was nothing to worry about. Watching the battle below, Jo by herself realized this. To this day, she could still remember the deaths during the first beast tide. Back then, she'd vowed to make the territory strong enough that no one would die to a beast tide again. Now, it seemed she'd done it. And she would keep working hard. Village chief, you must discuss it with us. At this point, the nobles were as courteous as could be, a stark contrast to their arrogance when they first arrived. Clearly, Hope Village had a lot they wanted, especially the cement. For profit, face was nothing. But she knew there were thousands of Blue Star territories and plenty of talented people among them. Anything Hope Village had, others could probably recreate if given the right materials. After all, people from Sea Country were naturally good at this. So, Hope Village had to stay ahead. The price of being first was facing countless eyes, but that was both a challenge and an opportunity, one she wasn't willing to miss. If Hope Village succeeded, maybe it would give other Blue Star territories a new path. With that thought, Jo Bai's gaze grew even more determined. With her assurance, Viscount Conrad's group left at ease. The crowd that had gathered quickly dispersed, leaving only Jo Bai and Bear. You seem especially wary of Marquis Boyer. Are you suspecting something? Bear, who'd been with Jo Bai for a while, asked directly. Jo Bai paused. I just think Marquis Boyer is connected to Phaser Village. You mean, he's the backer behind Phaser Village? Very likely. Too many coincidences. Jo Bai explained her reasoning step by step. I even wonder if he's deliberately letting us know, trying to rope us in. That last part was just her own speculation. If he hasn't made a direct offer, just pretend you didn't hear anything. If he really wants to recruit Hope Village, he'll have to talk to the Lord, not you, Bear hinted. He used to think the Lord didn't need to hide her identity, but now he saw the benefits. The Lord had real foresight. No wonder he kept asking where the Lord was, Jo Bai recalled. You're acting like you're sure he's the one behind it, Bear said helplessly. It was just a guess, but it was clear the Lord had already made up her mind. Just a hunch, Jo Bai replied. If he really is the one, then he's here for 2 reasons, to recruit and to investigate. He's doing both. If he can't recruit us, Hope Village will become his next target. And that kind of attention was never good. It's fine. We'll just fortify our territory, do good business, and keep developing. There's still almost a month until the next territory war, plenty of time for us to change and grow, Jo Bai said confidently. So what if Phaser Village had Lovisa City as a backer? Lovisa City couldn't attack Hope Village directly. At this moment, Jo Bai was grateful for the world's rules about territories. Each level was like a test, but at least it kept small territories safe. Yeah, in a month, Hope Village will be even better, Bear nodded, full of confidence. But, is it really okay to sell cement? We can sell it, just not right now. And even when they buy it, it'll take a long time for them to gather the shells. But the limestone part, no one can know about that, Jo Bai said bluntly. Many Blue Star people knew about limestone, but finding the right kind of mine wasn't easy. Hope Village had found it first, and that was their foundation. Don't worry. This time, your father Zhou Jumping and his soldiers are going to find the next batch of goblins, and they've all signed contracts, Bear assured her. With contracts and Zhou Jumping's loyalty, their secrets were safe. Even without her identity as Lord, Jo Bai had the territory firmly in hand. When will they set out? Jo Bai asked. As soon as the handover at the cave is done, Victor and Dunlop can lead the team, Bear replied. Yes, this job was given to the 2 earliest goblin recruits. Victor was a smooth talker and completely loyal, and with the goblin chief Mills and his best miners, the team was solid. Make sure they're safe, Jo Bai said seriously. Victor and Dunlop had dug up a lot of iron ore for Hope Village, and that iron had been key to their military growth. Of course. I've arranged for Heidi and several other mid-level undead to go with them. Around here, mid-level professionals are top tier. Good. Joe Bai nodded. Bayer was more thorough than she was. She could really trust him with these tasks. The two chatted as they walked toward the Lord's manor. They weren't just making excuses. Hope Village really was busy these days. While Joe Bai kept working on the other side, a very different territory was unfolding before Marquis Boyer and his group. They had arrived at Hope Village's blacksmith and tailor shops. These two places best reflected a territory's military strength. Marquis, the tailor shop, mainly produces orange-grade gear, and the blacksmith shop mainly makes gold weapons, Carlyle reported after gathering information, looking a bit shocked. They're already mass-producing, each with their own workshop. The blacksmith shop is a level higher because it has an advanced alchemy workshop. An advanced alchemy workshop? How does a level 3 village have that? Theodore asked in disbelief. It's new, probably taken from Phaser Village. They got lucky, Carlyle said, a bit surprised himself. An advanced alchemy workshop was way beyond what a village should have. Phaser Village really lost big this time. Well, someone had to put Phaser Village in its place. I heard they'd conquered several territories with brutal methods, Theodore said, a bit excited. Marquis Boyer glanced at Theodore, then quickly looked away. Theodore felt a chill and shivered. Let's go, Marquis Boyer said, taking the lead. Soon, they saw the Hall of Heroes, the Beast God Temple, and the various ethnic neighborhoods. Noticing Marquis Boyer's interest, Carlyle explained, I've heard Hope Village has undead, beastmen, and goblins. The undead and beastmen are mostly in the military, very strong. The goblins work all over the territory. With a place to belong, they're all loyal to the village chief. Hope Village really doesn't discriminate in who it uses, Marquis Boyer chuckled. Yeah, undead, beastmen, goblins, none of them are welcome in most territories. Only Hope Village treats them equally. Strangely, the residents don't object, and they get along well with these non-human races, Carlyle said with some disdain. He'd always looked down on undead, and even more so on goblins, who were slaves in his territory. He respected beastmen a bit more for their strength, but still saw them as rivals. Marquis Boyer didn't comment. Whatever others thought, what he saw was a territory where everyone was united, working together to build Hope Village. Most importantly, the whole village was of one mind. Whatever the leadership did, everyone supported it wholeheartedly. That kind of cohesion was not to be underestimated. Marquis Boyer weighed this carefully in his mind. Moving on, they reached the bustling school. Inside, Theodore spotted a familiar face. Morrison. Theodore was surprised to see him, his gaze deepening. He knew Morrison had brought his family to Hope Village, but he thought it was just for a visit, not to enroll his child in school. So he was entrusting his child to Hope Village. When Morrison ran into the group, he froze, then quickly bowed. Greetings, Marquis Lord Carlyle, Lord Theodore. You brought your child here to study? Yes. I don't know if he has magical talent, but at least he can learn something here. What does Hope Village's school teach? Theodore asked, a bit disdainfully. Morrison didn't mind. Nobles never understood how hard it was for commoners to rise up. He'd brought his child here without fear of being found out. If he couldn't do business in Lovisa, he could go elsewhere. Hope Village's goods sold themselves. After seeing the school's curriculum, he was determined to have his child study here. He answered honestly, blacksmithing, tailoring, carpentry or identification, farming, animal husbandry, physical training, and some math and language classes. There's a lot. Theodore was stunned. He didn't know what math and language were, but he knew the rest. You could learn all that in school? Hope Village did. If kids started young, those with talent could be developed early, maybe even become professionals sooner. But why would Hope Village do this? Noble children knew where their status came from. Knowledge and professional skills were how they controlled the people. Without knowledge or skills, commoners had no way up. Even the rare exceptions became followers of the nobles. But Hope Village was teaching everyone from a young age. The more they learned, the stronger they'd become. Once strong, they'd be harder to control. Hope Village was shaking the very foundation of noble rule. Instinctively, Theodore looked at Marquis Boyer. Marquis Boyer was also stunned. Hope Village was breaking the kingdom's rules, no, the rules of all territories. Normally, no territory would do this. At that moment, Marquis Boyer realized something. The image of Hope Village's lord was becoming clearer in his mind. He also realized Hope Village could never be recruited. It was never possible. Father, actually, there's something to learn from Hope Village's approach, Theodore said, his mind racing. Maybe you couldn't let all commoners' children study, but you could let the children of your own people study. That would win their loyalty. Morrison had come all this way for his child, after all. More importantly, if you trained talent from a young age, you'd have them in your grasp. Marquis Boyer understood his son's thinking. But it wouldn't work. Lovisa City couldn't handle that kind of upheaval. Most importantly, if people gained knowledge and skills, but had no way to use them, it would only breed resentment. Hope Village not only taught knowledge and skills, but also provided a path upward. Commoners could become officials through exams. Professionals could become soldiers through contributions. But Lovisa City couldn't do that. If the lower classes rose up in a city that size, it would be a force to be reckoned with. If you could control it, great. But who could guarantee it wouldn't be used by enemies? At such a critical time, he wouldn't risk it. We'll see, Marquis Boyer said calmly, his attitude clear. Theodore fell silent. Morrison saw all this and understood. Not every territory was willing to give the lower classes hope. Let's go in and have a look, Marquis Boyer said, leading Carlyle into the school. Theodore lingered, not understanding why his father refused. Lord Theodore, I'll go settle my family in, Morrison said. If his child was going to study here, they needed to become residents, buy a house, and move in. Go ahead, Theodore replied. After Morrison left, he took a deep breath, composed himself, and followed. Even if his suggestion wasn't accepted, he had to admit, Hope Village had shown him many new things. If he could learn some of them, it would help him manage people and do business in the future. Even as an illegitimate son, if he was strong enough, he believed his father would give him more opportunities. As Marquis Boyer's group toured the school, Viscount Conrad's group was also making their way from the Lord's Manor. Their faces were more serious now. Hope Village had truly changed their worldview. I thought Hope Village's business model was impressive, but I didn't expect such innovation in internal affairs too. Yeah, open exams. Letting ordinary people participate in governance. That's a great way to win loyalty. Does the Hope Village Lord know about this? Maybe someone should tell him. But no one knows who the Lord is. How would you tell them? Clearly, this was the plan all along. Yeah, the school enrolls 6-year-olds, regardless of status or race. They all fell silent. Hope Village really dared to do things differently. I'm tempted too. Students trained this way will have solid knowledge and be able to serve the territory. I'm just a small lord. Sold a lot of positions, but those people aren't very capable. They've dragged my territory down more than once, said Viscount Chaplain of Zachary Village. He'd become a lord by chance, with a small family behind him, but he couldn't trust some relatives, so he mostly relied on himself. He understood what it was like to be on your own. After seeing Hope Village's model, he felt it suited people like him, those without powerful backers. As long as he held on to his title and military power, he could safely let talented people handle things. I think it's great. If I had a territory, I'd do the same, Baron Barton agreed. Viscount Conrad and Viscount Keynes said nothing. They knew their positions depended on their families, and they had to reward supporters with jobs. If they tried this, they'd be sidelined in no time. Chaplain, you should try it, Viscount Keynes said. Yeah. Let's see if this model really works, Viscount Conrad agreed. Isn't Hope Village proof that it does? As long as nothing goes wrong, it could become a uniquely styled territory, Chaplain said. But Hope Village's success isn't just about the system, it's also about the residents. Many, like Hope Village, arrived on the Stan continent 2 months ago, maybe from another world. Maybe that's why they have so many new ideas and such. Irreverence, Conrad said, thinking of the residents who'd mocked him earlier. He'd never been treated like that in another territory. And the way those people looked at them, it was like watching a show, as if they were the ones with the problem. It was infuriating. If it weren't someone else's turf, he'd have taught them a lesson. Now he realized their thinking and education were different from the start. These people were the foundation of Hope Village, and newcomers were constantly being influenced by them. That's why some people knelt to the marquee, but others stood up as soon as someone spoke out. He hated to admit it, but Hope Village's people really did think for themselves. As nobles, they didn't like that at all. So I'll give it a try, Chaplin said. He hoped his territory could grow stronger this way. Of course, it wouldn't happen overnight. After a while, Viscount Kane said, if Hope Village succeeds, and you do too, then the world will have a new development model. Who knows if that's good or bad? Just then, school let out. A group of children poured out, walking together along the pedestrian path Hope Village had built. There were human children, beastmen, and goblin kids, all with bright smiles. Viscount Keynes paused. For now, Hope Village looked vibrant and full of life. Following Keynes's gaze, the others also noticed the group of bouncing, lively children. Although they'd already heard that Hope Village took in young ones of all races, actually seeing them together was still a shock. Why do they keep looking at us? They're probably curious why we're going to school. There are so many people visiting today. Hee, it's my first time going to school too. I think it's so fun. Yeah, and there are so many people to play with. The only bad thing is, we have to memorize so much stuff. I think it's easy to remember. Boo-hoo, I can't remember anything. I feel like my parents are going to scold me when I get home. They said if I don't study hard and cherish this opportunity, they'll hit me. As the nobles watched, the children's voices drifted over, their innocent chatter bringing a bit of liveliness to the group. Of course, they also noticed that the ones speaking up were mostly human and beast-in children. The goblin children mostly stood quietly in the corners, listening, but their faces still showed emotion as their companions spoke, and their eyes were bright. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but think of the goblin children in their own territories, thin, frail, always hidden away in small, dirty caves, because that was the best the goblin race could offer their young. The contrast between the two situations played out in their minds, leaving them feeling a bit disoriented. After a while, Viscount Conrad spoke, responding to what Viscount Keynes had just said. Even if Chaplin tries to copy Hope Village's development model, it can never be fully replicated. At the core, it's still different. Not to mention anything else, just look at the goblins. He didn't feel any sympathy for goblins. The goblin race had fallen to their current status because they weren't strong enough, even though they had talents others didn't. That's why they were at the mercy of others. Their place among the races was already set. No one would speak up for them. In fact, many would join in to share the benefits. He knew that near Chaplin's territory, Zachary Village, there were rich mineral resources, the foundation of Zachary Village's existence. Those mines were full of goblin slave labor. No need to pay them, just give them food, and mining costs dropped dramatically. Giving goblins the same resident rights as in Hope Village? That was a joke. Chaplin understood what Conrad meant about goblins, but not just about goblins. He cleared his throat. Indeed, even if I build a school in my territory, only human children would be admitted. That's normal. He added, I'm willing to learn from Hope Village, but a lot of things just aren't suitable for my territory. It can't be exactly the same. He wanted to use Hope Village's methods to make his territory stronger, not to give his residents equality. As a noble, enjoying privilege, how could he give that up? Their words instantly brought everyone back to reality. Hope Village's uniqueness was something only it could truly handle. Chaplin's attempt to learn would never change his original soil. Without changing the soil, nothing new could take root and grow. How could he achieve Hope Village's kind of success? Let's go back to the inn and rest. We've seen enough for today, Kane said. The excitement they'd felt about Hope Village vanished in an instant, leaving a faint sense of emptiness. Yeah, let's go rest, the others agreed, including Chaplin. Soon, the group left, heading in the opposite direction from the children they'd just seen. Just like their hearts. They all realized deeply that Hope Village's path to rise couldn't truly be copied, unless they changed at the root. But to really change would mean shaking their own foundations. Who would do that? Still, even as they thought this, Hope Village's existence had left a strong impression on their minds. Whether that mark would fade with time or grow deeper remained to be seen. But one thing was certain: as Hope Village continued to develop and grow stronger, scenes like this would keep happening. Viscount Conrad and his group hadn't gone far when Marquis Boyer's party emerged from the school. Even before entering, Theodore had been interested in the school. After the tour, he was even more intrigued. Standing behind Marquis Boyer, he still didn't quite understand why his father wasn't planning to adopt such a good system. Thinking about it, Theodore casually remarked, "Father, the math they teach in Hope Village is really fascinating, and the numbers they use, if applied to accounting, it would make things much easier. Maybe we could try to recruit some of their teachers. If they didn't build a school themselves, at least they could try to poach some of the talent, right?" Marquis Boyer instantly understood Theodore's intentions and replied, "A school like that would be too costly for our city. There's no need. But not investing doesn't mean we can't do something. I'll discuss with Hope Village's village chief. After their students finish school, they can come to Lovisa City's academy for further study, and we'll even offer them scholarships." Marquis Boyer laid out his plan in a few words. Theodore was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized what his father was up to. He was planning to let Hope Village do all the work of training talent, then swoop in and reap the rewards. Will the Hope Village chief agree to that? Theodore couldn't help but ask. After all, Hope Village wasn't raising talent just to hand them over to someone else. If she doesn't, can she guarantee those students' future education? Only city-level territories can have academies, and they require a certain number of high-level and saint-level professionals. Hope Village barely has any mid-level professionals, let alone high-level ones. And those students, once they've learned something, will naturally crave greater power, Marquis Boyer explained, also wanting to teach his son. Theodore immediately understood. His father really did have a plan. But still, Hope Village has become a level 3 village in just 2 months. What if, in a few years, they become a city? Given Hope Village's current growth and potential, it was entirely possible. Especially with their food and related products ensuring a steady income, financial strength was their greatest advantage. There will always be outside forces to stop them, Marquis Boyer said lightly. Theodore frowned. Was it just his imagination, or did his father sound absolutely certain? And outside forces, did he mean territory wars? How could his father be sure a territory war would hurt Hope Village, rather than help it grow stronger, like what happened with Phaser Village? The thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't voice it. He had a feeling his father wouldn't be pleased if he asked. So he changed the subject. If we can cooperate, the talent Hope Village trains could work for Lovisa City. Father, you should talk to them soon. If you can get a contract, even better. Marquis Boyer nodded. That was exactly his plan. As for Knight Commander Carlyle, after seeing Hope Village's prosperity and the potential for profit, he became much more cautious in his attitude. Most importantly, he could tell the Marquis had other plans for Hope Village, so he wisely kept out of it. With that settled, Marquis Boyer's group finished their tour and headed for the Lord's Manor. Meanwhile, back at the manor, Jobai and Bayer had also heard that Marquis Boyer and Viscount Conrad's group had visited the school. I wonder what they'll think about the school? Bayer said, a bit uncertain. A school, especially one for children aged 6 to 12, was a shock to any territory. Normally, noble children had private tutors and access to all sorts of professional training from a young age. By age 12, if they hadn't awakened magical talent, they'd focus on physical training and still become professionals quickly. For commoners, though, it was much harder. Even if a father was a professional, raising a child to follow in his footsteps took a lot of resources, often several generations. If the family's main support fell, it was all over. That's why Hope Village's school attracted so many professionals desperate for their children to have a chance. And Hope Village didn't just give opportunities to the children, it gave them to the parents, too. Here, Only talent and contribution mattered, not background. Everything could be changed through effort. What worried Bear now was that Hope Village's school and system were too eye-catching, threatening the interests of the nobility and making Hope Village a target. If it were just other villages or towns, it wouldn't matter. But this time, a marquis from Lovisa City had come. One who might be connected to the defeated Phaser village. With all these unfavorable factors, Bear was still worried. Even if he had faith in Hope Village, Lovisa City's power was overwhelming. If Lovisa City decided to make trouble over the school, Hope Village could be in real danger. To resist, they might need to find a powerful backer, which would mean giving up some autonomy. If they didn't, they'd have to tough it out alone, and while their products were strong, it would be a hard road. The Lord had to be prepared. Joe felt a twinge of worry too. If Marquis Boyer had nothing to do with Phaser Village, she wouldn't be concerned. But with that connection and his clear interest in Hope Village, trouble was brewing. Hope Village was still too isolated. They needed to open the mission center and form alliances with other Blue Star territories. With thousands out there, surely some would be a good fit. Then they wouldn't be so constrained by the nobility. Having thought it through, Joe Bai's expression calmed. Even if they don't like it, I'll keep going. Giving up halfway isn't my style, and it's not what Hope Village does. If they gave up on the school, it would trigger a chain reaction and destroy the trust of the residents, their very foundation. She would never let that happen. And then, Bear nodded, understanding that Joe Bai was determined to push through, no matter the difficulty. As long as the Lord made up her mind, they would all support her. With unity, Hope Village could get through anything. Just then, someone knocked on Joe Bai's office door. Bear went to open it. Village Chief, Marquis Boyer is here to see you, a staff member reported. Joe Bai and Bear exchanged a look. Had they guessed right? He'd come straight from the school to see them. Let them in, Joe Bai said, already thinking about how to refuse any unreasonable demands. A moment later, Marquis Boyer, Theodore, and Carlyle were shown into Joe Bai's office. Marquis Boyer glanced around, a strange look in his eyes. Hope Village really made the most of its lord's manor, practical people, doing real work. The Lord of Hope Village was certainly bold. But maybe that's why they didn't dare show themselves in public. They were challenging the established order of the human kingdom. With these thoughts, Marquis Boyer spoke. We just came from Hope Village's school. I have to say, the way it's run doesn't quite follow the rules. Here it comes. Joe Bai thought to herself, then replied, a school isn't the same as an academy. It's just a benefit I provide for the residents. There's nothing against the rules. Even if I wanted to open an academy, I wouldn't dare. Marquis Boyer hadn't expected her to respond so quickly. He raised an eyebrow. But doesn't that mean graduates from Hope Village's school won't be recognized by other territories? But the skills they learn are real. And don't other academies start recruiting at age 12? Does talent or background matter for that? Joe Bai shot back. Marquis Boyer saw that picking a fight over rules wouldn't work, so he got straight to the point. Actually, I can offer Hope Village's school official recognition, so no other territory can question it. What? Joe Bai frowned. Graduates with excellent grades can enter my territory's academy for further study, Marquis Boyer said with a smile. Joe Bai, now she understood his plan. He wanted Hope Village's school to become a talent pipeline for Lovisa City, letting Hope Village do all the work while he reaped the benefits. How shameless. Bear, standing to the side, was speechless. Even though he'd prepared himself for Marquis Boyer's interest in the school, he hadn't expected things to play out like this. He glanced worriedly at Joe Bai. How would the Lord handle this? After her initial anger, Joe Bai gradually calmed down. She knew well that getting angry was useless. To some extent, the Marquis was using this matter to pressure her. Now, she had only two choices. 1. Accept. 2. Refuse. She weighed the consequences of both. Which would be worse for Hope Village? She could only pick the lesser evil. Maybe, she thought, she could even get some benefit out of it. With that in mind, Joe Bai looked at Marquis Boyer and said directly, Then what benefits will our territory get? Marquis Boyer was taken aback, then smiled. Hope Village isn't qualified to establish an academy. I'm doing you a favor by accepting your students. How can you ask for benefits? In that case, I imagine there are plenty of other territories willing to help us. We don't necessarily need Lovisa City, Zhou replied coolly. Trying to get something for nothing and even take the moral high ground? Dream on. The idea had just occurred to her. If she had to send outstanding graduates to other territories' academies, why not build relationships with several? Why give everything to Lovisa City? Of course, this was a choice forced by the Marquis's pressure. Marquis Boyer paused, noticing the glint in Zhou eyes. This Hope Village chief was quick-witted, no wonder she'd managed to outmaneuver Faisal Village. He asked, "What do you want?" This question surprised both Theodore and Carlyle beside him. It meant their marquis or father was actually backing down a little. How rare. Zhou felt a wave of relief. This meant Marquis Boyer wasn't as forceful as she'd feared. Maybe he had backup plans, but dealing with just Lovisa City was easier than facing pressure from multiple territories. If other territories tried to force her, she could use Lovisa City as a shield. Zhou quickly calculated, then stated her terms. I want help that can strengthen our territory, like a magic array for the city walls, or large-scale defensive or offensive siege weapons. Nothing fancy, just whatever your territory has retired. I'm sure you have plenty, Marquis. You can make this decision on behalf of your lord? Marquis Boyer asked with interest. She was bold. Zhou nodded naturally. I've received orders from the territory. Unless otherwise instructed, I have full authority over all Hope Village affairs. Very well. I'll give you a batch of the weapons you want, and in the future, if you need help, you can ask Lovisa City, Marquis Boyer agreed. Good. I also promise that, as long as Hope Village's autonomy isn't interfered with, our school's top graduates will be sent to Lovisa City for further study, Zhou replied. If necessary, we can sign a contract. Marquis Boyer's eyes flickered at her words. Hope Village clearly wanted an equal contract. Equal. Right now, Hope Village did have that qualification. But let's see if they can keep it in the future. He agreed with a light nod. Zhou, as the contract initiator, began drafting the agreement. Once both sides confirmed the terms, they each signed with their territory's name. As soon as they did, the contract glowed, meaning it was now binding. Once it was done, Marquis Boyer stood up and said, "It's settled, then. I hope to hear news about this in Hope Village after I leave." Zhou, all right. With her answer, Marquis Boyer left, even though he sensed a hint of reluctance. Theodore and Carlyle followed. They hadn't expected the deal to be signed so quickly. Though they'd paid a small price, it was a good deal for Lovisa City. Once the news got out, Hope Village would be seen as tied to Lovisa City. Even if it wasn't, others would think so. No matter how far Hope Village developed, it would always be linked to Lovisa City. Unless Hope Village surpassed Lovisa City. But was that possible? Impossible. As soon as the three left, Bayer anxiously turned to Zhou. Why did you agree so quickly? Zhou sighed. Could I refuse? I couldn't, so this was the only way. Hope Village will now be labeled as Lovisa Cities, and if your guess is right, to keep you under control, Lovisa City won't let Hope Village grow too strong. They'll try to pick the fruit when the time comes, like shearing a sheep, Bayer said, using a phrase he'd heard from some villagers. I know, Zhou nodded. But it won't be so easy for them to keep shearing us. If we could drive off Faisal Village once, we can do it again. They're scheming against us, but we're scheming too. At least, he doesn't know that I know he might be behind Faisal Village. She knew she was walking a tightrope, but there was no choice, she was still weak. Bayer sighed. Yes, the Lord had no other options. For now, this was the best choice. What about the school? What's your plan? Bayer asked. He knew his lord well. She'd never be content to just train talent for other territories. She must have a backup plan. Zhou nodded. Yes, I do. I plan to add a new course to the school, ideological education. At the very least, she wanted to foster a sense of belonging to Hope Village. Students could go to Lovisa City to study, but whether they stayed there or returned would be up to them. and a few years would be enough for Hope Village to grow stronger. Ideological education? Bayer searched his memory, finally recalling what it meant. He instantly understood his lord's plan to win hearts and minds. Other territories might not succeed at this, but with a chief like hers, Hope Village's residents surely could. Those villagers were full of clever ideas. Looking on the bright side, at least now Hope Village had a backer. Lovisa City was a top-ranked city in the human kingdom. For now, with Lovisa City as a shield, Hope Village could quietly grow stronger in the shadows. That's what the Lord was thinking, right? Bayer was thinking about this and asked directly. Jobai nodded at Bayer's question, then said with a wry smile, "Bayer, you're really learning a lot these days, even picking up phrases like play it safe and develop slowly." "I hear people say it all the time, so I remembered it," Bayer replied. As someone who followed the Lord closely, he learned a lot from the Blue Star residents. Their words might sound odd, but they were full of wisdom and practical truths. In these nearly 2 months in Hope Village, he truly felt himself growing, able to break out of his old ways of thinking. "Keep it up," Jobai encouraged. Bayer was her most valued deputy. Not just for his own talent, but for how well he absorbed Blue Star knowledge. Jobai wanted her territory and all its people to integrate into the Stan continent, but not lose their roots. "I will," Bayer replied earnestly. "Now, let's discuss a few things. We need to show Marquis Boyer our sincerity, but also maximize our own interests," Jobai said bluntly. Since she'd decided to use Lovisa City's name as a shield, she wasn't going to miss the chance to profit from it. It was time to act. She hadn't forgotten that Phaser Village was still lurking behind Lovisa City. Relying on a backer was never enough. The most important thing was to keep strengthening Hope Village, so they'd have the power to face threats from all sides. "Understood," Bayer said, immediately getting serious. Soon, after their discussion, a series of measures were drawn up. 2 notices about the school were handed directly to the education office staff. The first was about outstanding graduates going to study at Lovisa Academy. When staff member Gene Lecking read it, his expression changed. "So Marquis Boyer came to negotiate student recruitment? If our best students leave for another territory at age 12, what about our own talent?" As a Blue Star resident, he knew exactly why Hope Village had built a school. He hadn't expected that, just as the school was established, others would already be eyeing it, and that their own territory would agree. Wasn't this just working for someone else for free? This is great. Only city-level territories can have academies, and their teachers are all high-level professionals. If our students can go there for further study, all the parents will be thrilled, said Evelyn, a local resident, not understanding Gene Liching's resistance. With a channel like Lovisa Academy, even more parents will want to send their kids to our school. Gene Lecking paused. He knew this difference in thinking was a gap between 2 worlds. This kind of cooperation wasn't necessarily what Hope Village wanted. He picked up the second notice. As soon as he read it, he understood the territory's plan. Political education class. That's clever. His worries vanished. The territory was prepared. They wouldn't let their homegrown talent end up serving someone else. "What's this political education class?" "You seemed relieved after reading it," Evelyn asked curiously. "It's a special class that helps students develop the right worldview," Gene Lecking replied with a smile. "So the teacher selection must be important?" Evelyn pressed. "Yes, so the teacher must have teaching experience and pass both a written test and an interview," Gene Lecking said, already drafting the official notice. Soon, the notice was posted. As soon as it went out, all of Hope Village's residents knew. Just as Evelyn had said, all the local residents were delighted. Heavens! Hope Village is really connected to Lovisa City now. Lovisa Academy is only for nobles and the most talented kids. Now our school's graduates have a chance to go. Hope Village is the right place to be. I'm definitely going to push my kids to study hard and fight for a spot. Competition will only get fiercer now. But what's this political education class? No idea. Probably like math or language, just another subject. Sounds good to me. Yeah, our kids have hope for the future. The locals chatted excitedly, full of hope. But the Blue Star residents listening in felt a bit stifled. With both notices out, they could see Hope Village was walking a tightrope. Sending kids to Lovisa City for further study probably wasn't their first choice, so they'd added political education to help shape the kids' thinking, making them less likely to be swayed by Lovisa City. Clearly, this was a reluctant compromise. They had faith in their territory, but compared to many others, they were still weak. They understood why the territory made this choice. "What's this political education class?" a local asked a Blue Star resident. "It's hard to explain, but it'll definitely be good for the kids," the Blue Star resident replied, not about to reveal the territory's true intentions. The locals didn't press and kept discussing this great opportunity for their children. Everyone was talking about it, so of course Viscount Conrad and the others heard the news too. They were eating barbecue at the tavern, the usual hub for gossip. "Hope Village is really just going to rely on Lovisa City?" Viscount Conrad said in disbelief. The village chief didn't seem that deferential before. How did things change so fast? "Maybe that Marquis from Lovisa City did something," guessed Viscount Keynes. "I heard he went to the Lord's Manor after touring the school." "Maybe he was impressed by their education system," added Viscount Chaplin. They all knew about it, but given Hope Village's attitude toward nobles, they hadn't expected a deal. Yet here it was. "This is a big win for Lovisa City. Students trained by Hope Village will have a solid foundation," Baron Barton said, lowering his voice. But for Hope Village to agree, Marquis Boyer must have promised them something, or maybe he forced them. The others exchanged glances. Hope Village had a lot worth coveting. "Whatever the reason, they've made a deal," Chaplin said. "I wonder if Hope Village and Lovisa City will cooperate in other areas, and if it'll affect our business with Hope Village." Conrad frowned. He didn't care about their agreements. He cared about whether Hope Village could still act independently in trade, or if Lovisa City would control everything. "With that mysterious lord and the village chief we met, I doubt Hope Village will let Lovisa City control them. Most likely, they're just borrowing the name for now. Given time, with their products, they could rival Lovisa City in scale," Keynes analyzed. "So what's Lovisa City really after? Just a few talented students? If they wanted, they could recruit from other territories. Maybe they have bigger plans for Hope Village." Baron Barton trailed off, falling silent. The others were quiet too. Lovisa City was a top 20 metropolis, with a good reputation in the human kingdom. To say they were scheming seemed a bit much. But something about this whole situation felt off. At the root, it was just strange for such a big city to pay attention to a small territory like Hope Village so early. "I heard it's because a Lovisa merchant group happened to visit Hope Village, and after some dealings, a major merchant group, run by the Marquis' illegitimate son, took notice." "Maybe that's all it is, just a casual visit. That Marquis likes to travel around anyway," Conrad said, not buying into conspiracy theories. After all, Lovisa City had a good reputation, often helping small territories resist aggression. That Marquis was known for traveling all over, so it was normal for him to visit Hope Village out of curiosity. "True," Chaplin nodded. "As long as our business isn't affected, that's best. If Hope Village's trade falls under Lovisa City's control, it'll become a monopoly," Keynes said bluntly. "They'd come to Hope Village for profit, they didn't want anyone else taking it. Let's wait and see." "Hope Village clearly wants to do things their own way," Chaplin said, still confident in them. Baron Barton watched as the others quickly summed up Lovisa City's intentions, his eyes flickering. When he looked up again, his gaze was clear. Hope Village was now under Lovisa City's watchful eye. Whether they could hold their own would depend entirely on their own abilities. He was genuinely curious. With Lovisa City's hungry gaze fixed on them, would Hope Village, already famous for its excellent products, continue to rise, or would it quietly disappear from the map of the human kingdom? Bare idea that among this group of nobles, there were still people who knew the inside story of Lovisa City. After she finished handling the matters regarding the contract, she was already waiting for the things Marquis Boyle had promised. "Bear, do you think I should just wait, or should I go and ask directly?" Joe Bai asked straightforwardly. The contract had been signed, so there was no way the other party would try to keep the goods for themselves. But getting something early and getting it late are two different things. If you get it early, it's already yours. Seeing Joe Bai's impatience, Bayer felt a bit helpless. But deep down, he also admired Joe Bai a little. Joe Bai accepted reality much faster than he did. Her mental fortitude was truly stronger than his. Thinking this, Bayer still replied, Marquis Boyle wouldn't do such a thing. He wants to openly show you favor. As soon as he hears the news, he'll definitely give you the goods. Just wait. All right, then I'll wait for now. Joe Bai nodded. While waiting, she didn't waste any time. She opened the Lord's control panel and started looking at the mission center. She had always planned to activate the mission center. Now, before activating it, she wanted to learn more about it and decide how to open it up, whether to grant residents access, and if so, to what extent. While Joe Bai was pondering this, on the other side, Marquis Boyle's group had also learned about the matter. Hope Village's efficiency is really high, Carlyle said with some surprise. In Lovisa City, decisions like this would have to go through layer after layer, especially when it came to recruiting people. The tangled interests and endless wrangling would take a long time to resolve. Of course, if the Marquis himself gave the order, it had to be done quickly. But Hope Village was managed by Joe Bai, the village chief. Hope Village's way of operating is quite unique. Even ordinary residents can become officials. No wonder there's a constant influx of people into Hope Village, Theodore said with a hint of emotion and, deep down, a trace of envy. Even though he was the illegitimate son of Marquis Boyle, it was almost impossible for him to get involved in power, especially since the families of his brothers' mothers all held important positions in Lovisa City. They would never give him a chance, nor would they want to add another rival for his brothers. Fortunately, although he had no power, he did have wealth. He managed the merchant caravans under the Lord's mansion and could gain quite a few benefits from them. But comparatively, if he could gain power, who would want to just be a merchant? Take Joe Bai, the village chief of Hope Village. Her abilities weren't even as strong as his, but because she was the village chief, her status was above his, and she could even stand on equal footing with his father. Marquis Boyle heard the envy in his tone, glanced at him sideways, but said nothing. Then he searched his storage space, took out a spatial scroll, and handed it to Carlyle. Give this to the village chief of Hope Village. He wasn't willing to give anything too good, but what he was giving was enough to account for things with Hope Village. Yes, Carlyle replied quickly. After you deliver it, return directly to the inn. I'm heading back to Lovisa City, Marquis Boyle said directly. He had rushed to Hope Village just to take a look. Now that he'd seen it and understood why Hope Village could defeat Fazal Village, he still had follow-up matters to handle and really wasn't suited to stay any longer. In such a hurry? Theodore couldn't help but speak up. He was here to do business, and the deal hadn't even been made yet. If he just left now, he'd lose out. You stay here and do business with Hope Village as you planned. Marquis Boyle saw through Theodore's thoughts and said directly. Yes, Theodore replied quickly, looking a bit relieved. Obviously, if the business with Hope Village went through, he'd definitely gain a lot of benefits in Lovisa City, not just economic ones, but also connections with many families and merchants. He couldn't miss such a good opportunity. If he went back with his father and then returned, who knew if he'd miss this chance? Since the news that his father had come after their group would already be known by many in Lovisa City, they would surely think the Marquis cared about Hope Village. Once they thought that, they'd focus on Hope Village and compete with him for this market. Marquis Boyle understood Theodore's thoughts, but didn't care. To him, his sons competing with each other, whoever came out on top would be his favored candidate. After that, Theodore became even more attentive, sticking close to Marquis Boyle. In Lovisa City, it was basically impossible for him to accompany his father alone, so he cherished this chance and tried hard to win favor. Marquis Boyle was quite comfortable with Theodore's attentiveness. Soon, the two of them strolled unhurriedly toward the inn, with the soldiers guarding them front and back and helping them buy whatever they wanted when needed. Compared to the rushed visit earlier, Marquis Boyle was now genuinely interested in leisurely exploring Hope Village. Strolling down the commercial street, enjoying the different foods, it was indeed a rare and pleasant time for Marquis Boyle. Hope Village really was a great place for a vacation. It was clear that Hope Village would develop in this direction in the future. This way, Hope Village's development would be multifaceted, and the different aspects could support each other, making its growth more stable. Thinking of this, Marquis Boyle couldn't help but frown. If Hope Village kept developing like this, would he really be able to control it in the future? But then he thought, since he couldn't think of a way to suppress Hope Village now, he might as well just keep a close watch and look for the right opportunity. He now had two options. 1. Continue investing in Fawzal Village, increasing support so it could challenge Hope Village again, or 2. Focus on town-level territories and wait to strike when Hope Village advanced to a town. The first option, after Fawzal Village's recent defeat, its strength had been cut by at least half. It was unlikely to launch another successful attack on Hope Village anytime soon. The second option. Town-level battles required even more resources, and it wouldn't be possible to attack across levels in the short term. But the advantage was that when Hope Village advanced to a town, he could immediately drag it into a town-level territorial war, with a higher chance of success. After weighing things, Marquis Boyle leaned more toward the second option. Having made up his mind, Marquis Boyle felt more at ease, even smiling faintly. Theodore, seeing his father like this, couldn't help but shiver. From what he knew, whenever his father smiled like that, he was definitely scheming against someone. Oh well, as long as it wasn't him. On the other side, Carlyle smoothly met with Joe Bai and handed over the items from Marquis Boyle. Thank you. Joe Bai was quite happy to finally get what she'd been waiting for, especially since it was all free. Seeing the smile on Joe Bai's face, Carlyle pursed his lips. He hadn't expected this village chief to have the guts to bargain with the Marquis and even succeed. Although his opinion of her had improved, he was still dissatisfied with her lack of respect for the Marquis. Thinking of the Marquis's departure, he pointedly said, "The Marquis is about to leave, then I wish him a safe journey, and he's welcome to visit again." Joe Bai quickly replied, "And please send my regards to the Marquis." Carlyle. With a huff, Carlyle turned and left. Watching Carlyle's angry departure, Joe Bai raised her eyebrows. Sending off Marquis Boyle wouldn't have taken much effort, Bayer said from the side. My attitude has always been like this, from start to finish. Besides, this also shows where I stand. There are other lords in the territory. I can't let them think we're completely dependent on Lovisa City. That would hurt our future development. If one day Marquis Boyle's actions are exposed, we could get dragged in. In the end, if he suppresses me openly and attacks me in secret, he won't give up his plans just because I'm nice to him. Why should I put on a nice face for him? Impossible, Joe Bai said bluntly. She had her pride, too. Bayer nodded. Actually, he should have known long ago that their lord didn't see people as high or low, so noble or not, it made no difference to her. What mattered was whether they were good for Hope Village. It was he himself who couldn't fully keep up with the lord's thinking, still influenced by ingrained class concepts. Although he felt a bit uneasy, he realized he actually found it rather satisfying. Hope Village really was quietly building a different kind of world. Let's not worry about them. Let's see what they gave us, Joe Bai said, opening the spatial scroll. As the scroll unfurled, the items inside appeared as images on the scroll. Item: mortar, description. A flexible siege weapon, easy to carry, capable of firing at targets behind cover. Grade: gold item. Battering ram, description. Can attack city walls in the shortest time. Grade: gold item. Defensive magic array, description. Increases wall defense. Duration depends on the quality of the magic stone. Grade: gold. These are pretty good, but they're clearly more offensive weapons. The only defensive magic array is quite resource-intensive. Their support for Hope Village really isn't sincere, Bayer concluded after looking them over, based on his own experience. Joe Bai understood what Bayer meant, but just smiled. I think it's fine. After all, it's free, and I was already prepared for this. From another perspective, what Marquis Boyle gave us only proves one thing even more. He's the one behind Fawsal Village, and he still hasn't given up on Hope Village. An enemy in the shadows is far more dangerous than one in the open. Does the Lord want to use them now? Bear naturally understood Joe Bai's meaning. After a sigh, he asked, "Let's hold on to them for now. You never know when they'll come in handy. I just wonder if Phaser Village will attack again in the next territory war," Joe Bai replied. This time, they lost an alchemy workshop and most of their warehouse resources. It'll be hard for them to recover quickly. They probably won't come back so soon, Bear said, a bit uncertain. I actually hope they do, Joe Bai said directly. If Phaser Village doesn't make a move, it means they want to let Hope Village grow fat before slaughtering us, like waiting until we become a town, which would be the perfect time to strike. She certainly wasn't going to count on that Marquis giving up his ambition to swallow Hope Village. If it wasn't possible before, it was even less likely now that he knew Hope Village's advantages. Bear's expression changed slightly. That's right. Aggressive territories aren't just villages. There are towns and cities, too. Most town-level aggressive territories didn't just appear overnight. They started as villages, conquering other villages and towns, and their strength is formidable. If Hope Village gets targeted right after becoming a town, the difficulty will skyrocket, and there's a high chance they'll stumble in a territory war. Even if they aren't conquered, just losing would be a huge blow, and it'd be hard to recover. Seeing Bear's worry, Joe Bai said, "That's why it's best for Hope Village to stay a level 3 village for a while. And we should pour all the resources we got from Phaser Village straight into Hope Village. While still a village, they should build up their strength as much as possible, so that when they do become a town, they'll have a real fighting chance." Hope Village now is nothing like when it first started. Hearing this, Bear relaxed a little and nodded. Then he asked, "Is there anything from Phaser Village we can use?" Hope Village had plenty of advantages. Sometimes you have to focus on the positives, not just the negatives. And honestly, they'd gained a lot from fighting Phaser Village. For example, the alchemy workshop had taken their weapons to a new level. As for the rest, there was so much that Joe Bai and Ding Chiro had been sorting the warehouse for days. Most of what the system counted as spoils from Phaser Village this time was resources, not equipment. The biggest haul was fruit and all kinds of seeds. Abbottville's resources? Bear's mind turned to Abbottville, which Phaser Village had conquered before. Abbottville was famous for its unique fruits. Yes, I suspect Phaser Village targeted Abbottville for those specialty fruits. When they attacked us, they hadn't had time to move the spoils, so we ended up with them, Joe Bai said, a bit wistful. Abbottville's fate was a warning to Hope Village. A territory that became famous could just disappear. It was unsettling. No one could guarantee their territory would always survive on the Stan continent. All you could do was keep moving forward. Abbottville was a pity, Bayer said sympathetically. From the mouths of Abbottville's refugees, they'd learned the Lord had fought to the death rather than surrender. After a pause, Bear asked, "If it were you, my lord, I don't know what I'd do if it really happened." "I just hope our territory never faces that situation," Joe Bai answered honestly. "You can't know what you'd do until you're there." She just hoped she'd have no regrets. "No matter what you choose, we'll stand by you," Bayer said seriously. "Thank you." Joe Bai accepted the support. She had to admit, it was because of people like Bayer that she was gradually figuring out what it meant to be a lord. I'll have people start planting those fruits. "Maybe we can beat Phaser Village to the punch and take over Abbottville's old market," Bear said. "Good. Besides the fruit, let everyone in each department pick out what they need. If it's useful, let them apply and explain how they'll use it. If it's reasonable, approve it and let them take the initiative," Joe Bai said. The territory systems were pretty well established now, and it was time to let departments run on their own. "Is that really okay?" Bear was a little worried. "It's fine. We set the big direction, but let them handle the details. We can always supervise and correct things if needed," Joe Bai said. Seeing Joe Bai so relaxed, Bear couldn't help but smile. "My lord, you've probably been waiting for this." Although the lord was always working hard and was a role model for many, he knew that if there were no outside threats, she'd probably prefer to take it easy. Not that anyone would believe it if he said so. It really wasn't easy for her. Jobai smiled wryly. I'm just one person. If I try to do everything myself, I'll collapse. And if I make a mistake, it could hurt the whole territory. If more people are involved, mistakes can be caught and fixed quickly. Fighting alone doesn't work. You need an army, especially at a critical time like this. You've already done more than enough, Bayer said without hesitation. Even if it had been a bumpy road, she'd fulfilled all her responsibilities as a lord. In his eyes, no one could compare. Thanks. Jobai accepted the praise. Sometimes, she needed a little affirmation, too. Go on, spread the word. I'm going out for a walk, she said. With her work done for the day, she wanted to go outside and hunt some monsters to clear her mind. Okay, Bayer nodded, already sorting through the tasks in his mind and getting ready to get to work. As for Jobai, after Bayer left, she also left the manor and headed straight out of town. Just as she reached the gate, she saw Marquis Boyer's group preparing to leave. Blinking, Jobai thought she'd miscalculated. Without hesitation, she ducked into a nearby tavern. She was just about to find a seat by the window when she spotted Viscount Conrad's group watching her intently. Hello, my lords, Jobai paused, then walked over and took an empty seat at their table. Village chief, why aren't you seeing the Marquis off? Viscount Keynes asked with a sly smile, his eyes narrowing like a fox. With someone of the Marquis' status, I think it's better not to impose, Jobai replied. Why didn't you go see him off? We're just like you. The Marquis is so high up, he probably doesn't even remember us. But I thought, since Hope Village just started cooperating with Lovisa City, maybe it'd be a bit closer. Keynes probed, clearly fishing for information. They wanted to hear something reassuring from Jobai. It's just a school partnership. I just want the kids in my territory to have a future. As for anything else, I doubt the Marquis is interested, Jobai replied. At that, everyone relaxed. Sure enough, Hope Village had made a connection. Jobai looked at the usually quiet Baron in surprise, then answered calmly, of course. Hope Village is happy to work with any territory. To joke a bit, our goal is to sell Hope Village's products all across the Stan continent. May your goal come true, Baron Barton said with a faint smile. Thanks, I'll take that as a blessing, Jobai replied with a smile. But in her heart, she was thinking, does this Baron Barton know something? As their eyes met, Baron Barton quickly looked away. This village chief of Hope Village was quite perceptive. During this brief conversation, Marquis Boyle's group had already left Hope Village. They were finally gone. Jobai couldn't help but admit that she felt a sense of relief after Marquis Boyle's departure. Immediately, Jobai took her leave. Gentlemen, please make yourselves comfortable. I have something to attend to, so I'll be going first. What are you busy with? Are you leaving the territory? Viscount Keynes asked curiously. Yes, I'm going out to hunt some magical beasts and gain some experience points, Jobai replied frankly. My level is too low. I hope I can become an intermediate professional soon. In fact, she could tell that these nobles in front of her were all intermediate professionals, even if she didn't know their exact levels. As for Marquis Boyle and that Knight Carlyle, although they didn't show it, they were definitely advanced or higher. By yourself? Viscount Conrad asked in disbelief. Although Jobai wasn't a noble, she was still the head of a village. She should have some presence. Bringing a team of soldiers wouldn't be out of place. Going out alone was just too risky. After all, there were intermediate magical beasts around Hope Village. I'm more used to being on my own, and I have some things to protect myself, Jobai replied. Actually, if you want to become an intermediate professional, it's quite simple. Just have someone take you to farm experience points. We rarely have to face danger directly, Viscount Conrad said bluntly. This was a common practice among many lords. It just required some time afterward to digest the excess power or magic, but that wasn't a big deal. I prefer the feeling of improving on my own, Jobai shook her head and said. Village chief, you really are unique. Maybe that's why your lord trusts you so much with the territory, Keynes said, his tone carrying a bit more admiration. Professionals who improved through their own efforts were always much stronger, especially those who unlocked many skills. They could even challenge those above their level. But among those in high positions, such risk-takers were rare. Still, whenever one did appear, they always became a formidable force. After all, there are plenty of talented people in the territory. If I want to keep my position, I have to show some real ability. Unlike you gentlemen, I don't have a solid background and nothing to worry about, Jobai said, her expression showing a hint of envy toward Conrad and the others. She had to admit, this attitude made Conrad and the others feel quite comfortable. But as clever as Viscount Keynes was, he noticed a few loopholes in her words. It was obvious Jobai was under some internal pressure in Hope Village. Maybe he could use this to buy her off and gain some benefits. He didn't need much. Just a little from her would be enough for him to profit handsomely. A glint of calculation flashed in his eyes, gone in an instant. Village Chief, you're already very impressive. Your reputation in the territory is excellent, Viscount Keynes said. When they learned about Hope Village, they also got to know some of its key figures. Jobai was the most prominent among them. Regardless of what others said, Jobai's credibility was the best. Even if some at the bottom looked down on her, those with real power respected her, and that was enough. Hearing this, Jobai couldn't help but glance at Keynes. No one flatters for no reason, he must be up to something. Honestly, none of these people were easy to deal with. Oh, except for Viscount Conrad, he was pretty straightforward. Thinking this, her expression paused, and she said helplessly, "It's all thanks to hard work, and the Lord's trust in me." Keynes took note of this and, after a brief pause, felt even more confident. He didn't say anything more. As for the others, some of them had their own thoughts as well. After a few more casual exchanges, Jobai took the initiative to leave. Watching her go, Baron Barton was the first to speak. "Now that the Marquis is gone, how about we each do our own thing?" "Sounds good," Viscount Keynes immediately agreed. They all came from different territories. Gathering together just now was more about mutual support. Now that the one who overshadowed them had left, they could relax in Hope Village and didn't need to stick together. It would also be easier to do business at the market and negotiate better deals. With that, Barton and Chaplin quickly left. After they left, only Viscount Conrad and Viscount Keynes remained. Looking at Keynes, Conrad also started to walk out, but with a bit of emotion in his expression. It seems being the village chief of Hope Village isn't easy, but she really works hard. This is the first time I've seen such a dedicated village chief. Hearing this, Keynes glanced at him, a bit helpless. Conrad met his gaze and couldn't help but say, "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" "No, you're quite right," Keynes coughed lightly, agreeing. Conrad, he couldn't help but feel something was off about that. Seeing Conrad's silence, Keynes quietly looked away. He didn't bother arguing with someone so clueless. He then started thinking about when would be the best time to contact Jobai alone, away from the others. Conrad, noticing Keynes's attitude, started to catch on. Maybe he wasn't that sensitive to some things, but that didn't mean he was stupid. Keynes must be plotting something. He'd just keep an eye on Keynes. Meanwhile, Jobai, the one they were all thinking about, was already fully engaged in the training grounds outside. She knew she was being watched. But for now, this kind of attention was good for the territory. She was just waiting for someone to approach her. She wondered who would be the first. While Jobai was guessing it would be Viscount Keynes, that night, as she returned to the territory, she unexpectedly ran into Baron Barton at the city gate. The moment she saw him, Jobai took the initiative. "Are you here to talk to me about Marquis Boyle?" Baron Barton hadn't expected Jobai to ask that and was momentarily stunned. After regaining his composure, he nodded. "Yes, I just didn't expect you, village chief, to have planned so far ahead. How much do you know about Marquis Boyer and Lovisa City?" "Not much, honestly." "Baron, are you trying to give me a hint?" "If so, Hope Village would be extremely grateful," Jobai replied, following his lead. She was already 90% sure that Marquis Boyer was the backer behind Phaser Village, but she needed someone to confirm it 100%. She had a feeling this man might know more secrets than she did. Baron Barton's eyes flickered as he listened. He understood Joe Bai's words. At this moment, she wasn't just speaking for herself, but for all of Hope Village. "And what's in it for me if I give you a tip?" Baron Barton countered. "That depends on you, Baron. Maybe you have some old scores to settle with Marquis Boyer and need an ally." Joe Bai looked him straight in the eye. In fact, from the moment he asked that question, she'd guessed that Baron Barton and Lovisa City were definitely not friends. Otherwise, why come to her with this, given how powerful Lovisa City was? In this situation, the initiative was about 60-40 in her favor. Baron Barton looked at Joe Bai in surprise, sizing her up. Clearly, she was even smarter than he'd thought. "Looks like you already know something, village chief," he probed. "You mean Marquis Boyer supporting aggressive territories from behind the scenes?" Joe Bai answered directly. At her words, Baron Barton's expression changed. He glanced around, surprised that Joe Bai not only knew, but dared to say it out loud. Deep down, though, he couldn't help but respect her more. He'd expected her to suspect Marquis Boyer's motives, but not to know this much. Did she figure it out herself? She really was sharp. "Seems you know quite a bit, village chief." "Just some reasonable guesses." "Hope Village is weak, so we have to think more carefully," Joe Bai said simply. Baron Barton let out a long breath and said, "My territory is one of the victims. Every month, we lose a huge amount of resources. They don't want to conquer us outright, just use us as a warehouse they can raid again and again." As he spoke, a trace of anger appeared on his face. Because of these aggressive territories, his land had suffered repeatedly. But he knew that as long as Lovisa City existed, they'd never truly be free. All he could do was seek out other territories to cooperate with, resist together, and try to strengthen his own. This trip to Hope Village was to find a way to develop his territory. After all, they couldn't resist openly, but they could quietly build up strength. Hope Village's products were clearly valuable. If they worked together, they could profit and prepare better weapons and equipment. He hadn't expected Hope Village to be targeted by aggressive territories too. The difference was Hope Village had won. That surprised him, but he knew Hope Village was still just a village, so he didn't have high hopes, especially with Marquis Boyer involved. But Hope Village's recent actions had shown him it was no ordinary place. That meant they were worth partnering with. "Besides your territory, are there others?" Joe Bai immediately caught the implication in his words. "Of course. Those aggressive territories don't just target one place. They keep several on a leash at once," Baron Barton said, his face darkening. "So, they probably have the same plan for my territory," Joe Bai said calmly. She guessed right. Then she looked at Barton. "You want my territory to join you?" Seeing Joe Bai so calm after learning the truth, Barton managed to suppress his anger and replied, "Yes. You and Hope Village clearly have the strength to work with us." "And what's in it for us?" Joe Bai asked. Baron Barton was momentarily speechless. Hope Village was strong, but if they stood alone, they'd end up like his territory. Shouldn't she be eager to join? Instead, she was bargaining for benefits. "You." Barton was helpless, but after thinking about Hope Village's strength, he continued, "We can give you information on aggressive territories and help you when needed. In fact, one town in our alliance recently defeated an aggressive territory in a territory war, thanks to help from the others." Joe Bai considered this. With help from several territories, Hope Village would have more confidence facing a giant like Lovisa City. But the character of these allies was still an open question. "If we join your alliance, it's an equal partnership, right? I don't want to escape the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair," Joe Bai said directly. "Don't worry, that won't happen. The alliance doesn't interfere in each other's affairs. We only contact each other when help is needed, and even then, it's a fair trade, gold or resources for aid, never for free," Baron Barton assured her. No territory wanted to be someone else's vassal, and their alliance was designed to avoid that. Joe Bai thought this sounded good, independent, but able to cooperate. "If that's really the case, I agree. I can represent my territory, can you represent yours?" Joe Bai asked. She hadn't forgotten he was just a baron, not the actual lord. I can, Baron Barton replied without hesitation. I'm not the Lord of Ogster Town yet, but I will be. My father, the current lord, has handed most affairs to me, and I handle all alliance matters. Joe Bai was reassured. He was clearly the one in charge. Then let's sign a contract. How do the alliance members keep in touch? Joe Bai asked. The mission center, Baron Barton said. When we need to contact each other, we post coded missions there. Each territory has someone watching, and any aid can be arranged that way. Joe Bai felt even more at ease. The mission center's contracts were naturally binding, so this was a double guarantee. She'd been planning to use the mission center anyway. In fact, such alliances were probably common across the human kingdom. She asked tentatively, are there other alliances out there? Although the local residents were starting to provide more information, it was all basic stuff. Ordinary people who'd moved here couldn't know the deeper secrets. Baron Barton hesitated, but since they were now allies, he decided to answer. There are many alliances, big and small, but only strong territories can form them. The minimum is a town. Village-level alliances are rarely taken seriously. Ours doesn't care about that, and it's a private contract, so it's not famous. He didn't want Joe Bai to think their alliance was some big deal. It was just a mutual aid group, and it had to stay hidden. Joe Bai understood immediately. As for village-level alliances being looked down on, she got it. Higher-level territories saw villages as weaklings fighting among themselves, not worth noticing. So, no matter what, raising her territory's level was the real foundation for survival in this world. Baron Barton then mentioned a few of the most famous alliances in the human kingdom. The Slow Alliance, the D-Days Alliance, and the Lorena Saint Alliance are the top 3. If you join any of them, you'll never be picked as a target in territory wars. They pick their own opponents. You'll learn more as you work with other territories. Besides these top alliances, there are many others, but their quality varies, so be careful. He didn't want to say too much. After all, they weren't that close yet, and some things couldn't be said openly. Joe Bai understood. He'd already told her plenty. At this stage, the last thing they needed was to get too personal too soon. Thank you, Joe Bai said sincerely. Baron Barton's expression softened. Clearly, he felt Joe Bai's sincerity. You're welcome. We're allies now, after all, he said with a smile. He immediately took out 2 blank magic contract scrolls and began drafting the contract. In no time, he finished and handed one to Joe Bai. See if there's anything you want to change. We can edit it right now. Joe Bai read it carefully, line by line. After a thorough check, she nodded. No issues. Clearly, this contract was the work of several territories. There were no loopholes. She couldn't have written a better one herself. She signed Hope Village and handed it back. Baron Barton signed, Ogster Town. As soon as he did, the scroll glowed, showing the contract was valid. Once the contract was signed, Baron Barton did a few things, and Joe Bai immediately received a system notification. Dear host, Ogster Town invites you to join the Mutual Aid Alliance. Members include Ogster Town, Tarabu Town, Sibon Town, Talit Town, and Nag Town. Do you accept? Yes, Joe Bai answered without hesitation. As soon as she joined, the locations of these allied towns appeared on her map, scattered all over, but her map instantly expanded. An unexpected bonus. Happy cooperation, Joe Bai said to Baron Barton. Baron Barton nodded. Happy cooperation. Just as they finished, Viscount Keynes and Viscount Conrad, who'd been watching nearby, saw it all. Their hearts skipped a beat. Viscount Keynes quickly stepped forward, smiling. What a coincidence. Village Chief, Baron Barton. Joe Bai raised an eyebrow. Coincidence? More like they'd been waiting for her. Baron Barton realized this too. He knew whatever Keynes wanted to discuss had nothing to do with what had just happened, so he tactfully excused himself. He could talk more with Hope Village later. Now that they were allies, he was sure Joe Bai would give him some small perks. No rush. After Baron Barton left, Viscount Keynes eagerly said, Village Chief, shall we find a place to sit and talk? Joe Bai nodded in agreement, but couldn't help sighing inwardly. She really was busy today. Afterward, the two of them went to a beverage shop. The shop knew how to do business. They had specially set up private rooms on the second floor with a minimum spend requirement. For most people, this wasn't necessary, but for those discussing business or who liked to sit alone, it was the perfect place. Nobles like Viscount Keynes also preferred such places. While waiting for Zhou Bai, they had their soldiers keep watch outside, and inside the shop, they sampled all the different drinks. It had to be said, Hope Village's products never disappointed. Every single one was top-notch in terms of taste. He'd already decided that, if he had the chance in the future, he'd come to Hope Village from time to time to enjoy life. The so-called gourmet capital, Norwich, was a thing of the past. So, when Zhou Bai entered the private room, what she saw was a table full of drinks of all flavors. "What would you like to drink, village chief?" Viscount Keynes asked directly. "We just ordered all of these." Zhou Bai casually picked a cup, then got straight to the point. "What did you want to discuss with me?" "It's not we, it's me," Viscount Keynes snorted. This guy just tagged along. This guy might be a bit slow, but he knew to stick close to him, so there was nothing he could do. Since their families were old friends, he had no choice but to bring him along. Viscount Conrad chimed in, "Whatever he talks to you about, I'll talk about too." "I have no objections." Zhou Bai glanced between the two of them. These two were really close friends. Then her gaze settled on Viscount Keynes, waiting for his answer. Seeing Zhou Bai's attitude, Viscount Keynes paused for a moment, then spoke directly. "We just want to ask you, village chief, to act as an intermediary so we can get a bit of a discount when buying goods. The transaction volume would all go through you, which would also boost your reputation in Hope Village. In addition, I'm willing to give you some private kickbacks." Zhou Bai instantly understood. Well, he figured out on his own how to give the village chief a kickback. Thinking back, she realized it was probably because she deliberately hinted at her difficult position in Hope Village. She'd never considered this before, but now that she thought about it, maybe it wasn't a bad idea. Sometimes, letting some people feel like they're getting a benefit helps strengthen relationships. After all, in the end, the money would be used for the territory anyway. With that in mind, Zhou Bai's face showed a hint of interest. Seeing this, Viscount Keynes immediately knew his plan was working and pressed on. "It's a win-win. And for you, it's just a small thing. Surely, as the village chief, you have this much authority." He even used a bit of reverse psychology at the end. "Of course I do," Zhou Bai replied without hesitation. "How could I not have that kind of authority?" "So, you agree?" Viscount Keynes asked with a smile. "I can, but how much of a kickback are you offering?" Zhou Bai asked directly. 80% of the discount Hope Village gives us, Viscount Keynes said without hesitation. 80%? Zhou Bai raised her eyebrows. That was quite a lot, but in the end, it wasn't that much money. Was he just trying to build a relationship with her? "That's a bit high," Zhou Bai said, looking tempted but also a little hesitant. "This is just a sign of my sincerity. I just hope to make friends with you, village chief," Viscount Keynes said kindly. Zhou Bai listened, then put away her expression and snorted. "I doubt this little benefit is all you're after, Viscount." For someone like Viscount Keynes, this amount of money was nothing. Why go to such lengths? There had to be something more. As expected of a noble, their minds were like ant nests, full of twists and turns. "You're a smart one, village chief," Viscount Keynes said directly. "Hope Village has a lot of good things, and I'd be satisfied to get even a little. If I can get exclusive deals for my territory, I'm willing to give you a cut. Even though it's all goods from the territory, the money is split differently, one part for you, one for the territory. I'm sure you know which to choose," he said confidently. If Zhou Bai was tempted by the earlier offer, she'd be even more tempted by this one. After all, Hope Village handled everything by the book. Zhou Bai, as village chief, had a lot of power, but probably not a high income, right? He didn't believe that, sitting on such a gold mine, Zhou Bai wouldn't be tempted by gold coins. Even if she wasn't tempted this time, he'd keep trying. Sooner or later, he'd succeed. Zhou Bai listened and fell silent. Such a blatant money deal. If she was tempted, it would work. If not, he'd assume she wouldn't tell the Lord behind her, since that would only make the Lord wary of her. I do know some of the recipes for the territory's food, but if I leaked them now, I'd definitely be suspected, Jobai said, putting herself in the village chief's shoes and analyzing the situation seriously. Hearing this, Viscount Keynes's eyes lit up. It looked like there was hope. Good things are worth waiting for. With the taste of these products, there would always be buyers, no matter how long it took. He never expected to succeed in one try anyway. Getting close to the village chief was the real goal. So, village chief, you're okay with the first proposal? Viscount Keynes wanted a clear answer. That's fine. I'm in charge of those factories anyway, Jobai said without hesitation. But you'd better not go back on your word or tell anyone else. It wasn't easy for me to get where I am, and if the Lord finds out, don't worry. No one else will know. If you're worried, we can sign a contract, Viscount Keynes said. Then, remembering Jobai's interaction with Baron Barton, he probed, You signed a contract with Baron Barton too, right? Was it for this? I signed a contract with Baron Barton as a territory-to-territory agreement. It has nothing to do with me personally, Jobai explained, giving him a half-smile. I see. Viscount Keynes rubbed his nose awkwardly. I was just asking. I just hope that in our future cooperation, we can both be honest, Jobai said directly. Of course, Viscount Keynes replied quickly. I absolutely trust my partners. With that, he produced a prepared contract, already signed with his name. Me too, Viscount Conrad, who had been silent, quickly took out his own contract. He even checked to make sure it was exactly the same as Keynes's before feeling reassured. He was smart. By sticking with Keynes, he'd never miss out on any benefits. Jobai took the contracts and signed her name as well. The deal was done. I'll send someone to coordinate with you. Whatever goods you need, talk to them, Jobai said, already considering the right person for the job. Bear wouldn't do. Someone summoned like that couldn't be her confidant. She'd have to pick someone from one of the mercenary teams in the territory. Zhang Yongnian? Meng Jingshan? Better go with Zhang Yongnian. He was running the biggest business now. If Viscount Keynes thought he was Jobai's trusted aide, he'd value her even more. Keynes might not spread the news about her taking bribes, but if he had any noble friends, he'd definitely let something slip. By then, there'd probably be plenty of nobles lining up to give her money. Most importantly, letting those nobles see a breakthrough in Hope Village would keep them from using overly aggressive tactics. Dealing with these nobles one after another today had really taken a lot of effort. But fortunately, everything was settled. However, from now on, Hope Village's interactions with the outside world would only become more frequent. Today was definitely not an exception. Though it would be more work, Hope Village was about to enter a period of rapid development, which was a good thing. The next moment, Jobai opened the Lord's control panel. She clicked on the Mission Center building. Given Hope Village's current situation, there was no need to hold back anymore. Tomorrow, everyone would be able to connect to other territories. The territory might even see mercenaries from other places, and some residents might go to other territories. She just wondered, how many Blue Star territories could they connect to? It was really something to look forward to. Day 67 since the arrival of the Apocalypse game. Early in the morning, many people received messages from the territory as soon as they got up. For most people, checking the territory notifications first thing in the morning to understand the situation has become a daily routine, as it's the best way to sense changes in the territory. Hope Village has opened a mission center. There might be a lot of mercenaries flooding in now, Locke said to his wife Beth after reading the news. He actually enjoyed sharing his work and life with his wife. Sometimes he even got inspiration from her, but most importantly, it was about connecting emotionally. That's pretty normal. The territory probably wasn't ready before, but now is the right time. Anyway, the territory always does things steadily and surely, Beth replied with a smile. Her tone softened a bit when she mentioned the territory. She could say that the most leisurely days of her life were these days spent in Hope Village. Her husband didn't need to lead teams into dangerous areas, their child could study freely at school, and she herself had found a relatively easy job at a shop. This kind of life was unimaginable before. She knew clearly that it was Hope Village that gave her this, so she was truly willing to follow the village's decisions without hesitation. Yes, and with more mercenaries coming in, our territory's business will get even better, and we'll collect more commercial taxes. Locke nodded in agreement. Not to mention, Hope Village's daily commercial turnover had already reached a very high level. But he could feel that this still wasn't the limit. That's good. They're all potential customers for the territory. Beth had learned a lot since working at the shop. The two of them chatted idly like this. At that moment, 3 children came thumping down from the second floor. Seeing them, the couple's eyes instantly softened. You're up? Hurry and wash up. Got it. The 3 kids responded quickly, then obediently walked to the bathroom to wash up together. After washing up, they excitedly gathered around Locke and Beth. Dad, Mom, what are we having for breakfast today? Hope Village's breakfasts were so rich that their family basically had something different every day. For the kids, it was like opening a blind box every morning. They loved it. Let's have rice noodle rolls today. The shop just opened yesterday, Beth said without hesitation. I heard they're made from rice and are really smooth, plus the soy sauce is amazing. As she spoke, she couldn't help but repeat what others had said. Locke was fine, adults had more self-control, but the 3 little ones immediately started drooling and grabbed their parents' hands, pulling them out the door. Hurry up, or we'll have to wait in line. If we're late, what if we're late for school? If we're late, we won't get a little red flower. Seeing their anxious faces, Locke and Beth exchanged a warm glance. The family of 5 left the house and ran into quite a few neighbors. Walking down the street, they could hear many people discussing the mission center. The mission center finally opened. I'll go see if there are any mercenary missions. Maybe I can use the opportunity to visit other territories. Hee, I want to check it out too. It'd be great if I could go to a territory with our own people. You can tell by the naming style, territories run by our people are pretty obvious. You can usually tell at a glance. That's true. But there aren't many territories with mission centers. Only level 3 villages can open one. It's fine, even one is good, it's pretty nice. I want to try looking for my family. Only by searching will I know if they came to this world or stayed in the old one. Me too. They're too excited to understand. There aren't many villages out there better than Hope Village, so why are they so eager to go out? They're probably just curious about the outside world. We know how good it is here because we've experienced it, but they haven't. True, letting them experience the outside is good too. They'll gain some knowledge and won't be easily tricked in the future. Haha, not many people could trick them anyway. They're lively, but pretty smart. And didn't you hear? They're curious about territories with the same origins as Hope Village. There seem to be quite a few such territories out there. I wonder if they're as good as Hope Village. Probably about the same. They're all from the same place. Then they must have the same things as Hope Village. Will that impact Hope Village? A lot of trade caravans and mercenary teams come here for the goods. Probably not. Hope Village is ranked much higher. Other territories from the same time can't compare. Even if they have the same things, as long as Hope Village's reputation spreads quickly, people will recognize it more. Yeah, several nobles have come recently. The biggest was the Marquis of Lovisa City. Even such a big territory wants to cooperate with Hope Village, which means there aren't similar goods outside yet. That's true. Hope Village is getting more and more prosperous. I think it's only a matter of time before it becomes a town. I think so too. These two different perspectives actually represent different groups within Hope Village. Locke heard all this and was already used to it. People in Hope Village never hid these differences. At first, when they joined, it was a bit uncomfortable, but over time, they got used to it. In fact, they were being assimilated by the people of Hope Village. There really was a special charm about them. Regardless of age or gender, everyone was so positive and energetic. Locke knew this was something most people in the human kingdoms didn't have, and it was enviable, because only those living in happiness could develop such personalities. We're here, it's right there. At this moment, Beth's voice brought Locke back to reality. I'll go line up, you take them to find a seat, Locke said quickly. Okay, let them go. I'll buy some soy milk up front, Beth said, handing the task of finding seats to the 3 kids. The 3 little ones, already familiar with the place, went into the shop and waited by a table that was almost finished. The person at the table wasn't anyone else, it was Jang Yongnian. Besides the mission center tasks, he'd also received a notice to meet the village chief. So, he had to pause his exploration of the mission center and have breakfast before heading to the Lord's mansion. He hadn't finished eating when he ran into these 3 adorable kids. Seeing them staring at him, waiting for him to finish and give up the seat, Jang Yongnian mischievously slowed down. He watched as the 3 little ones grew more and more anxious, wanting to say something but holding back, their faces even turning a bit red. Kids really are adorable creatures. Maybe Jang Yongnian's behavior was too obvious, because the eldest, Alan, mustered up the courage and said, "Uncle, can you eat a little more seriously and a bit faster? If you let me pinch your cheeks, I'll eat faster," Jang Yongnian teased. Ahem. At this moment, Locke returned with the food and cleared his throat when he saw the scene. He recognized this Hope Village celebrity, the biggest merchant, and the leader of the largest mercenary team. He didn't expect this person to be so childish. Jang Yongnian wasn't embarrassed at all. He quickly finished the last bite of rice noodle roll and said to Locke, "Your 3 kids are so cute, I didn't expect them to be yours." Jang Yongnian naturally recognized Locke. To beat the Blue Star residents in business and get into the commercial management office took some skill. Most importantly, their businesses were connected, so they knew each other. He just hadn't expected the kids he was teasing to be Locke's. "They're usually pretty naughty," Locke said, but there was a hint of a smile on his face. "Are they all in school?" Jang Yongnian asked. "The youngest isn't, he'll go to work with their mom later," Locke replied with a smile. "Are they used to school?" "They are. They do their homework seriously and say they want to play with classmates. My eldest, Alan, even sits with a little tiger-headed kid who teaches him physical training," Locke said with emotion. He'd worried about different races studying together, but it turned out to be just fine. Beastmen had such strong physiques for a reason. If his kids could get stronger, even without magical talent, they could still become physical class professionals faster in the future. He really thought it was great. "That's good. I'll be off now." "Goodbye, little cuties," Jang Yongnian said as he left. "Bye," Locke replied. "Bye, uncle," 2 of the kids echoed. The teacher had said to be polite, even if this uncle was a bit weird. The youngest followed his brothers in saying goodbye. Seeing his kids like this, Locke felt a wave of satisfaction. How wonderful. Soon, Beth returned. The family of 5 happily finished breakfast, then Beth took the youngest to work, and Locke took the other 2 to school. At the school gate, there were many parents dropping off their kids. After watching his children enter the school, Locke, like the other parents, headed off to his own job. As soon as he arrived at the Lord's mansion, Locke received his work assignment. Looking at the content, Locke let out a long breath. As expected, it was a task related to the mission center. He immediately started editing and, after finishing, uploaded it to the mission center's panel. Soon, multiple official missions appeared on the mission center's list. Not only Locke's, but also those from other departments. As soon as these missions appeared in Hope Village's mission center, they also showed up in the mission centers of other villages. And the moment Hope Village's missions appeared, they caused a strong reaction in many territories. Ningxian Village, Mission Center. Ningxian Village had just opened its own mission center. They had recently experienced a territorial war and emerged victorious, raising the strength of their territory to a new level. With this newfound confidence, they decided to open the mission center. As soon as it opened, Ningxian Village released several missions in quick succession. Likewise, many people from Ningxian Village began to leave through the mission center. Of course, those who left were mostly the stronger individuals in the territory. Many of them carried the responsibility of exploring other territories. Some went to native territories, others to Blue Star territories. After all, the former allowed them to better understand this world, while the latter let them combine their strengths with others from Blue Star. There were also quite a few who simply wanted to visit other territories or search for family members. Some people even managed to find relatives lost during the apocalypse by posting search missions. Because of this, more and more people came to the mission center every day. Today, many people came as usual to check the mission list. Some were looking for suitable missions. Others wanted to see if anyone had accepted the search missions they'd posted. At that moment, a flood of missions from the same territory suddenly appeared on the screen in front of them. And this territory was one they all knew well. #Hope Village. Recruiting support-type professionals, monthly salaries starting at 50 silver coins #Hope Village. Recruiting doctors, monthly salaries starting at 1 gold coin #Hope Village. Buying large quantities of shells. 10 copper coins per gene #Hope Village. Inviting vacationers #It's open. It's open. Hope Village finally opened its mission center. Now we can go check it out. Yeah, I was already curious when they surpassed us at level 2. Now they're level 3, I'm even more interested. But if you want to go, you need a suitable mission to get there. You didn't look carefully. There's a mission inviting vacationers. Whoa, I see it. You can do that. It just shows how rich Hope Village is. For missions posted by the territory, the cost of using the teleportation array is basically covered by the territory itself. So as long as someone goes to Hope Village pays for it. That must cost a lot, right? Yeah, really generous. So, let's go check it out. Let's go. In no time, many people on the spot accepted the so-called vacation mission and used the mission center to head to Hope Village. Since Hope Village was also a Blue Star territory, most people didn't feel much pressure about going. After all, most people there were fellow countrymen. Most importantly, the mission center provided a certain level of protection for mercenaries. With this double assurance, everyone felt at ease. Meanwhile, in Wenxia Village, just across the wall from Ningxian Village, the same scene was unfolding. Brothers Jin Jingshan and Jin Jingxia both received notifications that mercenaries from their territory were heading to Hope Village for missions. Your resident Yulakun has accepted a Hope Village mission and is heading to Hope Village. Your resident Sun Yushan has accepted a Hope Village mission and is heading to Hope Village. Your resident Ren Ruorue has accepted a Hope Village mission and is heading to Hope Village. Seeing that over 100 people had gone to Hope Village in such a short time, the Jin brothers could already feel the allure of being number one. If their own territory was like this, people from other territories would surely be flocking to Hope Village even more. But Jin Jingshan had no other thoughts. Hope Village earned its top spot through its own strength. They simply weren't as skilled. Brother, want to go check out Hope Village together? It's finally open. I've been wondering when they'd open up. Jin Jingxia said eagerly, clearly itching to go. Of course, Jin Jingshan replied without hesitation. I heard Hope Village's last territorial war was against an aggressive territory. Those kinds of territories usually plunder resources from others. Our territory could be targeted too, so we need to prepare early. Since Hope Village has already experienced it, maybe we can learn something from them. Besides, I'm curious what their territory is really like. He learned about Hope Village's opponent being an aggressive territory from local residents. He'd even hired some native professionals at high prices just to get more information about this world and prepare in advance. So far, hiring these people had been well worth it. Whatever information they wanted, they could usually get a general idea, and if not immediately, they'd get it soon enough. Besides that, he was simply curious about Hope Village. They'd already connected with some neighboring territories, and even some other Blue Star territories. He was confident in his own territory, but even so, Hope Village had managed to leave them far behind. Shall we go now? Jin Jingxia asked impatiently. Sure, and let's bring some of our own goods to sell. Jin Jingshan nodded. Since Hope Village dared to invite people for vacations, they must be confident that visitors would spend money. They must have unique products. If they were going to Hope Village, they'd spend money, but they should also try to make some back. Running a territory was expensive, especially now that the population was growing. Okay, Jin Jingxia agreed. Finally, he'd get to see Hope Village with his own eyes. In no time, the Jean brothers had organized their teams and set out from their territories as mercenary groups heading to Hope Village. Before they even arrived, Jobai on the other side was already being bombarded by system notifications. Mercenary Mao Mingzhi has arrived at Hope Village via the mission center. Mercenary Yu Lanying has arrived at Hope Village via the mission center. Lord Guo Yunxiu of Shidong Village has arrived at Hope Village via the mission center. Lord Fu Wenlin of Tabert Village has arrived at Hope Village via the mission center. Lord Zhang Yuano of Pingmo Village has arrived at Hope Village via the mission center. Watching message after message pour in, Jobai was honestly a little shocked. She had expected that once her territory opened up, quite a few people would come. After all, Hope Village's #1 reputation was well known. Just like when Ningxian Village was ranked first before, she'd really wanted to go check it out herself. But she truly hadn't expected the allure of being #1 to be this strong. It wasn't just residents, so many other lords had come as well. Of course, Jobai also noticed that most of them were from Blue Star territories and Blue Star residents. Given that, as the village chief, she really couldn't personally receive everyone. There was simply no way to host them all. It was better to let them wander around Hope Village on their own. As Blue Star people, they'd definitely adapt well here. Plus, she could just issue a hospitality mission to all residents, encouraging them to warmly welcome the visitors. That would work just fine. As for the few lords mixed in among the visitors, she figured if they wanted formal talks, they'd come to the lord's manor. She'd just wait for them. With that in mind, Jobai started drafting a mission. A large number of visitors are arriving in Hope Village. Please warmly welcome them and let them feel our hospitality. Type: daily mission, reward, none, participants, all residents. As soon as Jobai published it, every resident of Hope Village received the notification. A small number of people felt a bit nervous. Just how enthusiastic did they need to be? Greet everyone with a big smile? But for the Blue Star residents, they were instantly energized. Lots of visitors equals lots of money. They were ready. The customer is king. In no time, almost everyone in the territory, except those who had to go out for work, was at their post, ready and waiting. Many shops even increased their stock of raw materials. Everyone had a feeling today was going to be a bumper day. Meanwhile, at the mission center, a steady stream of people arrived in Hope Village via the mission center's teleportation array. Everyone looked around with intense curiosity as soon as they arrived. And they quickly realized there were people everywhere. Wow, there's so many people. They're all here for Hope Village. I wonder what's so special about the #1 territory. Which territory are you from? I'm from Shidong Village. I know that one, it's ranked 3rd right now. Your territory is strong too. It's alright. We're developing well. What about you? Tabert Village. I've been to your territory. Really? Yeah, I took a mission from your place, that's why I went. We don't post many missions, each one costs a lot of copper coins. That's why Hope Village is so rich. They don't even limit the number of people. Tons of people from our territory wanted to come check it out. The total number is huge. Same for us. So with all these territories combined, Hope Village must be spending a lot of money on this, right? Doesn't matter. What matters is we finally get to visit a reliable territory. I wouldn't dare go to the native territories. Some of our people got scammed badly. Yeah, some teams went out to do business, made good money, but got robbed on the way back. Luckily, the robbers only wanted money, not lives, or they'd be done for. Our teams never had any problems. Maybe you only went to villages. Villages are fine, but you have to be careful in towns or cities. Seeing so many familiar faces, the new arrivals quickly struck up conversations. It was like a big reunion, old friends meeting, eyes brimming with tears. But really, it was more like a massive information exchange. Seeing everyone so excited, even the soldiers called in to maintain order felt moved. This kind of lively atmosphere was something even the native residents of Hope Village couldn't replicate. Smiles appeared on their faces as they guided the crowd. There are a lot of people today, so please head outside. There are guides waiting to show you around Hope Village, don't crowd here. Alright, let's meet up outside, everyone. That sense of familiarity worked for the visitors too. They responded right away and started heading out in small groups. With everything organized, the new arrivals naturally followed the flow. Among the crowd, a few lords also slipped out of the mission center, blending in as tourists. They knew their identities wouldn't stay hidden from Hope Village's lord, but before making official contact, they wanted to get a feel for the place. You're here too? At that moment, Tabert Village's lord, Fu Wenlin, spotted Shidong Village's lord, Gui Yunxiu, and walked over. Fu Wenlin had visited Shidong Village before, and they'd done some business together, so he recognized her. Yeah, just wanted to see for myself, after all. It's the #1 territory, Gui Yunxiu nodded. This #1 spot was far ahead of the rest, and she was curious if there was anything worth learning. Do you know any other lords? Call them over, Fu Wenlin said with a smile, patting his round belly. They were all on the same side. Expanding their network could only help. Sure. Gui Yunxiu nodded, scanned the crowd, and spotted Pingmo Village's lord, Zhang Yuanzhou. She waved, Zhang Yuanzhou, over here. Her tone was clearly more familiar with him than with Fu Wenlin. Fu Wenlin noticed and, trying to sound casual, asked, You too close? We used to be colleagues, Gui Yunxiu replied offhandedly. After the mission center opened, he came to my territory and we reconnected. I see, that's good. You can help each other in the future, Fu Wenlin said, a hint of envy in his eyes. Compared to them, he was a bit of a loner. We can help each other too. We're all from Blue Star, Gui Yunxiu said. Territories from Blue Star should work together to make sure everyone survives, not waste energy fighting over rankings, don't you think? Fu Wenlin paused, then sighed, You're right, but not every territory sees it that way. You should, be careful. What do you mean? Gui Yunxiu asked. There was another Blue Star territory near mine. It got conquered by another Blue Star territory. The remaining residents felt unsafe and fled to me. That's how I found out, Fu Wenlin explained. Conquered. Yeah, if you conquer a territory within the time limit, the whole place becomes your spoils, Fu Wenlin said. Gui Yunxiu frowned. This was the first time she'd heard of such a thing. Just look at how many territories disappear after each territory war. You should know a territory doesn't just vanish on its own, no matter how badly it's doing, unless there's outside force, Fu Wenlin said. Gui Yunxiu grew serious. She'd always paid attention to rankings, but rarely to the number of territories. She'd have to start watching that from now on. At that moment, Zhang Yuanzhou arrived. Seeing their serious faces, he looked at Gui Yunxiu questioningly. Let's look around first. I'll tell you more privately later, Gui Yunxiu said. Okay, Zhang Yuanzhou replied, saying no more. Fu Wenlin, watching their interaction, realized their relationship was even closer than he'd thought. The three of them headed out together. Their teams had already gone ahead as planned. Soon, they followed the crowd out of Hope Village's mission center. The moment they stepped outside, their view opened up. Damn. Hope Village's city planning is insane. There are trees planted along the roads, real landscaping. And flowers on the main road, it looks beautiful. Everything's so organized. There are so many buildings. There must be a lot of open space too, but you can't see any from here. There are even buses. That's so convenient. Where did Hope Village get so many magic beasts? Did they tame them themselves? No wonder it's the #1 territory. Totally worth the trip. Is Hope Village planning to become a tourist city? No wonder they're confident enough to invite people for tourism. Can they really make back the teleportation costs? How come Hope Village is so much better than other territories? The comments from those around them reached Gui Yunxiu and her companions, and they exchanged glances. Yeah, why is Hope Village so outstanding? At least in terms of city planning, they really couldn't compare. They'd never put so much thought into these little details. But one thing seemed clear. She saw that most people were heading toward the commercial street. Their own territories had unlocked commercial streets, so they were familiar with the buildings. Hope Village must have its own specialty products there. Let's check out the commercial street, Fu Wenlin said, feeling that Hope Village might have some real surprises in store. Okay, Guo Yunxiu and Zhang Yuano agreed. Want to take a beast bus? Fu Wenlin pointed to a stop not far away. No need, let's walk, Guo Yunxiu said. Since coming to this world, their physical strength had improved so much that a short walk was nothing. Fu Wenlin glanced at the line for the bus and agreed that walking was a good idea. As the three walked, someone suddenly approached them. Do you need a guide? 50 copper coins per person. I'll show you around the whole territory and explain everything as we go, the man said enthusiastically. He could tell at a glance that these three were well off. And more importantly, they were valuable customers. Fu Wenlin looked at Guo Yunxiu and Zhang Yuanzhou, clearly asking for their opinion. Sure, Guo Yunxiu nodded. With her agreement, Zhang Yuanzhou had no objections. The guide immediately received 150 copper coins and became even more attentive. Let me introduce myself. I'm Su Shui, but you can call me Xiao Su. Have you had breakfast? Want me to take you to eat first? What kind of breakfast do you have here? Guo Yunxiu asked curiously. Oh, there's a ton. Chinese food, various porridges, steamed buns, stuffed buns, dumplings of all flavors, egg pancakes, beef pies, spicy soup, pan-fried buns, all kinds of wontons, beef noodles, beef offal noodles, knife-cut noodles, stir-fried noodles. Western food, fried chicken, burgers, fries, sandwiches. You name it, you can find it here, Su Shui rattled off smoothly. He was clearly well-trained. Of course, Guo Yunxiu and the others didn't think about that. They were just drooling at the thought of all those foods. It had been so long since they had had a proper breakfast from home. Their own territories had developed some good food too. No matter where Chinese people go, food is always essential. But as the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. They knew how to make many dishes, but lacked the ingredients. Some things had been successfully recreated, but only a few, and those had become top-selling products in their territories. But here in Hope Village, they'd managed to recreate so many. Where did they get the ingredients? The seasonings? Fu Wenlin couldn't help but ask, how's the taste? Is it the same as before? Su Shui replied confidently, of course it's the same. Otherwise, how could we use the same names? Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, salty, did you manage to find substitutes for all those flavors? Fu Wenlin pressed. That was the key. Their own territories couldn't make many dishes because they couldn't find the right seasonings. Had Hope Village solved this problem? Su Shui beamed, pretty much. Some seasonings like sugar, wine, soy sauce, vinegar, chili powder, we've managed to recreate. Others, we've replicated the flavor, which is good enough. There are even specialty seasoning shops, some of the most popular stores in the territory. After hearing this, Fu Wenlin, Guo Yunxiu, and Zhang Yuano were stunned. In their own territories, they were still experimenting with things like wine, soy sauce, and vinegar. As Chinese, they knew what ingredients were needed and were close to success. They'd thought everyone was progressing at about the same pace. But Hope Village was way ahead. They'd not only figured it out, but were already mass-producing, even making white sugar and chili powder. Those two were especially rare in their territories. They couldn't find the right plants for sugar, like sugarcane or beets, so they were considering making sugar from fruit, but that was expensive and scarce. They planned to sell it at a high price once they succeeded. As for chili powder, they'd never even seen the raw peppers, let alone found a substitute. But chili was the soul of so many dishes. So the existence of a seasoning shop in Hope Village was a huge shock. Same world, different territories. Hope Village was just too impressive. Noticing their shock, Su Shui continued, besides seasonings, Hope Village has other star products. First, beast jerky. Almost all the beast meat hunted by professionals in the wild is processed into jerky and sold to other territories. Even so, there's not enough, so we buy beast meat from other territories too. If you have any spare, consider selling it to us. Next, the carpentry workshop. Lots of useful and cheap wooden products, very popular with their own factory. And then, Su Shui introduced them one by one. By the end, Guo Yunxiu and the others were a bit numb. None of these things were unfamiliar to them. The amazing part was that Hope Village had managed to turn them into finished products so quickly and had already established partnerships with multiple territories, capturing the market. Most of them were still focused on developing their own territories, strengthening their power, and cautiously exploring the world. Hope Village had already left them far behind. At this moment, they truly respected Hope Village's #1 Blue Star territory title. "Take us to those shops you mentioned," Guo said. Being ahead had its perks. At least now they had a place to buy the seasonings they needed. As long as they could buy them, they believed they could make food just as good as Hope Village. But the question was, would Hope Village sell to them? "Of course," Su Xiaowei replied happily. Taking these people to the seasoning shop, he get a nice bonus based on how much they bought. The guide fee was just the base, commissions were the real prize. After confirming they didn't want to take the beast bus, Su Xiaowei led the way. Since Hope Village expanded, the commercial streets had multiplied, and almost all the shops were rented out. Some were open, some still being renovated, but the place was bustling. Many shops were run by native residents, mostly selling magical goods. Because when it came to food, they simply couldn't compete with the Blue Star residents. They had to find their own niche. Magic wand shops, magical beast shops, magic toy shops, magic potion shops, magic scroll shops, magic clothing shops, magic bookstores. As they passed these shops, Guo and the others were amazed. Their own territories had also taken in some native residents and learned that this was a magical world. They'd even tried to bring in magic shops from nearby villages and towns, but with little success. Usually, they just bought magic goods wholesale from native territories and resold them at a markup. The natives weren't interested in opening shops in their territories, and if they did, it was only to sell low-level or outdated goods. As a result, prices and quality didn't match, and many residents weren't willing to pay. It became a vicious cycle, and magic shops spread slowly. But here in Hope Village, there were magic shops everywhere. It was dazzling. Are all these shop owners Hope Village residents? Guo couldn't help but ask. How did Hope Village attract them? Most are, some aren't, but officially, they all are, Su Xiaowei explained. Hope Village only rents shops to residents, so to open a shop, you have to be a resident. But behind every shop, there's usually a mercenary team or trade caravan supporting it. Hope Village has exclusive contracts with many teams, so certain goods are only sold here. These teams make a killing, and since Hope Village residents are willing to spend on magic goods, they see the market and buy a lot to bring back, Su Xiaowei continued. He didn't spell it out, but Guo and the others understood. These magic shops stayed in Hope Village purely for profit. Hope Village gave them what they wanted, so they were willing to open shops here. Hope Village had created a healthy economic ecosystem between itself and other territories. They weren't just one step ahead, they were 2 steps ahead. The 3 of them thought this silently. By now, the visitors from the mission center had gathered here too. The variety of magic goods instantly drew them in. Wow! So many mid-level potions and so cheap. In our territory, the same healing potion costs 1 gold coin. Here it's only 50 silver. I'm buying. Me too. I can resell it for a 50% profit. It's not just potions, there are so many magic items. Magic wands. Invisibility hats. And all kinds of self-cleaning furniture. I love it. Perfect for lazy people. Flying carpets. Way better than flying beasts. I can't buy everything I want. Bro, can you lend me some money? I'll pay you back when we get home. Why didn't you bring money? I was afraid I'd get robbed on the way. Didn't expect this. I can only lend you a little. I have a lot to buy myself. Thanks, bro. All kinds of excited shouts and conversations filled the air. Guo and the others could feel the visitors' enthusiasm for magic goods. Hope Village was definitely making a killing this time. Although they were curious about the magic goods too, as lords, they were more interested in the value of the seasonings, so they suppressed their urge to shop and followed Su Xiaowei. Along the way, every open shop was packed. It was incredibly lively. Just when Guo Yunxiu and the others thought the commercial street couldn't get any busier, they turned a corner and saw another street packed with people. The moment they entered, the smell of all kinds of food hit them. From here to the city gate, it's all food shops. This is the real food street, and the busiest place in the territory, Su Xiuwei explained. Guo Yunxiu and the others fell silent. They could feel it. Seeing they weren't interested in buying food, Su Xiuwei led them straight to the seasoning shop. He was starting to suspect their identities. These people definitely weren't ordinary tourists. Ordinary tourists were like those on the street, just buying and eating nonstop. These ones were focused on seasonings, probably high-level officials or even lords from other territories. After all, with seasonings, you could create all kinds of food and bring back more money. If they managed to recreate Hope Village's food, would they become competitors? Would they be able to sell it? But Su Xiuwei quickly dismissed the thought. The territory had no restrictions on selling seasonings. They must have considered this. If they could sell to so many native residents, why not to Blue Star residents? Besides, it wasn't his concern. Soon, Su Xiuwei led them into the seasoning shop. It was packed. Every Blue Star person knew how important these things were for food. And at this time, the people here were anything but ordinary. So Guo Yunxiu and the others instinctively looked around. And sure enough, they spotted two familiar faces. "You're here too," Guo Yunxiu said to the brothers Jin Jingshan and Jin Jingxia. She wasn't surprised. They'd want to see the number 1 territory too. Hearing her, the brothers looked over and walked up. Su Xiuwei, seeing Guo Yunxiu's signal, tactfully stepped aside. Once he was gone, Jin Jingshan spoke up. "Yeah, we came to check it out after seeing the news. Didn't expect such a surprise. The seasonings here are so complete. How did they manage it?" They were all lords, so there was no need to beat around the bush. Hearing this, Guo Yunxiu and the others looked around. They'd expected a lot, but were still shocked by what they saw. Not just the basic seasonings Su Xiuwei had mentioned, but also things like soybean paste, chili sauce, even pickled radish and cabbage, everything you could think of. So competitive, did they leave any room for other territories? Not really. They must have started large-scale cultivation. Zheng Yuanzhou, who'd been silent, finally spoke up. It was just too complete. And the fact that they could sell to outsiders meant it couldn't be just foraged, only large-scale production could do this. The others agreed. This Hope Village really is something. Yeah, number 1 for a reason. Actually, it's good to have a leading territory like this. A lot of things here are really useful for our own territories. Following in their footsteps, we can at least get some scraps. The more they talked, the more comfortable they felt. They all knew that after seeing so much in Hope Village, this trip was no longer just a sightseeing tour. And really, Hope Village wouldn't have invited so many village-level territories for a vacation if they weren't confident. The teleportation fee was nothing. Once you entered Hope Village, you'd spend 100 or 1,000 times more. There's a saying that fits Hope Village perfectly right now. You're after their interest, but they're after your principal. They'd probably end up spending a lot here. But thinking about how spending here would benefit their own territories, they felt pretty willing. Once they'd made up their minds, everyone's attention shifted away from the surrounding seasonings and ingredients. "Shall we keep walking around together?" Fu Wenlin suggested, his tone tinged with impatience. Ever since they'd entered Hope Village, it had been one surprise after another. Now he was eager to see what other surprises Hope Village might have in store. Guo Yunxiu looked at the Jin brothers. "Want to come along?" In truth, their meeting today was a stroke of luck. Ningxian Village and Wenxia Village were both top-tier territories, so this was a great opportunity to connect and build relationships. That way, if they ever needed help in the future, it would be easier to ask. Sure, Jin Jingshan nodded. As they prepared to head out, Su Xiuwei hurried over. "Are you leaving?" Jin Jingshan looked at Su Xiuwei, then at Guo Yunxiu and the others. "He's our guide," Guo Yunxiu explained. Jin Jingshan didn't say much, and Guo Yunxiu instantly understood. He had no objections. Looking at these 5, especially their gear, Su Xiuwei became even more certain that their identities were anything but ordinary. At the very least, they were among the elite. Normal residents just shopped and bought things. These people, though, were clearly here to inspect. The two who joined later made it even more obvious. The moment they spoke, they had a special aura. When their gaze swept over him, Su Xiue couldn't help but tense up, as if a leader was conducting an inspection. With that in mind, Su Xiue didn't even think about asking for more money. He just asked, "Anywhere you want to go? Do you have any recommendations?" Jin Jingshan immediately took the lead in the group. Fu Wenlin instinctively glanced at Guo Yunxiu. She had been the leader among the three of them, but now the dynamic had shifted. How would she feel? Guo Yunxiu didn't mind at all. Jin Jingshan was older and his territory was the strongest among them. It was only natural for him to take the lead. Seeing how unconcerned Guo Yunxiu was, Fu Wenlin smiled wryly to himself. All right, he was overthinking it, projecting his own old business world habits onto others. Su Xiue had no idea what everyone was thinking. When asked, he answered without hesitation, "This area is basically the commercial hub. Food, entertainment, shopping, it's all here. The only other places worth visiting are the market, the vacation district under construction, and the city wall. Across the street are all the public buildings, barracks, prison, hospital, school, factory complex, and so on. The last key area is the agricultural and livestock zone in the north, but only staff are allowed in there right now, with soldiers guarding every entrance. Is the market crowded? What's special about the city wall? Are the vacation district, school, and factory complex all built by your territory? How did you do it?" As Su Xiue spoke, Jin Jingxia immediately picked up on several key points and fired off a string of questions. The others didn't say much, since Jin Jingxia was asking exactly what they wanted to know. The market isn't as crowded as here, but the transaction volume is much higher. It's the bulk trading area. Most merchant and mercenary groups do business there. The booth rental fees are more than 10 times those of the shops here. When we first opened up rentals, the prices were set by bidding. All your shops are rented, not sold. Was it always like that? Jin Jingxia interjected. Yes, Su Xiuyuan replied. Your lord must be loaded, Jin Jingxia muttered. The others fell silent. Yeah, the biggest problem in building a territory is always money. In their own territories, they not only sold shops but also land, just to recoup costs quickly. But in Hope Village, everything was kept under their own control. They'd weathered the early investment, and now the income would just keep rolling in. It was like being the ultimate landlord of a giant village. So envious. They'd already decided, in the future, once they had money, they'd never sell land or shops again. Go on, Jin Jingshan said, thinking of how he'd sold land to wealthy people for support. He envied Hope Village's confidence, but didn't think he'd made the wrong choice. Given his territory situation, it was the best option. As for the city wall, I don't know if you noticed the color, it's not the original wall, but a new one reinforced with cement. Cement significantly increases the wall's defense, Su Xiue said, his tone meaningful. Cement is now a system-approved building material. At the mention of cement, everyone's eyes locked onto Su Xiue. How much does it increase defense? Territory defense was what they cared about most. If it was a big boost, they'd definitely look into it. I don't know the exact numbers, but it should be comparable to a level 1 city's base defense. That's what I've heard anyway. But we don't have much cement here, since we lack raw materials. They immediately thought of the mission center shell buying quest, so it was for cement. Comparable to a level 1 city meant at least 200,000 defense. Their level 3 villages maxed out at 80,000, so it was double. Worth a try. But shells would be hard to get. Seeing they understood, Su Xiue didn't say more. They were all Blue Star Sea country people, they got it. He continued answering Jin Jingxia's earlier question. As for building our own structures, it's possible. All you need is an architect. Our territory has a summoned architect, and we set up a construction team. That's how we built the school and factory. Now the team's main job is building the vacation resort. In a while, you'll be able to see it for yourselves. Is the school already enrolling students? Yes, enrollment is underway. Kids as young as 6 can attend. As long as you're a resident, you can go. Because of this, a lot of people have sent their kids here, which has brought in many new residents, Su Xiaowei explained. At this point, Su Xiaowei was in his element. Every word struck a chord with the group. Listening to Hope Village's achievements, they could only sigh, so it was all true. What they'd just learned wasn't even Hope Village's limit. Show us around, Jin Jingshan finally said. He wanted to see how Hope Village had brought its territory to life. Every step was something he'd considered, but some things had been put on hold due to reality. Now, it seemed, it was time to revisit those plans. All right. Su Xiaowei agreed happily. He genuinely enjoyed this job, especially seeing everyone's shocked faces. There's a saying, it's fun to watch people who've never seen the world. So, Su Xiaowei led the 5 of them on a tour of the territory. In Hope Village, there were plenty of groups and individuals like them, all searching for a sense of home. On the other side, although Zhou Bai wasn't personally hosting, she was keeping an eye on the movements of several lords. Ningxian Village, Wenxia Village, Shidong Village, and Tabert Village were all on her radar. These 4 territories had all reached level 3 village status before Hope Village. Even though Hope Village ranked ahead of them, Zhou Bai didn't think her territory was necessarily stronger. For them to advance so quickly, they must have their own unique strengths. And now all the lords she was watching had gathered together. This made her even more attentive. Of course, what surprised her most was the similar names of the lords of Ningxian and Wenxia villages. She didn't think that was a coincidence. Those 2 lords were definitely related, most likely brothers. Each brother had his own territory, and both had advanced to level 3 villages in a short time. Their combined strength was definitely more than just 1 + 1 is equal to 2. She'd have to meet them if she got the chance. With that, Zhou Bai turned her attention to the other lords in Hope Village. She had to admit, the number of lords in Hope Village had already surpassed double digits. Many were from Blue Star territories, but there were quite a few native lords as well. They were just a bit slower than the Blue Star lords, probably because they'd taken some time to think before coming. As she was thinking this, the system sent another round of notifications. Mercenary XXX has arrived at Hope Village via the Mission Center. Mercenary XXX has arrived at Hope Village via the Mission Center. Glasgow Village Lord Lancelot has arrived at Hope Village via the Mission Center. Wasn't he afraid of getting beaten up? And even if he did get beaten up, would there be any trouble? Thinking of her cooperation with Marquis Boyer of Lovisa City, who had just left not long ago, Zhou Bai instantly felt even more confident. In terms of strength, Hope Village had already won. In terms of backers, both sides had the same backer. She had nothing to fear. Without hesitation, Zhou Bai headed straight for the mission center. The Lord of Glasgow Village was a good ally of their territory. As the village chief, she had to give them a proper welcome, and while she was at it, she might as well meet this Lord of Faisal Village too. Meanwhile, inside the mission center. As soon as Wolf entered Hope Village's mission center, he saw the crowd packed inside, most of them ordinary mercenaries. He immediately frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the environment. Soon after, one soldier after another appeared behind him. As soon as the soldiers arrived, they clustered around Wolf. Lord. That one word instantly drew everyone's attention. Another territory's lord had arrived. Only then did people notice the title floating above Wolf's head. Faisal Village Lord Viscount. The moment they saw it, many people's eyes lit up with interest. A lord. A native territory's lord. This is the first time I've seen a lord not hiding his identity, just showing it off openly. He's pretty handsome. Definitely has that noble air, something our lords don't have. Yeah. I think I saw our own lord here earlier, but they were disguised as a tourist, so I didn't say anything. This lord seems a bit arrogant. Chin up, looking down on people. Whatever, nothing to see here. I'm going to check out Hope Village. Wait for me, let's go together. People chatted and commented, some joining the crowd for a bit before leaving, others staying to gossip about Wolf. Wolf had expected that. Upon seeing his noble status, the crowd would keep their distance. To his surprise, they actually gathered around and started discussing him. The more he listened, the more off he felt. By the end, his face had turned dark. Especially when he heard someone say it was boring and leave, he couldn't hold back anymore. Impudent. With that word, his soldiers all drew their swords, pointing them at the surrounding onlookers. The sudden move made many people instinctively step back. Whoa, he lost his temper just because we were talking. These nobles really are trouble. Let's get out of here. I've always heard you shouldn't mess with nobles in other territories, or you could get killed and no one would care. But this is our own people's territory. How could that happen? Still, better be careful. Look, more soldiers are coming. Clearly, the soldiers maintaining order noticed the commotion right away and quickly led a team over. Seeing the situation, the squad leader, Quan Jiqiang, spoke up without hesitation. Please put away your weapons. Fighting is forbidden within the territory. No matter what, the side that drew weapons first was in the wrong. But Wolf's soldiers didn't budge, clearly waiting for their lord's command. At this point, Wolf stepped forward from his soldiers and snorted coldly, "You have no right to order me." "Where's your lord?" Wolf's words immediately caught Quan Jiqiang's attention. "What? The lord of Faisal Village?" Faisal Village. Wasn't that the territory that just invaded us? Damn. They invaded us and now they dare to come here and cause trouble. Quan Jiqiang quickly whispered to a few of his soldiers. After listening, they hurried off in different directions. Meanwhile, Quan Jiqiang forced a smile and said, "Please wait a moment. I'm going to get someone in charge." Wolf frowned, then swept his gaze over the remaining onlookers and snorted, "These people have disrespected me. Arrest them all." Quan Jiqiang, bro, this is Hope Village. Do you really not know where you are? Chief Zhou, Lord Bayer, Lieutenant Zhou, hurry up and take charge. Quan Jiqiang was screaming inside, but outwardly he remained calm. There's no rule in Hope Village that allows that. They've offended a noble. Isn't that a crime? Wolf said without thinking. That's recognized in every territory, no need for a special rule. We never learned that, so we don't know. Sorry, sir, but let's wait for someone in charge to handle this. Wolf's sharp gaze locked onto Quan Jiqiang, and a wave of pressure seemed to crash down on him. Quan Jiqiang instantly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, his whole body tensing as he struggled not to collapse. The rest of the crowd didn't feel the pressure, but they could tell something was wrong with Quan Jiqiang. Just as Quan Jiqiang thought he couldn't hold on any longer, the pressure suddenly lifted. At the same time, a group of people stepped out from the crowd. As they did, the leader's label changed from tourist to something else. Glasgow Village Lord, Viscount, another lord. Wolf immediately sensed his intimidation had been broken. Seeing another lord, he restrained himself a bit, though his eyes still showed a hint of disdain. He didn't take Viscount Lancelot seriously at all. Viscount Lancelot, of course, noticed Wolf's attitude and snorted inwardly. He'd come to Hope Village because he'd heard they'd just fought off an invasion and won. He hadn't expected to see the scene as soon as he arrived. Normally, he wouldn't get involved in something like this. Offending an aggressive lord over a mere soldier wasn't worth it. But from what he'd heard, Hope Village hadn't just repelled Faisal Village, they'd also found a new backer. So stepping in now wasn't really offending anyone, just a friendly reminder. With that, Viscount Lancelot walked up to Wolf and whispered, "Hope Village just recently got the support of Marquis Boyer of Lavisa City." Wolf, what? Say that again? Wasn't Marquis Boyer supposed to be my backer? When did he become Hope Village's? Wolf's expression was so shocked that Lancelot thought his warning had worked and said nothing more, giving Wolf time to process. Wolf was only stunned for a moment before regaining his composure. It seemed Hope Village really did have Marquis Boyer as a backer now. Did that mean the Marquis had other plans? Was it really a good idea for him to cause trouble here right now? At that moment, Zhou Bai and her group arrived. On the way, she'd run into the soldiers sent to find her. Hearing that Wolf was causing trouble and had brought a lot of people, she waited for her own team to gather before entering Hope Village together. If nothing else, at least they couldn't lose in terms of presence. So, surrounded by dozens of soldiers, Zhou Bai entered the mission center, flanked by Bayer, Zhou Zhangping, and O'Neill, each leading their own squad. Their entrance was truly impressive. Whoa, Hope Village even has beastmen. Looks like they're soldiers. How did they manage that? I've heard of beastmen, but this is my first time seeing one. They're huge. Like real big cats. Is that the Lord of Hope Village at the front? Looks so imposing. Even if not the Lord, definitely someone important. I had a feeling that Faisal Village's Lord came here just to cause trouble, totally on purpose. Do they have a grudge with Hope Village? I know the story. Tell us. A few days ago, Hope Village was attacked in a territory war. Faisal Village was the aggressor, and it's an invasion-type territory. If Hope Village hadn't been strong, it would have been wiped out. Damn. I hate invaders. Faisal Village is disgusting. After doing something so vile, they still dare to show off here. How do you know all this? I used to be a resident of a Birdavi village. My territory was conquered by Faisal Village, and I ended up here in Hope Village. No wonder you sounded so angry just now. Invasion-type territories deserve to be wiped out. Now we can relax and enjoy the show. Hope Village definitely won't blame us. Of course not, we're all from the same place. Wow, I'm new here. Why are there so many people? Let me tell you. The crowd kept growing, gossiping nonstop. Even with soldiers maintaining order and guiding people out, there were still plenty of onlookers. Gossip is in the blood of the Chinese. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhou Bai and her group entered the scene. The moment they arrived, they surrounded Wolf and his men. Zhou Bai looked at Wolf with full authority and said directly, "Put down your weapons, or I won't be polite." Zhou Bai's approach was all about taking the initiative. After all, this was her own turf. No matter how strong an outsider was, they still had to play by her rules. Wolf had just been shaken by what Lancelot said, still tangled up in whether Hope Village had been taken under Marquis Boyle's protection. But the moment the person in charge of Hope Village appeared and acted so arrogant, he couldn't help himself. He thought he was arrogant, but he didn't expect the other side to be even more so. What do you mean by not polite? Wolf snapped at Zhou Bai, noticing her level was lower than his and instinctively wanting to take out his earlier frustrations on her. But as soon as he tried to assert his presence, he realized Zhou Bai didn't react at all. That could only mean one thing: she was strong enough to withstand the pressure of an intermediate professional. At that moment, the people around them also realized what Wolf was doing. O'Neill immediately couldn't stand it and spoke up. "Of course, we're going to teach you a lesson. Daring to draw weapons in our territory and act so high and mighty. Do you really think your noble status lets you do whatever you want? This is Hope Village, and you're our defeated foe. What, wanna lose again?" As he spoke, O'Neill puffed out his chest. Zhou Bai couldn't help but smile at the side. No wonder so many people liked having underlings. Having someone speak up for you really felt great. Thinking of all the money she'd spent in the last territorial war, she felt a pang of heartache. Even though they'd gained more in compensation afterward, the losses, both material and emotional, were real. At that moment, as if on cue, the surrounding crowd chimed in. "That's right. Acting so arrogant on someone else's turf, way out of line. If this happened in our territory, we wouldn't stand for it either. Faisal Village brought this on themselves. Haha, a defeated lord, right? How does a loser have the nerve to show off in front of the winner? Not just a defeated lord, but the aggressor, coming to the victim's home. Aren't you just asking for a beating?" The truth is, they've already been pretty polite. Even with all this provocation, Hope Village is still acting like gentlemen, using words instead of fists. Most of the people talking were Blue Star residents from other territories, but since Hope Village was a fellow Blue Star territory, of course they'd take its side. And as Blue Star people, especially from Sea Country, they knew exactly how to get under someone's skin. So as they spoke, some of the local residents who'd gathered out of curiosity didn't quite get it, including Viscount Lancelot, who was present. Listening to all this, he could only think, isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? But seeing the calm, Even approving expressions on Joe Bai and her group's faces, Lancelot fell silent. He should have known from his last visit. Hope Village and its people were just different. He'd already seen it once, so seeing it again wasn't surprising. But all these people talking, they seemed to be tourists? From other territories? How? A flash of insight hit him. They looked just like Hope Village residents, clearly from the same place. Not just their looks, but their personalities too. Once he figured it out, Viscount Lancelot quietly stood aside, not saying a word, so he wouldn't get dragged in. Lancelot knows when to keep his head down. Wolf also heard the crowd's words, and his anger grew. He looked at Joe Bai with even more hatred. Now it was both old and new grudges combined. But seeing himself surrounded by Hope Village soldiers and all the mercenaries watching, Wolf held back his temper and said to his own soldiers, "Put away your weapons." As soon as he spoke, his soldiers quickly complied, moving so fast they were a blur. Wolf glared at Joe Bai. "Since we're in Hope Village, I'll follow your rules. Satisfied? What, you invite us here for a vacation just to settle personal scores? If that's how it is, who would dare come to Hope Village in the future?" Wolf might have a temper, but he wasn't stupid. Once he realized his approach wouldn't work, he quickly changed tactics. The main reason was that he wanted to stay in Hope Village, to investigate the situation himself, and to figure out the relationship between Marquis Boyle and Hope Village. Especially the latter, since it would affect how much Marquis Boyle invested in his own territory. If Boyle favored Hope Village and wanted them to take the lead, his own territory would be finished. With all that in mind, he chose to back down. But his idea of backing down was just his own interpretation. To O'Neill and the others, his words sounded like a blatant attempt to smear Hope Village's reputation. How could they let that slide? Since coming to Hope Village, life for the Beastmen had only gotten better. For O'Neill and his people, Hope Village was now their home. If Hope Village thrived, so did they. No one was allowed to slander Hope Village. And after Wolf's previous invasion, O'Neill was even less willing to let it go. O'Neill moved, and before anyone could react, he lunged forward, grabbed Wolf by the collar, lifted him up, and started punching. Might makes right. Against absolute strength, Wolf, a mage, couldn't break free from O'Neill's grip. Wolf's soldiers were stunned by the scene. By the time they reacted and tried to help, O'Neill's tiger-headed men all charged in, and a brawl broke out. They just started beating him. What a man. Ha ha ha, awesome. Go, get him. That's some serious skill. I've always heard beastmen are insanely strong, now I've seen it for myself. Amazing. Beastmen are so straightforward. We want to hit him, but don't dare. They just do it if they're unhappy. The crowd cheered even louder. With all the encouragement, O'Neill and the Beastmen only got more fired up. Even when Wolf tried to fight back, they immediately suppressed him. Joe Bai was a little surprised by how suddenly it all happened, but seeing Wolf get thoroughly beaten up put her in a great mood. Truly, it takes a villain to deal with a villain. This scene was just too satisfying. With Joe Bai, the person in charge, staying silent, no one else dared say a word. Especially Viscount Lancelot, who snuck a glance at Joe Bai and Bayer's group. None of them looked the least bit afraid. They really would just beat up a noble if they felt like it. "My lord, isn't this a bit much? Shouldn't you say something?" a soldier beside Viscount Lancelot whispered. They weren't sure if they should step in after all. This was an aggressive territory, and any conflict could mean big losses. "No need. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything," Viscount Lancelot decided. Hope Village was clearly not to be messed with. And since their territories were close, helping Wolf wouldn't be wise. Besides, Wolf probably wouldn't even be grateful. If you witnessed someone's misfortune and tried to help, you might just end up on their bad side. This Wolf of Faw's Al Village was clearly a petty guy. After a while, Zhou Zhengping, seeing Joe Bai's gloating, quietly reminded her, "That's enough. If it goes on too long, it'll be hard to explain publicly." All the territory lords were nobles, especially the native ones, who took pride in their status and privileges. A short fight could be seen as a personal grudge, But if it went on too long, it would look like a one-sided beating. Okay, Jobai nodded. She agreed it was enough, then looked at O'Neill and his group. O'Neill, that's enough. With just those words, O'Neill stopped immediately. He put away his fists and shoved Wolf away. Next time, show some respect to our village chief. Wolf, now battered and bruised, looked completely dazed. He got beaten up? You. Wolf pointed first at O'Neill, then at Jobai, so furious he couldn't even speak. Of course, at this moment, every word he tried to say made his face hurt even more. Just now, O'Neill had landed quite a few punches, most of them right to Wolf's face. At this point, Jobai couldn't wait any longer. She stepped forward and handed Wolf a vial of healing potion, urging, "This is a healing potion, Viscount Wolf. Hurry and take it to recover." Wolf looked at the potion Jobai offered, feeling as if she was mocking him. He ignored it, instead pulling out a better recovery potion of his own and downing it in one gulp. He was so angry, he'd forgotten his injuries could be healed. As the potion took effect, the pain in Wolf's face and body vanished instantly. "Where's your lord? This man assaulted a noble. He must be executed," Wolf demanded without hesitation, glaring at O'Neill as if he wanted to kill him on the spot. O'Neill met his gaze without the slightest fear. Jobai replied helplessly, "Our lord isn't here. I'm in charge. In our territory, there's no law that says hitting a noble is punishable by death. Besides, they just acted impulsively because you were being rude to us. There was no real malice." "No real malice? Look at what you did to me. But you're fine now, aren't you?" "Not a scratch left," Jobai said, looking perfectly innocent. Wolf. He instantly realized the sinister intent behind Jobai's offer of the healing potion. Look at his soldiers, each of them had already taken a recovery potion and looked completely unscathed, as if the beating had been nothing but a dream. Then look at the crowd of onlookers. They were all just watching the show. With this being Hope Village's turf, would anyone side with him? Impossible. Humiliating. Absolutely humiliating. Wolf had never felt so stifled in his life. The first time was just a few days ago. This was the second time. And both times, it was because of the same people. Looking at Jobai, the chief of Hope Village, she had been tough from the moment she appeared, never taking him seriously. He only had a few dozen people with him, and on someone else's turf, there was no way he could win. Seeing Wolf's silence, Jobai understood his choice. She quickly gave him a way out. "Viscount Wolf, if you're here as a tourist, of course you're welcome in our territory." "Tourist?" Wolf spat the word through gritted teeth. "Then how about you and your people leave the mission center now? You've been here a while and everyone's getting crowded," Jobai continued. "Let's go." Wolf barked and led his people out. Wolf straightened his back as he walked through the ring of Hope Village soldiers, but his men were much more cautious. Their master could act tough, but if he couldn't do anything about these people, they certainly couldn't either. Once they'd left, Jobai turned to the crowd and said, "All right, everyone, you can disperse now." With the show over, the crowd quickly scattered. In no time, the mission center was much less crowded. This also revealed Viscount Lancelot and his group. Viscount Lancelot gave Jobai a polite smile. Hope Village, definitely not to be trifled with. And it wasn't just about strength, but about mindset. The way so many people could be so united in thought and attitude was truly impressive and a little scary. He was really curious what kind of world they'd come from to be so dismissive of nobility. As he pondered, Viscount Lancelot walked over to Jobai. At that moment, Zhou Zhiping beside Jobai spoke up. "Now that things are settled here, I'll be off." "Go ahead," Jobai nodded, then turned to O'Neill. "You too." "All right." O'Neill nodded, then hesitated, a little embarrassed. Do you think us beating him up will cause any trouble for the territory?" It had felt great at the time, but now he was a bit worried he'd been too impulsive. "No, you did great this time. If you run into someone like him again, keep it up," Jobai said, giving O'Neill a big thumbs up. After a moment, she added, "But next time, you don't have to do it so openly." You can ambush him with a sack in private. If he can't find out who did it, he can't retaliate. O'Neill's eyes lit up. So that's an option. Zhou Zheping, watching this, couldn't help but cough a few times. Xiao Bai, if you're going to teach people to do bad things, at least do it in private. Just then, Zhou Bai noticed Viscount Lancelot and his group had come over. But it didn't matter, since they were partners, she trusted he wouldn't snitch. After all, when they were beating up Wolf, Viscount Lancelot hadn't said a word or made a move. That alone showed he was on Hope Village's side. Chief, O'Neill said quickly. He'd learned something new. He still didn't feel like he'd beaten Wolf enough. He needed to find Lucas for advice. Lucas was smart. He'd know the best timing and how to do it without leaving a trace. With that, O'Neill and his men hurried off. Zhou Zheping did the same. After they left, Viscount Lancelot looked at Zhou Bai, raising an eyebrow. Every time I come to Hope Village, there's always some unexpected surprise. As long as it's not a shock, that's fine, Zhou Bai replied, half joking. Viscount Lancelot chuckled. If there's any shock, it's for those who mean Hope Village harm. He was also taking the opportunity to show his stance. Zhou Bai smiled. True, Viscount, you're a good partner to our territory. With that, the topic was closed. So, what brings you to Hope Village this time, Viscount? Naturally, I came to celebrate Hope Village's promotion. I was planning to come in the next couple of days, but then I saw you'd issued a vacation mission, so I came to check it out, Viscount Lancelot said, unable to help but sigh. You really are bold. Bringing people here must have cost a fortune. It takes courage to make that decision. Every person teleported and cost Hope Village at least 1 silver coin, and the farther the distance, the higher the price. 1 or 2 people wasn't much, but with so many coming, the total cost was enormous. Especially now that Hope Village's reputation was growing. In fact, he'd recently been contacted by several lords asking about Hope Village, since his territory was nearby. What did that mean? It meant Hope Village had caught the eye of many territories. And now that Hope Village was open, it was likely to attract plenty of spies. Even with Lovey's City as a backer, there was no way to prevent other territories from sending people in to steal some of Hope Village's achievements. Hope Village's success was bound to attract attention. What Hope Village needs most right now is people. As long as people come, the value they create will far exceed the teleportation costs, Zhou Bai said frankly. Most importantly, our territory's finances are pretty healthy, so this investment is nothing. Zhou Bai was always willing to spend on territory development because she knew that money invested early would come back to her in other forms later. In the long run, she'd still come out ahead, so she didn't mind spending. After all, if you don't use money to make more money, what's the point of keeping it? Viscount Lancelot listened and, for a moment, didn't know what to say. He was honestly a bit jealous. Hope Village hadn't been around long, but its ability to make money was top-notch. He couldn't compare. He could also tell that this lord must have a solid foundation, or she wouldn't have risen so quickly. With that in mind, Viscount Lancelot gave a subtle reminder. Lately, quite a few territories have been asking me about you. I think you're becoming quite well known in the entire human kingdom. Zhou Bai paused, then smiled. A lot of lords have come to our territory recently, and even more today with the opening. We were prepared for this. She hadn't expected him to remind her, though. As long as you're prepared, Chief, Viscount Lancelot said, glancing at Zhou Bai with a slight smile. Of course a territory developing this fast would be prepared. He was just curious how Hope Village would handle it. But thank you for the reminder, Viscount, Zhou Bai said sincerely. Whatever the reason, the gesture was appreciated. No problem, Viscount Lancelot replied quickly. Even if he hadn't said anything, she would have known. Still, it felt good to be thanked. His good intentions were recognized. With that, Viscount Lancelot smiled. Chief, would you mind showing me around the newly promoted Hope Village? Of course not. With that, Zhou Bai personally led Viscount Lancelot outside. And as soon as they stepped out, Viscount Lancelot was stunned by the sea of people. He'd expected a lot of visitors, but not this many. The square was packed. Noticing his surprise, Jobai explained, "There are a lot of people from our old world here. They're just here to join the fun." "Are all those new territories your people too?" Viscount Lancelot asked curiously. "Some are, some aren't," Jobai replied. "But we've been lucky. The territories that are doing well so far were all founded by our people." Viscount Lancelot couldn't help but ask, "Will your people's territories develop like Hope Village?" One Hope Village was already impressive. What about several? Their development paths might be different, but I believe they'll all become remarkable territories, Jobai said confidently. Their rankings were proof enough. She believed that, whatever their reasons, every Blue Star Sea Country person would work hard to develop their territory. Looking at Jobai, Viscount Lancelot couldn't help but think, the human kingdom had never really paid attention to these suddenly appearing territories, but one day, they would be shocked by them. And their existence might change the entire structure of the human kingdom. No, maybe not just the human kingdom, but the whole Stan continent. In the future, you all will be a force in this world that cannot be ignored. After coming back to his senses, Viscount Lancelot spoke to Jobai. Jobai was a little stunned by such high praise from Viscount Lancelot. In truth, they still didn't know why they had come to this world, or what had become of their original world after their arrival. She vaguely felt that Blue Star was experiencing an apocalypse. After all, the global apocalypse game system wasn't a joke. And perhaps this world was experiencing it too. The appearance of the apocalypse game system might have been a form of rescue for Blue Star. And their arrival in this world might also be the system's way of saving this world. She had this idea because, after coming to this world, even though they faced all kinds of crises and their lives were constantly threatened, everyone who survived had grown and gained unexpected abilities. For them personally, it felt more like an evolution. So, if they were given such great benefits, was it in hopes that they would bring some change to this world? Jobai's thoughts drifted further and further. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Seeing Jobai deep in thought, frowning as if troubled, Lancelot asked in surprise. No, I just thought of something else, Jobai shook her head. As for the existence of the apocalypse game system, she could only take things one step at a time. Anyway, as they spent more time in this world, they would eventually uncover the secrets behind it all. Lancelot didn't press further. After all, every territory had its own secrets. He then turned his attention back to the tourists in Hope Village. Although it was crowded, many people were lining up at the bus stop, waiting for the beast-drawn carriage. When it arrived, they boarded in order. Of course, there were a few who tried to cut in line, but they were quickly called out and pushed out of the queue. These few didn't affect the overall order. These were Jobai's people, and from this, it was clear that the place they used to live must have been a very orderly society. It really made one curious. Are beast-drawn carriages common where you're from? Lancelot asked. Since he'd already started the conversation, he didn't mind learning more about their original world from Jobai. He was genuinely curious. Yes, but ours don't use magical beasts. They use another kind of power. We don't just have carriages, but also airplanes. Airplanes are like your flying magical beasts. They can take you to a city thousands of miles away in a short time. But they aren't living creatures, they're manufactured machines, Jobai explained. The differences in Hope Village and the Blue Star territories couldn't be hidden in the Stan continent. As they rose in prominence, more and more attention would be on them. Rather than hiding it, it was better to reveal some things early, so others could understand the Blue Star territories. That way, if they did something unusual in the future, it would be more understandable. After all, it was just a cultural difference. What kind of power? Something like magic stones? Lancelot asked in surprise. Sort of. Magic stones are energy. Our power is called energy too, and it's collected and then converted through certain means, Jobai explained simply. There was too much involved to explain in just a few words. As long as you have energy, your planes and cars can be used over and over? Yes. Can you make them here? If you could, they'd be very popular, Lancelot said, clearly interested. Compared to what Jobai had just described, food was nothing. Just a drop in the ocean. It's not that easy. Whether it's cars or planes, they're extremely complex, involving a lot of knowledge. Only highly specialized people could even draw the blueprints, and even then, reproducing them one-to-one would be very difficult because the parts are so intricate and you'd need special machines, which is another whole field. The investment would be a bottomless pit, and even if you managed to make one, it might not be as useful as a magical beast, Jobai explained. In short, the investment and the return just didn't match. So, even though many things on Blue Star were more advanced than here, that didn't mean Blue Star's things were always better. Magic, in some ways, was truly more advanced than technology. I see. Lancelot nodded, understanding Jobai's point. He sighed. Just from your brief description, I can tell your original world must be very special, so different from ours. I'd love to see it for myself someday. Jobai replied, even though we can't copy everything, our territory is still learning a lot from our old world, and we've already put some of it into use. Like your school. Lancelot followed up. Yes. In our world, children can start school as young as 3. Ages 3 to 6 is kindergarten, which is really just a transition before formal schooling. 6 to 12 is elementary school, 12 to 18 is secondary school, and at 18 you become an adult and take the most important exam of your life to enter university. The exam sorts students onto different paths. University is 4 years, and after graduation, everyone goes into different jobs based on what they studied. Of course, some people choose to keep studying and learn even more. In our world, there are many choices in life. School is a stage everyone goes through, and it's the most carefree time of our lives, Jobai explained in detail. Lancelot was deeply moved by Jobai's description of her world. Could there really be a place like that? There could. Wasn't Jobai's Hope Village doing just that? No wonder people who returned from there raved about the school, and there was none of the usual chaos of a new institution. The school had already become deeply rooted in people's hearts. So, village chief, you went to university too? Yes, I studied for over 10 years, Jobai replied. No wonder you're so capable. I bet you were outstanding at work after graduation, right? Lancelot praised without hesitation. No wonder Jobai was so different. After more than 10 years of study, her cultural foundation must be very strong. No wonder she could take on the development of a territory in such a short time. Jobai, I just graduated this year and hadn't even found a job yet. I was planning to become a landlady, but then I ended up here. What kind of job is a landlady? It's not a job, just a title. It means you own a lot of private property. My family had several buildings, all in the city. Each apartment rented out brought in steady income every month. I could have lived a carefree life, just eating and waiting to die, Jobai said, her tone a bit excited as she recalled her original dream, a dream she had actually achieved, only for it all to change. That's impressive, to have built up such a family estate at such a young age, Lancelot continued to praise. It wasn't me who built it up, it was passed down from my ancestors and expanded by my father. After I graduated, my father gave it all to me, Jobai said. But my father has his own successful business, so those properties were nothing to him. As for me, I was just a NET living off my parents. If only she could keep living off her parents now. Listening to Jobai, Lancelot couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Could he have a father like that? He wouldn't be greedy, just one would be enough. At this moment, Lancelot finally understood why Jobai became the village chief of Hope Village. She was rich. Village chief, you really come from a distinguished family. Lancelot smiled. Jobai must have been considered wealthy in her world. I'm still working toward my old goal, Jobai said simply. In fact, she was now the biggest landlady in Hope Village. Just like before. The only difference was, this time she couldn't just coast, she had to work hard. You'll make it. Once Hope Village develops, you'll rise to the top, Lancelot said. He genuinely hoped Jobai's status in Hope Village would keep rising. It's always easier to work with someone in charge. Jobai nodded. Let's go check out the school now, Lancelot said eagerly. After the upgrade, Hope Village had changed a lot, but Lancelot could see most of those changes. Only the school was truly special, Especially after hearing Joe describe her own educational journey, he was even more curious. What could you learn in over 10 years? All right. The two of them headed toward the school, and along the way, Lancelot kept asking questions to learn more about Joe's original world. Even if he only uncovered the tip of the iceberg, it was enough for Lancelot to imagine a magical land in his mind. At this moment, Lancelot finally understood why a unique territory like Hope Village could develop. He was even more confident in Hope Village's future.